boundless darkness accompanied by a piercing ringing in his ears. Hong Yu slowly opened his eyes. After a moment of blurred vision, the scene before him finally came into focus. He stared in disbelief at his own hands, free of scars and calluses. Before he could gather his thoughts, a heavy pat landed forcefully on his right shoulder. He turned his head, and a face he despised to the bone appeared before him. This man was none other than his sanctimonious uncle Hong Minghu. His lips were moving, seeming to say something. Hong Yu shook his head forcefully. Only then did the ringing in his ears gradually fade away. "Everyone is waiting for you," Hong Minghu said with dissatisfaction. Hong Yu surveyed his surroundings. Only then did he realize he was sitting in a conference room, a massive conference table, surrounded by seated people. Seeing one familiar face after another, he finally realized something. He raised his hand and glanced at the watch on his wrist. July 10th, 2223. Holy shit. Reborn. After enduring over 4 years of apocalypse, he had returned to before it all began. This is too absurd. Hey, Hong Yu, what are you doing? Say something. Hong Minghu's urging voice interrupted his thoughts. Hong Yu's icy gaze swept over the man before him. Today, he remembered. July 10th was the board vote for the executive director position. After his parents' accidental death 2 months earlier, the 35 shares of Hongsher Industries naturally fell to his name. Although by shareholding ratio he was the largest, the leadership still needed to go through the proper procedure. Hong Yu cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "Uncles, I am not yet psychologically prepared, so for now, let my uncle Hong Minghu assume the role of executive director." Upon these words, the room erupted in an uproar. Hong Yu was handing over great power. Hong Minghu found it even more unexpected, having thought his carefully laid plans had failed and the company was out of his reach. He never expected this foolish nephew to make such a decision and was overjoyed in his heart. He hurriedly turned his head away to conceal his smile and spoke with feigned sorrow. "My brother and sister-in-law have only recently passed. Hong Yu's emotions have not yet adjusted. I hope everyone can understand." Seeing the shareholders nod in understanding, Hong Minghu could not wait to launch into an endless speech declaring his determination. Although only an acting role, he held considerable real power. He thought engaging in some manipulation would be all too easy. Hong Yu could not stand his hypocritical face, so he rose and walked out of the conference room. Following his memory, he returned to his office. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the bustling streets, his heart was filled with countless emotions. What a lively scene. Yet this liveliness would completely end in 3 months. That is right, the apocalypse would descend fully in October. When that time came, all this bustle would no longer exist. The lively city would become deathly still. After experiencing 4 years of apocalypse, Hong Yu's state of mind had already undergone earth-shattering changes. If this had been before seeing the murderer of his parents, he would have charged forward without any regard. Now he could calmly control himself. The great vengeance must be repaid, but not now. As for who the murderer was, of course it was that beast in human form, Hong Minghu. This truth he had only learned at the moment the apocalypse descended in his previous life. Hong Minghu colluded with the company's second-largest shareholder to meticulously orchestrate a car accident for the 35 shares in his parents' hands. Had it not been for being delayed by something, he should have gone with his parents as well. Sighing, he walked to his desk and pressed the call button on the landline. "Bring me a bottle of iced cola." "Ah, yes, Director Hong." A sweet voice carried a note of confusion. Shortly after, a frosted bottle of cola was placed on his desk by the secretary. After she left, Hong Yu locked his office door. He strode quickly to the desk and with a hiss twisted off the cap. He took a desperate gulp. The ice-cold sensation penetrating his heart, combined with the unique fizz of carbonated drinks, made him feel utterly refreshed in body and mind. Hong Yu let out a burp. So good. For years without tasting this flavor. He tilted his head back and took several more big gulps. In his previous life, after the apocalypse descended, cola, once an everyday junk drink, had become a luxury. He never got to drink it again until his death, let alone iced. After draining it in a few gulps, he tossed the bottle into the trash. He lowered his head to look at the unremarkable ring on his right ring finger and felt his body's condition. It seems the area inside has reset to 0. This was a ring passed down through the Hong family ancestors, made of pure copper with extremely complex patterns engraved on it. He had heard his father say before that this was a family heirloom. Back then he had thought it was rather shabby to use such a common material ring as a family heirloom. But after the apocalypse came, he finally understood the wonder of this ring. His consciousness attempted to enter the ring, but failed. Hong Yu slapped his forehead. He had actually forgotten the most important step. He bit his left index finger, letting blood drip onto the ring. As the recessed patterns on the ring gradually filled with bright red blood, the ring emitted a dazzling light, though it vanished in an instant. His consciousness finally entered the ring space. As expected, the size of the space had reset to 0 along with his body's abilities. However, this initial 5,000 square meters was more than enough for his use. The ring space was very special, like a confined world with gravity. An endless void above objects could be stacked infinitely, though retrieving them would be troublesome. In his previous life, the ring space was only accidentally activated when he was injured after the apocalypse erupted. At that time, supplies were already scarce to a certain degree. Even if the ring space was larger, it could only be considered a hidden backpack. However, besides the space, this ring had another, even more wondrous ability. That was the ability to upgrade. Upon upgrading, both the space area and his physical constitution would improve accordingly. In his previous life, he struggled for 4 years just to upgrade the ring to level 2. Mainly because in such an environment the upgrade materials were simply too hard to obtain. To upgrade from level 1 to level 2 required gold, the specific amount he had not calculated, but in short it was enormous. The materials needed after level 2 he had not figured out before he died. He had a vague feeling that his rebirth seemed to be inseparable from this ring. Since he was reborn before everything began, combined with 4 years of apocalyptic survival experience, he believed he would thrive like a fish in water in the coming apocalypse. Recalling that woman and the base he had once called home, Hong Yu clenched his fists tightly. He had truly not expected that the seemingly united base concealed such darkness, nor that the woman he trusted most would poison him. Ding. The phone notification sound pulled Hong Yu back to his thoughts. He laughed mockingly at himself. Now was too early to think of these things. Those who owed him, he would claim back one by one. He took out his long unseen phone from his pocket. The moment he unlocked it, he saw a high temperature alert. The nation will experience sustained high temperatures, with some areas reaching up to 44 degrees Celsius accompanied by intense UV rays. Be sure to prevent heat stroke. Avoid going out during peak heat. July was the initial stage of the extreme heat's arrival. When October came, the true extreme heat would descend. He had to prepare his countermeasures before then. Having lived too hard in his previous life, in this life, he would stockpile massive supplies and comfortably survive the scarcity phase. Based on his past life experience, this extreme heat wave would persist until October. Once October passed, the temperature would continue to rise beyond control. He needed to move faster. Prices would skyrocket alongside the relentless heat. Hong Yu began planning everything he would need to prepare before the apocalypse arrived. Whatever came to mind, he jotted it down on his phone. A good memory was no match for a written note. When survival was at stake, no detail could be overlooked. First and foremost came food and daily necessities. In the apocalypse, these were things that could not be obtained even with all the gold and silver in the world, things he had risked his life to acquire in his previous life. Next was relocation. Hong Yu's hometown of Nanyuan City was a coastal city. Not long after the extreme heat arrived, it would be swallowed by the relentless rising sea levels. In his previous life, at least 1/3 of the Dragon Nation's landmass had sunk beneath the sea. Therefore, he needed to secure a property in a high-altitude area in the north. Only this way could he build a shelter capable of withstanding extreme heat and bitter cold. Finally, he needed to stockpile as much gold as possible to upgrade the ring's spatial capacity to its highest level. At the same time, his physical condition would be significantly enhanced. In an era when everyone feared for their own survival, personal combat capability was equally vital. When life and death hung in the balance, the greedy nature of humanity would be laid bare. With supplies and a secure shelter, means of survival were equally crucial. His thoughts drifted to the memories of the base in his previous life. Hong Yu swore to himself. Once he survived the period when going outside became impossible, he would personally destroy that filthy and cruel base. Hong Yu steadied his emotions, then opened his mobile banking app to check his savings. Over 300 million, all inheritance left by his parents. In his previous life, this savings had only bought some food and water in the early days after the apocalypse descended. Later, when network signals collapsed, these savings had become utterly meaningless. Now was the time for them to finally serve their purpose. However, compared to what he needed to accomplish, it was still far too little. He had to find a way to get more money. What he could currently liquidate was the several properties he had inherited and the luxury cars in his garage. Suddenly, Hong Yu slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten the most important thing? He still had shares. Though they could not compare to those of major corporations, Hong's industrial shares were still extremely valuable. If he sold the shares in his hands, the funds would be more than enough to purchase supplies. With a plan in mind, Hong Yu walked out of his office and headed toward the meeting room. The meeting was still in session. After all, it involved enormous personnel changes, and many subsequent plans required a joint decision from the shareholders. When everyone saw Hong Yu returning, they all looked up at him. Hong Minghu, sitting at the head of the table with his legs crossed, was visibly startled and asked tentatively, "Xiao Yu, what is it?" He feared Hong Yu was about to take back his earlier decision. Hong Yu naturally knew what was on his mind. "There is one more thing I forgot to mention earlier. It's fortunate that all the uncles and elders haven't left yet." "What is it?" asked a white-haired elder sitting closest to the head seat with curiosity. Hong Yu walked slowly to the head seat and naturally nudged Hong Minghu aside. Hong Minghu's expression turned ugly. With so many people watching, he could not vent his anger. He froze awkwardly in place. "I want to transfer all of my shares." The room was stunned into silence, unable to process what they had just heard. Hong's Industrial had a wide variety of businesses under its umbrella with impressive annual profits that had been steadily climbing for 2 years. The value of the shares grew higher every day. Was Hong Yu out of his mind to transfer shares at a time like this? Everyone harbored doubts, but Hong Minghu was not among them. His face was nearly green at this moment. Just moments ago, he had been delivering a passionate inaugural speech. Yet in the blink of an eye, all his little schemes had turned to ash. If Hong Yu's shares were acquired by someone else, Hong's Industrial would undergo a complete change of dynasty. All of his subsequent plans would become impossible to execute. The white-haired elder who had spoken earlier was the first to recover a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes as he slowly spoke. I am very curious. Why does young Chairman Hong want to do this? Hong Yu turned to look at the elder who had spoken. This man's name was Shi Haoyan, the second largest shareholder in the company, holding 15% of the shares firmly in his hands. Don't be fooled by this old man's appearance of kindness and benevolence. He was actually the worst of them all. He was the one who had conspired with Hong Minghu to orchestrate that car accident. In his previous life, he had successfully seized the company, and that fool Hong Minghu had been silenced by him not long after. He could not let this old fox sense anything unusual. Hong Yu let out a sigh, his voice carrying a touch of sadness as he spoke. Sigh, looking at the place where my parents once lived, every corner reminds me of old memories. That's why I want to take the money and leave this city that has brought me nothing but sorrow. This was the excuse he had prepared before entering. It was not entirely reasonable, but it could barely pass. Hong Minghu opened his mouth to say something, but Shi Haoyan silenced him with a single glance. Of course, if any of the uncles and elders wish to acquire them, I can offer a 30% discount off the market price, but the payment must be made in full at once. Now everyone in attendance was tempted. Buying at 30% off and reselling immediately would yield significant profits. Shi Haoyan narrowed his eyes. His original plan had been to acquire the company for nothing. But Hong Yu had just offered such a tempting price in front of everyone, leaving his scheme with no hope of success. He cleared his throat and said in a low voice, "You can only sell no more than 25% of the shares per year. Even at that rate, the value exceeds 50 billion. Pay in full at once. You can ask anyone here whether they can come up with that much money all at once." Hong Yu thought about it and realized it was true. 50 billion was not something one could just produce at will. To get the money quickly, he had to compromise. Then how about this? 25% of the shares for a total of 30 billion, but half must be prepaid and the remainder settled within 1 month. This is my absolute final offer. Everyone fell into deep thought, calculating their own assets. This was a price that came once in a lifetime. Anyone would want to seize the opportunity. Hong Yu studied the expressions on their faces and finally felt at ease. Whether the remaining payment would come through later or not, as long as 15 billion was in hand, the money for supplies would be solved. Uncles and elders, please take your time to consider. If anyone wishes to acquire, contact me directly. With that, Hong Yu stopped paying them any attention, turned around, and walked out of the meeting room. It was nearly noon. He did not return to his office, but went to the underground garage. After searching for a while, he finally found his black SUV. He drove for 40 minutes and returned to the home he had not visited in 4 years. The electric gate opened automatically. He parked the car in the courtyard. Stepping out, he looked at the familiar potted plants around him, his heart filled with overwhelming emotion. After a long moment, he let out a sigh and used his fingerprint to unlock the front door. "Young master, you're back. Will you be eating lunch at home?" The housekeeper Chen Lijuan heard the sound and emerged from the kitchen. The moment food was mentioned, Hong Yu felt an intense hunger emanating from the depths of his soul. For 4 whole years, he hadn't eaten a single proper hot meal, surviving only on small amounts of expired food. "Yes, make more." "Got it," Chen Lijuan said, then trotted back to the kitchen. Hong Yu took off his coat and tossed it onto the sofa nearby. As he gazed at the family portrait hanging on the wall, a trace of sorrow crept into his heart. If only this rebirth could have brought him back to before his parents' accident. But reality was so cruel. Heaven had already shown great mercy by granting him a second chance at life. What more could he ask for? He withdrew his gaze and nostalgically toured every room upstairs and downstairs. As he walked, memories of the life the 3 of them had lived here flooded his mind. This house carried too many memories. He truly couldn't bear to sell it. Yet what choice did he have? This place would eventually be swallowed by the sea. Having come to this realization, Hong Yu went to his parents' bedroom on the 2nd floor and stored all the photographs into his space, along with the precious jewelry left by his mother. He then went to his father's study and absorbed all the books lining the walls into his space. After that, he returned to his own dressing room and packed away all his clothes. At that moment, Chen Lijuan's voice came from downstairs. "Young master, dinner is ready." Hong Yu swept his eyes around the room, then turned and went downstairs. The aroma of the food filled the air. He quickened his pace to the dining room. At the sight of the dishes on the table, he began wolfing them down ravenously. Standing nearby, Chen Lijuan stared in astonishment at her young master, who was eating like a starving ghost reincarnated. Hong Yu had no time to care about what others thought. Without lifting his head, he savored the long-missed delicacies. 10 minutes later, he finally put down his chopsticks and let out a satisfied burp. "Young master, what's?" Chen Lijuan asked in confusion. Hong Yu wiped his mouth, ignoring her question, and said seriously, "Aunt Chen, you don't need to come anymore." As he spoke, he took out his phone and began fiddling with it. Chen Lijuan stood rooted to the spot. She had been working here for 2 months. The job was easy. Just 2 meals a day and cleaning the rooms. Compared to her previous employers who had been demanding and overbearing, this young master was always kind and never treated her like a servant. "Young master, have I done something wrong? You can tell me directly. I'll correct it. Please don't fire me." Hong Yu placed his phone on the table. "Don't misunderstand. It's because of me. I'm about to leave here soon." Just then, a ding sound of a text message rang out. "I just transferred 100,000 to you as compensation." Chen Lijuan took out her phone and checked. It was indeed a notification of 100,000 deposit. Thank you, young master. This thank you came from the bottom of her heart. She earned 10,000 a month working here, so this 100,000 was no small sum to her. You're welcome. Hong Yu stood up, put on his coat, and walked out the door. He felt he owed nothing to this Aunt Shin. Everyone had their own life, but what fate held in store for her was beyond his control. Since the decision was made, Hong Yu now needed to list his properties with a real estate agency. The stock liquidation hadn't been finalized yet, so these properties had to be turned into cash as quickly as possible. He drove to a relatively large real estate agency. After all, the properties he was selling were of considerable value, and to sell them quickly the agency's grade had to be high. He pushed open the door and walked in. There were quite a few people inside. 5 or 6 reception ladies heard the door and quickly walked out from their desks. But when they saw Hong Yu in his casual attire, they all stopped in their tracks. Their eyes revealed contempt and disappointment. Hong Yu looked down at his own clothes, then glanced at the other customers. Compared to their designer brands, his outfit did look rather shabby. Just as he was hesitating whether to go to another agency, a pretty young lady in professional attire approached him. Hello, sir. How can I help you? The lady spoke a little timidly, probably a recent hire. Selling a house. Please follow me, sir. She led Hong Yu to her desk. Please have a seat. What would you like to drink? Looking at the shy young lady before him, Hong Yu gave a light smile. No thanks. The lady sat down at her desk and started operating the computer. Then please tell me the details of the property you wish to sell. Her colleagues gathered nearby, whispering among themselves. Xiao Liang still needs to sharpen her judgment. That's right. Receiving a poor guy like that is just a waste of time. Though the voices were low, they reached Hong Yu's ears. The lady called Xiao Liang looked up at Hong Yu with an apologetic expression. Hong Yu couldn't care less. He recalled and then reported the address of his parents' villa. Tianting, Yuanya No. 6. Upon hearing the words, Tianting Yuanya, the group that had been whispering instantly opened their mouths wide. That was the most famous villa district in Nanyuan City. And no. 6. No mistake. They all knew that the villas in this district were graded nos. 1 to 10 were only affordable by the ultra-wealthy. The newcomer Xiao Liang, unaware of this, recorded the information and looked up to continue asking. What is the area? Just then a heavily made-up woman in high heels swaying her hips walked up to Hong Yu with a fawning smile. Sir, Xiao Liang is a newcomer and not yet proficient in the business. Let me handle it for you. Properties worth hundreds of millions would yield a substantial commission once the deal was closed. She didn't want Xiao Liang to get it for free. The woman's two-faced behavior disgusted Hong Yu. No need. I'm not worth wasting your time. The woman froze for a moment, then stomped her foot in shame and anger before turning away. Hong Yu didn't even spare her a glance and continued. There are 2 more villas, Shengshi Bun No. 26 and Huan and Shengjing No. 12. The group that had been gossiping earlier upon hearing that there were 2 more villas to sell were filled with regret. If they hadn't looked down on the man before them, this deal would have been theirs. Xiao Liang recorded the information and began checking on the computer. The data she found shocked her as well. It was no wonder Sister Wu had shamelessly tried to snatch the deal. According to company policy, a 2 fee would be deducted upon successful sale, and she would get a certain percentage as commission. If all 3 villas were sold, her commission would amount to at least $1 million. Sir, what is your expected price? And so Hong Yu listed the 3 villas through the agency at 30% below market value, totaling 160 million yuan for all 3. At this price, the sale should move quickly. These were among the most prestigious villas in Nanyuan City. As Hong Yu stepped out of the agency and got into his car, he spotted the hardware and tools market across the street. Since he happened to be there, he figured he might as well take a look around. In the apocalypse, all kinds of tools were absolutely essential. The most crucial item was a generator. He needed to learn more about that. With that thought in mind, he locked his car doors and crossed the street. Stepping inside, he was immediately overwhelmed by the sheer variety of tools on display. It took him a moment to gather his bearings. He picked a brand store at random, planning to get some proper advice. What are you looking to buy, boss? I've got all Yanyoha brand products here, and the quality is guaranteed. A bespectacled man said with a grin. I'd like to see generators. Could you introduce them to me? Boss, where exactly do you plan to use them? If it's for household use, a small gasoline generator would be enough. I have a project on hand. I need both small and large units, and the quantity won't be small. I've always heard Yanyoha is a great brand, so I wanted to consult with you. Hong Yu made up a casual lie, knowing that's what would get the owner's attention. True to form, the bespectacled boss's eyes lit up. You're a big boss. Come sit down, let me give you a proper introduction. The boss became much more enthusiastic, gesturing for Hong Yu to take a seat in his own leather chair while he pulled up a small stool opposite him. He then spent a while flipping through catalogs before settling on one and starting his presentation. For the small units, I'd recommend gasoline-powered ones. They're lightweight and easy to move around, and they can handle most small electric tools without issue. Take a look at these models. They've got electric ignition, 3 kilowatt output, and noise reduction design. Hong Yu glanced through them quickly. They were all portable and seemed suitable for his needs, easy to store and retrieve whenever required. What about the larger units? I need something with higher power output. Hong Yu wanted to set up a big generator for the shelter he planned to build later, to handle daily power needs, since these small ones couldn't run 24 hours straight. For large generator sets, diesel is a must. He flipped forward a few more pages. This one here, 500 kilowatts, more than enough for construction sites. Low power consumption, safe and reliable with a minimal failure rate. It could run continuously for a full year without any issues. If you feel the power isn't sufficient, there are higher options available, though they'd cost significantly more. Personally, I think that might be overkill. Hong Yu nodded. This guy in glasses was straightforward and honest. For his future shelter, just one person living there, a 500 kilowatt generator would be excessive waste, especially when factoring in fuel costs. What about fuel consumption, eh? The bespectacled boss pulled out his calculator and ran the numbers. At full load, you're looking at roughly 130 liters of diesel per hour. Bullshit, Hong Yu muttered under his breath. 130 liters. That's nearly 1,000 yuan an hour just in fuel. What the hell was he even thinking? Though 1,000 yuan meant nothing compared to his hundreds of millions in savings, diesel was a real concern. After the extreme heat hit, buying it would become impossible. It was clear he needed to stockpile fuel, not just food and water. Going without electricity would be unbearable. The boss noticed Hong Yu's pained expression, and his eyes darted around as he spoke. Boss, are you worried about idling and wasting fuel? I've got an idea. You'll need to invest some money up front, but over time you'll see it's completely worth it. What is it, eh? Battery banks. Right, you charge the batteries directly with the generator's output. It auto shuts when fully charged, then kicks back on when power runs low. That solves the waste problem. Hong Yu left the hardware market and stretched, having just spent 2 hours talking with that glasses-wearing boss. That alone had already cost him 30 million. He'd bought 50 generator sets, 100 small generators, and 50 lithium battery packs capable of storing 100 kilowatt hours each, along with various other power tools. The glasses-wearing boss had been skeptical about the purchase quantity until Hong Yu signed the contract and paid the 5 million deposit, which finally convinced him it was real. He was over the moon. With this single order from Hong Yu, he could easily match a decade of business. His demeanor had shifted completely. He was practically massaging Hong Yu's legs and feet. However, the order was too large. It would take at least 15 days to import. But the boss promised free delivery anywhere in the country once the goods arrive, plus free installation service. Back at the car, Hong Yu started it and rushed outside. The seats were scorching hot. He found shade and waited for the air conditioning to kick in when his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and his good mood vanished instantly. Li Zixuan. Humph. In his past life, she'd betrayed him so cruelly, and now she thought she could come back again. The moment he answered, that sickeningly sweet voice came through the receiver. Brother Yu, I made your favorite little desserts, and I'm on my way to your office. Hong Yu shuddered at the sound, wondering how he'd ever been so stupid in his past life as to fall for this fool. Thinking back to his former foolishness made him feel ridiculous. He replied coldly, get lost. Don't come looking for me again. Boo-hoo. Hong Yu got goosebumps all over, quickly hung up and blocked her. He had too much to handle now, no time to waste his breath on trash like that. He didn't care about the heat anymore. Yanked open the door and got in, driving to the next destination. Wholesale Street. Every shop along that entire stretch was a wholesale business, and if he wanted to buy in bulk, that was the only place to find it. It was quite a distance, over an hour's drive. He spotted a fast food wholesaler with a striking storefront and barely made it nearby when he heard noisy arguing coming from inside. He stopped to listen for a moment. The shop owner seemed to be getting pressure from creditors, and the two of them were already shouting into their phones. Fuck, always pressuring me every day. If they had this time, why don't they go after Lauda? Now they're targeting me as the guarantor. I told you long ago, Lauda was no good, but you wouldn't listen. Now he's gone, and you're left paying the debt. Shut up, you bitch, and paste it up quickly. If he runs, will I not run? A middle-aged woman soon came out of the store and pasted a paper at the entrance that read, this shop is for sale. Hong Yu raised an eyebrow. He understood. This boss must have guaranteed a loan for a friend who then absconded, leaving the creditors to come after him instead. What a good opportunity, he thought, and walked into the store. The shop wasn't large, about 100 square meters, filled with various samples. The boss saw Hong Yu enter and waved a hand. We're not doing business today. Hong Yu smiled lightly. Aren't you looking to sell the shop? The boss paused, surprised that someone had come already after just posting the notice. He quickly put on a smiling face. Want to take over the shop? Come sit down. Hong Yu sat opposite the boss without hesitation. How do you plan to handle the transfer? What's your surname, brother? I'm surnamed Hong. Brother Hong, let me take you to the warehouse first to see the inventory, and then we'll talk price. All right. Hong Yu followed the boss to the warehouse at the back. The warehouse was quite large, easily over 1,000 square meters. The inventory inside was substantial. Xiaolu, bring over the stock list. A young man who was organizing cardboard boxes heard and brought a paper list. Brother Hong, here's the list. Take a look. Everything was stocked just these past few days, all with the latest dates. Hong Yu took it and scanned it quickly. It was all instant foods, congee biscuits, bread, snacks, with enough inventory to supply a large supermarket. At that moment, a truck drove into the warehouse and several loaders got off to begin unloading. Brother Hong, let's go back inside and talk. The two sat down. The boss handed Hong Yu a cigarette and lit it for him. After taking a hearty drag himself, he said, Brother, as you just saw, taking over this shop will be no loss for you. With that, he took out a form from the drawer beside him. Look, these are all the supermarkets that order from me. Once you take over, you'll have customers directly, no need to run around contacting them yourself. If it weren't for some personal reasons, I wouldn't be selling either. These were the most common sales pitches, and Hong Yu wouldn't believe them for a second. The customer list showed only small shops, so orders would be limited. But that didn't matter. His goal wasn't to make money. Tell me what's the price. The rent for both the shop and warehouse has just been renewed. Including the inventory, it's 2.6 million in total. Hearing this, Hong Yu's lips curled slightly. He really dares to ask, he thought. The goods in the warehouse were worth at most 2.0, and the shop and warehouse rent couldn't possibly be worth 2.4 million. Seeing Hong Yu's expression, the boss gave an awkward smile and explained. Brother, think about those customers. I worked hard to build them. They're the most valuable part. Hong Yu shook his head. 1.5 million paid in one lump sum, or I'll walk. The boss's expression stiffened. Brother, you're cutting straight to the main artery. At least raise it a bit more. Hong Yu, not indulging him, stood up and turned to leave. Don't go, we can still negotiate. All right, 1.5 million it is. In fact, this price was already 2.000 higher than his expectation. With the price settled, all that remained was signing the contract and taking inventory. An hour later, all the paperwork was done, and the boss of this wholesale shop officially became Hong Yu. The previous boss was in a hurry, and after receiving the money, he skipped off gleefully. Xiao Lu stood in the shop with a bewildered expression, looking at the new boss and carefully asking, Boss Hong, what about me? He had always been diligent and didn't want to lose his job just because the boss changed. What's your name? Are you familiar with procurement? Lu Peng. Call me Xiao Lu. On the supplier side, I usually handle the goods handover, and their people know me well. This was the best chance to show himself, and Lu Peng vigorously recommended himself. Hong Yu nodded. What was your previous salary? 6.500 a month, Lu Peng answered truthfully. From now on, as long as you can complete the tasks I assign, well, your salary will double. Lu Peng was stunned for a moment, then said excitedly, Thank you, boss. Just give the orders. Hong Yu walked to the desk and picked up a supplier list. Besides these, I need you to contact some other types of suppliers. Can you manage that? No problem. What types does the boss need? This was the simplest thing, just a few phone calls. Fresh meat, alcoholic beverages, seasonings, daily necessities, aquatic products, fruits, and vegetables. Lu Peng quickly took out a notebook and began to record. The more he listened, the more amazed he became. This new boss was covering all categories. It was clear they were expanding the scale. He was overjoyed inside, thinking he might even become a supervisor someday. He took careful notes, missing nothing. After finishing listing the categories, Hong Yu continued. For each category, contact several suppliers. Tell them I'll buy whatever stock they have. Once you've made contact, notify me, and I'll sign contracts with them. However much they have, we'll take it. Lu Peng thought he had misheard. Yes. From today, all external sales are suspended. Write down my phone number. After finishing his instructions, Hong Yu's stomach was nearly empty. He found a noodle shop nearby and prepared to have a hearty meal. After a day of busy work, tools, power generation equipment, and food were roughly sorted out. Next, he needed to prepare the shelter, but the money in hand was definitely insufficient. Just food alone required substantial funds, so he had to get more money as soon as possible. As he was eating noodles, Hong Yu was considering whether to lower the share price further when his phone suddenly rang. It was Hong Minghu. Hello. Isn't Xiao Yu there? I want to talk to you. Hong Yu's face darkened. Without guessing, he knew it was to persuade him not to sell the shares. Just say it on the phone. Hong Yu's impatience made Hong Minghu curious in his heart. How had this usually indecisive nephew suddenly become so assertive? He cleared his throat lightly. Xiao Yu, are you really going to give up the company your parents worked so hard to build like this? Your previous decision was a bit too impulsive. Hearing Hong Minghu bring up his parents again, Hong Yu felt a surge of anger. How I handle my own property is my freedom. Don't meddle in other people's business. How can you speak to your uncle like that? I'm your elder, and my advice is for your own future. If that's all you want to say, I'll hang up. Hong Yu really didn't want to hear these hypocritical words. Wait. Moi. Since you have made up your mind, let us meet someone who wishes to acquire the shares you hold. Who? Sure, Hao Yin. After hanging up the phone, Hong Yu swept the noodles from his bowl clean. As he had expected, among those present at that time, only Sure Hao Yin would have been able to produce such a massive sum all at once. His urgency likely stemmed from the fear of being preempted by others. Leaving the noodle shop, he drove to the agreed-upon location. It was a high-end nightclub. Hong Minghu had arrived first and was waiting at the entrance. Hong Yu stepped out of the car and asked directly, Where is Sure Hao Yin? Follow me. Hong Minghu frowned and turned to enter the nightclub. This nephew felt strangely unfamiliar, as if he had become a completely different person. The complete reversal in his attitude left Hong Minghu utterly bewildered. The two took the elevator to the top floor of the nightclub. The decor here differed significantly from the lower levels. Though still opulent, it more closely resembled a private villa. Before they could step further inside, a scantily clad woman approached them. Gentlemen, please follow me. She bowed slightly and gestured her attire, leaving little to the imagination. Hong Yu glanced down briefly before continuing inside with little interest. He had no taste for such artificial creations. Hong Minghu merely cast a quick look and followed Hong Yu. Seeing that the two men were completely uninterested, the woman chased after them in frustration. She had been working there for several months and knew that anyone meeting the boss was not an ordinary person. Once before, a patron had taken a liking to her, and she had received a red envelope worth tens of thousands for a single evening. Since then, she had anticipated being chosen again during every shift. Yet these two showed absolutely no interest whatsoever. The woman led them to a poolside area where Shi Haoyan reclined on a lounge chair eating fruit fed to him by an attractive woman, while another massaged his legs beside him. Hong Yu curled his lip thinking how indulgent a man in his 50s could be. Noticing their arrival, Shi Haoyan waved his hand. Everyone, you may leave. The two women beside him and the one who had escorted them in all withdrew. Only then did Shi Haoyan sit up straight. Xiao Yu, as your uncle has already told you, do you know why I called you here? Hong Yu without any pretense took a seat on the adjacent lounge chair. Tell me, how do you intend to acquire them? Haha, young people are always so direct. Very well, I shall not beat around the bush. I have no objection to the price of 30 billion. However, liquidating such an amount takes time. At present, I can only come up with 10 billion. For the remaining 20 billion, I commit to paying in full within 1 month. Would that be acceptable? Agreed. Hong Yu accepted without hesitation. 10 billion was more than enough for procuring supplies. Whether or not he received the remaining 20 billion was of secondary concern. Shi Haoyan raised his eyebrows. He had expected a lengthy negotiation, yet the matter had been resolved unexpectedly smoothly, leaving him with a sense of unreality. Excellent. Then it is settled. I shall have my lawyer contact you tomorrow. Is that acceptable? Very well. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. With that, Hong Yu rose to his feet. Shi Haoyan was momentarily stunned. Hong Yu had not wasted a single superfluous word, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Very well. I shall see you off. Hong Yu turned and walked away without delay. Watching his departing figure, Hong Minghu's eyes nearly bled with envy. His nephew had ignored him completely from start to finish, not even offering a farewell. Has he always been this way? Hearing Shi Haoyan's question, he finally snapped back to attention. No. In the past, he listened to everything I said. Now he looks at me as though I were a complete stranger. I simply cannot understand why. Shi Haoyan narrowed his eyes. Decisive and efficient. He carries the spirit of his father in his prime. Should he remain within the company, he will undoubtedly become a grave threat. A smile spread across Hong Minghu's face. Elder Shi, those remaining shares of his can no longer cause any trouble. You had previously promised me. He and Shi Haoyan had reached an arrangement upon the successful completion of this deal, he would receive a 15% commission. Though he had contributed nothing of substance, he would naturally not miss this opportunity to earn extra income. Do not worry, it shall be arranged. Hong Yu returned directly home. No one was there at Chun Li. Juan had likely already left. He had no mind to dwell on such matters. He had been terribly busy all day, and this untrained body was beginning to show its limits. He picked up the 15-kilogram dumbbell that had sat neglected in the corner since he purchased it, and managed only a few half-hearted lifts before his arms grew weak. Once he secured the 10 billion, apart from establishing a shelter, the most important priority was upgrading the ring. Gold. Hong Yu sighed. The preparations were far more cumbersome than he had imagined. After a satisfying hot shower, he retired early. The following morning, he was awakened by the shrill ring of the telephone. Groaning with irritation, he snatched it up and saw an unfamiliar number. Clearing his throat, he pressed the receive button. Mr. Hong, I am the proxy lawyer for Mr. Sure. If it is convenient, may we sign the equity transfer agreement now? Come to my office in 1 hour. Understood. An hour later, Hong Yu sat across from Shi Haoyan's lawyer in the latter's luxurious office. He meticulously reviewed the entire agreement to ensure there were no hidden tricks before signing his name. Upon verification, he quickly received the transfer notification for 10 billion. At that moment, Shi Haoyan pushed open the door with a beaming smile, a cigar clamped between his lips. Haha, Xiao Yu truly is a straightforward man. You have completed this so swiftly. His boastful demeanor was worlds apart from the gentle countenance he had worn before. I hope your straightforwardness is matched by your integrity in honoring the commitment to transfer the remaining 20 billion as soon as possible. As for me, I have nothing further to attend to here, so I shall take my leave now. With the money in hand, Hong Yu had no patience for idle chatter. That pretentious act of Shi Haoyan's had been utterly futile. Stepping out of the office building, the scorching sunlight made his skin flush red. The temperature climbed higher by the day. The streets, once teeming with people, were now nearly deserted. He wondered how Lu Peng's procurement efforts were progressing. If he did not hurry, prices would soon skyrocket. Arriving at the wholesale shop, he spotted a sign at the entrance that read, "Temporarily suspended." Pushing the door open, he found Lu Peng on the phone. Upon seeing Hong Yu enter, Lu Peng offered a polite nod before returning his attention to furiously scribbling notes. Hong Yu walked over and glanced at what he was writing. It was completely incomprehensible, like a foreign script. Judging from his conversation on the phone, he was likely coordinating with a slaughterhouse. After waiting for a while, Lu Peng finally ended his phone call. Parched, he grabbed the bottled water beside him and took several gulps before looking at Hong Yu. How did the contact go? Asked Hong Yu. Boss, I've already contacted several manufacturers for beverages, but they said they can only start production after signing the contract and receiving the advance payment. The call I just had was with a slaughterhouse. They have 1000 tons of beef, mutton, and pork in stock. If that's not enough, they can acquire more, but they also require a contract first. Hong Yu nodded. This Lu Peng was quite capable. All right, continue then. For meat, at least 10,000 tons. The same for other items. First, let them know your intentions. Once you've settled everything, we'll arrange a time to sign the contracts together. 10,000 tons. That's too exaggerated. With such a massive order, any manufacturer would be eager to come knocking. At this moment, Lu Peng was starting to wonder if his new boss was playing a joke on him. Hongyu could naturally see Lu Peng's concerns. Anyone would think the same if he started such a big operation right after taking over. Send me your bank card number. Off. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Peng hurriedly sent his card number to Hongyu. Shortly after, his phone let out a ding. He picked up his phone and saw a notification of 1 million yuan deposited into his account. What's this? Lu Peng asked in confusion. 200,000 is your bonus. As for the rest, if the other party needs a deposit, you can arrange it as you see fit. Lu Peng was deeply moved. It was a whole 1 million yuan, and Hong boss trusted him so much after knowing him for only a day. However, this also dispelled his doubts. Being able to casually hand over 1 million to him was enough to prove the new boss's immense wealth. Thank you, boss. I'll definitely negotiate the lowest prices. Good. Get to it then, and make it happen quickly. I might be going out of town in the next few days. Feel free to call me anytime if anything comes up. Okay, boss. Hongyu's next step was to quickly determine the location for the shelter. The first place that came to his mind was Rongqing, which was regarded as a refuge during the apocalypse. Although it was only a third-tier city, it had always been Longwa's most famous summer resort. Its high altitude could also help avoid tsunami invasions. Later, after the government reconsolidated its power, the area around Rongqing became the capital of the new Longwa, and that dark base was also located there. His shelter naturally had to be built in Rongqing, but he needed to find a remote location to avoid future trouble. He got into the car, turned on the air conditioner, and booked a flight to Rongqing, departing in an hour. The journey was still long, and including the transfer time, it took a full 12 hours before Hongyu arrived in Rongqing. Overwhelming fatigue coupled with the scorching heat made the journey extremely torturous. Walking out of the airport, he took out his phone to check the weather forecast for Rongqing. 39 degrees Celsius. Although still high, it was much lower than Nanyuan City's 45 degrees Celsius, well deserving its reputation as a summer resort. He casually hailed a taxi and headed to the city center. He urgently needed to find a hotel, take a cold shower, and get some proper rest. After 12 hours of travel, he felt so lightheaded that even walking seemed unsteady. He asked the driver to recommend a hotel, and Hongyu dozed off briefly in the car. By the time they arrived at the hotel, it was past midnight. He quickly checked into a room and went to rest. The next morning after breakfast, Hongyu started getting busy again. After a whole morning of hassle, he visited several real estate agencies, but couldn't find a place that suited him. His stomach growled loudly, so he randomly walked into a fast food restaurant planning to eat something simple. He ordered a plate of fried rice and a dish of beef and soy sauce, then found an empty seat and sat down. It was mealtime, and the fast food restaurant gradually filled up with people. Soon all the seats were occupied. After about 10 minutes, the fried rice and beef were brought to Hongyu. He had only taken a few bites when he saw a middle-aged man with a stubbly face rushing in from outside. "Xiaoxing, the usual for me." "Sure thing, brotherly, find a seat. It'll be ready in a moment," a voice responded from the kitchen. The man called Brotherly glanced around, and his gaze stopped at Hongyu. He walked over. "Young man, mind if I share your table?" "No problem." Hongyu continued eating with his head down. Brotherly casually pulled out a chair and sat down. "Young man, you're from out of town, right?" "Yeah." This Brotherly was very talkative. He hadn't stopped chatting since he sat down. Hongyu responded to him intermittently. "Brotherly, how did it go? Did that person finally buy it?" A man wearing a chef's hat walked over carrying a bowl of noodles. Brotherly sighed. "Oh, don't even mention it. They thought the price was too high, so we didn't reach an agreement. If it doesn't work, maybe lower the price a bit more, otherwise it'll get harder to sell. Although it's a bit remote, the current price is just the land value. I haven't even included the workshops I built on it. If I lower it further, I might as well buy some piglets and start a farm. The market is bad now and housing prices keep dropping. Business is even harder. Brotherly, you'd better sell it as soon as possible. Brotherly, you eat first, and I'll help you look around later." After saying that, the man turned and walked toward the kitchen. Hongyu's eyes lit up when he heard their conversation. "Brotherly, what place are you selling?" Brotherly slurped a mouthful of noodles. "I have a site in the eastern suburbs. I originally planned to set up a factory there, but just after the workshop was built, the brother who was going to partner with me got into a car accident. I can't manage it on my own, and the loan pressure is too heavy, so I want to sell it." Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? Hongyu lost his appetite. "Brotherly, can you take me to see it? I came to Rongqing to buy a piece of land to build a cold storage facility. It sounds like your place fits perfectly." Upon hearing this, Brotherly burst into laughter. "Oh, this is really fate. Let's go right now." He threw down his chopsticks and pulled Hongyu to go outside. Before leaving, he turned back and shouted, "Xiaoxing, put this young man's meal on my tab." Outside, Brotherly pointed to a pickup truck parked by the roadside. "Come on, take my car. The roads there aren't very good." After getting in the car, Brotherly eagerly introduced himself. "Young man, my name is Li Danyu. What's your name?" "Hongyu." "Brother Hongyu, my site has a total area of 8160 square meters. When the procedures were completed, it was approved as construction land. You can expand the factory or anything without any issues. You want to build a cold storage, right? You can just modify my workshops a bit, and they'll be perfect for use. Water and electricity are all functional. The surroundings are covered with forests, very quiet. If you buy it, you definitely won't regret it. Listening to Li Daniu's introduction along the way, Han Yu grew increasingly satisfied with this piece of land. It seemed tailor-made for him. Remote with complete documentation, no other buildings nearby, and surrounded by forest on 3 sides. Wasn't this a natural sanctuary? The car drove for a full hour before the two arrived at Li Daniu's factory. It matched his description. Near the end, the roads were rough, all gravel. Li Daniu stepped out of the car, shielding his eyes from the blazing sun, and complained, "This damn weather getting hotter every day. A good rain to cool things down would be nice." After hearing this, Han Yu thought to himself that once the rain actually came, he wouldn't be saying that. As he opened the courtyard gate, Han Yu took a sweeping glance at the entire area. The size seemed about right. The area belonging to his property had been enclosed by iron fences less than a man's height. "Come on, brother, let's go take a look inside." Saying this, Li Daniu walked in first. He pointed to 2 steel-structured board houses in the middle of the courtyard. Both of these storage buildings are 1,200 square meters each, and they're empty inside now. Han Yu was extremely satisfied with this place. He didn't care much about the 2 board houses. What he liked was the land itself. Not too big, not too small, just right. What mattered most was its seclusion. "Brotherly, no need to see the inside. Just give me a price." Li Daniu was stunned. It was his first time meeting someone as decisive as Han Yu. He then honestly stated his asking price. 35 million. This was far cheaper than Han Yu's initial estimate of over 100 million. "Brother, this is already the lowest I can go. I can only recover the costs of the land and connecting utilities. I really didn't overcharge." Seeing that Han Yu wasn't responding, he hurried to explain. Han Yu smiled lightly. "Brotherly, I accept this price. When can we complete the paperwork?" "What did you say?" Li Daniu thought he had misheard. "I said, when can we complete the paperwork?" Li Daniu excitedly grabbed Han Yu by the shoulder. He really hadn't expected Han Yu to agree without even negotiating. "Anytime works. All the paperwork is in the car. Don't you want to look around more?" "No need." "Then shall we go now?" Sure. Let's get in the car then." Li Daniu eagerly pulled Han Yu toward the vehicle. Han Yu was actually even more anxious than him. Building an ironclad sanctuary took time, so he had to confirm the location as soon as possible. Later, he and Li Daniu spent the entire afternoon at the Land Bureau completing the formalities. Li Daniu, who had received his payment, couldn't stop smiling. After handing over the keys, he expressed his gratitude. "Brother Han Yu, you're truly a decisive person. Thank you. Haha, you're too kind, brother. If you need anything in Rongqing, just find me. Don't be a stranger." After politely declining Li Daniu's dinner invitation, Han Yu headed to the 4S store before it closed, planning to buy a car for transportation. Otherwise, taking taxis everywhere would be too much trouble. At the entrance of the 4S store, looking through the glass at the cars in the showroom, he suddenly thought that he should get several more vehicles to store in his space for emergencies. Entering the showroom, a young man in a black suit approached. "Hello, sir. I'm a sales consultant, Xiao Fei. Would you like me to give you an introduction?" Han Yu nodded. "Do you have any vehicles with good off-road capabilities and low failure rates?" Considering future environmental and road conditions, sturdy off-road vehicles would be much more practical than these high-end sedans. "So you might want to consider these city SUVs, spacious, fuel-efficient, and good handling." Han Yu glanced at them and shook his head. "No, I need a real off-road vehicle." These city SUVs, trading on the off-road name, were essentially just sedans with bigger shells. The power and off-road performance were laughably weak. "Sir, I understand what you mean, though the prices may be higher." "I know. Then please follow me." Sales consultant Xiao Fei led Han Yu through the showroom door to another exhibition hall behind it. The vehicles here were clearly of a much higher tier. The lowest prices were all above 400,000. Han Yu did see a few decent hardcore off-road vehicles, but they still fell short of his expectations. Still buying one for now, as transportation would work. When Xiao Fei noticed Han Yu's gaze, he began his introductions. "Sir, the one you're looking at is the latest model from Shepherd this year, equipped with a 6.4-liter V8 engine and 8-AT transmission." The specifications sounded quite good. 650,000. "Sir, today is the last day of our promotional event. If you can purchase now, I can apply with the company to give you the maximum discount." Han Yu raised an eyebrow. This sales tactic was all too obvious, but it didn't matter. "I can pay in full right now." Xiao Fei excitedly guided Han Yu to the lounge area, thoughtfully bringing him a cup of coffee. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll apply for it for you right away." With that, he rushed out like lightning. Han Yu sipped his coffee. Before he had even taken a few sips, Xiao Fei returned to the lounge area, holding the contract. Then, as if seeking credit, he said, "Sir, I just applied and got you the maximum discount from this event. The bear car is 630,000 plus 3 free maintenance sessions." Han Yu put down his coffee cup. "How much in total if you handle all the paperwork for me, including registration as well?" "Yes." Xiao Fei took out a calculator and began calculating. 720,000 total, which includes. Before he could finish, Han Yu held up his hand to interrupt. "No need for the details. Can I pay by mobile?" Yes. After signing the contract and completing the payment, Han Yu left the 4S store. Because it was too late, he could only pick up the car tomorrow afternoon. When he came out, the sun was already setting. After finding a restaurant for a hearty meal, he took a taxi back to the hotel and continued to rest and conserve his energy, because tomorrow he would need to run around searching for a team to build his shelter. After a tiring day, he fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. The next morning before 7 Hong Yu was woken up by the heat. His bed was soaked with sweat. He got up and wiped the sweat from his face with a nearby bath towel. The room was as hot as a steamer. He quickly pulled open the curtains. It was just getting light outside, but the air conditioning seemed to have stopped working. Just as he was searching for the remote control, he heard dissatisfied voices from other rooms. Why is the power out? It's so hot. Please fix it quickly. It turned out to be a power outage. Hong Yu decided not to fuss about it further, took a cold shower, and hurriedly left the room that felt like a steamer. As he descended the stairs, the hotel guests were in an uproar, with the manager frantically attempting to explain. From what Hong Yu could gather, the excessively dry and scorching heat had caused a high-voltage distribution box nearby to catch fire, which was the cause of the power cut. He smiled helplessly. This was only the beginning. Gradually, various similar accidents would surely occur with increasing frequency. The outdoors was equally unbearable in the sweltering heat. He hailed a taxi with a wave. Where to, brother? Driver, is there any relatively large interior design company nearby? The driver thought for a moment and replied, there isn't one nearby, but I know a rather high-end one. The office building is quite impressive, though it's a bit far. Good, let's go there. All right, sir. True to the driver's words, it was indeed quite far, taking a full 5 kilometers to arrive. Jinhua Decoration Co. Ltd. The office building was magnificent, brimming with a futuristic vibe that was sure to catch the eye. However, they seemed to have arrived too early, as the company had not yet opened for business. Unable to bear the scorching air outside any longer, he wended his way through alleys until he found a breakfast shop with air conditioning. He ordered 2 steamer baskets of soup dumplings and enjoyed a satisfying meal while seeking relief from the heat. After finishing breakfast, it was nearly 9 o'clock and Hong Yu arrived at the decoration company once again. A security guard in uniform was directing arriving vehicles to their parking spots. Hong Yu walked into the office building, approached the front desk, and explained his requirements for a design and renovation team, after which he was led into a waiting room. Shortly afterward, a bespectacled, refined-looking man carrying a laptop entered the waiting room where Hong Yu was seated. Hello, I'm the business manager of Jinhua Decoration. My surname is Pang. Just now the front desk informed me that you're looking for a one-stop design and construction service. Is that correct? Yes, but my requirements are quite high and unusual. I wonder if you can handle them. Manager Pang still wore a smile on his face, but inside he was somewhat displeased. Hong Yu's words came across as a direct challenge to his company's capabilities. If our company cannot do it, then no other company in Rongqing can. Why don't you tell us the specific details and requirements first? Hong Yu paid no mind to the man's tone. I want to build an underground cold storage facility. Hearing it was a cold storage project, Manager Pang said proudly. I thought it would be some challenging engineering work. More than half of the cold storage facilities in Rongqing are designed and constructed by our company. You can take a look at our portfolio. He operated his laptop a few times and turned the screen toward Hong Yu. Photos and videos of their previous completed projects began playing on the screen, appearing quite professional. This kind of basic cold storage won't meet my standards. I need better insulation materials. To withstand extreme heat and cold, the insulation measures of ordinary cold storage might suffice to ensure human safety with air conditioning or heating equipment in place, but he had no intention of making do. If he was going to build one, he would build the best. Oh, sir, are you certain? The budget would increase substantially, and I fear you may not be able to afford it. Hong Yu raised an eyebrow. Was this man looking down on him? That needn't be a concern. Money is not an issue. You can send someone to measure the site first and provide me with a construction plan. Sir, a preliminary deposit of 3,000 yuan is required before we can draft the plan. If we ultimately fail to reach an agreement, this deposit will not be refunded. Very well. After paying the deposit, can we go measure immediately? I'm in a hurry. No problem. Please follow me. After Manager Pang accompanied Hong Yu to pay the deposit, he called over 2 designers and asked them to accompany Hong Yu to the site for measurements. Upon exiting the building, the 2 designers held their measuring tools and looked expectantly at Hong Yu. Sir, where is your car? Hong Yu gave an awkward smile. I came by taxi. The designers rolled their eyes. A boss planning to build a large cold storage facility who didn't even own a car, complaining under his breath. It's morning rush hour now. It's hard to hail a taxi. Are we really going to walk? How about you ask the company to send a car? And so Hong Yu hitchhiked with the decoration company's vehicle to the site. He walked into the large warehouse that he had never even entered before. It was surprisingly spacious, that much was certain. The 2 designers looked at the empty warehouse, their suspicions about Hong Yu's financial capability deepening once more. Sir, please briefly describe your requirements. Demolish this entire prefabricated warehouse, then excavate underground to create a cold storage of equal area, and above ground construct a single-story concrete structure. The area doesn't need to be large. About 100 square meters will suffice. The designers paused upon hearing this. They could simply build an above-ground cold storage facility within the existing warehouse. Demolishing it to build underground was in their eyes an outright waste of money. Are you certain? Hong Yu nodded. Just measure according to what I said. The client had spoken, and the 2 designers could only comply. They took out their tools to begin measuring and took numerous photographs from various angles. By the time they returned to the decoration company, 3 hours had already passed. The designers kept complaining about the weather. Indeed, their clothes were drenched with sweat. Hong Yu wasn't faring any better. He went to the same waiting room and lazily stood under the air conditioning for a while. After about half an hour, Manager Pang finally entered. Having heard the designer's description, his earlier resentment toward Hong Yu had completely dissipated. Who would turn away such a substantial project? He gave Hong Yu a polite nod. Mr. Hong, the preliminary plan is ready. Let me show you. He took out a stack of images, spread them out on the table, and began his explanation. This is the preliminary design for the underground cold storage based on your requirements. The underground space measures 600 meters in length, 200 meters in width, and 3 meters in height, situated 2 meters below ground level. The entire structure will first be poured with concrete, then insulated with polystyrene sandwich panels. The interior walls will use moisture-proof and flame-retardant decorative panels. As for the interior partitions, they can only be arranged according to the support columns as marked on the blueprints. Speaking, he pointed at several images with his finger. As for the above-ground structures, I would like to ask Mr. Hong why you want to reduce the floor area and rebuild a concrete structured building. Actually, you could completely retain the existing steel structure warehouse, which would save a considerable amount of budget. Just follow my specifications. Also, regarding insulation materials, is there anything superior to this polystyrene sandwich panel? Yes, there are alternatives, but the corresponding labor and material costs would increase significantly. I feel it is unnecessary as the current plan is already more than adequate for a cold storage facility. I want the best. Besides the concrete and insulation layer, I want an outer layer of 100mm steel plate installed around the walls. Is that possible? Well, it is possible, but are you certain you want to proceed this way? The budget will exceed your expectations considerably if we do this. In Manager Pang's understanding, only military underground facilities would require such specifications. A cold storage building was entirely unnecessary for such measures. Confirmed. The single-story buildings above ground should follow the same specifications. Additionally, the passages connecting the underground and above-ground sections must share the same structural design with no dead angles whatsoever at the junctions. Hong Yu continued pointing at the blueprints, explaining his vision. He did not notice that Manager Pang's expression had frozen. Also, tear down all those fences here and replace them with a 4-meter-high wall. It cannot be brick-built, it must be poured concrete. By the way, can your company handle surveillance systems? After a moment of silence, with no response, Hong Yu looked up. Manager Pang was staring at him blankly. Manager Pang. Mr. Hong, yes, we can certainly handle all of this at our company. Good. Then I won't need to seek other companies. Does the gentleman have any other specific requirements? Hong Yu then outlined many more of his vision, such as the entire underground power system layout, the placement of backup generators, and the planning of underground room arrangements. In the future, that would be where he lived. Safe, yet comfortable. They discussed until lunchtime. For a client like him, the decoration company provided a complimentary lunch, quite lavish, with 4 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. Manager Pang sat aside, his expression full of bewilderment. Hong Yu naturally understood what he was thinking. The layouts and plans they had discussed were nothing short of an impregnable underground fortress. As the planning deepened, the explanation of a mere cold storage facility became increasingly implausible. But none of that mattered. As long as it could be built, he cared not what others thought. After clearing his plate of meat dishes, Hong Yu looked at Manager Pang, who remained lost in thought. Manager Pang, thank you for the meal. How much longer until the budget is ready? I am in a hurry. Could you expedite it? All right, let me check. Manager Pang rose and walked toward the door. But halfway there, he turned back, appearing as though he had something to say. Manager Pang, speak freely. Mr. Hong, may I ask, are you? He gestured upward with his finger as he asked. In his understanding, only military underground fortifications would demand such stringent specifications, so he had been pondering whether this was an official government project. Hong Yu smiled mysteriously and did not answer directly. Manager Pang, some matters are best left unprobed. Manager Pang understood immediately. He was now certain this project had official connections, and if so, he needed to make preparations accordingly. He nodded and turned to leave the reception room. Hong Yu was pleased by this misunderstanding, as it would further ensure the quality of the construction. After another 20 minutes or so, Manager Pang finally returned. Mr. Hong, the budget is ready. Based on your requirements, the current total is 23 million. Regarding the timeline, the fastest we can commit to is 1 month, due to concrete curing strength and material transportation time. That is already our limit. However, if the weather remains like this, the overall schedule may be slightly shortened. If it is a matter of money, I can increase the budget. I hope the timeline can be as short as possible. Mr. Hong, this is not about money. We will accelerate the schedule as much as we can, but we cannot guarantee exactly how much. Hong Yu nodded. 1 month was acceptable. It would be in time. Very well, let us proceed. Draft a contract. With the contract matter at Jinhua Decorations settled, Hong Yu received a call from the car dealership. Manager Pang thoughtfully arranged a car to drive him there. Now he could finally stop worrying about transportation. After picking up the car, he found a nearby gas station to fill the tank. He noticed this appeared to be a privately operated station. Considering future fuel concerns, he decided to step out during refueling and walk into the office. Spotting a portly middle-aged man, he approached and asked, "Are you the owner?" "Yes, may I help you?" The owner spoke quite politely. "I would like to purchase gasoline and diesel in large quantities." Can you accommodate this? Large quantities. Over 100 tons. For personal use. Yes. The owner waved his hand. I am afraid not. For a quantity like that we cannot sell to private individuals. Even enterprises must complete registration and obtain relevant inspection certificates before we can supply fuel. I understand. Thank you, sir. Back in the car, Hong Yu pulled out his phone and searched for information on the subject. Indeed, as the owner had said, purchasing such quantities required navigating a tedious bureaucratic process. Even with proper documentation, obtaining such large volumes at once was unlikely. Stockpiling gasoline and diesel through official channels seemed impossible. He would need to find another approach. After filling both the main and auxiliary tanks, Hong Yu prepared to drive back to the hotel. Feeling somewhat bored, he turned on the vehicle's multimedia display. The car was quite nice, coming with a 1-year free satellite television subscription and satellite navigation. However, after a year, continuing to watch would require renewal at a considerable cost, 2,400 yuan annually. Turning on the satellite TV, and news program from Rongqing's local channel was playing. This piece of news piqued Hong Yu's interest. It reported that a high-ranking official in Rongqing had his home burglarized the previous night, with the thieves clearing out all valuables. As of yet, the burglars remained at large. However, the official was taken in for investigation on suspicion of bribery and corruption. The catalyst for all this turned out to be the official's wife. She was the first to discover the burglary and promptly called the police. When the officers arrived and inquired about the stolen items, she unexpectedly mentioned that the gold bars in the basement had also been taken. With that single statement, she effectively threw her husband into the pit. Later, upon closer inspection of the basement, the police found evidence of heavy objects having been stored there. Although concrete evidence was still lacking, the official's removal for investigation was unavoidable. Hong Yu sighed, thinking how much better it would be if he could find these people himself. That would save him the trouble of having to buy gold again. He shook his head, dismissing the wishful thought. Surely the thieves would have fled by now, not waiting to be caught. He parked the car at the hotel entrance. Pushing open the door and stepping inside, he immediately sensed something amiss. The front desk, usually staffed by 4 girls working in shifts, now had a man. Feigning nonchalance, he pressed the elevator button. While waiting, his peripheral vision caught the man at the front desk staring intently at him. Having spent 4 years navigating life and death situations, he instantly detected a murderous intent. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Hong Yu calmly stepped and ascended to his floor, quickly unlocked his room, and entered. Something was wrong, very wrong. The man at the front desk had definitely taken a life before, and no ordinary person could possess such a gaze. He pulled out his phone to call the police. Just as he was about to press the dial button, a commotion erupted from the next room. He set down the phone, grabbed a cup from the table, and pressed it against the wall, barely able to make out the conversation. 2 men were arguing. Skinny, if Brother Dao hears what you just said, do you know what'll happen? What, you think I'm afraid of him? Didn't he promise it would be foolproof? Said he'd cover us while we stole the gold, and now the cops are almost on our tail. Where is he? Will you calm the hell down? He's making calls, isn't he? If he dares to abandon us here, I'll kill him, even if it costs me my life. The voices from next door faded. Hong Yu tried several spots, but couldn't catch any clear words. Still, he had caught the crucial part. They had mentioned gold. No doubt these were likely the thieves from the news. This was like a gift from heaven, a chance for free gold he couldn't miss. But given his current physical condition, he had to devise a clever plan. The man at the front desk was clearly in cahoots with them. Since the front desk had been taken over, the hotel staff must also be under their control. There were 2 in the next room, 1 at the front desk. If the staff hadn't been killed, someone would need to guard them. By that calculation, the group had at least 4 members. Holding the hotel like this might work for a day, but they couldn't stay long without arousing suspicion. They would surely leave soon. Fighting them directly wasn't enough. He first needed to find where they had hidden the gold. Hong Yu calculated in his mind. The fastest and safest method was to infiltrate their group. In the next room, a man with a stubbly face sat on the sofa, gloomily fiddling with his phone. Beside him was a shifty-eyed, skinny man who stubbed out his nearly finished cigarette into an ashtray already overflowing with butts. Brother Yang, I told you he got wind of it and won't show. Brother Dao, my ass. A coward, that's what he is. The stubbly man called Brother Yang angrily, threw his phone across the room. Damn it, he never treated us like brothers. Once I get out, I'll kill him. The skinny man fanned the flames. Brother Yang shot him a glare. Don't always get so worked up. Looks like we can't move the gold out now. How can that be? We finally pulled off a big score. The skinny man was reluctant to leave empty-handed. Brother Yang kicked over the coffee table in front of him and said angrily, You think I don't want to? I planned to smuggle it out without anyone noticing, but that stupid woman had to call the cops. That's probably why Brother Dao bailed on us. She's dumber than me. A pile of dirty money, and she still dared to call the police. What a donkey, the skinny man grumbled. Skinny, go downstairs now and tell Heisey to lock the hotel doors. Then wait at the back door. We can't stay here any longer. The skinny man snorted and left the room. Just as he was about to light another cigarette, the door beside him suddenly swung open and a young man collided with him. The skinny man, frail in build, was knocked to the ground. This young man was none other than Hong Yu, who had been waiting in the adjacent room for the right moment. Before the skinny man could get up, Hong Yu started cursing arrogantly. What the hell, you blind idiot? The skinny man, already boiling with rage, couldn't hold back. He reached behind his waist, pulled out a pistol, and aimed it at Hong Yu. You looking for a death wish? Believe me, I'll blow your brains out. Seeing the gun aimed at him, Hong Yu's legs gave way, and he sat down on the floor. The skinny man stepped forward, pressing the muzzle against Hong Yu's head, and sneered, "Go on, curse me again. Weren't you so tough just now? Brother, I'm sorry, I'll pay you. Please let me go." Saying this, Hong Yu pulled out 3,000 yuan in cash he had prepared earlier. The skinny man's eyes lit up at the sight of the money. He snatched it and stuffed it into his pocket. Hong Yu rejoiced inwardly. The bait was taken. Still unsatisfied, the skinny man raised the gun to strike Hong Yu. Brother, I have more money. There's plenty in my card." Hong Yu then pulled out his wallet. The skinny man paused, eyeing the obviously expensive wallet, and greed surged within him. Opening the wallet, the first thing he saw was a gleaming gold business card. The title read Chairman of Hong's Industrial Corporation. This was a card that Hong Yu's despicable uncle had printed for him, and now it came in handy. Seeing the wallet stuffed with bank cards, the skinny man was convinced he had a rich man in front of him. Just then, Brother Yang, hearing the commotion from inside the room, came out. When he saw the gun in the skinny man's hand, his face darkened. "Skinny, what are you doing?" "Brother Yang, take a look at this." The skinny man tossed the wallet to Brother Yang. Opening it briefly, Brother Yang shifted his gaze to Hong Yu. His eyes narrowed as if contemplating something. After a moment, "Knock him out." "Got it." The thin man raised his hand to strike Hong Yu with the gun, but before the blow landed, Hong Yu collapsed limply. The thin man crouched down and patted Hong Yu's face. Damn, with such a chicken heart, he still dares to act tough. Boss Yang stepped forward and, together with the thin man, dragged Hong Yu into the room. After tossing him aside, they returned to the sofa. Boss Yang's gaze never left Hong Yu, who lay on the floor. "Boss Yang, we can't take the gold now. Are you content to go back empty-handed? This guy must be a big shot. Shaking him down a bit wouldn't be a wasted trip." "Shoo." Boss Yang made a silencing gesture, then spoke to Hong Yu. "Kid, stop pretending. I know you're not out cold." Hong Yu, who had been feigning unconsciousness, opened his eyes and said with an ingratiating smile, "Boss, you have truly sharp eyes. How about a deal?" "Damn." The deceived thin man sprang up and rushed at Hong Yu. Boss Yang grabbed him and held him back. "Oh, a deal? What kind of deal?" As he spoke, he pulled out a pistol and chambered around the threat unmistakable. Hong Yu sat up cross-legged on the floor. "Two bosses, aren't you? The theft ring reported on the news today." Seeing Boss Yang slowly raise his gun, Hong Yu quickly added, "Don't misunderstand. I mean that corrupt official has been arrested. In a way, you've done the people a favor. You're having trouble moving the gold, right? I have an idea that could make your trip worthwhile." Boss Yang and the thin man perked up with interest. "Spit it out. If you keep beating around the bush, I'll blow your brains out," the thin man shouted impatiently. "I came to Rongqing to acquire some gold. You have the goods, and I have the money. Why not sell it directly to me?" The thin man slapped his thigh. "Right? That's a good idea. Good my ass." Boss Yang shot him a glare. "Go on. I know you don't trust me. Here's a perfect solution. My car is parked downstairs. I can personally drive you out of the city. I'm a legitimate businessman. You can say you're my workers, and the police won't question much. Once we're out of Rongqing, we'll find a bank, and I'll withdraw cash at market price. The gold stays here. I'll pick it up later." The thin man looked at Boss Yang, waiting for his decision. Hong Yu pressed on while the iron was hot. "Don't worry about me calling the police. I'm driving you, so I'm a hostage myself. I'm not stupid enough to die young. Besides, buying your gold puts us in the same boat. I'm not foolish enough to send myself to prison." Boss Yang lowered his head in thought. Hong Yu's proposal tempted him. It was indeed a good way to escape and offload the gold. "Bro, make a decision," the thin man urged. Boss Yang tossed Hong Yu's wallet onto the floor. "These cards and that business card don't prove you have enough money." Perfect. Everything was going according to plan. A slight smirk curled on Hong Yu's lips as he pulled out his phone and opened his mobile banking balance. Boss Yang raised an eyebrow. The thin man took the phone from Hong Yu's hand. 1 2 3 4 5 6. "Holy shit. It's 11 digits. Boss Yang snatched the phone, excitedly counted the digits twice, and his face lit up with a kaleidoscope of emotions. The thin man grinned and pulled out his gun. "Screw the gold. Rob him, and we'll have everything." Boss Yang quickly grabbed the thin man. "Put the gun away." I think Boss Yang here knows that's not possible. Money in the bank, large transfers or withdrawals, are all tracked. Even if you take it, the police will be at your door before you spend a dime. "Shit, then we keep you tied up." The thin man couldn't bear to miss this fortune. "Shut up." He's right. Boss Yang knew more than the thin man. Billions weren't something you could just steal. The thin man, trusting his brother's judgment, reluctantly sat back down. "How much gold do you have?" Hong Yu asked the question he most wanted answered, sensing the time was right. Boss Yang thought for a moment. 2 kilogram bars, 50 of them. Hong Yu's heart skipped a beat. He had expected only a few dozen kilograms, but it was a full 200, a staggering amount. That corrupt official had really piled up a fortune at home. "That's worth about 40 million. How about I pay 45 million? Boss Yang and the thin man exchanged glances, seeing the hunger in each other's eyes. 45 million. They had never seen that much money in their lives. Their original cut from the heist orchestrated by the mastermind Brother Dao was only $1 million each. Now it was 40 times that. How could they not be tempted? "Deal." Boss Yang made up his mind. "Can I take a look at the goods?" Sure, they're in the van at the back door. Hong Yu's performance was so sincere, and the sum so enticing that Boss Yang had largely come to trust his words. The two accompanied Hong Yu to the ground floor in the elevator and exited through the hotel's back door. The street outside was old and quiet with no pedestrians. Boss Yang pointed to a vehicle covered with a white cloth. Thin man showed Boss Hong the merchandise. Hong Yu's eyebrow rose. The address had changed. Almost there. By the way, how many of you are there? My car is a 5-seater. I want to make sure everyone fits. He helped the thin man lift the cloth off the vehicle, asking casually. There are 4 of us. It'll fit. The thin man answered without a hint of suspicion. Good. Hong Yu's entire series of calculated moves was complete. He had the number of opponents. Now he could seize the opportunity to act. Under the white cloth was a black minivan. The thin man opened the rear cargo door, then lifted a military green coat to reveal 4 large black suitcases. Hong Yu stepped forward and unzipped the suitcase, revealing a dazzling expanse of gold. Even he felt a surge of awe at the sight of the uniform gold bars. He casually picked up 1 bar, weighing it in his hand. No problem. He zipped the suitcase shut and covered it again with the military coat that had been draped over it. As he carefully covered the suitcases, he touched each one with his fingers, and imperceptibly the 4 large cases vanished into his space. The thin man, oblivious to any anomaly, closed the trunk of the car. Together they spread the white cloth over it. Mr. Hong, don't you want to double-check? Yang chuckled warmly. Hong Yu shook his head. I trust you. Let's go. I'll arrange your escort out of the city. Good. I hope you won't try any tricks, Mr. Hong. Yang's smile remained, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Hong Yu laughed heartily, hands in his pockets. Don't worry. I can't wait to see you off and get my hands on those gold bars. Yang opened the door, gesturing for Hong to enter first. Hong Yu, controlling the ring to absorb the gold bars, had no choice but to comply. Inside his pocket, the ring emitted a faint golden glow. Translucent golden threads connected the 4 large suitcases within the ring's space. As the gold bars vanished one by one, an inexplicable energy flowed from the ring into Hong Yu's body, nourishing every cell. A wave of dizziness hit him, and he stumbled. Yang quickly reached out to steady him. Mr. Hong, are you alright? Maybe low blood sugar. It's nothing, I'll be fine after resting a bit. The thin man and Yang helped Hong to the bar counter and seated him on a chair inside. The man behind the bar squinted at the dazed Hong Yu. Who is this? Let the thin one explain. I'll go get number 2, and we'll leave soon. As Yang spoke, his gaze deliberately flicked to Hong, signaling the thin man to watch him. After giving the order, he walked toward the room at the end of the corridor, marked with a linen closet. By then the ring's transformation of Hong Yu's body was nearly complete. His hearing sharpened, allowing him to faintly detect a woman's cries for help from the end of the corridor. He slowly raised his head, seeing the thin man whispering something to another man. He flexed his body, and his joints cracked audibly. The thin man noticed his movement and asked with concern, Mr. Hong, are you okay? This man was their golden goose. They couldn't afford anything happening to him. Much better. By the way, I need to tell you something. Hong Yu stood and walked toward them. When he was just a step away, Hong Yu suddenly raised both hands, grabbed the hair of both men, and slammed their heads together with brutal force. With a thud, red and white matter splattered. The 2 heads caved in. The thin man and the other man stared wide-eyed, their lives extinguished. Hong Yu quickly released them, grabbed tissues from a nearby table, and wiped the disgusting remnants from his clothes. He glanced down the corridor. Yang hadn't heard the commotion. He had just opened the door and entered the linen closet. Hong Yu swiftly followed. Let me go. Please, no. A woman's agonized screams filled the air. Number 2, you lecture starting again. Yang's irritated voice came from inside. Number 2 replied nonchalantly. Brother Yang, we've got time. Why don't you pick one too? Get lost. Pack up. We're leaving. I just got undressed. Give me a few minutes, okay? Please let me go. I swear I won't go to the police. The woman kept begging. Hurry up. Yang said, turning to leave. Hong Yu seized the moment. As Yang stepped out of the doorway, he clamped a hand over his mouth and twisted hard. A crack sounded. Yang's head went limp, dangling uselessly. Brother Yang. Number 2, hearing the noise, peered suspiciously toward the door. Distracted, the woman struggled more violently, shrieking. Irritated, Number 2 turned back and slapped her unconscious. He pulled up his trousers, grabbed a pistol from the table, and crept cautiously to the door. Hong Yu raised an eyebrow. This guy was alert. He slowly lowered Yang's body to the ground and crouched, waiting. The silence made Number 2 increasingly uneasy. Brother Yang, he called again. No response. He raised his gun and stepped to the door, quickly leaning out. But his aim was at eye level, leaving his lower body exposed. That was Hong Yu's cue. He lunged upward, grabbing Number 2's gun hand with his left, while his right fist struck his throat. With a crack, Number 2's neck collapsed. He struggled feebly for a moment, then joined his 3 brothers in death. Hong Yu clapped his hands and entered the linen closet. In the corner, 6 service staff lay bound and unconscious. On a nearby table, a strikingly beautiful woman lay naked. Hong Yu cleared his throat, glanced at her, then grabbed a sheet from a linen cabinet and covered her body. He had arrived just in time. Number 2 hadn't yet committed the act. It could be considered saving her chastity. A quick look shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Turning, he stepped over the corpses and returned to the bar. The recent enhancement of his physical abilities and his intense focus had made him lose control of his strength. It felt good, but he had just killed 4 people. If the police came, he'd be in deep trouble. This wasn't the lawless apocalypse. Though the men were criminals, killing was still illegal. Run? Impossible. He had a check-in record of fleeing would only raise suspicion. His only option was to pretend ignorance. Fortunately, the hotel had few guests, likely due to the morning power outage. He checked the surveillance equipment. It was turned off, probably by the gang. Hong Yu wiped away his own traces and fingerprints, then quietly returned to his room. He took a shower, changed clothes, and stored the blood-stained outfit in his space. Though uncertain what would happen next, today's haul was certainly impressive. The ring hadn't reached level 2, but judging by the expansion of its space and his own improvement, the progress was at least 50%. He threw a punch into the air, testing his strength. Now his punch could rival that of a top-tier professional boxer. Combined with the experience of life and death trials, he finally had the means to defend himself. Hong Yu walked to the bedside and waved his hand, and 4 handguns materialized on the bed. They had belonged to the 4 men earlier. With no witnesses around, he certainly wouldn't let such a rare opportunity slip away. He removed the magazines one by one and inspected them. All were fully loaded. Satisfied, he stored the handguns in his spatial dimension and laid down on the bed. He believed that once those unconscious staff members woke up, they would report to the police immediately, so he could simply wait. About an hour passed before the sound of police sirens drifted outside. Several police cars screeched to a halt at the hotel entrance. A little while later, Hong Yu was also escorted downstairs by the police. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he saw the service staff, who had been knocked unconscious in the linen room, being questioned at the entrance. While the police gathered evidence and secured the scene, Hong Yu and a few other guests endured hours of questioning. Finding nothing, they were taken to the police station. It wasn't until the following morning that Hong Yu, drenched in sweat, finally emerged from the police station. According to the police's on-site investigation and subsequent evidence collection, although the suspects among the guests, including Hong Yu, could not be entirely ruled out, no stolen goods were found, and there was neither direct nor indirect evidence to prove they were the perpetrators. Since the interrogation time could not exceed 12 hours by regulation, the police had no choice but to release them. However, all individuals who had been staying at the hotel during the incident were ordered not to leave the country for the time being. This restriction had absolutely no impact on Hong Yu. He was far too busy to think about traveling abroad. Despite pulling an all-nighter, he was in excellent spirits. However, his sticky, uncomfortable body was unbearable. He waited by the roadside for a long time before finally flagging down a taxi. When he arrived at the hotel, yellow police tape was already strung across the entrance with several officers stationed there. Seeing Hong Yu approach, one of the officers reached out to stop him. "You cannot enter here. I'm here to retrieve my belongings." "I'm a guest here," Hong Yu explained. "Yes, I spent the entire night at your station yesterday. Weren't you saying I could take my own things?" Before leaving the police station that morning, someone had reminded them that they could normally go and collect their personal belongings, but they could not continue staying at the hotel. "Show me your ID." Hong Yu took his identity card from his wallet and handed it to the officer. After registering his room number and the items he intended to retrieve, the officer finally allowed him to enter the hotel. He was told he could not stay longer than 20 minutes. In truth, the only thing in Hong Yu's room was a jacket which he could take or leave. What he truly wanted was a shower. Back in his room, he rushed straight into the bathroom. After finishing, he retrieved a set of clean clothes from his spatial storage, finally feeling refreshed. He then took out a paper bag, placed his used clothes inside, grabbed the outerwear hanging on the rack, and quickly headed downstairs. The entrance was still bustling with officers carefully inspecting the luggage that guests had come to retrieve. When it was Hong Yu's turn, since he only had a paper bag and his outer coat, he was cleared in no time. Back in his car, the sweltering heat hit him again, and he quickly started the engine, rolling down all the windows. He glanced at the time. It was still early. The flight he had booked back to Nanyuan City was 3 hours away. He decided to stop by the shelter site first. Manager Pang had promised that work would begin that day, and it would be prudent to take a look before leaving. Driving to the site, he confirmed that construction had indeed already started. 5 excavators were working at different positions across the site, and the piled-up earth was already quite high. To his surprise, Manager Pang himself was on location, directing a group of workers to dismantle the steel structure warehouse. By the looks of it, the demolition work should be completed before noon. Not bad, quite efficient. One of the workers noticed Hong Yu's car and called out to Manager Pang, who was still overseeing operations. Manager Pang turned around, recognized Hong Yu's face through the car window, and hurried over at a quick pace. "Mr. Hong, you're here. Rest assured our company will definitely honor our commitment." Hong Yu nodded. "Manager Pang, I'll leave it to you. Once the project is complete, I certainly won't fall short on your compensation." Manager Pang's grin stretched almost to his ears. Thank you. It's our duty. I'll get going then. You keep working hard." "All right, take your time, Mr. Hong." This was simply reality. Money makes the world go round. The saying was a perfect reflection of society. If Hong Yu had not demonstrated sufficient financial strength, Manager Pang might not have even bothered to speak to him. Turning back toward the city, Hong Yu's stomach began growling loudly. As he was wondering what to eat, Lu Peng's phone call came through. He had already arranged meetings with those manufacturer representatives and was calling to confirm the schedule with Hong Yu. The time was finally set for the day after tomorrow. Almost as soon as he hung up, news came from the real estate agent. Someone had taken an interest in Hong Yu's villa and wanted to meet in person. After a quick meal, Hong Yu arrived at the airport early. He parked his car at a free parking lot not far from the terminal. Another grueling 12-hour journey. As soon as he landed, he got into the car he had previously parked at the airport lot and drove straight to the real estate agency. Thanks to his enhanced physique, Hong Yu now had much more energy than before. Despite the 12-hour ordeal, he felt relatively comfortable. When he arrived at the agency, he learned that the person interested in buying his villa was actually the owner of the agency itself. Hong Yu guessed it was because of the low price. The agency owner was likely looking to make a profit from the price difference. He didn't care. Who he sold it to made no difference. After discussing with the owner, Hong Yu made one request: cash payment only. Although the agency owner found it slightly odd, Hong Yu's paperwork was all in order, so he didn't press the matter. After discussion, they agreed to complete the transaction the following day. After leaving the agency, he stopped by the wholesale store. As soon as his car pulled up to the entrance, he saw Lu Peng dressed in a sharp suit, seeing several people out of the store. Once those people left, Hong Yu stepped out of the car. "Boss, you're back." Lu Peng spotted Hong Yu and came forward with a broad smile. "You look quite dashing in that suit. Is it really that good?" Lu Peng scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Recently, he had been meeting with general managers and deputy managers from various large companies. He couldn't exactly receive them in his old work uniform, so he had reluctantly picked out a formal suit. "Looks good all right, but it's too hot." "Haha, sorry about that. Who were those people just now?" Lu Peng opened the door for Hong Yu as he spoke. "They're from 2 fresh meat processing suppliers. Hearing that we're purchasing large quantities of fresh meat, they came to us seeking cooperation. I told them to go back and prepare some samples." "Samples?" Walking into the store and sitting on a chair, Hong Yu was puzzled as to why fresh meat would need samples. Lu Peng took 2 bottles of iced cola from the refrigerator and handed one to Hong Yu. What they produce are already sorted, cut, and packaged fresh meat products, just like the sirloin and filet mignon supplied to Western restaurants. All pre-labeled and finished products. As long as the quality is good, we'll take as much as we can get. Naturally, Hong Yu would not let such fine goods slip away. Now that the ring's space had doubled, the more supplies the better. The ring space possessed a property that seemed tailor-made for him. Anything placed inside would remain exactly as it was when stored, regardless of when it was taken out. When he first discovered this feature, he found it utterly incredible. After repeated testing, he concluded a possibility: the flow of time within the space was frozen. However, there was one regrettable limitation: the space could not accommodate living things. It remained unknown whether additional functions would emerge as the ring's grade increased. Lu Peng nodded, took 2 large gulps of cola, and continued. "By the way, boss, there's something I did without letting you know first. The day after tomorrow, quite a few people are coming, and our place here is too small, so I rented a venue and hired some temporary helpers." Speaking of the venue, Hong Yu suddenly remembered something. Shall Lugo rent a large warehouse, the kind that can accommodate trucks unloading. It can be a bit out of the way, but it must be spacious. "Boss, do you want to place those goods there?" "Yes." "All right, I'll contact someone right away." After the contract is signed, the day after tomorrow, the large quantities of ordered supplies will be delivered one after another. He couldn't openly store truckloads of goods into the space in front of everyone, so he had to first find a temporary holding place and later find an opportunity to enter and store everything into the space. After chatting for a while, Hong Yu transferred another $1 million in working capital to Lu Peng and then left. The supplies for daily life were finally settled. He drove home somewhat wearily. After handing over the keys tomorrow, he would bid a final farewell to this home. Sentimental? No. Not really, just a bit of nostalgia. He took a shower, cranked the air conditioner to its maximum, cooling lazily, leaned back on the sofa, and turned on the TV. After flipping through channels besides the entertainment ones, many local satellite TV stations were reporting various accidents caused by the scorching heat. The nationwide high-temperature warning had also been upgraded from orange to red. In the past, whenever such wide-ranging events occurred, all sorts of never-before-heard-of renowned experts would pop up. This time was no exception. On TV, various experts with extremely impressive titles began appearing for interviews, confidently stating when this heat would end and when the rain would arrive. What's more, some were even recommending heatstroke prevention medicines that people should keep at home. Watching those sanctimonious so-called experts, Hong Yu couldn't help but spit in contempt and turned off the TV directly. With just a casual mention from them, those medicines would inevitably be bought up in a frenzy. A bunch of fake experts propped up by capital. Truly insidious, they'd make any money without a conscience. But what was the use of being angry? They had backing. Hong Yu could only offer his sincere regards to their entire families in his heart. In his past life, it was precisely because of these bullshit experts that ordinary people hoarded a pile of medicines for nothing. In the end, none of them were used, and they starved to death at home. It would have been better to hoard food. What was worth pondering was that they blabbered nonsense on TV, yet no one intervened. What on earth was going on? Lying sideways on the sofa, he recalled some memories from the apocalypse. The reasons that led human civilization into the apocalypse had always been a matter of widespread debate. Some said it was because the sun suddenly entered an active period, causing this series of climate disasters that destroyed humanity. Others claimed it was due to excessive pollution that ruptured the Earth's ozone layer, leading to climate anomalies. Some even said that just like the end of the age of dinosaurs, the Earth had entered a new cycle about to birth a new era. More mysteriously, some said that humans had committed too many sins, and the gods in heaven had sent down divine punishment to discipline them. In short, there were all kinds of chaotic theories. He had lived through the apocalypse for 4 years, yet humanity still couldn't determine the true cause of this cataclysm. In his past life, he had all sorts of questions. For instance, with the impending extreme heat climate, the temperature was rising so abnormally. Couldn't the sophisticated instruments that the major powers had spent billions on detect it? There was not a single advance warning. It was just too strange. He didn't know if by living again, he could find the root cause of the disaster. As he thought, Hong Yu fell asleep without realizing it. But he had only been asleep for a short while when he was awakened by a frantic doorbell ring. Walking to the door, he saw on the video doorbell that Hong Minghu was pressing the button with an angry expression. Hong Yu sneered and opened the door. Hong Yu, what the hell are you doing? If you don't want to stay here, just leave. Why did you sell all the villas? The other 2 properties are one thing, but even this one. How could you not consult me? Hong Minghu seemed furious, starting to interrogate Hong Yu as soon as he entered. Hong Yu ignored him and sat back on the sofa. Seeing this attitude, Hong Minghu became even more agitated. He tugged at his tie and stood opposite Hong Yu. Let me tell you, this villa was left by your parents. Although legally it's under your name, I personally participated in the purchase and decoration back then, and I even put in a lot of money. This villa has a share that belongs to me. Hong Yu felt utterly speechless toward this uncle, who was mercenary and devoid of humanity. When the villa was originally purchased, though he was young, he still had some memories. At that time, Hong Minghu volunteered to be the supervisor just to get some pocket money. It sounded nice, but in reality, it was to make some extra money on the side. Once when he came over, he happened to see the decoration company's people stuffing money into Hong Minghu's hands. Afraid that Hong Yu would tell on him, Hong Minghu even bought him a bunch of snacks to keep him quiet. Why are you silent? Let me tell you. As long as I don't agree, you can forget about selling this house. Do you think I was too young to remember anything back then? But I still clearly remember the snacks you bought me. Don't you know whether you lost money or made money? Hong Yu looked up at him coldly. Hong Minghu's eyes flickered with panic for a moment. Don't give me that useless talk. This is where my brother and sister-in-law lived. For their sake, I won't let you sell this place. He actually had the nerve to bring up his parents. Hong Yu's anger could no longer be suppressed. He kicked over the solid wood coffee table in front of him. Hong Minghu was startled by Hong Yu's move. He lunged sideways with all his might, barely dodging the flying coffee table. He fell heavily to the ground, and before he could recover was grabbed by the back of the neck by a large hand. Hong Yu gripped his neck and flung him forcefully toward the sofa. Bam! Hong Minghu snorted and fell heavily onto the sofa. Fortunately, the sofa was soft, so he was not injured, but the back of his neck, where he had been grabbed, was burning with pain. Seeing Hong Yu approaching him again, he said, "What are you doing? Don't you know hitting someone is against the law? I'm your uncle." Hong Yu slapped away the hand pointing at him, stepped on his stomach, and delivered a backhand slap. A resounding slap echoed, and several teeth flew out of Hong Minghu's mouth. His left cheek instantly swelled. Hong Yu grabbed his hair and forced his face to face him. "Do you think I don't know what you've done? How dare you mention my parents? Let me go? You little beast, have you gone mad?" Hong Minghu clawed desperately at the hand gripping his hair, but it was useless. The more he struggled, the more his scalp was torn. "Beast, you're the real beast who killed my parents, aren't you?" Hong Minghu froze, forgetting to struggle. He finally began to understand why Hong Yu had been acting that way. "Where did you hear that? How could I possibly harm your parents?" Still trying to deny it. "Let me tell you what you and Shi Haoyan did. You wanted my father's shares, so you urged them to take me on a trip. Then Shi Haoyan meticulously planned a car accident. Unfortunately, I didn't go because I had something else to do which ruined your plan. Am I right?" Hong Minghu was completely dumbfounded, as if Hong Yu had been there himself. Hong Yu delivered another slap. "Speak." Blood kept gushing from Hong Minghu's mouth as he mumbled, "Xiao Yu, you must be mistaken. How could I do such a thing?" Seeing him still stubborn, Hong Yu grabbed his left hand and twisted it outward. With a crack, Hong Minghu's arm bent backward 90 degrees. Hong Minghu screamed in agony. "If you don't talk, I'll break your neck next." "Talk. I'll talk. I'll talk." Hong Yu released his grip on the hair and pulled out his phone from his suit pocket. "No lock screen password. Perfect." He turned on the recording function and set it aside. "It was all Shi Haoyan's doing. I only found out later. It really has nothing to do with me. Damn, still lying." Hong Yu cursed, gradually increasing the pressure of his foot on Hong Minghu's stomach. Stop stepping. It was me, I conspired with him." The pressure on his stomach eased. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and, not daring to delay, began to confess his and Shi Haoyan's crimes. It was basically the same as what Hong Yu had just said. The mastermind was Shi Haoyan, who first approached Hong Minghu offering to help him seize the company and then planned everything. "Then why haven't you made a move on me all this time?" Shi Haoyan said that too many accidents in your family would attract attention. He meant to wait a few more months. "What a cunning plan. You both deserve to die." Hong Yu gritted his teeth. "I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. I'll turn myself in. Please don't hit me anymore." Hong Minghu begged pitifully. "Fine. Say what I tell you to say later, and I won't hit you. Hong Minghu nodded frantically. I'm sorry to my brother and sister-in-law. I hope their spirits in heaven can hear my repentance. I deserve to die. Seeing Hong Minghu hesitate, Hong Yu increased the pressure of his foot. Say it. I'm sorry to my brother and sister-in-law. I hope their spirits in heaven can hear my repentance. I deserve to die. Hong Minghu finally stammered it out. Hong Yu nodded with satisfaction and grabbed his hair again with his left hand. Hong Minghu's body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes wide with terror. You just said. Hong Yu shook his head. I'm not going to hit you. I'm going to kill you. That's not breaking my promise, is it? With that, he punched Hong Minghu hard in the chest. The sternum collapsed, the heart ruptured. Hong Minghu's face instantly turned pale, but he was still conscious. How does it feel? Do you feel the fear of death? Hong Minghu couldn't speak. He deeply regretted coming to the villa to claim ownership. His consciousness was fading, his pupils dilating. After a few seconds, he lost all life. Hong Yu checked his pulse, confirmed he was dead, picked up the phone still recording, walked into the bedroom, took out a sheet, and spread it on the floor. He then threw Hong Minghu's body onto the sheet, removed all identification items, and threw them into his space, wrapped the body, hoisted it onto his shoulder, carried it out, and put it in the car. He didn't want to put a corpse in his space unless necessary. Call it a quirk. After a dozen minutes, Hong Yu drove to the woods behind the villa area to see if there was a suitable place to dispose of the body. This woodland was a popular camping spot in Nanyuan City, usually crowded day and night. He drove around, but didn't see a single person. With the continuous heat wave, everyone was probably at home with the air conditioning on. He found a secluded spot with soft soil and started digging with his military shovel. After digging a hole large enough to hold the body, he threw Hong Minghu in. After burying him, he did some simple camouflage. Unless someone came close, they wouldn't notice anything unusual. The weather would only get hotter, and no one would want to come to this sweltering forest. If he could last 10 days or half a month, even if the decomposed body was found, it wouldn't be traced back to him quickly. Back home, he put Hong Minghu's car, which was parked in the yard, into his space and cleaned all the bloodstains from the sofa and floor. Without bothering to change his nearly soaked clothes, he took out Hong Minghu's phone and began editing the recording. He clipped the part where Hong Minghu confessed his crimes and the part where he repeated what Hong Yu said, then posted them to the internet using Hong Minghu's social media account. The main purpose of this recording was to give a plausible reason for Hong Minghu's sudden disappearance, especially the final, I deserve to die, which would easily lead people to think he might have committed suicide out of shame. Secondly, if the recording went viral, public opinion would explode and the authorities would have to investigate, making sure Hao Yin the prime target. After doing all this, Hong Yu walked numbly into the shower, turned on the water, and stood there fully clothed. The cool water drenched him. He slowly closed his bloodshot eyes and murmured, Dad, Mom, your son has finally avenged you. Don't worry. I won't let Hao Yin off either. In truth, Hong Yu had not intended to begin his revenge so soon. His plan was to strike when order crumbled, yet Hong Minghu insisted on hastening to his own demise. Then none could blame him for what followed. Suppressing his emotions, Hong Yu emerged from the shower as if nothing had transpired, and with a weary thud collapsed onto the bed and fell into slumber. He slept through until the break of dawn, waking with a profound sense of lightness washing over him. Rising from bed, he reached for his phone and ordered breakfast. While waiting for the delivery, he made rounds through every room, checking meticulously for anything he might have overlooked. After finishing his meal, he summoned Manager Chiu from the real estate agency, and after thoroughly inventorying everything in the 3 properties, they returned together to the agency office. Manager Chiu's face beamed as he graciously led Hong Yu upstairs to his office. Mr. Hong, please. Hong Yu sat down, without ceremony, upon the guest sofa. Manager Chiu approached his desk, picked up an exquisite box, and settled into the seat across from Hong Yu. Mr. Hong, these are Cuban Cohiba cigars from my private collection. Would you care to try one? Hong Yu shook his head, having no interest whatsoever in such things. Chiu took one for himself, lit it, took a long savoring puff, and then exhaled the smoke with evident contentment. Aren't we going to sign the contract? I have other matters to attend to. Growing impatient at Chiu's leisurely manner, Hong Yu's voice carried a hint of annoyance. Of course we'll sign. Mr. Hong, you certainly are impetuous. The money and contract will be here shortly, no need for such haste. Don't forget, I want cash. Hong Yu reminded him. Naturally, though I must say your requirement nearly drove me to distraction. I visited God knows how many banks yesterday just to gather enough cash. Might I presume to ask why Mr. Hong insists on cash? No. Hong Yu's refusal was blunt and immediate. Manager Chiu blinked in surprise, then burst into laughter. Haha, Mr. Hong, you truly are an amusing person. Just then the secretary opened the door and walked in. Manager Chiu, the vehicle has arrived. Chiu set down his cigar and rose. Come then, Mr. Hong. Let's go inspect the goods, and then we can sign the contract. Hong Yu rose and followed him outside. A small box truck stood at the entrance, and Chiu stepped forward to open the cargo compartment. Inside, the space was packed to overflowing with cash. Mr. Hong, 160 million in total right here. Please examine it at your leisure. He said this with a broad smile fixed on Hong Yu. Hong Yu stepped forward, randomly flipping through a few stacks before slamming the compartment door shut. No need to count. I trust Manager Chiu's integrity. Let's go sign the contract. Beneath his pleasant smile, Manager Chiu was already cursing Hong Yu inwardly. Damn it all. If I'd known he'd be so careless about counting, I would have given less. It's not like one can tell from the outside. The two returned to Manager Chiu's office where the secretary delivered a thick stack of contracts. After signing through all the tedious paperwork, Hong, you would no longer need to be present for the subsequent property transfers. Manager Chiu rose and extended his hand. Mr. Hong, it has been an absolute pleasure doing business with you. Should you have any other properties to sell, please do remember me. Hong Yu reached out and shook his hand. A most enjoyable collaboration. Manager Chiu escorted Hong Yu to the door, gesturing toward the truck. This truck is yours, Mr. Hong. It would be inconvenient for you to carry all that money otherwise. All the vehicle documentation is inside. Dispose of it as you see fit. As he spoke, the truck driver stepped out and handed the keys to Hong Yu. Gazing at the keys in his palm, Hong, you had not expected Manager Chiu to be so generous. Then I must thank Manager Chiu for this. Not at all, not at all. I should be the one offering thanks. My car will remain here for now. I'll send someone to retrieve it later. Very well, Mr. Hong. Do take care. Manager Chiu's face wore an apologetic smile. After another handshake, Hong Yu placed his car keys inside his own vehicle and drove away in the truck. Once the truck had disappeared from view, the smile vanished from Chiu's face. He turned his head and cast a meaningful glance at the driver who had just operated the truck. The driver understood instantly and slipped into another black sedan. Originally, Manager Chiu had only intended to earn a commission, but after hearing Hong Yu demand cash yesterday, another scheme had taken root in his mind. Hong Yu drove the truck through countless twists and turns, entering a narrow alley where neither pedestrians nor surveillance cameras were present. He then stored the entire truck into his spatial dimension. Afterward, he took out his phone and sent his current location along with details about the middleman to Lu Peng. After a short wait, Lu Peng arrived at the alley entrance in his car. The moment he settled into the car, Lu Peng said cheerfully, "Boss, I've found the warehouse. I rented it for a month. It's located near the shipping docks. The lifting equipment is all already in place. It'll be very convenient for loading and unloading goods." Hong Yu nodded approvingly. Good work. By the way, you have extensive connections. Have you heard of any channels for smuggled gasoline or diesel? Smuggled. Lu Peng thought he had misheard. Seeing Hong Yu nod, he contemplated for a moment. I don't know such people personally, but I do know of a place where one might be able to gather information. Hong Yu's eyes lit up. He had only asked casually, never expecting Lu Peng to actually know something. For the past few days, he had been contemplating where to obtain fuel. After much deliberation, smuggling was the only approach he could conceive. His insistence on cash payment from Manager Chiu was precisely for this purpose. Take me there now. Meanwhile, at the real estate agency, Manager Chiu, who had just seen Hong Yu off, was leisurely enjoying his premium cigar in his office. His contented demeanor suggested some great fortune was about to befall him. Just as he prepared to open another bottle of red wine, his phone rang. Hello? Have you pinpointed the location? Boss, the tracking signal has suddenly vanished. The driver's voice on the other end of the line was tense with anxiety. What? Damn it all. Didn't I tell you to buy the best one? How could it disappear after just a short while? Chiu slammed his fist on the desk. Boss, I did buy the premium one. The seller even claimed it was satellite positioned and could track anywhere nationwide. I have no idea what happened either. Chiu hurled his cigar aside and roared, get your ass to where the signal disappeared immediately and search. Maybe you can still find it. If not, use your connections. See if you can trace it by license plate. Yes, boss. I'm on my way right now. Meanwhile, the unaware Hong Yu, now being schemed against, listened as Lu Peng recounted stories from his childhood. Lu Peng had grown up by the sea. The place he mentioned where one might gather information was precisely a dockside bar on the waterfront. During his childhood, many smuggling ships had frequented those docks. Each time the boat captains finished their runs, they loved to go to the bar for a drink or two. Lu Peng remembered that when his family moved away, smuggling enforcement had been quite strict. That was 4 or 5 years ago now, and he wasn't certain whether the place was still the same as before. After driving for a while, the distinctive scent of the sea began wafting through the car. Finally, a vast expanse of azure blue appeared before them. Hong Yu observed the weathered, old houses around him. He had never heard of a place here that could accommodate large ships docking. They followed the bumpy road down to the shore's edge. The two stepped out of the car and arrived at the entrance of the wooden cabin bar. As they pushed open the door, a thick odor of burnt tobacco assaulted their senses. Inside, several patrons sat with dark, weathered skin and fierce, intimidating expressions, eyeing the unfamiliar faces of Hong Yu and Lu Peng with wary vigilance. Undeterred, Lu Peng walked straight to the counter and addressed the busy proprietor, Uncle Chinkuan. Long time no see. Chinkuan turned to look at Lu Peng, a smile spreading across his face. Oh, isn't this little Peng? You've grown so big. It's been at least 4 or 5 years since I last saw you. Lu Peng scratched his head. Haha, I've been busy, never had a chance to come back and visit the old neighbors. Chinkuan looked Lu Peng up and down, taking in his formal attire. With that outfit, you've struck it rich, haven't you? Seeing how familiar Lu Peng was with the owner, the wary gazes around them finally retreated. Without answering, Lu Peng pulled 500 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the counter. Uncle Chinkuan, give us 2 iced colas. Having run the bar for so many years, Chinkuan was a shrewd old fox. A glance at the money on the counter told him Lu Peng had come with a purpose. He turned around, took out 2 clean glasses, added some ice, and poured the cola. Come, let's drink in the private room. It's been so long. Perfect time for a chat with your uncle. Qingquan pocketed the 500 yuan, then carried the colas, leading the two to a small private room at the back. It was more of a rest area, a table, a few stools, and a single bed. Have a seat and tell me. Qingquan glanced at Hong Yu from the corner of his eye and lowered his voice. Little Peng, if you have something to say, just tell your uncle directly. We've been neighbors for years. No need to be so formal. He then placed the 500 yuan he had just pocketed back on the table. Lu Peng pushed the money toward Qingquan. Uncle, keep the money. I know the rules. I'm here to ask you about something. Ask about what? Are there still smuggling boats at the docks around here? Qingquan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Hong Yu. Realizing Qingquan was unsure about Hong Yu's identity, Lu Peng quickly explained, Uncle, don't worry. He's my boss, not an outsider. Qingquan let out a soft grunt of doubt. Hong Yu in his casual clothes didn't look like a boss. He probed, young man, what line of business are you in? Before Hong Yu could speak, Lu Peng cut in, our boss is in big business. Recently I've signed purchase orders worth billions, just for goods. As he finished, Hong Yu cooperatively reached into his pocket, pulled out 20,000 yuan from his spatial storage, and placed it on the table. I'm of the same generation as Little Peng, so I'll call you Uncle too. I'm here to get some stuff through alternative channels. If the deal goes through, I won't forget your share. Consider this a consultation fee. Qingquan trusted Lu Peng, and seeing Hong Yu's generous gesture, just for information, he stopped hesitating. Alright, so what kind of stuff does the young brother want? Fuel, both gasoline and diesel. Qingquan's expression turned troubled. What's wrong? Is there none? Hong Yu asked. There is, but it's hard to move and very risky. What do you need it for? I've just completed procurement and will set up a transport fleet to deliver goods nationwide. But domestic fuel prices are too high, driving up costs. So I'm looking into this channel to get lower prices and save a huge expense. Hong Yu made up an excuse. Qingquan understood and thought for a moment. There's a guy who specializes in this, but... Uncle, don't stop mid-sentence. But what? Lu Peng grew anxious. Qingquan hesitated, then said, this guy is not reliable. I advise you to steer clear of him. Too dangerous. How dangerous? Hong Yu's curiosity was piqued. He has a terrible reputation in the circle. There used to be several boat owners smuggling fuel, but after he appeared they all vanished one after another. Many say he killed them in a double cross. And that's not all. I've heard he's taken people's money and failed to deliver the goods. Qingquan revealed the truth. Hong Yu frowned. This was indeed risky. The price didn't matter to him, but reliability was key. Are there no other trustworthy ones? Qingquan sighed. If it were anything else, your uncle could find someone. But fuel. As far as I know, he's the only one in the whole Nanyuan city. Only one option. Worth a try. What's his name? His nickname is Tiger. His men are all desperados. Where can I find him? He went out to sea a couple of days ago, and probably hasn't returned yet. Walk west from the bar until you reach the dock. At the end there's a yard surrounded by a green iron fence. His men should be there. Hong Yu nodded and pulled out another 20,000 yuan, placing it on the table. Thanks. Today I asked nothing. I just came to visit relatives with Little Peng. The owner looked at the 40,000 yuan on the table, unable to control the grin spreading across his face. Understood, understood. I know the rules. The two left the bar and got into the car. Boss, shall we go? Lu Peng asked tentatively. Of course. They're all desperados. Shouldn't we prepare? Lu Peng was worried about danger. It's fine. We have to ask at least. All right. Lu Peng started the car and drove west. Soon they reached the place Qingquan had described. The gate was locked with a chain. Inside the yard, under a canopy, several burly tattooed men were playing cards and drinking. Their foul-mouthed curses were grating to the ears. One man with a scar like a centipede across his face noticed the car at the gate, put down his beer, and walked over. Don't turn off the engine. Wait in the car for me. After instructing Lu Peng, Hong Yu got out. What do you want? Get lost if you don't want a beating. The man snarled. Hong Yu wore a faint smile. Brother, I'm here to talk business. Is Brother Tiger around? There's no Brother Tiger here. Get lost. The man even kicked the iron fence. Brother, I'm talking about a deal worth hundreds of millions. If Brother Tiger finds out you ruined it, I wonder if he'll be angry. Fuck off. Can't you understand plain words? The man pulled out the keys, unlocked the chain, and was about to charge out when a voice came from behind him. Scarface, wait. The scar-faced man, who had been brimming with aggression, halted instantly upon hearing the voice behind him. He turned around in bewilderment. Hong Yu also looked over. The speaker must hold a considerable status among this gang of ruffians. As he rose to his feet, everyone else instinctively made way for him. If not for the tattoos covering his body, his appearance would have seemed quite refined. The man walked over to the scar-faced one and scrutinized Hong Yu from head to toe. He sneered, a deal worth hundreds of millions. You. Huh. Brother Guay is right. Look at this pathetic fellow talking about a deal worth hundreds of millions. Maybe he means in ghost money. As the scar-faced man's words rang out, the surrounding underlings burst into raucous laughter. Hong Yu picked at his ear. Let's not even talk about whether I have that much money. Just looking at you lot, I'm already regretting coming here. You're all like petty thugs, and I have no idea where you get your sense of superiority. Fuck you. You're asking for death. The scar-faced man, enraged, drew a dagger from his waist and charged at Hong Yu. Hong Yu looked at him with disdain, not a trace of fear on his face. That contemptuous expression only fueled the scar-faced man's fury. He drove the dagger directly at Hong Yu's throat without hesitation. The surrounding underlings cheered him on excitedly. As the dagger came within inches, Hong Yu raised his left hand, swiftly grabbing the scar-faced man's wrist, while stepping forward with his right foot and driving his shoulder into him with force. With a thud, he executed a clean shoulder throw. The scar-faced man grunted, still reeling, when Hong Yu twisted his body, seized the dagger, and pressed his knee firmly against the man's throat. Calling you a street punk is an insult to street punks. You're not even as good at fighting as elementary school kids. Dare to attack me. I'll take one of your eyes. With that, he swung the dagger toward the scar-faced man's right eye. It all happened so suddenly that none of the underlings had ever imagined the scar-faced man could lose. By the time they tried to stop Hong Yu, it was too late. Brother, show mercy. Brother Gue shouted urgently. Hong Yu halted. The tip of the dagger had already pierced the scar-faced man's eyelid. A mere half-centimeter deeper would have pierced his eyeball. Brother Gue exhaled in relief. Brother, I apologize for earlier. Let's talk things over properly. Hong Yu withdrew the dagger and stood up. The scar-faced man dared not move, beads of sweat as large as soybeans rolling down his forehead. He was truly afraid that this man might turn around and stab him again. I came here in good faith, but seeing you lot. I'll forget it. I thought I could get some fuel in non-UN, but I guess I wasted my trip. Hong Yu shook his head, tossed the dagger aside, and turned to leave. When Brother Gue heard that he wanted to buy fuel, he rushed over and blocked his path. Misunderstanding, brother. Haha, we thought you were here to cause trouble. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Hong Yu stopped and looked at Brother Gue. Oh, so we can do business now. Hold on. Scarface, get up and apologize to this brother. The scar-faced man scrambled to his feet, wiped the cold sweat from his face, and bowed his head to Hong Yu. Big brother, I was too impulsive just now. I'm sorry. Seeing his cowardice in the face of strength, Hong Yu sneered inwardly. A desperado like this. Far inferior to those ruthless souls in the apocalypse. He waved his hand dismissively. Come, come, brother, let's talk inside. Brother Gue said, leading Hong Yu inward. Entering the courtyard, Hong Yu felt the hostile stares from the surrounding underlings. If not for Brother Gue's attitude, they might have swarmed him. Yet Hong Yu couldn't care less. This way, please. Brother Gue pointed to a wooden cabin. Hong Yu, hands in pockets, strode in casually and sat down on the sofa. Brother Gue sat opposite him, squinting as he spoke. Brother, your moves earlier suggest you're no ordinary man. That technique looked like military hand-to-hand combat. Hong Yu smiled. This guy was probing him, clearly not trusting him. I've practiced free fighting for a few years. Those guys outside, I could take down a dozen without breaking a sweat. The underlings at the door bristled at his words. Say that again, motherfucker. You're full of shit. I'll beat you until you shit yourself. Come out and fight if you've got the balls. As Hong Yu made to stand up, Brother Gue quickly turned and barked, shut the hell up, all of you. His authority was evident. The yard fell silent instantly. Sorry about that, brother. These men live on the edge, so they've got short tempers. Mind telling me your background? You know how strict things are now. I need to verify your identity before we proceed. Facing a stranger like Hong Yu, Brother Gue remained cautious. Hong Yu thought for a moment, then pulled out his gleaming gold business card. Brother Gue took it and glanced at it, his expression shifting. Hong's Industrial. That's my old card. I've since cashed out my shares and gone independent. If you're not convinced, feel free to check. Brother Gue gave an awkward laugh. Haha, mister. Hong, please understand. This isn't exactly a legitimate business, so we have to be careful, right? With that, he walked to the door, handed the card to one of the underlings, and instructed another to bring 2 cans of beer. Mister, Hong, have a cold one to cool off. Hong Yu took it, opened it, and took a sip. Impatiently, he said, can we hurry this up? Your dump doesn't even have air conditioning. It's unbearable. Brother Gue ignored his complaint and drank his own beer. After about half an hour, the underling who had taken the card returned and gave Brother Gue a meaningful look. Brother Gue nodded apologetically to Hong Yu and stepped out of the wooden cabin. Brother Gue, we checked. It's true. He's Hong Yu of Hong's Industrial. Just like he said, he recently sold his shares in the company. They say he got 300 billion. The underling stammered as he said the number. Brother Gue was equally stunned. He had never dealt with someone at that level. His doubts were completely dispelled. A man with 300 billion in hand would never have the leisure to play undercover cop. Tell everyone to behave. Don't upset this big client. He whispered the order and quickly returned to the cabin. Mister Hong, my sincerest apologies for the wait. Your identity is verified. Let's continue our discussion. Hong Yu cut straight to the point. Good. Can you get me gasoline and diesel? What's the price and how much can you supply? We can't, and we guarantee quality. As for the price, it depends on how much you need, Mr. Hong. The more the better. I'll take whatever you can deliver. Haha, boss, Hong truly has an excellent appetite. Do you have any idea how much oil our ship can carry? Brother Ghost spoke with immense pride. How much? Brother Ghost spread his palm. 50,000 tons. Good heavens, were these people smuggling? A ship capable of transporting 50,000 tons. How audacious. Regardless, the more the better, sparing him the trouble of sourcing elsewhere. What's the price for this shipment? How do we handle payment? Brother Ghost smiled. Cash, of course. As for the specific price, you'll have to negotiate with our ship owner. I don't have the authority. When can I meet your ship owner? Well, Brother Ghost said with some reluctance. We have our own rules here, Boss Hong. Please go back and wait. I'll relay your situation to our ship owner. He'll contact you once he knows. Hong Yu glanced at the door, then took out 50,000 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table. Brother Ghost, I'm not familiar with your rules. I hope you can give me an answer soon. There will be a generous reward once the deal is done. Brother Ghost's eyes lit up. He quickly grabbed a piece of clothing and covered the money. Boss Hong, you're too kind. Let me give you a hint. A fully loaded ship will dock tonight. I promise to inform Brother Tiger of your situation right away. But whether things work out depends on Brother Tiger's own plans. I can't control that. Hong Yu stood up. All right, I'll go back and wait. The price is negotiable, but I don't want any situation where you take the money and don't deliver the goods. Brother Ghost's smile stiffened. Brother Tiger's reputation is well known in the industry. He would never do anything to tarnish his name. You can rest assured, Boss Hong. And he still has the nerve to talk about reputation. Ask around, and you'll find it's rotten to the core. I'm leaving then. Let me see you out, Boss Hong. Outside, Hong Yu looked around the old pier and asked with some doubt, are you sure such a large ship can dock here? Boss Hong, don't judge by appearances. This is the earliest port in Nanyuan City capable of berthing ships of 100,000 tons. Brother Ghost said with certainty. All right, that puts my mind at ease. Back in the car, Lu Peng looked at Hong Yu with concern. Boss, are you hurt? No, just a bunch of small fry. Let's go. As they drove out of the port, Lu Peng gazed at Hong Yu with admiration. Boss, those moves of yours were awesome. They didn't dare to move. So did you close the deal? Sort of. We just need to wait for their call. Let's go check out the warehouse you rented. Sure, boss. The maritime port was far from here. On the way, Hong Yu closed his eyes and planned his night of freeloading. That's right. He was going to freeload. He wouldn't be foolish enough to pay for smuggled goods. Through a few casual exchanges earlier, he had confirmed the information he needed. 1, a ship was definitely docking tonight. 2, the vessel would berth at that old pier. With these 2 pieces of information, he could easily devise his plan. Boss, we're here. The 2 got out of the car. Lu Peng showed the rental documents to the manager, then drove into the storage area. Inside were rows of massive warehouses. Following the signs, Lu Peng arrived at the rented warehouse 0321B. Hong Yu got out and looked up at the exaggeratedly high ceiling, nodding in satisfaction. When the electric door lifted, a signboard on the left introduced the warehouse's facilities. The warehouse had an area of 15,000 square meters equipped with various types of lifting equipment. For goods requiring specific temperature and humidity, one could activate the climate control system. In short, it was very advanced. But none of that mattered to Hong Yu. He came here to survey the surroundings and the distribution of surveillance cameras, so he could plan ahead. After a quick observation, he found that not only the outside but also the interior of the warehouse was covered with cameras. This posed a problem. If he wanted to stealthily store supplies into his space, he would have to disable the surveillance first. Otherwise, before the apocalypse even arrived, his own doom would come. When he entered, he noticed that the entire monitoring system was in the administrator's office at the entrance. That made things much easier. Let's go. Hong Yu turned and opened the car door. Huh. Boss, aren't we going to look around? Lu Peng was baffled. They had come all this way just to stand at the door for a glance. No need. This place is fine. All right. After dropping Lu Peng off at the wholesale store, Hong Yu drove to a nearby supermarket and went on a shopping spree, buying a pile of food, drinks, and some practical small items. Then he went to a diving equipment store and bought a set of diving gear. Whether he could freeload tonight depended on this equipment. After purchasing everything he needed, dusk fell. Hong Yu returned to the pier area. Parking the car some distance away, he walked to the vicinity of the pier where he had met Brother Ghost earlier. This area consisted of nearly abandoned docks with only a few dim lights still glowing. Hong Yu climbed onto a large boulder with a hollow in the middle which offered a clear view of the entire sea surface and the pier where Brother Ghost and his men were. He took out the snacks he had bought from his space and ate while waiting. Though night had fallen, the air was still hot and stifling. He pulled out 2 small electric fans from his space and placed them beside him, making things barely bearable. After an unknown wait, a distant whistle sounded. Shortly after, 3 short bright flashes illuminated the pier. Hong Yu put away his belongings, stood up, and looked toward the source of the whistle. In the distance, he could vaguely see flickering lights. It seemed they were confirming safety. Leaping down from the boulder, Hong Yu put on his diving gear and slowly approached the port, waiting for the right moment. Another hour later, with the assistance of 3 tugboats, a massive oil tanker slowly pulled up to the dock. By then, Hong Yu had already swum to the side of the tanker. Brother Ghost and his men at the port began bustling about. Once all the mooring lines were secured, Brother Ghost gathered his subordinates below the gangway and shouted, "Welcome home, Brother Tiger." At that moment, several people descended from the tanker. The leader was a bald man with a lifelike tiger head tattooed on the back of his head. Brother Ghost scurried up to him, a complete transformation from his daytime demeanor. "Brother Tiger, you must be tired." Tiger patted Brother Ghost on the shoulder. "Little Ghost, everything okay at home?" All good, all good. Everything's normal. Have you prepared good food and drink?" "Ready. I'll have it sent onto the ship." "Good. Later, find some women for the brothers on board. They've worked hard for a month. Let them unwind." After giving his orders, Tiger led the group behind him toward the wooden house. Ghost Brother turned to his subordinate and instructed, "You 2 take the wine and meat onto the ship. Make it quick." "Yes, Boss Ghost." Though the subordinates were exhausted, they dared not delay in front of Tiger Brother. They loaded the pre-prepared iron buckets and wooden crates onto carts and began ferrying them to the ship. Seeing them busy at work, Ghost Brother turned and caught up with Tiger. "Brother Tiger, I have something to report." "What is it?" Tiger stopped and turned his head to ask. "Someone came today saying they wanted to make a big deal with you. They wanted to." Before Ghost Brother could finish, shouts and splashing sounds erupted from behind. The group turned around together. What they saw genuinely shocked them. The massive oil tanker that had been docked at the pier just moments before had completely vanished. All of them wore identical expressions of astonishment, mouths agape, as they rubbed their eyes. Ghost Brother was the first to snap out of it, rushing to where the boarding ramp had been placed. "Where's the ship?" Tiger and the others ran over, staring blankly at the empty pier. "What's going on? Could the ship have sunk?" Tiger muttered to himself. Ghost Brother sprinted to the side, grabbed a high-powered flashlight from a wooden stool, and shone it toward the churning seawater below the pier. "Brother Tiger, there are people below." "Brother Tiger." Tiger and the others followed the beam of light and saw several figures struggling to stay afloat in the turbulent water, and there were quite a few of them. Tiger's ship deputy recognized the people below. "Not good. Those are all our men. Quick, go down and rescue them." Without hesitation, they rushed to the other side of the pier to launch a small boat for the rescue. After countless trips back and forth, they finally rescued all 30-plus people who had fallen into the sea. Tiger looked at the wretched group and asked in a grave tone, "Who can tell me what the hell is going on? Why did the ship suddenly sink? What exactly did you do?" A broad-bearded man, drenched to the bone, stood up to explain. "Brother Tiger, we didn't do anything. I was still in the cabin a moment ago, and then everything around me just suddenly disappeared. I was pretty much the same as Old Mang. I had just opened a beer, hadn't even taken a sip, and the ship beneath my feet vanished. Yes. I had just woken up in the cabin when I opened my eyes and saw stars, and then I started falling. I was sucked into a vortex below and didn't see the ship at all. It was as if it had disappeared into thin air." The crew members who had personally experienced everything all recounted their stories, each wearing an expression of utter disbelief. Tiger gritted his teeth, glaring at these crew members who could not explain anything coherently, and drew a pistol from his waistband. "Are you all fucking kidding me? Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Vanished? How the hell can a ship just disappear? If anyone else doesn't tell the truth, I'll blow their damn heads off." He was convinced these crew members had done something to cause the ship to sink. The ship deputy, who had just participated in the rescue, quickly stepped forward and pressed down on Tiger's raised gun, saying, "Brother Tiger, don't act impulsively. They're telling the truth. I've already confirmed it. There's no sign of our ship below. Even if the ship had sunk, it couldn't have gone down in an instant." Tiger shoved the deputy aside, raised his gun, and fired wildly into the sky. With the magazine emptied, he glared at the group before him and roared, "Then who the hell can tell me what the hell is going on?" While Tiger and his smuggling crew were still frothing with anger, Hong Yu had already climbed ashore from where he had entered the water. He discarded his oxygen tank, struggled to remove his breathing apparatus, and collapsed onto the reef, gasping for air. He had been too careless. This was the first time since acquiring the ring's spatial ability that he had stored something of such enormous volume. He had anticipated the toll it would take, but never imagined it would be this severe. It had nearly cost him half his life. His physical strength was completely depleted, and on top of that he was extraordinarily drowsy. If not for his astonishing willpower, he might not have been able to swim back just now. He lay there resting for quite a while, before feeling slightly revived. He removed his diving gear and tossed it into the spatial dimension. Although his strength had recovered somewhat, the drowsiness had not disappeared. He took out a bottle of water and poured it over his head, forcing himself to stay awake as he headed toward the car. At this point, he had no time to worry about the oil tanker in his spatial dimension. If he had fallen asleep there, Ghost Brother and the others would surely have discovered it at dawn, and it would have been all over. After winding through countless turns, he finally reached his car, got in, started the engine, and sped away from the port. Passing by a park, Hong Yu simply could not hold on any longer. He pulled the car into a public parking space and fell asleep right there, slumped over the steering wheel. He slept deeply for 6 hours before gradually waking up. He rubbed his face vigorously and realized he hadn't even turned off the engine. The fuel warning light was already blinking. The dashboard showed the outside temperature had reached 46 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, the engine was still running and the air conditioning was working properly, or he would certainly have suffered heat stroke. He glanced at the time. It was already 9:30. Remembering that he needed to sign agreements with those suppliers today, he hurriedly retrieved his phone from the spatial dimension. The moment the phone was in his hand, the message notification sound rang out incessantly. He opened it and saw countless messages from Lu Peng. "Boss, why can't I reach you by phone? Don't you dare forget the signing is at 9 o'clock. Boss, where are you? Everyone is almost here waiting for you. Boss, I can't keep stalling them anymore. Call me back quickly." Fuck. After cursing under his breath, Hong Yu sped toward the Marriott Hotel where Lu Peng had rented a business conference room. By the time he arrived at the Marriott Hotel, it was already 10 o'clock. Before even getting out of the car, he saw Lu Peng at the entrance holding back a crowd and explaining something. He hastily killed the engine, jumped out of the car, and ran over. "Everyone, I'm truly sorry to have kept you waiting. Something delayed me on the way. My apologies." Lu Peng turned around in surprise, his eyes welling with tears, his voice trembling slightly. "Boss, you're finally here." He had been explaining things on Hong Yu's behalf the whole time, but he felt extremely uncertain inside, fearing Hong Yu might suddenly back out. "So your boss Hong, huh? You've made us wait quite a while," a young man in the crowd complained. Aside from him, others did not openly express their dissatisfaction. After all, this was a substantial deal, and they all hoped to complete the contract smoothly and collect their commissions. Sorry, my fault. Let's all go inside and sign the contracts." The group bustled back into the hotel. Hong Yu patted Lu Peng on the shoulder. "Good job. I'll give you a bonus later." A smile finally returned to Lu Peng's face as he wiped away his sweat. "Boss your face. Let's go inside." Hong Yu didn't let him finish and pulled him toward the hotel. Upon entering the hotel's business conference room, Hong Yu was utterly dumbfounded. The vast room was packed with people, at least 100 by his estimate. He turned to Lu Peng and asked in puzzlement, "Are all these people here to sign contracts?" "Exactly. I asked each company to send only one representative to avoid overcrowding. Hell, that means over 100 companies. How long will this signing take?" Hong Yu's mind was a whirlwind of exasperation. "Boss, you were the one who told me to gather them all together," Lu Peng said with a pitiful tone. Hong Yu had no retort. "Fine, let's get started as quickly as possible and try to finish everything today." Lu Peng guided Hong Yu to the front row of the conference room. As soon as they sat down, 6 young men around Lu Peng's age rushed over to Hong Yu. "Hello, boss," the 6 said in unison. Hong Yu nodded. Lu Peng pointed to 2 of them. "You 2 sit next to the boss and record the amounts and quantities from the contracts. Pay close attention. If I find any mistakes, I'll deduct 100 yuan per error, understood?" "Yes, sir." The 2 sat beside Hong Yu, and Lu Peng turned to the remaining 4, gesturing to a pile of contracts on the table. "You 4 distribute these contracts to each person, have them fill in the details, then collect them and bring them back to me." "Yes, sir." After giving the orders, Lu Peng didn't forget to add a warning. "Do your best, and if there are no mistakes, I'll give you all a bonus afterward." Seeing the 4 spring into action, Lu Peng moved a chair over to face Hong Yu, then pulled out a blank contract and placed it on the table. "Boss, the contracts all follow the same template. Take a look first. If there's no issue, you'll only need to verify the amounts and items before signing and paying the deposit." Hong Yu picked it up and flipped through it. All the disclaimer clauses were extremely detailed, and the terms were almost universally applicable to the items he intended to purchase. Lu Peng's approach was clever. It saved the time needed to scrutinize each contract's fine print, greatly boosting efficiency. Soon contracts were being delivered to Lu Peng one after another. Everything proceeded according to his plan, orderly and swift. Each contract took at most 3 minutes to finalize, with the most time-consuming step being Hong Yu's payment of the deposit. By lunchtime, they had completed 30 contracts. Hong Yu, who hadn't eaten breakfast, felt his stomach growling with hunger. Lu Peng noticed Hong Yu's condition, made a phone call, and soon several hotel staff members pushed in a dining cart. Everyone in the conference room received a lunchbox with 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. During the meal, Lu Peng finally gave in to his curiosity and asked, "Boss, when you first arrived, why were there 2 letters printed on your forehead?" Hong Yu was taken aback. "What letters?" Hong Yu pulled out his phone and opened the front camera. On his forehead, 2 red marks were still faintly visible, barely forming the shape of 2 M's. He thought back and finally realized what had happened. It was the letters from the car's emblem, probably imprinted on his forehead when he fell asleep leaning on the steering wheel. He had been walking around with those 2 letters on his forehead all morning while signing contracts. No wonder people had been giving him strange looks. He glared at Lu Peng resentfully. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Boss, I wanted to, but you didn't give me a chance." The temporary workers who were eating together struggled to suppress their laughter. After a quick lunch, the afternoon signing session began, and they continued until dusk. Finally, all the contracts were signed. Hong Yu had paid out a total of 460 million yuan in deposits alone. The temporary workers settled their wages with Lu Peng and left. Hong Yu rubbed his sore arm while listening to Lu Peng's report on the total amounts and quantities of all purchased goods. Daily necessities like shampoo, skincare products, toothbrushes, toothpaste, toilet paper, and wet wipes total 37 million yuan. Seafood, aquatic products, and meat total 300 million yuan. Packaged instant foods total 69 million yuan. Snacks total 130 million yuan. Electronic kitchenware total 8 million yuan. Packaged beverages and alcohol total 400 million yuan. Military camouflage items total 6 million yuan. Fresh fruits and vegetables total 6 million yuan. Rice flour and cooking oil total 180 million yuan. The grand total is 1,336 billion yuan. Lu Peng himself was astonished after reading the numbers. They had signed orders worth over 1 billion yuan in one go. Hong Yu, on the other hand, wore a smug smile. Once these items were placed into his storage space, expiration dates would no longer be a concern. Even if he indulged in reckless gluttony every day, he would have enough to last a lifetime. Just then Lu Peng's face suddenly changed. "Boss, this won't work. The warehouse we rented simply can't hold all these goods. Even renting 30 more might not be enough." "Don't worry. The warehouse is just for temporary transfer. I see that no supplier's delivery cycle is shorter than half a month. I'll have someone move a batch out every night. If you want double insurance, go rent another warehouse later. That should be more than enough." Hong Yu had already planned this while signing the contracts. Goods would enter the warehouse during the day, and he would clear it out at night. Got it. I'll go make the arrangements now. Wait. Hong Yu stopped Lu Peng as he turned to leave, then transferred 500 yuan to him via phone. You've worked hard these past few days. This 500,000 is your bonus. The fatigue on Lu Peng's face vanished instantly. No hardship at all, it's my duty. Boss, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. Hong Yu's generosity made Lu Peng feel guilty. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to come clean. These suppliers promised me some kickbacks, but rest assured the ones I selected for today's signing are all top-notch in quality. There's absolutely no problem. Hong Yu smiled faintly. You don't need to explain. I trust your judgment. As for the kickbacks, just keep them. Consider them part of your bonus. Lu Peng was incredulous, then burst into excitement. Thank you, boss. If there's nothing else, I'll go contact the warehouse now. At that moment, Lu Peng truly felt like kowtowing to Hong Yu. The kickbacks were no small sum. When combined from all the suppliers, his savings would approach 10 million yuan. And it had only been a few days. He had never even dared to dream of such a thing before. Go ahead. After Lu Peng left, the hotel staff began cleaning the conference room. Hong Yu returned to his car, his mind weighed down with worries. Now there was a more pressing issue. The ring's storage space was running out. He had just used his consciousness to check the space and saw that the enormous oil tanker had taken up 2/3 of it. If he didn't find a solution quickly, there would be no room for the remaining supplies. He started the car and drove to a nearby hotel where he checked into a suite. Entering the room, Hong Yu immediately settled onto the sofa and projected his consciousness into the ring space. The massive oil tanker stood within the space, its expansive deck bearing only a superstructure at the stern, housing the wheelhouse and crew quarters. On the platform of the second floor, building the beer and roasted meat that Brother Ghost Group had brought up last night still remained. The crew quarters were so filthy and chaotic that they were practically uninhabitable. To Hong Yu's surprise, he actually discovered some drugs and handguns in several of the crew quarters. It seemed the real desperados must all be on the ship, while Brother Ghost Group probably barely qualified as errand runners. The fuel that Hong Yu cared about most truly did not disappoint. Beneath the deck were 8 fuel tanks in total, diesel and gasoline split evenly with quite substantial reserves. The two types of fuel were divided into separate pipelines, each equipped with its own dedicated fuel pump. He could draw from them whenever needed. The fuel problem was completely solved, but the space began to feel cramped. Just as he was contemplating how he absolutely must acquire some gold tomorrow, a collection of rectangular and square dark green wooden crates in the captain's cabin caught his attention. Based on his experience, such crates generally contained military weapons. The number of crates was also considerable. More than half of the spacious captain's cabin was occupied by these crates. To confirm whether they truly contained military weapons, Hong Yu took one rectangular wooden crate from the space and placed it on the coffee table before him. Finding a crowbar on the ship, he pried open the wooden crate lid. A distinctive gun oil odor wafted out. Just as he had suspected, the contents were indeed military weapons. 8 brand new AK rifles neatly arranged within the wooden crate. This Brother Tiger truly possessed extraordinary connections, capable of obtaining fuel and even acquiring weapons. It was most enlightening. Returning the wooden crate to the space, he retrieved a square crate and pried it open, filled to the brim with bullets and magazines. He then transferred all those wooden crates from the ship to a conveniently accessible location within the space. After tallying, there were 20 crates of firearms and 60 crates of ammunition. Beyond these wooden crates, he had also moved out 20 aluminum cases with password locks. Setting one case on the coffee table, the solid wood table actually groaned under the immense weight. Witnessing this, Hong Yu gripped the side handle to test the weight. This heavy, at least 200 Gene, and this case isn't even that large. Could it be missiles? Hong Yu's eyes brightened with curiosity. Grabbing the crowbar, he carefully began prying at the password lock on the case. He dared not apply too much force. The password lock proved quite sturdy, taking considerable effort before finally giving way. Hong Yu rubbed his hands together, opening the case with full anticipation. Holy! The contents of the case made him involuntarily cry out. Ha ha, I truly am blessed with fortune. What I wish for comes to me. Indeed, the case was filled with gold bricks, the very thing Hong Yu needed most. This unexpected bounty lifted his spirits tremendously. Impatiently, he retrieved all those aluminum cases and pried them open one by one. A full 2,000 kilograms of gold bricks, leaving Hong Yu's eyes glittering with golden light. Based on his past life's experience and the gold consumption during his previous ring enhancement, he estimated that the ring would need to absorb approximately 100 to 200 kilograms of gold to upgrade to level 2. With such an abundance suddenly available, a bold idea formed in his mind. What would happen if he forced the space to absorb all this gold at once? Action spoke louder than words. He gathered all 20 crates of gold into the space. Sitting upright on the sofa with eyes closed, he began meditating. Within the space, countless golden threads connected to those gold bricks, and the entire space was filled with golden radiance. As the gold bricks disappeared one by one, beads of sweat gradually formed on Hong Yu's forehead, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. Hup! A low shout escaped from his mouth. The light emanating from the ring suddenly intensified, greatly illuminating the entire room golden bright. Subsequently, golden threads burst forth from the ring and pierced into Hong Yu's body. The consumption rate of the gold bricks accelerated, and the entire space quivered as well, nearly ejecting Hong Yu's consciousness from the space. The distending pain caused Hong Yu's facial features to gradually contort, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. His sweat had long soaked through his clothes. Gradually, the transparent fluid excreted from his pores turned blood red. His entire person appeared as if dyed with red pigment. The number of threads bursting from the ring increased more and more, nearly filling every part of Hong Yu's body. This process continued for half an hour. Hong Yu suddenly let out a tremendous roar. The golden threads around him vanished instantly, and he collapsed limply onto the sofa. An unknown amount of time passed. Hong Yu, with scabs covering his whole body, opened his eyes, the keen light within his gaze sending chills through observers. He slowly sat up, a series of bone-cracking pops sounding from his body. Gently moving his arms about, he glanced at the ring on his hand. The carved patterns originally on the ring had vanished, transforming into an ordinary plain band. A smile appeared on Hong Yu's face. The ring had successfully upgraded to level 2. Projecting his consciousness into the space to sense it, the area within had expanded more than tenfold. This was far larger than his level 2 ring space in his past life. Lowering his head to examine his own condition, though both were level 2, the degree of improvement was not to be mentioned in the same breath. However, the pain endured was proportional to the gain. During the final stage, just now he felt as though his body was about to be torn apart. But the reward was worthwhile. Clenching his fist, he swung at the solid wood coffee table before him. Snap! The solid wood coffee table was shattered into fragments. Seemingly unsatisfied, he rose and assumed a fighting stance. He gathered all his strength and threw a punch. The sound of something piercing through the air rang out. The dried blood scabs on his arm flew off like raindrops. Exhaling a breath, Hong Yu retracted his fist with satisfaction. Not only the space, but his physical strength had also completely surpassed his past life. With eyes closed, he sensed his surroundings. His 5 senses had become extraordinarily sharp. When focusing, he could clearly hear the television sounds in the room next door. Checking the space again, the 20 crates of gold bricks had not been fully absorbed. 5 crates remained. He was content. In his past life, he had struggled for so long to achieve such results, yet now he had reached it so easily. What more could he ask for? The remaining gold bricks would not go to waste either. During the apocalypse, gold was also a kind of universal currency. Though its purchasing power was inferior to food, it could still be useful for certain matters. The problem that had plagued him before was now thoroughly solved. However, a new problem emerged. He still did not know what items would be needed for the next upgrade after level 2. Hong Yu glanced at the time and was surprised to find it was already past 7 in the morning. Looking down at the dried blood staining his clothes, he quickly stripped off, placed them in a bag, and headed to the bathroom for a thorough shower. Fresh and clean after his shower, his stomach began to rumble with hunger. After dressing, he hung the Do Not Disturb sign on his hotel room door and made his way to the dining area. He had paid a full month's rent in advance, so the hotel provided all 3 meals complimentary. He selected a few breakfast items that suited his taste, then found a corner booth and devouring his meal greedily. Perhaps because his physique had improved so rapidly, his appetite that day was more than triple his usual intake. After eating his fill, Lu Peng's phone call came through. Boss, the delivery trucks have been arriving one after another and unloading at the warehouse. Are there any other instructions? Hong Yu paused to think. Just keep an eye on them while they unload normally, and ideally sort the cargo by type. Stay there throughout the day to supervise. If things get too busy, hire additional workers. I'll arrange the evening shipments. Understood. Taking advantage of the daytime lull, Hong Yu decided to purchase a few more necessities. At the wholesale clothing market, he stocked up on a large quantity of disposable underwear and socks, along with clothing and shoes for different seasons. Doing the math, he figured he wouldn't even finish wearing through everything before reaching old age. After lunch, he visited several outdoor equipment stores and selected tents, camping stoves, inflatable mattresses, sleeping bags, windbreakers, and other outdoor supplies. By the time he finished browsing the outdoor shops, night had already fallen. Hong Yu shook his head helplessly. It seemed shopping was not exclusively a woman's talent. As a grown man, he found himself equally unable to stop himself once he started. Everything looked essential. Lu Peng sent a message saying they would not finish unloading all the delivered cargo until midnight. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Yu made another trip to the electronics market to purchase certain items he would need. That evening, then returned to the hotel to rest. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Hong Yu, dressed in black sportswear, arrived at the storage area. He carefully surveyed the terrain and scaled the wall from a spot beyond the lighting coverage. After his body's enhancement, his running speed was absurdly fast, and within no time, he reached the warehouse he had rented. Glancing at the surveillance camera facing the warehouse entrance, he climbed barehanded along the wall to reach the camera's location and attached a matchbox-sized black metal box to the top of it from the bag at his waist. He then released his grip and landed lightly on the ground. Retrieving a remote control from his waist bag, he powered it on. The display showed the live feed from the entrance camera, and he pressed a green button. This was the surveillance jammer he had purchased at considerable expense from the electronics market. Whenever he wished, he could freeze the camera feed with the remote. Within a small radius, though, security would never suspect a thing. Hong Yu strode confidently toward the entrance. To test whether it was effective, he retrieved a stick from his spatial storage and pretended to pry open the electric rolling shutter door. After waiting and noticing no reaction, he opened the door and walked in. The warehouse was breathtaking. The wooden crates of all sizes were stacked high, essentially filling the entire space. Using his memory, he located the surveillance camera inside the warehouse and climbed up the crates to attach another small black box to it. He waved his hand in front of the lens to confirm the footage was frozen, then clapped his hands in satisfaction. He began storing the crates one by one into his spatial storage according to the classification Lu Peng had arranged. The workload was substantial. An entire warehouse's worth of cargo took him a full 3 hours to store completely. When he finished, he was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, after his physique upgrade, he did not collapse as he had when storing the oil tanker previously. Nevertheless, the mental fatigue left him feeling somewhat groggy. He simply lay down in the warehouse to rest. Just as dawn broke, Lu Peng arrived at the warehouse. Noticing Hong Yu asleep on an inflatable mattress in the corner, he hurried over. "Boss." Hong Yu opened his eyes. "You're here? Why are you sleeping here?" After saying that, he looked around and exclaimed, "Boss, all the cargo has been shipped away." Hong Yu sat up and stretched. "Ah, yes." Lu Peng was startled. When he had entered earlier, the manager had told him that no vehicles had come or gone from their warehouse the previous night. So where had the cargo gone? However, although curious, he did not voice the question. Before the two could continue their conversation, long trucks began arriving at the warehouse entrance. Lu Peng glanced back. "Boss, you should go back and rest. Leave this to me." Over the following half-month, Hong Yu followed this routine daily shopping during the day to purchase practical items he had not considered before and coming to the warehouse at night to collect supplies. Only when the final batch of goods arrived did Hong Yu finally feel relieved. He was very satisfied with Lu Peng's performance during this period. Hong Yu knew Lu Peng must have found it strange that the warehouse cargo was empty daily, yet he never asked about it. Hong Yu greatly appreciated this quality. Knowing what questions to ask and which to keep to oneself was a fundamental awareness any subordinate should possess. To express his gratitude for Lu Peng's dedicated assistance, Hong Yu treated him to a grand meal. After their satisfying feast, the two returned to the wholesale shop. Lu Peng went inside first, opened a bottle of chilled cola, and handed it to Hong Yu. "Boss, do we need to continue placing orders?" Billions in cargo transported by whatever means had already been resold entirely. Such capability left him deeply impressed. Hong Yu chuckled lightly. "Xiao Lu, this shop will be yours from now on. You can dispose of it however you see fit. Sell it or continue operating it, whichever you prefer." "Huh? What do you mean, boss?" Lu Peng was truly enjoying the work. Perhaps because of the rewards Hong Yu had given him recently, he had never imagined work could be this fulfilling, and he did not want it to end. Hong Yu did not know how to explain it to him. He could only make up a reason. "Once this batch of orders is complete, there won't be any follow-up from my side, so we can only conclude here." Seeing Lu Peng's deeply disappointed expression, Hong Yu took out his phone and transferred 5 million to him. Lu Peng saw the notification message on his phone. "Boss, you really shouldn't have. What you've already given me is more than enough." Hong Yu stood up and patted him on the shoulder. "Xiao Lu, this is what you deserve. You have worked hard these past days. I will be leaving Nanyuan City soon, and perhaps we'll cross paths again someday." Lu Peng's eyes reddened, his lips trembling as if he were about to burst into tears. Hong Yu sighed. "Oh, don't be like this. Boss, I really cannot bear to see you go." Hong Yu sat back in the car thinking of Lu Peng's reluctance when they parted and felt a bit moved. Then he found it somewhat ironic. Even a person he had just met could develop such feelings. How could that uncle of his be so cruel as to kill his own brother and sister-in-law? Hong Yu did not rush to leave. After a fierce mental struggle, he finally made a decision. He took out his phone and composed a message. "Lu Peng, since we've crossed paths, here's a piece of advice. Take your family and move to a northern city, stock up on food." After finishing, he pressed send. He had said just enough. This was all he could do. Whether he would realize the gravity of the situation was up to fate. If not for the time they had spent together and Lu Peng's behavior, he might not have even given this much warning. After all, human hearts are unpredictable. As of now, Nanyuan City no longer had any reason for him to stay. Hong Yu booked a flight to Rongqing via his phone. On the way to the airport, he found a secluded spot and stored his car into his space. He turned around and looked toward the city, the place where he had lived for over 20 years, carrying too many joys and sorrows. This departure might be a final farewell. Composing himself, Hong Yu hailed a taxi to the airport. Just after passing security, his phone rang. It was the boss with glasses from the hardware store. Answering the call, a hearty voice came through. "Mr. Hong, all the items you ordered have cleared customs. Just send me an address and I'll arrange a truck to deliver them." Hong Yu thought for a moment. "I'm heading to Rongqing now. Can you deliver them there?" The boss responded readily. "Of course, no problem. All right, I'll send you the address once I arrive in Rongqing." "Got it. Safe travels, Mr. Hong." Everything went smoothly and the timing was just right. Hong Yu's previously gloomy mood instantly brightened, and he couldn't help humming an unknown tune. However, the arduous journey ahead soon dispelled his good spirits. Fortunately, this was his last long-distance journey. After landing in the dead of night, Hong Yu had no choice but to find a hotel to rest. After retrieving his car from the airport parking, he drove into the city. He checked into a hotel and discovered that room rates had risen by at least 20% compared to half a month ago. Moreover, through food delivery apps, he noticed that prices of all goods had increased significantly. Indeed, the negative effects of the scorching heat were gradually manifesting. He felt that everything was happening earlier than in his previous life. But it didn't matter to him anymore. After all, he had already purchased all the necessities he needed. He tossed his phone aside and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Hong Yu was awakened by a series of high-temperature warning alerts. It had been like this for the past half month. Moreover, recent news reports mentioned droughts in many places with all crops withered and dead. This was undoubtedly a severe blow to those farmers and one of the reasons for the skyrocketing prices. In short, things were getting more chaotic. After a quick breakfast at the hotel buffet, Hong Yu arrived at the construction site of the shelter. Before he even got close, he saw the tall walls. Over a dozen workers were painting under the blazing sun. He parked his car on a nearby vacant lot. As soon as he stepped out, Manager Pang, holding a parasol, trotted over to greet him. "Mr. Hong, you're here. Why didn't you call me? It's so hot. If you want to check the progress, I could have sent you a video." Saying this, he moved the parasol to shield Hong Yu. His eagerness was directly related to the 50,000 yuan red envelope Hong Yu had sent him 10 days ago as a token of thanks. Hong Yu, uncomfortable with someone holding an umbrella for him, pushed Manager Pang's hand away. "No need for that. Just tell me how the progress is going." "Haha, thanks to the consistently good weather, the overall progress has been extremely fast. The underground structure and drainage system are basically complete. This afternoon, we'll start drilling the deep well. I was just about to call you to confirm if there are any large equipment items to install. If not, we'll proceed directly with pouring the floor slabs." The two walked into the compound. The entire construction site was covered with sunshade nets, which was much better than direct sunlight. Now the underground structure was clearly visible, and workers below were finishing up. The walls were built with no shortcuts or shoddy materials, exactly to Hong Yu's specifications. They could probably withstand even a cannon shell. "I'm good. Don't worry about the equipment, just proceed according to schedule." For Hong Yu, getting large equipment in was no problem at all. He could store anything of any size in his space and bring it in. "Okay, then have a look at the details. Any changes needed?" "No changes for now. I want you to do the underground decoration while working on the above-ground structure." "Decoration?" Manager Pang was confused. The original plan already included basic decoration. What kind of decoration was he talking about? Hong Yu took out his phone and opened the drawings he had recently prepared. Like this. While Manager Pang was studying the phone, Hong Yu pulled out another 50,000 in cash from his bag and pressed it into his hand. "This is Manager Pang thinking it's not enough." No, Mr. Hong, you misunderstand. Rest assured, I will follow your requirements exactly and guarantee no delay. Please send me this drawing at your convenience, and I'll replicate it perfectly without any deviation." Of course, who would turn down money? The man had given him a total of 100,000 in 2 installments. Whatever he wanted, just follow the client's instructions. That was Manager Pang's current mindset. Add the extra decoration budget to the total price later. I'll still need you to keep an eye on things, Manager Pang. I'll reward you handsomely when the project is finished. Mr. Hong, I'll personally supervise every day and guarantee early completion. Manager Pang's dark face now showed only a mouthful of white teeth, smiling so wide his lips nearly reached his ears. All right, thank you for your hard work. Take care, Mr. Hong. Call me anytime if you need anything. After leaving the construction site, Hong Yu drove back to the city and began looking for a place to temporarily store the generator equipment. After searching all morning, he finally found a vacant courtyard. It was very spacious, surrounded by high walls, and had no surveillance cameras inside. Perfect. He contacted the owner and rented it for a month at 5,000 yuan. After setting the location, he sent the coordinates to the boss with glasses. As soon as he got back in the car, the boss called. "Mr. Hong, shall I deliver to the location you sent?" "Yes. If there's any delivery fee, I can cover it." "Haha, Mr. Hong, what are you saying? I'll arrange it right away. You don't need to pay any extra fees. I'll cover everything. Just wait for the delivery." After hanging up, Hong Yu reclined his seat in a relaxed manner. Finally, everything was settled. Now he just had to wait for the shelter to be completed. Hong Yu lay in the car with the air conditioning running for a while until the dashboard suddenly emitted a ding sound. Sitting up to look, he saw it was the fuel warning. He sighed. In this damned weather, once he drove out, he dared not turn off the engine, and the fuel in both the main and auxiliary tanks had been completely consumed. He adjusted the seat and found a gas station on the navigation system. Only after filling up and paying did he realize that the price per liter had also risen by 2 yuan. Such a magnitude of increase was unprecedented, and it seemed that the national level had begun to take action. On the way back to the hotel, Hong Yu stayed busy observing the surrounding streets. He noticed a street lined entirely with various high-end restaurants and century-old establishments. One of them, with an antique storefront named Sanwei Zhai, caught his attention. Just from the name and the facade, it was clear that the food within must be extraordinary. He parked the car and arrived at the entrance of Sanwei Zhai. Just as he was about to push the door open, a deafening sound of firecrackers erupted from behind him. Turning his head, he saw a hotel diagonally across hosting a wedding. Seeing the lively scene, a flash of inspiration struck Hong Yu. Based on the nature of his space, he could simply order some of his favorite dishes and take them out whenever he wanted to eat, still piping hot. This was far more convenient than cooking with ingredients himself. Moreover, he had plenty of money, and at his current rate of spending he wouldn't be able to use it all before the apocalypse arrived. Thinking of being able to enjoy ready-made and delicious meals in the future, Hong Yu couldn't help but smile. He pushed open the door and entered Sanwei-ji. The interior decoration was indeed meticulous. It exuded an ancient charm, giving a sense of traveling back in time. "Welcome. How many guests, sir?" asked the hostess in a cheongsam at the door as Hong Yu entered. "Is the owner here?" The hostess looked puzzled. "May I ask what business you have with our owner?" "We're a film crew scouting locations in Rongqing and would like to order some signature dishes from your place. The quantity might be a bit large, so I want to discuss it with the owner." Hong Yu fabricated an excuse. "Please wait a moment, sir." With that, the hostess quickly walked toward the kitchen. After a few minutes, a middle-aged man in a tang suit followed the hostess toward Hong Yu. "This way, sir, let's talk in my office." Hong Yu followed the owner to his office and sat on the sofa. The owner brought out a menu with pictures and handed it to Hong Yu. "Sir, would you prefer a set meal or to choose dishes individually?" Hong Yu didn't answer, immediately flipping through the menu. "Boss, what are the signature dishes of Sanwei-ji?" When it came to signatures, the owner said with some pride, "Sanwei-ji is a century-old establishment with many signature dishes." He pointed to the first few pages of the menu. "These are our most popular dishes." The pictures are actual photographs identical to the real dishes. Hong Yu looked at the menu items: braised lion's head, crystal pork knuckle, soy sauce duck, sauce glazed bones, gobera, double-cooked pork slices, braised beef. These familiar famous dishes made his mouth water. "I'll order individually. I'll say the names, and you write them down." "Okay." The owner picked up a pen and paper. Hong Yu began to read the names from the menu. At first the owner wrote seriously, but as Hong Yu listed the dishes, his brow furrowed. The man talked big but skipped all the specials, ordering only cheap stir-fried seasonal vegetables. After about 20 or so items, the owner couldn't hold back. "Sir, is your crew all vegetarian?" Hong Yu didn't look up, continuing to flip through the menu. "No, those I just listed are the ones I don't want. Add a vinegar-cooked cabbage. As for the rest, I want everything else, 100 portions of each." The owner's hand stopped mid-stroke. He looked up uncertain. "Sir, are you joking with me? 100 portions? Is there a problem?" Seeing that Hong Yu wasn't joking, the owner put down the pen and explained, "Sir, we are a specialty old shop, not a large hotel. Even excluding the dishes you mentioned, we simply cannot fulfill such an order. Moreover, even if we could, we couldn't guarantee that every dish would be at its best serving time. What if we reduce the quantity? Do you need all of it at once? If you give us 3 days to prepare, I can take the order, but it would affect our regular business." The owner looked troubled. Their business relied on repeat customers, and taking this large order would mean neglecting them. 2 days, 50 portions per day, and I'll pay double the price," Hong Yu declared with an air of wealth. Hearing double the price, the owner's eyes flickered as he calculated. If he took this order, it would generate 1.4 million yuan in revenue over 2 days with substantial profit. "All right, we'll take it." He figured he could temporarily close for 2 days and then use some of the profit for promotional discounts. Hong Yu raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, money makes the world go round. Then I'll come pick up 50 portions around this time tomorrow. The quantity is large, but don't let your reputation slip, boss." He didn't want the taste to suffer due to the large volume. "No problem. I'll start preparing after I see off the current customers and ensure timely completion. As for the taste, please trust the reputation of our century-old establishment," the owner assured him. Hong Yu left a deposit of 7,000 yuan and began scouting for the next place. Passing by a shop specializing in noodles and pastries, he saw it was bustling. Inside, customers were eating with relish, so the food must be good. He ordered a serving of zhajiang noodles and sat in a corner to eat. In the sweltering heat, enjoying such a cool bowl of noodles was truly refreshing. Observing the other customers, he saw steamed buns, dumplings, xiaomai chive pockets, pies, and rolled pancakes, a wide variety indeed. The kitchen, visible through a glass partition, was spacious with dozens of buns on a single steamer. He had to get items from the shop. Compared to the dishes, these were real delicacies for Hong Yu. Imagining waking up each day to a few hot meat buns, how delightful that would be. One must pay homage to the stomach, or what's the point of surviving the apocalypse? He quickly finished the noodles, stood up, and walked to the order counter. Using the same excuse, he found the owner and directly offered double the price to book the shop for 2 days. A noodle shop like theirs naturally operated on thin margins with high turnover. Doubling the price was an irresistible temptation for them. Only after asking in detail did Hong Yu learn that the shop also served breakfast. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, twisted dough tofu, pudding, various types of congee, and braised eggs. These daily staples were things Hong Yu certainly wouldn't let slip by. After leaving the noodle shop, Hong Yu walked around the street once more. Whatever caught his eye, he went inside to check it out. He didn't even skip the desserts he normally wasn't fond of. So what if he didn't usually like sweets? What if he craved them one day? After several hours of strolling, Hong Yu returned to the entrance of Sanwei-ji. At that moment, a sign stood at the entrance bearing the 4 characters, "Temporarily closed." Looking back, many shops along the street had taken the same measure for Hong Yu's massive order. Hong Yu had only eaten a bowl of zhajiangmian earlier, which had long since been digested. Recalling the braised lion's head from the menu, his appetite stirred, and he pushed open the door and walked into Sanwei-jai. The moment he entered, the hall was completely empty, and the hostess who had been greeting customers at the door was nowhere to be seen. "Hello," Hanyu called out. The boss, having changed into a chef's uniform, walked out from the kitchen area and recognized Hanyu. "Mr. Hong, did you forget to mention something?" Hanyu scratched his head. "No, I just wanted to ask. Could you prepare a serving of braised lion's head for me? I'm a bit hungry." "Of course, please wait a moment. I'll have the kitchen prepare it for you right away." He might not serve other customers, but Hangyu's request was one he absolutely had to fulfill. Hanyu found a seat in the corner. Before long, the hostess who had greeted him earlier returned, carrying the braised lion's head, some cold appetizers, and a bowl of rice, placing them in front of him. "Sir, please call me if you need anything." After delivering the message, she turned and hurried toward the kitchen. The young woman's appearance had changed dramatically. Though she still wore the same qipao, she now had a small white service cap on her head. Her high heels had been swapped for cloth shoes, and an apron was tied around her waist. "Wait, bring me a bottle of ice-cold cola." "Coming." The hostess fetched a bottle of cola from the refrigerator and ran back. Seeing her bustling about, Hanyu realized that Sanwei-jai had mobilized its entire staff for his order. He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the appetizingly presented lion's head. As expected, his intuition had been correct. He hadn't chosen the wrong place. It was absolutely delicious. In the apocalypse, whoever could taste such a bite would surely be moved to tears of gratitude. In just a few bites, he had devoured 3 of the 4 large meatballs. Just as he was about to pick up the 4th, the roaring sound of a sports car came from outside. A moment later, a young man dressed in designer clothes and wearing a luxury watch walked in. The young man surveyed the empty hall and shouted, "Where is everyone?" "Boss." The boss, who had been busy in the kitchen, hurried out again. Upon seeing the visitor, a fawning smile spread across his face. "Young Master Qin, you've arrived. What's with the sign outside?" "I sincerely apologize, young Master Qin. Our kitchen is undergoing renovations today, so we are unable to serve customers." "Oh, I see. That's fine then." The young man walked out. The boss let out a deep sigh of relief. Hanyu, noticing his relieved yet terrified demeanor, asked curiously, "Boss, who was that person who scared you so much?" The boss let out a sigh. "Ah, Mr. Hong, you're not a local, so of course you wouldn't know. Fortunately, he couldn't see you from where you sat. He is the son of the Rongqing Municipal Party Secretary, accustomed to bullying others at will. If I told him we couldn't serve him because your order was so large, he would never let it go. People like him are untouchable. Once a Western restaurant refused him due to being fully booked, and the matter ended very unpleasantly. In the end, the shop was completely destroyed." "Why not report them?" Hanyu asked, puzzled. "Report? To what end?" "At most, they'd arrest a few hooligans and lock them up for a few days. Then we'd still have to endure their retaliation. It's simply not worth it." The boss sighed again. "Mr. Hong, I'll get back to work now. I won't keep you." Hanyu nodded. Power was always a double-edged sword. Over the following 2 days, Hanyu spent his time collecting meals and wandering the streets. He also bought himself plenty of things to pass the time. Projectors, televisions, various game consoles, and especially a whole collection of joystick-style gaming machines that brought back his childhood memories. Yesterday, he had bought out an entire video store's collection of discs, everything from movies and TV dramas to music and comedy sketches. And he had also purchased the explicit adult films that the owner had secretly pulled out, acquiring the complete set. Right now, he was clearing out pharmacies, buying everything he could get his hands on, regardless of whether he would actually need it. The medicines piled up in his space were already enough to open a large pharmacy. Checking his phone, he saw that the items sent by Mr. Glasses were nearly arrived. He drove to the courtyard he had rented. Several container trucks had just pulled up with Mr. Glasses personally overseeing the delivery. After unloading the dozens of containers and settling the remaining payment, he sent them on their way and began storing everything into his space. Mr. Glasses had originally offered to handle the installation and debugging, but Hanyu had declined. Hanyu was not lacking in knowledge about these matters. As long as he had the blueprints and manuals, he could figure it out himself. It was unavoidable that the engineering crew would learn about the shelter, but it was best to keep others from knowing whenever possible. Once all the containers were stored away, today's tasks were complete, and he returned to the hotel early to rest. The next morning, he came to the street where Sanwei-jai was located to collect the final order. But the moment his car stopped, a group of young men, one with a pot lid on his head, wearing tight t-shirts, cropped pants, and loafers, immediately surrounded him. A young man with a small leather bag tucked under his arm stepped forward and tapped on Hanyu's window. "Get out." Hanyu didn't get out right away. Instead, he tried to recall who he had offended in Rongqing, but after thinking through everything, he couldn't pinpoint anyone specific. After confirming that the dash cam was recording and turning on his phone's voice recorder, he finally stepped out of the car. That cocky young man with the leather bag arrogantly poked Hanyu's shoulder with his finger. "Kid, you're way too arrogant. Do you even know who you've messed with?" Hanyu was utterly bewildered by the question. He took a step back to create distance, genuinely worried that this skinny young man might snap his finger if he kept poking at him. "How I suggest you keep your hands to yourself. Explain first. Who did I offend?" "Fuck, still acting tough. You some upstart outsider from out of town. Don't you know how to spell death?" Saying that, he reached out again to shove Hanyu. Anger rose in Hanyu's chest, and he slapped the hand away that had been thrust toward him. "If you want to talk, then talk. But touch me again and don't blame me for being harsh. If you want to talk, then talk. But touch me again and don't blame me for being harsh. Hearing Hong Yu's words, several of the hipsters nearby burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, no need to be polite. How exactly do you plan to not be polite? Look, clearly there are over a dozen of us. The gang of skinny hipsters rubbed their fists together, each one looking ready for a fight, making Hong Yu sweat uncontrollably just watching them. Don't misunderstand, he was merely overheated from the sweltering sun. The scorching heat was making his mood increasingly irritable. He reached out and grabbed the skinny guy by the collar of his shirt, lifting him up as easily as one would pick up a chick. The skinny guy seemed utterly caught off guard by Hong Yu's sudden move, completely unable to react. Now he tried to break free, but found the large hand gripping his collar as unyielding as an iron clamp. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape. Oh, you son of a, you're looking for death. Let me go right now. Seeing their boss being restrained, the surrounding hipsters bared their teeth and charged forward. Hong Yu sneered and hoisted the skinny guy up bodily. The tight t-shirt pressed so hard against the skinny guy's neck that he was nearly suffocating. He pounded furiously at the hand, pinning him down, but it was completely useless and only made his own hands hurt. Glancing at the other hipsters charging toward him, Hong Yu swung the skinny guy in his grip like a weapon. The skinny guy would never have imagined in his dreams that he could be used as a weapon himself. Before long, every single hipster was lying on the ground, beaten flat. The temperature on the ground was unbearably high, making them scream in pain. Hong Yu glanced down at the skinny guy still dangling from his hand. His face had turned bluish-purple, his eyes rolled back, barely clinging to life. He quickly let go. The skinny guy collapsed onto the ground like overcooked noodles, clutching his throat and gasping for fresh air. The scorching ground made him want to scream, but all that came out was constant coughing. Hong Yu stepped forward and pressed his foot onto the skinny guy's calf, which wasn't even as thick as his wrist. Cough, cough, cough. It hurts, cough, it burns. The skinny guy, barely catching his breath, cried out in agony. Hong Yu had run out of patience. Cut the crap. Who sent you? Hu-Ching, Master Qin. Hong Yu paused. Young Master Qin. Who the hell was that? Searching through his memory, he recalled one person, the spoiled rich kid the boss of Sanwei, Zhai had mentioned earlier. But had he really offended him? How did I offend him? Bro. Don't step. It hurts, it burns. The skinny guy's calf crackled under Hong Yu's foot, the pain making it impossible for him to speak clearly. He was certain his buttocks and back had already been burned raw. Hong Yu lifted his foot. The skinny guy quickly pulled his leg back, struggling to rise, but afraid of angering the demon before him, so he crouched on the ground and looked up with a terrified expression. Big brother, young Master Qin, said you embarrassed him and he wants to meet you. Embarrassed him? What the hell? They'd never even met before. Seeing Hong Yu's darkening expression, the skinny guy hurriedly explained. I don't know the details. We were just doing him a favor. Go back and tell whatever young Master Qin that your grandfather is busy with more important matters today. Tell him to come to Beishan Park at 9 tomorrow morning and wait for me. Since they had come to his door, they might as well have a proper chat. Besides, Hong Yu was quite curious about how he had managed to offend the son of the municipal party secretary. Now scram. The skinny guy stood up with an expression of immense relief, gesturing to the other hipsters who were still crouching on the ground. Limping heavily, they quickly made their escape. Hong Yu walked quickly to a shaded area. The sun felt like fire on his skin. It was unbearable outside. After picking up the last batch of breakfast, he returned to his car, drenched in sweat. Just as he shifted into reverse and prepared to back up, boom! A tremendous explosion accompanied by a violent tremor erupted from behind him, shaking the entire car. He quickly turned to look and saw a shop at the end of the street swallowed by a sea of flames. Many bloodied people were screaming as they fled towards safety. The blast was quite powerful. Debris from buildings was scattered everywhere, and the glass windows of nearby shops had been shattered to pieces. A few figures lay motionless on the ground, their fates unknown. Hong Yu sighed. It was likely another accident caused by the blistering heat. Fortunately, he was far enough away. To die from an explosion like this would have been utterly absurd. He stepped on the accelerator, exited through another street, and drove straight back to the hotel without stopping. The first thing he did upon entering the room was strip off his sweaty, stinking clothes and crank the air conditioning to the lowest setting. Once the cooling kicked in, he took out some rice and braised fish from his spatial storage and devoured them heartily. The explosion earlier had served as a wake-up call for Hong Yu. In the current situation, such accidents could happen at any moment. He needed to start being more vigilant about safety hazards wherever he went. He had worked so hard for nearly a month, preparing everything meticulously. To die inexplicably at this stage would be utterly tragic. After finishing his meal, he flopped onto the bed like a defeated man and entered his spatial dimension to inventory his supplies, checking what else he might need to buy. After a thorough review, he couldn't quite figure out what was missing. The stuff was simply too overwhelming. Pulling out his phone, he searched online for must-have post-apocalyptic supplies and indeed found quite a list. He screenshot each item he needed and saved them. Among the missing items were cold and heat-resistant clothing, gas masks, oxygen tanks, rubber boats, solar panels, plus military-grade night vision goggles and binoculars. He went out early the next morning to search for them, but most of those items, aside from solar panels and gas masks, were incredibly difficult to find. By noon, besides the first two, he had only managed to purchase night vision goggles and binoculars. However, he did pick up quite a few hamburgers and buckets of fried chicken along the way. Returning to the hotel dejectedly, he barely stepped into the lobby when he sensed something was off. A crowd had gathered at the front desk, and from their appearances they were clearly no good sort. Not his problem. He kept his head down and walked straight toward the elevator. Hey, stop right there. I'm talking to you, kid in the black t-shirt. Hong Yu stopped, glanced down at his clothes, then turned around. More than a dozen heavily tattooed, burly men were striding toward him aggressively. The lead, bald, muscular man held up his phone, apparently comparing it to Hong Yu's face. You're Hong Yu, right? There was no need to guess. Anyone looking for trouble would surely be that young Master Qin fellow. The bald man approached up close and looked down at Hong Yu with open contempt. Kid, you're the first one in all of Rongqing who dares to stand up, young Master Qin. Stand him up. Hong Yu suddenly remembered. Yes, he really had given the guy the cold shoulder. This morning he had been so focused on his shopping tasks that he'd completely forgotten about the appointment. Oops, I was busy and forgot. Young Master Qin. Where is he? Who the hell are you calling young master? The dark-faced, burly man behind the bald one immediately took offense. The bald man held up a hand to stop the dark-faced guy from charging forward. Young Master Qin told us to bring him back intact. Hold off on roughing him up for now. The bald man glared at Hong Yu with malicious intent, snarling. You come with us, kid. He tilted his chin, and the two burly men behind him, receiving the signal, moved to seize Hong Yu. Hong Yu's eyes narrowed. He wished he could knock these fools out with one punch each, but he couldn't. One of the hotel lobby's surveillance cameras was pointed directly at them. If he started a fight here, it would only bring trouble. No need, I'll go on my own. The bald man raised an eyebrow. TCH, you're quite sensible, kid. Behave yourself, and you won't get hurt. As if afraid Hong Yu might bolt, the men sandwiched him between them. They left the hotel and climbed into a business van parked outside. To capture him, they had made quite a show, 7 cars in total. The long convoy gradually drove out of the city and stopped at the entrance of an abandoned warehouse. Without waiting for them to urge him, Hong Yu opened the door, got out, and entered the warehouse first. His eagerness to walk into death left the burly men utterly bewildered. As expected, the so-called young Master Qin whom he had encountered at San Wei Zhai was sitting in the middle of the warehouse on a chair, legs crossed. Standing beside him was the skinny dog whom Hong Yu had treated like a flying stick yesterday. Now with one leg in a cast, the skinny dog raised his hand and pointed angrily at the approaching Hong Yu. Young Master Qin, it's him. This brat is too arrogant. I told him your identity, but he still dared to lay a hand on me. He completely disregards you. By then, the burly men Hong Yu had left behind also entered. They guarded the warehouse door, blocking his escape route. Young Master Qin tapped his leg, sizing up Hong Yu from head to toe. Then he pulled a pack of Huazi cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, lit it, and took a deep drag. Only then did he speak. I heard you're pretty loaded, kid. You booked all the restaurants on the street, leaving my brothers without a place to eat for days. And yesterday you broke my man's leg. How do you plan to settle these accounts? Hong Yu let out a scornful laugh and cracked his knuckles. You're the son of a municipal party secretary, yet you bother people over such petty crap. Were you raised on shit? Didn't your father teach you how to be a human? Young Master Qin slapped his thigh and jumped up. You what? You look like a damn idiot with a frog mouth and bulging eyes. Do you actually think you're handsome? Playing gangster. Do you even know what society is? A ween brat still on milk dares to challenge your brother, you. The insults hit young Master Qin so hard that the whites of his eyes turned bloodshot. Trembling, he pointed at Hong Yu and screamed, kill him. At his command, one of the burly men pulled a switchblade from his pocket and approached Hong Yu. Hearing the footsteps, Hong Yu turned and shot a contemptuous glance at the intimidating-looking thug. Trash. You're asking for death. The thug flicked open the knife, sprinted forward, and lunged viciously at Hong Yu's abdomen. Everyone present grinned maliciously, waiting for Hong Yu to bleed and beg for mercy. But the result stunned them all. The moment the thug swung his knife, Hong Yu's long legs sent him flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he went limp. The bald man was startled and hurried over to check on him. Though not dead, he had probably broken several ribs. Eyes blazing with fury, he glared at Hong Yu. You bastard. You dare to hurt my brother. Even if you're a martial artist, you'll be crippled here today. Come on, all together. Kill him. At the bald man's order, all the thugs charged. Hong Yu kicked the first two aside, then turned and dashed straight for the bald man. Their eyes met, and the bald man sensed grave danger, his heart sinking. He turned to flee, but he was too slow. Hong Yu's large hand clamped onto his bald head with such force that his fingers dug into the scalp. Then he pressed down, smashing his head into the ground. With a loud bang, the bald man's face hit the floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. But Hong Yu wasn't done. He added a kick, sending the bald man skidding across the ground face first. Seeing their boss beaten, the other thugs forgot about attacking Hong Yu and rushed to check on him. When they turned him over, they were utterly stunned. The bald man's face was a bloody mess. His nose was completely crushed, his lips torn by his teeth, and nearly all his teeth had been knocked out at the root. Hong Yu disdainfully brushed off his hands. Disgusting. The bald head was greasy with oil despite having no hair. How you talk so big? I thought you were tough. Turns out you're just trash too. The thugs, intimidated by Hong Yu's ruthless methods, dared not retort. But young Master Qin was not satisfied. He screamed, What the hell are you standing there for? Get him. I'll reward anyone who takes him down with 100,000. Tempted by the money, the thugs surrounded Hong Yu again, but none of them made the first move. Hong Yu chuckled. Come on, let's see if his 100,000 is enough to cover your medical bills. Brothers, don't be afraid. Let's all rush him at once. No matter how strong he is, he can't beat all of us, one of the thugs gritted out. The moment he finished speaking, Hong Yu darted forward and landed a heavy punch on his face. The thug spat out a few broken teeth and collapsed. The others were once again terrified by Hong Yu's speed and strength. By the time they reacted, another brother had fallen. A bunch of cowardly bastards. Hong Yu spat, then ignored the remaining thugs and walked straight toward the furious young Master Qin. Seeing Hong Yu approaching, young Master Qin panicked and shouted, "Quick, stop him!" But no one listened. Even the skinny dog by his side had retreated to a corner. As Hong Yu drew closer, young Master Qin trembled in fear. Hong Yu kicked him in the stomach. Young Master Qin stumbled backward, smashing the chair behind him to pieces. He curled up, clutching his abdomen and rolling in agony, one hand rubbing his backside. Tears streamed down his face. Hong Yu crouched down, a half-smile playing on his lips as he looked at the young, naive face. "You're just a kid, and you're already pulling stunts like this. Do you think your father can influence everyone? Tell me, why did you have to target me?" I just wanted to get some money from you," young Master Qin confessed honestly. Young Master Qin's usual restaurants had all been closed for various reasons in recent days. Through investigation, he learned that a man named Hong Yu had spent tens of millions to rent out all the distinctive shops on that street. After some inquiries, he found out that Hong Yu was an outsider. Accustomed to spending lavishly, he thought to use his usual tricks to extort some money from Hong Yu. Who would have thought he'd run into a tough nut? You're really fucking naive. With that, Hong Yu punched him square in the face. Young Master Qin passed out on the spot. Hong Yu stood up and looked at Shigo, who was trembling in the corner. "You go back and tell that naive fool that I've recorded everything from today. If he dares to cause me trouble again, I'll make his father famous online. Do you hear me?" If Hong Yu weren't worried about his plans being disrupted, he wouldn't bother saying so much. Shigo, intimidated by Hong Yu's aura, shivered and nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Hong Yu walked out of the warehouse with his hands in his pockets. No one dared to stop him. He then drove their business van straight back to the hotel. He didn't lock the car, just left it in the parking lot. Whether they dared to pick up the car was no longer his concern. In the following days, young Master Qin seemed to have heeded Hong Yu's warning. He did not come to cause trouble again. Shopping, Hong went online once more, starting his shopping spree. After nearly 10 days of travel, he had reaped a generous harvest. He managed to purchase the items he had previously screenshot through various channels, though the quantities were small. Fortunately, they weren't daily necessities, so it was enough for his personal use. Recently, the situation in countries around the world has been undergoing drastic changes. Several Western nations, plagued by skyrocketing prices, have sparked wave after wave of protests. Some places even saw riots and rampant looting. The Heizhou nations were even worse. Their lands, already plagued by perennial water shortages, pushed the people to the brink of despair under the relentless heat. In just a few days, the number of people who died from water shortages exceeded tens of thousands. Under such weather conditions, the spread of infectious diseases also accelerated. Many countries with poor medical conditions were being ravaged by these diseases. Within the Dragon Kingdom, some regions also experienced water shortages. Compared to other countries that champion freedom, the people of the Dragon Kingdom were relatively compliant, and no riots occurred. However, hospitals in the country were facing enormous challenges. The number of patients with severe heat stroke was increasing, and existing medical resources due to the huge population base were completely insufficient. The national authorities were trying to address these issues, but with little effect. The highest temperature across the country had reached 48 degrees Celsius. The official explanation for the high temperature was the same as in his past life: vague and incoherent, offering analyses that left people bewildered. On TV and the internet, a bunch of experts with grandiose titles popped up again. They casually recommended some so-called essential household remedies. These bastards profiting from the national crisis are worse than beasts. A few people seemed to have realized something and began stockpiling daily necessities. Hong Yu stood at the hotel entrance. The air outside, distorted like waves, carried a burnt smell. No pedestrians could be seen on the streets. Today was the day his shelter was completed. Fortunately, thanks to Hong Yu's generous heat subsidies, the shelter project had been finished. Otherwise, in a few more days, even if Hong Yu offered more money, the workers would probably refuse to work. Strangely, in Hong Yu's memory, the temperature at this time in his past life hadn't been this high. Could the apocalypse have truly arrived early? Getting into the car that had been running for over 10 minutes, the seat and steering wheel were still scorching hot. Hong Yu took out a spray bottle he had prepared and sprayed them vigorously before he could barely sit down. He drove to the shelter. Manager Pang, waiting outside the yard, looked like a different person, tanned to a frightening degree. "Mr. Hong, everything has been completed according to your requirements. Let me show you around." Manager Pang greeted warmly. "All right, Manager Pang, you've worked hard," Hong Yu replied politely. "Hee, Mr. Hong, don't say that. You are our client, our god, so of course I will do my best to serve you. Please take a look. The walls around the courtyard are so sturdy that even a car crash wouldn't damage them. The main gate is also made to be explosion-proof." Hong Yu looked at the heavy iron door and nodded with satisfaction. The strength of this door was indeed almost comparable to a safe. Manager Pang pressed the remote control in his hand. The iron door slowly opened to both sides. This door can be switched between electric and manual operation at any time, but opening it manually will be slower. The two stepped through the gate. The ground in the courtyard had been paved and looked empty. Approaching the bunker-like single-story building, Manager Pang said proudly, "Mr. Hong, take a look at this above-ground structure. I made some slight modifications to the original design, raising the overall ceiling height to 3.5 meters and adding a platform on top." Hong Yu nodded inwardly. He hadn't thought of that. The platform could serve perfectly as a lookout post. Seeing Hong Yu look at the security door of the building, Manager Pang quickly pulled out a uniquely shaped key. He stepped forward, inserted it into the lock, and twisted it hard. The stainless steel door, a full 30 centimeters thick, sprang open with a bang. Manager Pang grabbed the handle and pulled with almost all his strength to open the iron door. After exhaling, he began to introduce. This door is currently the highest security level door in the world. It's a purely mechanical structure with no electronic components, and it can operate normally in extreme low and high temperatures. The downside is that it's a bit heavy and can only be opened manually. Hong Yu had previously specified the security level for this door, but he hadn't expected Manager Pang to go to such lengths. Manager Pang pulled out the key and handed it to Hong Yu. The key was large and heavy. The most complex key Hong Yu had ever seen before was a cross-shaped one, but this one was a plum blossom structure, and the material seemed to be some special alloy with a high density. "Mr. Hong, this door has only this one key. Please be sure to keep it safe." With that, Manager Pang was the first to enter the house. The interior space was about the same as they had discussed, roughly 100 square meters with no partitions and only 6 load-bearing pillars throughout the room. The windows on all 4 sides of the building, as per your request, are not very large. The glass is 28 millimeters bulletproof glass, which has somewhat poor light transmission. Light transmission? Hong Yu wouldn't care about that. Safety was more important than anything. Manager Pang walked to a corner of the room and bent down to open a hidden trapdoor in the floor. Below lay a staircase leading underground. At the end was a security door similar to the one they had just passed through. This door is also purely mechanical. With that, Manager Pang produced another key and pushed the door open. Stepping into the underground space, their eyes opened wide in surprise at the comfortable temperature. Right beyond the entrance was a massive hall. The floors and walls were all made of solid wood, illuminated by seamless lighting that made the entire space as bright as day. As per your requirements, all the lighting here uses artificial sunlight. The manufacturer claims it can fully satisfy plants' photosynthesis. With that, he walked over to 20 large cardboard boxes in the corner. Here are the 20 sets of backup light cores you requested. Under normal usage conditions, they should last 100 years. Hong Yu nodded. What about the heating and cooling systems? Rest assured, Mr. Hong, everything was done according to your specifications. The floor walls and ceiling are all fitted with the highest quality heating tubes available on the market. The entire underground uses an air-cooled system, and each room's temperature can be adjusted independently. I'll give you a detailed introduction later. Come look at this side first. Manager Pang led Hong Yu into a room on the left side, approximately 70 square meters in size. This is the control center for the entire underground facility. Monitoring power supply and all room equipment can be inspected and controlled from here. Hong Yu approached the monitoring system at the innermost end. The wall facing the control console was covered with screens, leaving no blind spots for both the exterior and interior of the compound. On the left was a complete set of intelligent-looking power control systems. This power system can not only automatically regulate the intensity of electricity delivery, whether it's the electric fence on the compound wall or the electrical circuits, if a fault occurs, it will directly mark the location of the problem. The small box hanging on the right side of the electrical panel is a small signal amplifier I specially installed just in case the underground signal is insufficient. On the right was the control console for all rooms. Here you can set the temperature and humidity for each room. The system will automatically adjust according to the preset values, and you can also see the outdoor temperature from here. The two walked out of the monitoring room, and Manager Pang pointed to the adjacent room. This is the generator room. All the wiring has been pre-laid. Everything above is also clearly labeled, making it easy to distinguish. The room has independent ventilation, so you don't need to worry about air pollution. After he finished, he pointed to the room across the hallway. This is the bathroom. The septic tank was also built in a self-infiltration style, as per your requirements. During daily use, you don't need to worry about it filling up. The adjacent room is the water well room. The deep well is inside, equipped with a 5-ton pressure water storage tank sufficient to meet all water needs underground. The other rooms were currently empty. Manager Pang brought Hong Yu to the innermost room of the basement. This room was about the same size as the entrance hall. On the left are the main and backup central air conditioning units. On the right is an electric heating boiler, both energy-efficient models. Because the central air conditioning generates a lot of heat, this room also has independent ventilation. When the temperature gets too high, the circulation system will automatically activate. With that, Manager Pang pointed to the long shelves on both sides of the door. Everything on these shelves is organized by category. All the vulnerable replacement parts for the basement's facilities have been prepared according to your requirements. Finished speaking. Manager Pang looked around. That's about everything, Mr. Hong. Please inspect it again and let me know if there's anything that needs rework or correction. I'm very satisfied. There's nothing to modify. Thank you for your hard work, Manager Pang. I'll transfer the remaining payment to your company's account shortly. As for the reward I promised earlier, Hong Yu took out his phone, completed a transaction, and transferred 200,000 yuan to Manager Hong. I hope this isn't too little, Manager Pang. Manager Pang had already seen the amount of 200,000 in his peripheral vision. Mr. Hong, you're too kind. This is all part of my job. Manager Pang spoke as if he were completely selfless, but the greed on his face had already betrayed his true feelings. Since the employer was satisfied and the promised reward was in hand, Manager Pang had no intention of lingering. Mr. Hong, I'll be taking my leave then. If anything comes up, feel free to contact me at any time. After Manager Pang left, Hong Yu drove his car into the courtyard and stored it in his spatial dimension. After confirming the main gate was locked, he returned underground. This would be his daily living space from now on, and he needed to arrange it properly. What delighted Hong Yu the most was the underground temperature. It was truly comfortable, as if staying in an air-conditioned room. He took out the plush carpet he had purchased earlier and laid it out in a corner of the hall. Then he retrieved a large L-shaped fabric sofa and placed it on top. This sofa was specially chosen by Hong Yu. Compared to those expensive leather sofas, he found this fabric one more comfortable and softer to lounge on. He kicked off his shoes, his feet sinking into the soft carpet, then threw himself onto the sofa. The experience was absolutely magnificent. After lying there for a while, he sat up and took out a solid wood coffee table from his spatial dimension, placing it in front of the sofa. He then arranged a hygrothermograph on top. Stepping off the carpet and putting his shoes back on, he started from the coffee table and measured approximately 4 meters with his footsteps. Then he retrieved a large movable iron rack from his spatial dimension. This was a movable TV stand that Hong Yu had searched through several stores to find. It could not only hang a TV, but also had many shelves on both sides for placing items. He took out his tools and mounted his 108-inch television on the rack. Then he arranged the gaming console and various game discs he had purchased earlier onto the shelves one by one. Before long, the rack was filled to capacity. After spending some time connecting all the wiring at the back, since there was no fiber optic internet connection available here, Hong Yu had to use his phone's hotspot to connect the television to the network first. He switched to a news channel and let it play, then went about his own business. The other side of the hall remained empty. Hong Yu arranged various potted plants and set up over 20 different arcade game machines against the wall. He also placed a pool table and a dining table at appropriate distances. With that, the hall finally looked presentable. Next up was setting up the power generation equipment. Hong Yu went to the generator room, placed a brand new generator in position, and began connecting the wiring according to the instruction manual. This project was relatively complex, but it posed no difficulty for him, a man of science and engineering. After 3 hours of work, he finally completed all the wiring connections. The battery capable of storing 100 kilowatt-hours of electricity had also been properly positioned. Hong Yu opened the generator's fuel tank. With a wave of his right hand, a tube appeared in thin air. This was the fuel hose connecting to the oil tanker. It was during his previous life that he had accidentally discovered this miraculous ability. It certainly saved him a lot of trouble. After filling the generator's fuel tank to the brim, Hong Yu returned to the monitoring room. He switched off the city power input in the electrical system, and the automatically adjustable disconnect switch flipped to generator mode the very next moment. The lights dimmed only for an instant before flickering back on. The generator roared to life, running smoothly. The battery still had 90% charge remaining and was actively recharging. Perfect. Hong Yu couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. He felt grateful that his interests had been broad in the past, giving him a working knowledge of so many things. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't have been able to figure any of this out. 10 minutes after the generator stabilized, Hong Yu switched the city power back on. The automatically adjusted disconnect switch flipped right back to city supply. He then cut off power to everything except the essential functional rooms. After adjusting the surveillance footage to share mode, Hong Yu returned to the main hall. He then brought out a smaller television stand, mounted a 63-inch TV on it, and settled onto the sofa to connect everything to the monitoring equipment. Now he didn't need to go to the control room. He could simply lie on the sofa and watch the surveillance feeds. There were actually 10 empty rooms remaining, but he had no intention of turning any of them into bedrooms. The hall was spacious enough and all the entertainment facilities were right there. The large sofa was comfortable enough to sleep on, and he could still keep an eye on the outside at any moment. Still, no matter what else was missing, the kitchen could not be an afterthought. Hong Yu found an empty room and arranged all sorts of kitchenware inside, planning to furnish it properly later. The bathroom's facilities were already well equipped, so nothing needed to be added for the time being. Changing out of his oil-stained clothes, Hong Yu lay on the sofa, munching on steamed buns, while watching the news coverage of the disaster. Unknowingly, he drifted into sleep. When he woke again, it was already 10 o'clock the next morning. After washing up, Hong Yu prepared to head out to buy some plant seeds or seedlings along with soil for planting. The idea had come to him from a dream he'd had the previous night, running across a grassy field. Who knew when it might come in handy? Better to be prepared than sorry. The moment Hong Yu opened the underground security door, a wave of scorching heat hit his face. Taking one step outside, the stifling mugginess nearly dissipated any desire he'd had to go shopping. Braving his discomfort, he made it to the first floor where the oppressive heat only intensified. Even the valve-style handle on the security door felt uncomfortably hot to the touch. Out in the courtyard, the sun blazed high overhead. It seemed as though the thin layer of sweat just breaking across his skin evaporated in an instant. This was getting more and more outrageous by the day. Locking the door behind him, he retrieved the car from his spatial storage, started the engine, and headed toward the city. Only when he arrived did he realize that many shops had already closed their doors. Only the larger malls were still operating as usual. After circling around for a while, Hong Yu had to return empty-handed. It wasn't exactly a necessity anyway. If he couldn't find it, so be it. The moment he returned underground, he finally felt some relief. Pulling a chilled bottle of cola from his spatial storage, he downed it in one gulp. The icy, refreshing sensation was simply divine. Hong Yu made a decision: unless absolutely necessary, he would never leave again. It was literally killing him. Stripping off his clothes completely, he lay on the sofa and scrolled through short videos. Power grids across major cities were now overloaded and blackouts had become commonplace in many areas. Those who relied on air conditioning to survive were suffering the most, taking to short video platforms to vent their frustration. While scrolling, a particular video caught Hong Yu's attention. In a dimly lit room, a figure wearing a hood and a mask sat before the camera. The voice had been altered. Citizens of Long Country, here is an earnest reminder for your survival: stock up on drinking water and food. Temperatures will continue climbing day by day, and widespread water and food shortages across Long Country will grow increasingly severe. This is Earth's trial for us. I hope you can endure it. Remember my advice. Goodbye. The video hadn't received many views, but the comments section was ablaze with activity. Curious, Hong Yu clicked in to take a look. Stop spreading panic with your scaremongering. This guy definitely has a supermarket family. She's manufacturing this sense of crisis so she can make a fortune. I actually think his suggestion isn't bad. It's better to be safe than sorry. I'm going out to stock up on food and drinks right now. Spreading panic. Where's the government? Shouldn't this kind of account be banned immediately? Don't dismiss this so quickly. I have a relative who works in a government department. A few days ago when I dropped by, I noticed they'd bought a whole garage full of food supplies, and they were keeping it secret. When I asked about it, they just said it was because of a discount. But thinking about it now, something seems off. I wonder what information they've obtained. Come on, don't judge your relatives so harshly. If they really had something to hide, why wouldn't they tell you? Let's all report this maliciously misleading video together. Various debates raged on without end, but very few people were thinking clearly. Just as Hong Yu was engrossed in reading, the screen went black. The video had been taken down. Hong Yu shook his head and continued scrolling. He didn't have to scroll far before finding an official debunking video. With the arrival of extreme heat, numerous individuals have been spreading baseless rumors online for clicks and attention. The public is urged not to believe these rumors about stockpiling grain and water. Experts have confirmed that the current heat wave caused by abnormal solar activity will return to normal within half a month. What came after Hong Yu could no longer be bothered to listen to. He pursed his lips in disdain. TCH, what a pathetic excuse. Still, that masked man seemed to know something. But Hong Yu soon dismissed it from his mind. Whatever was happening outside had nothing to do with him. As long as he could enjoy a comfortable life in his shelter, that was all that mattered. Tossing his phone aside, he got up and selected a comedy from the TV stand. He also laid out a variety of snacks on the coffee table. Eating snacks while watching a movie. How much more pleasant could it get? A week passed. Hong Yu spent those 7 days without stepping foot outside the underground shelter. When tired, he slept. When hungry, he ate. When bored, he watched movies or played games. Life was simply blissful. By then, the outside temperature had reached 48 degrees Celsius. The network was still functioning, but city power had begun to flicker on and off since the previous day. Languidly, Hong Yu picked up his phone and began his daily ritual of scrolling through videos. Every day, he checked the current situation outside via short video platforms. Based on his experience from his past life, the extreme heat had indeed arrived ahead of schedule. Power outages and water shortages had become the norm in many places. Protests erupted constantly, but they achieved absolutely nothing. Even the frequency of official appearances was dwindling. And this was not exclusive to Long Country. The situation in other nations was far more dire. When Hong Yu woke up that morning, he discovered that his area had also lost power. 5 hours had passed, yet there was still no sign of restoration. He took out a hamburger and fried chicken from his spatial storage, savoring his meal, when he noticed on the surveillance monitor 3 vehicles pulling up at the main gate. Moreover, the first person to step out was someone Hong Yu recognized, Manager Pang. After alighting, Manager Pang opened a sun umbrella and began waving toward the surveillance camera, muttering something. Hong Yu set down his hamburger and went to the control room to activate the audio on the surveillance cameras. Mr. Hong, please open the door. A distinguished guest wishes to speak with you. Mr. Hong, I know you're inside. Hong Yu switched off the audio, confirmed the electric fence was still active, and returned to the lobby to continue eating. The very thing he had feared had come to pass. Manager Pang was now coveting his shelter, and he had come with an entourage. Judging by the value of those vehicles, this person's status was certainly not ordinary. He finished the remaining hamburger in a few bites, produced a bottle of mineral water, and took a couple of swallows, then returned to the screens to closely monitor their next moves. Manager Pang continued speaking toward the surveillance camera, and he seemed to show signs of losing his temper. He stood at the gate for a full 5 minutes before a middle-aged man finally descended from the luxury car. He approached Manager Pang and whispered a few words. Manager Pang's expression darkened, and he retrieved a remote control from his own vehicle. Hong Yu recognized that remote, his gaze sharpening. Damn it, there really was a backup remote. He had considered this possibility before, but since all the engineering work had proceeded smoothly, he had not paid it much mind. He had originally intended to cut power to the iron gate directly, but after reconsideration, he withdrew his hand. Rather than letting them harass him time and again, it would be better to eliminate them all at once, especially since order was now fracturing. He retrieved a handgun from his spatial storage and inspected the ammunition. The iron gate slowly opened on both sides, and several vehicles drove directly into the courtyard. Hong Yu entered the above-ground building, crouched in a corner, and aimed his weapon at the entrance. If they had a backup remote, they might also have an extra key to the security door. Thud, thud. A muffled knocking sound came from outside. Following the sound, he saw Manager Pang pressing against the bulletproof glass, peering inside. By the look of it, he clearly did not have the key to the security door, otherwise he would have simply opened it. Hong Yu rose, holstered his gun behind his back, and activated the intercom beside the security door. Upon seeing Hong Yu's figure, Manager Pang's face lit up with excitement, and he hurried back to the entrance. Mr. Hong, you are indeed here. I sincerely apologize for entering your grounds without your permission, but I had no choice. An important figure wishes to meet with you. Oh, who wishes to see me? The occupants of the other 2 luxury vehicles also seemed to hear the conversation. A total of 6 people descended from the cars. They separately opened sun umbrellas to escort a well-dressed middle-aged man with slicked-back hair from the vehicles. Manager Pang, noticing the VIP had alighted, wiped the sweat from his brow and scampered over eagerly. Hong Yu simply opened the security door and stepped outside. Conversing through the intercom was far too cumbersome, and should he need to act facing them directly would allow him to resolve matters more swiftly. The man with slicked-back hair carried a small electric fan, trailing Manager Pang as they slowly approached Hong Yu. Behind him, 6 sycophantic figures held sun umbrellas, following closely in his wake. That kind of pomp was not something an ordinary person could command. Hong Yu shielded his eyes from the scorching sun with one hand, then discreetly reached into his spatial storage with the other, producing a sun umbrella that he opened above his head. He cast a cold glance at Manager Pang. Manager Pang was utterly guilt-ridden and dared not meet Hong Yu's gaze. The slick-backed man arrived before Hong Yu and peered into the interior through the doorway behind him. So you are Mr. Hong. I am Kinian Yang, and I have come to inform you of a government requisition order just issued. Requisition? Yes. Given the current extraordinary circumstances, the government hopes you will temporarily transfer the usage rights of this underground facility. Of course, we will provide you with appropriate compensation. Qin. His appearance was strikingly familiar. Could this be the father of that young Master Qin? You are Secretary Qin. Precisely. You are truly amusing. Requisition. That sounds so elegant. What you truly seek is to seize it for yourself. As expected of father and son, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Kinian Yang's expression darkened. This is an official directive. If you dare resist, you will bear corresponding legal responsibility. Believe it or not, with a single word from me, I could ensure you spend the rest of your life in prison. A few days prior, Kinian Yang had obtained some insider information. This catastrophic heat wave would persist, and temperatures would continue to climb. Many high-ranking officials had already relocated their families to underground shelters. Someone of his level, however, simply did not possess the qualifications. Coincidentally, on the very day he received this intelligence, Manager Pang had come to him for approval on the previous construction payment, and had mentioned that an underground fortress comparable to impregnable walls was being built here. After meeting with Manager Pang today, and learning about the facilities within the underground fortress, his desire intensified, and his resolve to seize it solidified. What's this? You could not snatch it covertly, so now you are resorting to open robbery. Hong Yu sneered. Kinian Yang knew Hong Yu before him would never cooperate, so he wasted no more words. He stepped aside, gesturing to the 6 men behind him. Upon receiving the signal, the 6 advanced with one representative barking. You have unjustly insulted a public official and resisted law enforcement. Come with us. Hong Yu shook his head. This was only the beginning, yet the vile countenance of these people had already been laid bare. In that case, do not blame me. Hong Yu's inexplicable remark left them all bewildered. Kinian Yang, however, burst into triumphant laughter. Do not blame yourself. You will be staying in prison, and this underground fortress will have nothing to do with you from now on. Hong Yu's lips curled into a faint smile as he drew the pistol from his waist. The 6 men who had intended to seize him froze upon seeing the weapon in his hand. But the hesitation lasted only a moment. The leader, a man with a beer-splotched nose, erupted into booming laughter. Boy, don't think some toy gun is going to frighten us. We do not have the leisure to play house with you. With those words, he charged forward to snatch it away. Hong Yu raised his pistol without hesitation and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the man with the bumpy nose collapsed instantly. The bullet pierced his head, splattering blood and brain matter all over the people standing behind him. They were utterly terrified, frozen in place, daring not to move a single muscle. In their understanding, even if the gun in Hong Yu's hand was real, they had never imagined he would dare to kill someone openly. Yet looking at Hong Yu's expression, there was no sign of tension after taking a life. Instead, he wore a smile. "Oh, I am terribly sorry for splashing you. But honestly, it doesn't matter. All the same, you will be lying there in a moment." The 5 surviving lackeys caught the meaning in Hong Yu's words. Abandoning Qin Hanyong, they turned to flee. But how could Hong Yu possibly give them such an opportunity? Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots rang out in rapid succession, and all 5 men fell dead at once. Every bullet struck the head. Qin Hanyong and Manager Pang's legs buckled, and they collapsed onto the ground. So consumed by fear were they that they failed to notice how scorching hot the ground was beneath them. Hong Yu wiped the smile from his face and regarded the 2 of them with a chilling gaze. Manager Pang soiled himself at the mere sight of that look. What is wrong with the 2 of you? Isn't the ground burning? Only then did they feel the searing pain on their skin pressed against the ground, and they sprang up in alarm. Hong Yu raised his gun and pressed it against Qin Hanyong's forehead. "Secretary Qin, what was it you were saying just now? My memory isn't the best. Say it again." Qin Hanyong's carefully styled slicked-back hair was now drenched with sweat, sticking embarrassingly to his forehead, making him look utterly wretched. Aye. After stammering for a long time, without managing a single coherent sentence, he finally abandoned all dignity and dropped to his knees with a thud. "Mr. Hong, a great man does not hold grudges against petty people. I beg you to spare me." His hands rubbed frantically together in front of his chest. "Oh, come on now. Where did all your bravado go, Secretary Qin? You need to stand your ground. I actually preferred that arrogant attitude you had earlier, like you were the second most important person in the world. Come on, show some backbone." Qin Hanyong didn't dare utter a word and pounded his head against the ground fiercely. Beside him, Manager Pang mimicked his actions, kneeling and bowing his head in unison. Hong Yu sneered inwardly. People could be so damn pathetic sometimes. "Stand up." They dared not disobey, and immediately rose to their feet, bowing their heads like guilty children caught misbehaving. How convincing they looked. "Go move the corpses outside." The mere thought of carrying dead bodies made the 2 men shiver uncontrollably. "Hurry up." Hong Yu barked. Gritting their teeth, they stepped forward and hoisted the corpse, one at the front and one at the back. Qin Hanyong, a veteran of cunning schemes, immediately grabbed the corpse's feet. This made things particularly dreadful for Manager Pang, who not only had blood and brain matter splattered all over his legs, but also had to keep staring at the shattered skull and those wide-open eyes refusing to close in death. Watching them obediently haul the bodies away, Hong Yu tucked his gun into his waistband. He picked up the handheld fan Qin Hanyong had dropped, grabbed an umbrella, and strolled leisurely out of the courtyard with the 2 of them. After directing them to move all 6 corpses to a single location, Hong Yu produced 2 shovels from his spatial storage and tossed them to the men. "Dig a bigger hole." Under such scorching weather, after hauling 6 dead heavy corpses in succession, they were completely drained. Bent over with their hands on their knees, they could barely catch their breath. Hong Yu swiftly drew his gun and fired a shot into one of the corpses. The 2 men were startled and suddenly found strength in their limbs. Grabbing their shove, begin digging. "Hurry up." Hong Yu, suffering from the oppressive heat, kept urging them on. Whenever their pace slowed, even slightly, he would raise his gun and fire 2 more shots into the corpses. Fortunately, the soil here was not too hard. Within half an hour, the hole was finally dug. Qin Hanyong and Manager Pang were now collapsed and spent inside the pit. Hong Yu crouched at the edge of the pit, raised his gun, and aimed at Qin Hanyong's head. Before he could even beg for mercy, Hong Yu pulled the trigger. Manager Pang, terrified once more, soiled himself again and desperately summoned his last ounce of strength to plead. "Mr. Hong, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes now. Please spare me." Hong Yu let out a scoff. "Manager Pang, place your hand on your conscience. How many favors have I shown you? Is this how you repay me? I should spare you. Did you ever consider sparing me before you came today? If I let you walk away today, who knows what kind of people you will bring next time? It won't happen again. I swear it truly won't, Mr. Hong. I truly understand my errors now. Please believe me one more time." Hong Yu shook his head. "Trust you. You are not worthy." Bang! After burying the corpses, Hong Yu stored all 3 vehicles they had arrived in within his spatial dimension. He had intended to clean up the bloodstains, but turning back, he discovered the blood and water on the ground had long since evaporated in the intense heat. Only some dark, dried traces remained. He quickly locked the door and descended underground. It was unbearably hot outside. Every breath felt like torture. Hong Yu stripped off his clothes and took a cold shower, which brought some relief. Having just taken 8 lives, Hong Yu felt no turmoil within. With the experience of those 4 years, his understanding of human nature surpassed that of anyone else. If he had not acted today, next time 80 or even 800 people might have come for him. People who truly kept their word and acted selflessly did exist, but clearly none of those 8 belonged to that category. Therefore, to protect himself and to not squander the second chance at life heaven had granted him, they had to die. 8 people disappearing simultaneously, one of whom was the top official in the city. Under normal circumstances, this would have caused an uproar. But now not even a single ripple had surfaced. For days had passed, and neither the internet nor official channels had released any reports regarding this matter. This only meant that the current situation had grown extremely severe. The authorities simply had no time to attend to such matters. Outside temperatures had reached 50 degrees Celsius at their peak, and the entire city of Rongqing could only sustain power and water supply for half a day. Fire incidents occurred frequently, and various illnesses triggered by the extreme heat claimed many lives. The authorities were overwhelmed and could not attend to anything else. The citizens grumbled in protest, but their voices were entirely useless. Hong Yu sat on the sofa with his legs crossed sipping chilled cola while scrolling through his phone. Suddenly he noticed a black, white, and tan corgi appearing on the courtyard surveillance camera. It stumbled toward the gate and collapsed. Seeing that fragile little creature on the screen, Hong Yu felt an unusual sensation stir within his heart. His past experiences had led him to see through the ugliness of human nature. Some might call him heartless or say he possessed not a shred of compassion. But to be honest, in his heart, some people were not even worth comparing to a dog. Give a dog a steamed bun, and it will wag its tail in gratitude. Yet some people, despite accepting your favors, still seek to put you to death and seize everything you own. So faced with such a small creature, he truly could not bring himself to be heartless. Hong Yu sighed, set down his cola, picked up a parasol, and strode out quickly. Upon opening the garden gate, he discovered that the corgi had also brought along a tiny puppy, also tricolored with black, white, and yellow. Judging by the puppy's size, it was probably just barely a month old, with its tail still intact. The mother dog seemed to have fallen unconscious. Although she was still breathing, it was very faint. The little puppy, tongue lolling out, was struggling to nuzzle its mother with its nose, occasionally letting out soft whimpers as if trying to awaken her. Hong Yu stepped forward, discarded the parasol, scooped up both the puppy and the mother dog, and rushed indoors. Once underground, he gently laid the mother dog on the floor. The puppy, uncertain of his intentions, regarded him warily and tried to scare him off with tiny barks. Paying it no heed for the moment, Hong Yu retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his storage space. He lifted the mother dog's head and slowly poured water into her mouth. Revived by the moisture, she opened her eyes. Her large eyes, gazing at Hong Yu, were filled with a plea. Hong Yu was momentarily puzzled by her meaning. The puppy, seeing its mother awake, snuggled close to her mouth. Then the mother dog nudged it toward Hong Yu with her nose. Only then did Hong Yu understand her intent. She wanted to entrust the puppy to him. He reached out and gently stroked her emaciated body, then touched her forehead. "Rest assured, I will take good care of your child." As if understanding his words, the mother dog used her last strength to lick Hong Yu's hand, then closed her eyes. Hong Yu heaved a deep sigh, picked up the puppy, and held it before him. The puppy gazed at him with its round, jet-black eyes full of curiosity, all previous wariness gone. Its soft and adorable appearance melted a frozen corner of Hong Yu's heart. "With your black, white, and yellow fur, from now on I'll call you Xiao He. Don't be sad. Maybe death is a kind of release. From now on you're with me. I'm your dad." Huh. Wait, that doesn't sound right. I feel like I'm cursing myself. Hong Yu stored the mother dog's body in his space, planning to find a place to bury her once the heat subsided. Thus he acquired his first pet, a tricolored short-legged corgi with an undocked tail named Xiao He. Oh, and it was a male puppy. In this dark apocalypse, the little creature was a form of companionship. However, Hong Yu soon realized things weren't that simple. The half-month he spent with Xiao He was incredibly busy. It wasn't just about eating, drinking, sleeping, and relieving itself. He also had to play with it, or it would throw a little tantrum. Yet it was full of joy. Every day, wherever Hong Yu went or whatever he did, the puppy followed. Even when he went to the toilet, it would stare at him intently, as if afraid he might do something foolish and eat the poop. The little creature was highly intelligent, and despite its young age, it could already find the pee pad accurately. Hong Yu specially converted one of the empty rooms into Xiao He's exclusive bathroom. The monotonous days of eating and sleeping became fulfilling again with the little one's presence. The L-shaped sofa was also divided between them. One section, the vertical part, was for Hong Yu to sleep on, while the horizontal part belonged to Xiao He. But because of its short legs, Hong Yu made a small stool for it to climb onto the sofa, so he didn't have to carry it up every time. One day Hong Yu went to bed early. Xiao He suddenly opened its eyes, wobbled over to Hong Yu's arms, and forcefully burrowed its little head under the hand wearing the ring. As the ring touched its head, a faint light, barely visible to the naked eye, emanated. Slurp, slurp. Hong Yu was awakened by Xiao He's wet little tongue. Glancing at the time, it was already 10 in the morning. Hungry. Xiao He seemed to respond by wagging its tail vigorously. Hong Yu sat up, scooped up Xiao He, and went to its food bowl. As usual, he prepared a portion of whole wheat biscuits soaked in goat milk. Fortunately, among the supplies he had stocked up earlier, there were plenty of such biscuits and packaged goat milk, otherwise he wouldn't have known what to feed it. He considered giving it meat, but worried it might be too young to digest properly. Xiao He struggled out of Hong Yu's grasp, dashed to the bowl, and began wolfing down its food. Hong Yu freshened up, then took out his phone to browse the day's news. The internet was still functioning normally. The outdoor temperature had risen to 55 degrees Celsius a few days ago, and then stopped climbing, but the disasters hadn't ceased. Such an extreme temperature made little difference whether it rose further or stayed the same. Humans could no longer survive outdoors. The official announcement about the extreme heat disaster was finally released. The gist was that the authorities would try to ensure food supplies for every citizen during the calamity. Given that the power grid couldn't meet current demand, the public was urged to avoid using high-power appliances. All underground parking lots in the city would be opened for free, allowing people to seek shelter. With such assurances, the negative sentiment online improved somewhat. At that moment, Xiaohei finished its meal and wobbled toward its designated bathroom. Hongyu tossed his phone aside. Alright, poop scooper online. Another half-month passed in a flash. After a month and a half of relentless heat, the parched earth finally welcomed its first rainfall. With the rain, the temperature finally returned to normal. However, this rain came 2 months earlier than in Hongyu's previous life. He wasn't sure if it was because of his reincarnation, but the timing simply didn't match. This rain brought hope to the despairing masses. Many people took to the streets, embracing the long-awaited nectar. They cheered incessantly. But Hongyu, watching the news reports, couldn't help shaking his head. These people didn't know that the rain they thought was hope was actually the true beginning of the apocalypse. Mass human deaths would start with this rain. Woof! Woof! Xiaohei's barking jolted Hongyu back to reality. Turning his head, he saw the little creature barking at the surveillance monitor. Due to the recent heat wave, only a few of the surveillance cameras were still operational. However, the images were blurry, and only vague outlines could be discerned. Hongyu picked up Xiaohei and entered the surveillance room, zooming in on the footage from the front gate. He could now see several dark figures moving outside the door, their silhouettes suggesting they were human. Hongyu rubbed Xiaohei's head. Indeed, he hadn't raised the little one in vain, but had instinctively learned to guard the house, even using the surveillance feed. To confirm the situation outside, Hongyu decided to go out and check. The electric fence had been activated all along. Anyone attempting to climb over would be electrocuted to death. Putting on his jacket and confirming the bullet in his pistol, Hongyu opened the security door, which had remained shut for a month, and stepped into the ground floor structure. The rain outside was pouring heavily, and even through the bulletproof glass the view was hazy. Glancing at the temperature, he saw that the rain had brought it back to the usual 30 degrees Celsius above zero. After a moment of hesitation, Hongyu cracked the security door open. Voices from outside drifted in. Brother Chi, what do we do? This door is definitely unbreachable, and there's an electric fence on top. We can't get in either. What's the rush? Didn't I already send Xiaobin back to fetch something? Once he returns, we'll be able to get in, said the man called Brother Chi. Brother Chi, do you think we'll get caught doing this? Besides, it's just a guess. What if it's not what you think? Look, there's even a surveillance camera up there. Brother Chi snorted. Caught. Bullshit. Who has the time to care about this now? I tell you, when I worked here before, I already suspected the owner wasn't ordinary. The interior layout was nothing like a cold storage. He must have gotten some inside info and built this underground bunker on purpose. I fucking figured it out after a month of thinking. This place must be stocked with tons of food. Don't you want that? As for the camera, look at it. It's practically melting. There's no way it works. Of course I want it. I've been starving for a month. The meager rations we get daily aren't even enough for one meal. Exactly. So no matter what, we're getting in today. But Brother Chi, if the owner is someone important, couldn't there be a lot of people inside? What if we can't handle them? Don't worry, I brought some hardware for this. Enough talk, steady the ladder. Hongyu was speechless. This Brother Chi must have been a worker here before, and he was clever enough to deduce it was a bunker. And he brought weapons. That called for caution. To prevent him from rallying more people, he had to be eliminated. But Hongyu was curious about how they planned to bypass the electric fence. Gently pushing the security door open, he used the rain as cover to reach the platform upstairs. He took out an umbrella to cover the damaged surveillance camera above. Then he retrieved a new one from his spatial storage and replaced it. Quickly locking the door, he returned underground. Xiaohei had been waiting by the door, and when he returned, it wagged its tail so frantically it seemed about to fly off. Hongyu shed his wet jacket, tossed it aside, scooped up Xiaohei, and headed to the surveillance room. Now he had a clear image. It covered the courtyard gate and the entrance of the building perfectly. Hongyu pulled up a chair, propped his feet on the console, and took out a bag of snacks from his spatial storage, sharing them with Xiaohei, one bite for each. After about 20 minutes, something finally stirred outside. A carpet-like object was thrown over the wall onto the electric fence. Hongyu looked closely. It appeared to be made of rubber, and surprisingly, it looked quite thick. These people were experienced using rubber as an insulator. In no time, a head poked over the wall, scanning the courtyard. Confirming it was safe, he sat on the rubber mat and dropped a black rope with many knots tied in it. After he descended, 2 more people climbed over. The 3 gathered at the door, and their conversation became audible. Xiaohei bared its teeth, growling low as if facing an enemy. Hongyu stroked its head to calm it. One of the men with a sharp face and monkey-like features examined the security door closely. Brother Chi, this door looks like a vault door from the movies. Can we open it? The man called Brother Chi with a full beard set his backpack on the ground and pulled out a hammer. He swung the hammer against the security door. Damn, what kind of iron is this? It's so hard the hammer didn't even leave a dent. Let's go. Check the windows. Hongyu raised an eyebrow. It seemed Brother Chi had only been involved in the early stages of construction and knew nothing about the security door or bulletproof windows. Soon the 3 returned to the door. Brother Chi looked dejected. Damn it, a vault door and bulletproof glass. How are we supposed to get in? Brother Chi, there must be something inside like you said, otherwise a cold storage wouldn't be this over the top. We have to get in. Brother Chi shouted in frustration. Fuck you think I don't wanna? Tell me how. Can you pry this door open? Brother Chi, I have an uncle who handles explosives in a mine. What if I go ask him for something? The slightly chubby young man who had been silent until now spoke. Brother Chi's eyes widened. Really? That's great. Then let's head back now. You find a way to ask your uncle for more, or even bring him in. We'll split everything inside. Sure. His place is nearby. We'll go now. The three decided, and began gathering the tools scattered on the ground preparing to leave. Just then, a clang sounded behind them. Turning around they saw the iron door which had seemed impenetrable moments ago swing open. The three exclaimed in surprise, excitement flashing across their faces. Going for explosives? You're quite greedy. A sudden fourth voice startled them. Brother Chi's expression changed as he pulled out a homemade shotgun and aimed it at the doorway. The iron door slowly opened, but no one was inside. Brother Chi gave a signal to the sharp-faced man. He cautiously stepped forward, hesitated at the entrance, then crossed the threshold. Hiding by the wall, Hong Yu seized the moment and kicked the sharp-faced man hard in the stomach. The man let out a scream and was sent flying. He crash-landed right onto Brother Chi, who was holding the shotgun. The violent impact caused the gun to discharge accidentally. The bullet struck the slightly chubby young man nearby. Amid their chaos, Hong Yu drew his pistol and shot the remaining Brother Chi and the sharp-faced man dead. The rain washed away the blood of the three, forming a dark red stream that flowed into the sewer grate. 3 lives consumed by greed had thus bid farewell to this world. Hong Yu took out a rope, tied the 3 men's legs together, and dragged them out of the courtyard. After dealing with the 3 corpses, Hong Yu found a large tree and dug a pit 1 meter deep. He then buried the corgi mother he had previously stored in his spatial dimension. After all, it was a life, and it could not remain confined in the spatial dimension forever. Burying it in the earth was the proper way. Having finished this task, Hong Yu took the opportunity to replace the surveillance camera outside the courtyard gate with a new one using the wooden ladder he had set up earlier. He then tossed the insulating mat and ladder into the courtyard. Having surveillance cameras both outside and inside the courtyard was sufficient. Whether the others existed or not made little difference. After locking the first floor safe door, Hong Yu turned around and noticed Xiao He had somehow slipped out without his knowledge. The dog was sniffing the air intently. It seemed quite curious about the scent outside. Hong Yu raised an eyebrow. Want to go out? Woof. It's raining outside, don't regret it later. As he spoke, Hong Yu reopened the safety door. Xiao He did not rush out immediately, but turned back to look at Hong Yu as if seeking confirmation. Go ahead. After this, who knows when you'll be allowed out again. Upon receiving Hong Yu's permission, Xiao He bolted out, joyfully galloping through the rain. Seeing how happy it was made Hong Yu want to go out for a run himself. After circling the courtyard for over 10 minutes, Xiao He finally returned, tongue lolling. It shook off the rainwater, stood on its hind legs, and began pawing at Hong Yu's legs. Tisk, you guy running around tired you out, and now you want to be carried. Aren't you being overly dramatic? Despite his complaining words, Hong Yu lovingly picked up Xiao He. Back downstairs, he removed his soaked clothes and took Xiao He into the bathroom for a bath. The torrential rain continued for 3 days straight, showing no signs of stopping. During these 3 days, cities in the coastal regions suffered catastrophic disaster. Although authorities worked tirelessly to evacuate residents, the death toll and missing persons continued to rise steadily. Tsunami. That was the primary reason Hong Yu had chosen to come to Rongqing. The prolonged extreme heat had caused massive glacial melting, leading to widespread movement and collapse. The occurrence of the tsunami was inevitable. Hong Yu's hometown Nanyuan City had already been swallowed by the rising sea levels. He wondered how those 2 scoundrels, Li Zixuan and Shi Haoyan, were faring now. Li Zixuan likely would not have survived the tsunami, but Shi Haoyan was different. After all, he controlled vast wealth and would surely have received advance warning. But it did not matter. Even if he had escaped the tsunami, Hong Yu did not believe he could evade the next calamity. Though the rain never ceased, daily life outside was gradually recovering. Compared to the sweltering heat before, the rainfall had relatively little impact on daily life. Streets and alleys slowly regained their former bustle. Drinking water and electricity had also been restored. On the surface, everything seemed to be improving. But anyone with discerning eyes would notice from numerous details that the current situation was far from optimistic. The most telling detail was that on the first day the rain fell, officials across nations delivered impassioned speeches online and on television to celebrate. Yet in the following days, not a single news report about the leadership could be found. That alone was a signal. Hong Yu prepared himself a serving of Kung Pao chicken over rice. While eating, he scrolled through his phone. A leaked video from abroad happened to corroborate this signal. The footage contained numerous details that sent chills down one's spine upon closer reflection. Over the past few days, Country L had been secretly transporting grain supplies to a military base in its northern region. This was corroborated by various clandestinely recorded videos and undercover footage. Additionally, all the leading experts from Country L across medical, scientific, geographical, biological, and physical disciplines, along with their families, had vanished overnight. What was even more shocking was that the video released by Country L's leadership just days earlier had been exposed as pre-recorded. Now apocalyptic rhetoric filled every corner of Country L. Official suppression had not only failed to quell the unrest, but had instead ignited public fury. Country L had descended into complete chaos. Influenced by Country L, a wave of apocalyptic panic swept across the globe. Looting, vandalism, and arson became commonplace as order crumbled piece by piece. Of course, none of this concerned Han Yu in the slightest. If there were a ranking of the most comfortable people worldwide, he would certainly top the list. Order in Longhua remained comparatively stable, and 2 peaceful days passed. Then Han Yu's sanctuary welcomed 2 unexpected visitors, arriving in a police car. 2 men in black raincoats stepped out and immediately began inspecting the courtyard walls. Han Yu activated the surveillance audio. After circling the property, they returned to the gate, where the older of the 2 studied the iron door before speaking. Qin Rue mentioned that Secretary Qin intended to come here before he went missing. We've scoured the area, and this is the only structure around. This has to be it. Squad leader Zhou, there's a camera here. Someone must be inside, the speaker said, pointing to the surveillance unit mounted above the iron gate. Squad leader Zhou glanced up at the camera, then pounded heavily on the iron door. Is anyone there? They waited in considerable time, but the courtyard remained utterly silent. Squad leader Zhou, this place looks like a prison. The walls are high enough, but they've even installed barbed wire on top. You might find it suspicious too. Let's go back and check who owns the property here. After the police car drove away, Han Yu settled back onto the sofa and tore open a bag of chips, popping one into his mouth. Qin Rue must be Qin Yang's son. From what they had said, it appeared Qin Rue had reported his father missing and pointed suspicion toward Han Yu. With the fire incident now under control, authorities finally had time to investigate. The sudden disappearance of Rongqing's top official meant this inquiry would likely go deeper than a mere formality. The property was registered under Han Yu's name, so trouble was definitely on the horizon. However, this did not weigh heavily on him. He simply let them chase their leads. After all, getting into the shelter was not going to be easy. Rising from his seat, he hummed a tune and made his way to the kitchen to start cooking steak. Before long, Xiao He caught the aroma and trotted over with its food bowl in its mouth, waddling along on those short legs. Over the past while, Xiao He had grown considerably, and its eating habits had begun mirroring Han Yu's. Xiao He still remembered the taste of steak from last time with perfect clarity. Drool dripped from its mouth onto the floor, while its tail wagged furiously like a propeller. I almost forgot about you. Han Yu retrieved another steak from his spatial storage and threw it in the pan. Within minutes, the savory aroma filled the air. Han Yu cut the plain portion into small pieces and placed it in Xiao He's bowl. Then he picked up his own portion and headed out. Xiao He, clever as ever, did not dig in immediately upon seeing Han Yu move. Instead, it struggled to its feet with the bowl in its mouth and followed close behind. Watching its careful steps to avoid spilling the meat, Han Yu chuckled softly. You little guy, you insist on eating with me, don't you? Xiao He set down its bowl and looked up at Han Yu. Woof. All right. I'll carry it for you. Woof woof. Han Yu felt deeply grateful that day he had brought Xiao He home. Now, whether eating, sleeping, lounging, using the restroom, or bathing, Xiao He followed him everywhere without missing a beat. It had brought considerable joy to his otherwise monotonous existence. One man and one dog, having finished their meal, lay contentedly on the sofa watching television. For reasons unknown, Xiao He had always been particularly fond of being petted by Han Yu's hand wearing the ring. Every time they settled onto the sofa, it would proactively burrow beneath Han Yu's palm. If denied, it would throw a tantrum. Han Yu was deeply absorbed in a horror film, having just reached the scene of a ghostly phone call. A phone that had been silent for ages suddenly rang, startling Han Yu so badly he nearly flung the device across the room. Picking it up, he saw a completely unfamiliar number on the screen. Worried it might be the police who had just visited, Han Yu hung up and silenced his phone. This series of actions left Captain Zhou, who was investigating the case of Qin Hanyong's disappearance, completely bewildered. Since the homeowner wouldn't answer calls, Captain Zhou had no choice but to apply for a search warrant. But when he went to do so, his superior gave him a tongue lashing. The superior's point was that with such a shortage of personnel, why was he deliberately making trouble for himself? Despite this, Captain Zhou still arrived the next day, bringing lock-breaking tools and a professional locksmith. However, after more than half an hour of struggling with the iron gate, none of them could find a way to open it. The locksmith wiped the rain from his face and shook his head helplessly. It won't work. This door is locked solid by a gear mechanism. Without the matching remote control, there's simply no way to open it. If we had plasma cutting equipment, that would do the trick. Captain Zhou furrowed his brow. Going back to get plasma cutting equipment would waste more time, and he'd probably get another scolding. He lifted his head and looked at the tall wall beside them. Let's just climb over directly. The other officers all nodded in agreement. They selected the most slender officer and began forming a human ladder. Be careful up there. We're not sure if the razor wire at the top is electrified, Captain Zhou reminded him. The locksmith, overhearing their conversation, pulled an electrical tester from his toolkit. Here, use this to test it. The officer took the tester and carefully straightened up to check the wire. The indicator light illuminated. He lost his balance and tumbled down. Captain Zhou hastily reached out and caught him, preventing him from landing face first. Damn it really is electrified. Could this Han Yu character really have turned his place into a prison? The person who had come with Captain Zhou before analyzed. Captain, do you think he might specialize in kidnapping and ransom? Secretary Qin might really be imprisoned inside. Captain Zhou pondered for a moment. We can't rule out that possibility. We won't be able to get in today anyway. The rain is just too heavy. Let's find a ladder that would be safer. This weather is ridiculous, like the sky has a hole in it. How does it just keep pouring like this? Who knows? I've never heard of simultaneous rainfall across the entire country before. This is truly bizarre. It's not the whole country, Captain. It's raining everywhere in the world right now. What a year of disasters. We barely survived the scorching summer, and now we're hit with heavy rainfall. Let's pack up and go. They loaded their equipment into the vehicle. The car had barely traveled 10 meters when the slender officer, who had almost fallen earlier, suddenly exclaimed urgently, "Stop the car. I really need to pee." "Ha ha ha, kid, weren't you just scared out of your wits?" Captain Zoe joked. After the car stopped, the slender officer hastily ran into the nearby woods. He hadn't even stabilized himself before starting to undo his belt. Probably embarrassed about being seen, he ran quite far before finally relieving himself. After finishing, he came back complaining. "There's something in the woods. It smells absolutely terrible." "Terrible?" Captain Zoe asked strangely. "Yeah, there's a rotting smell." Captain Zoe rolled down the car window and sniffed carefully. There was indeed a foul odor in the air. After days of rain, such a strong smell could still exist. With years of investigative experience, he sensed something was wrong. He quickly signaled everyone to get out of the vehicle. "Come on, let's go see what's going on." The officers followed the path the slender officer had taken into the woods. As they ventured deeper, the stench of decay grew increasingly overwhelming. The intensity of the smell was so severe that even Captain Zoe had to pinch his nose. This was unmistakably the stench of a corpse. "Spread out and search the area. Look for signs of freshly dug soil." After a moment, someone shouted, "Oh, over here. There's a human hand here." The 8 people Hong Yu had shot and buried had not been placed in very deep graves. Compounded by the rain these past few days, the topmost bodies had been washed to the surface. Based on clothing and personal belongings, they had already identified several of the highly decomposed corpses. Since Hong Yu's compound was not far away, he naturally became the primary suspect. Hong Yu, who had been leisurely watching a movie in the basement, only learned of the bodies being discovered when he saw the news about his own wanted status. Before Hong Yu had even woken up the next day, his compound was surrounded by a swarm of police vehicles. Xiaohei, this little guard dog, was extremely dedicated. It barked non-stop at the surveillance footage. Hong Yu slowly woke up, stretched, and glanced at the monitor. The screen showed numerous police vehicles. Officers outside were already setting up equipment, preparing to cut through the iron gate. "Damn it," Hong Yu cursed. If the bodies hadn't been discovered, they probably wouldn't have pushed this so hard. This was truly troublesome. The iron gate was definitely going to be destroyed. He was heartbroken about it. Scooping up Xiaohei into his arms, Hong Yu calculated in his mind how to resolve the trouble before him. Sparks were already flying from the iron gate, yet Hong Yu still hadn't thought of a good solution. Just then the surveillance screen suddenly went dark. The officers outside in rain gear all looked up at the sky in unison. Less than 10 seconds later, raindrops the size of soybeans came pouring down. It was as if the outside had suddenly been shrouded in thick fog, with visibility dropping sharply. Even the surveillance cameras became useless, showing nothing at all. Hong Yu let out a curious sound, set down Xiaohei, and ran to the first floor. Xiaohei followed closely behind. The sound of rain outside was audible even on the first floor with its excellent soundproofing. Even through the bulletproof glass, nothing could be seen. Xiaohei pawed at the wall trying to look outside, but with its short little legs and small stature, it couldn't see what was happening out there at all. Hong Yu picked it up and couldn't hold back a laugh. "Ha ha ha, Xiaohei, look. Your master truly has divine assistance." After saying this, he happily rubbed Xiaohei's tiny head no bigger than the palm of a hand. The rainfall had intensified at this critical moment. How wonderful. Based on his experience from his past life, once the rainfall strengthened for the first time, even high-altitude areas would be affected by flooding. With everyone having to deal with their own emergencies, they probably wouldn't have the energy to trouble him anymore. After freshening up in the basement, he took out some large meat buns and beef soup to celebrate. Of course, Xiaohei also got a meat bun. As the rain suddenly intensified, those who had been preparing to resume their normal lives were once again plunged into despair. The torrential downpour reduced visibility to less than 2 meters, making it impossible to even step outside. Extending a hand for a moment would leave the palms stinging from the force of the rain. Some poorly constructed buildings and doors and windows were damaged by the heavy rain. The drainage capacity of the streets had been overwhelmed, turning them into riverbeds. Rapid currents churned relentlessly through the streets. In this situation, the high-rise buildings fared slightly better. Ground level and underground spaces were almost all submerged without exception. If Hong Yu had not taken this into account when designing the underground shelter, installing check valves on all ventilation and drainage outlets, his shelter would likely have been flooded as well. Shortly after the rain intensified, the municipal power supply was completely cut off. Hong Yu knew that from now on the municipal power would never be restored. All power generation facilities worldwide would be destroyed by this unceasing rain. The internet was also completely paralyzed. Mobile phones became useless ornaments from then on. He took out a radio device from his storage space and connected it to the external signal antenna. He adjusted the signal channel to the public frequency designated for emergency rescue. The channel was now in chaos, with continuous cries for help emanating from the radio. All were reports of houses washed away and family members missing. Hong Yu sighed. Faced with this inevitable catastrophe, survival could only depend on luck. Adjusting the volume to a level he could barely hear, Hong Yu went to the generator room. He needed to check whether the ventilation equipment could still function properly under such heavy rainfall. If not, with the generator continuing to run like this, the entire basement would soon be filled with carbon monoxide. Fortunately, the ventilation system was functioning normally. It was also fortunate that he had hidden all the ventilation ducts within the outer wall. The current precipitation level was still within the wall's height capacity. However, the generator was indeed quite noisy. Hong Yu quickly closed the soundproof door and returned to the main hall to play with a joystick-powered device. Xiaohei, on the other hand, was sleeping carefree and sprawled on the sofa, dreaming some pleasant dream, occasionally smacking his lips. After playing for a while, Hong Yu felt that the room was very humid. He went to the control room, reset the humidity preset values, then returned to the dining table, took out a crystal pork knuckle from Samway Zhai, and started gnawing on it. The torrential rain continued unabated for an entire month. Now everywhere in the world that was low-lying had been submerged. The number of dead and missing was impossible to count. It was simply too vast. The distress calls on the radio had been dwindling day by day. However, occasionally one could still hear some disaster guidelines issued by the authorities. The officials listed many relatively safe cities, and Rongqing was among them. They also said that temporary shelters were being established in many cities with daily rations of food being distributed. Given this news, it was estimated that no small number of people would come to seek refuge in Rongqing. The only means for Hong Yu to obtain information now was this radio, so it was very limited. He did not yet know that Rongqing had already been flooded with countless refugees whose homes had been destroyed 10 days ago. The temporary shelters established by the authorities simply could not accommodate so many people. The highland forest where he was located had already been visited by countless guests. However, due to poor visibility, they only knew that there was a wall here, unaware that there was a building inside. But among them, there were still some restless individuals. Hong Yu was underground playing upbeat dance music. He swayed to the rhythm while cooking curry chicken. He planned to serve it over rice later. At that moment, the rice was also cooked, and the rice cooker emitted 2 beeps. Hong Yu took a plate, filled it halfway with rice, and was about to pour the curry chicken over it when suddenly an alarm sounded in the basement. Hong Yu's expression turned serious. He quickly put down the plate and ran to the control room. After silencing the noisy alarm, he looked at the electric fence control panel. It showed that the western fence had been triggered. How? Why would it be triggered at this time? Could it be because of the rain? While he was speculating, the alarm was triggered again, also on the western wall, but at a different spot. Then one after another, the surrounding walls all sounded alarms. This was definitely not a malfunction. Could someone be trying to climb over the wall? That was the only possibility, but to trigger all the electric fences around, how many people must be climbing at the same time? Hong Yu now realized the seriousness of the situation. He quickly turned on the audio on the monitor. Amidst the noisy raindrops, there were actually voices of people talking and occasionally screams. He couldn't make out what they were saying, but he could confirm that the yard wall was certainly surrounded by people. Refugees. Only homeless refugees would wander outside in such weather. They must have noticed the high terrain and the trees that could provide some shelter from the rain, so they came here. It was fine for them to stay outside, but they couldn't try to climb into the yard. If even one got in, the yard would quickly be filled with people, and the door might not even be able to open. But he had no way to deal with it. If he shouted through the camera to drive them away, it would be like inviting them. Better to simply tell them that someone was here and that it was safe. But he couldn't let the cooked meal go to waste. Hong Yu would never commit such a shameful act as wasting food. He brought the curry chicken rice to the control room and ate while watching the blurry monitor. Over the past month, Xiaohei had begun to show the form of a corgi weighing 15 gene. It was probably due to the good food. He was now chubby and round. But he had also become lazier, spending most of the day sleeping. By the time Hong Yu had almost finished eating, the commotion outside had subsided. Judging by the frequency of alarms, quite a few people must have been electrocuted. In the following days, the disturbances outside grew louder each day. Hong Yu made time every day to go to the first floor to check, but still couldn't see anything. However, he had developed a habit in Xiaohei of coming to the first floor to romp every day. Another month passed. The disturbances outside grew increasingly intense. The monitors on Hong Yu's wall were also destroyed, and he had lost all awareness of the situation outside. However, the electric fence was still working, sounding alarms countless times each day. He had become accustomed to it, and just focused on his own affairs. Recently, he had been quite busy loading all the guns in his storage space with bullets. Spare magazines as well. This task took him several days to complete. Today, as usual, he brought Xiaohei to the first floor to romp. Hong Yu was playing with a small ball, tossing it for Xiaohei. Just as he was about to throw the ball again, the sound of raindrops that he had become accustomed to suddenly stopped. Thinking of something, he quickly ran to the bulletproof glass to look outside. The rain had stopped. He could finally see the situation in the yard. There were many dark, indistinct objects under the wall. Just as he was staring intently, a human face suddenly appeared in front of the window. Damn! This startled Hong Yu, making him tremble. The person had long hair and a stubbly face, looking like a ghost from a horror movie. He stood there expressionless, peering inside with his murky eyes, but because the room was dark, he couldn't see anything. Xiaohei also entered a defensive mode, growling at the face outside the bulletproof glass. The man tried to pound it with his hand, but when he found it impossible to shake, he left. Hong Yu quickly returned to the basement. The surveillance cameras on the first floor were still functioning. Without the heavy rain, the image finally became clear. The scene captured by the camera was truly spectacular. A pile of people lay under the wall, stacked like a small hill. The man Hong Yu had seen earlier was searching through the pile of corpses. It seemed that only he had survived and entered the yard. Just as Hong Yu was curious about what he was looking for, the camera suddenly shook. A fierce wind blew outside. The man still searching in the pile of corpses was nearly lifted off the ground by the sudden hurricane. The surveillance camera did not escape either and soon lost its signal. Hong Yu's side went to the radio and tried several public frequencies, but all were filled with various noises. Even the previous official broadcasts could no longer be heard. Now he was completely cut off from the outside world. The hurricane arrived with startling suddenness, yet departed just as swiftly, subsiding in under half an hour. Rather than dispersing the dark clouds overhead, it only thickened the layers of gloom. Though broad daylight should have reigned, the world resembled a moonlit midnight. Those who had weathered the storm felt a profound sense of rebirth. They believed at last that the catastrophe was coming to an end. Unbeknownst to them, the truly devastating disaster was already spreading from the coastline inward toward the interior. A near solidifiable Arctic storm churned forth from the abyss of the ocean. Wherever the storm passed, seawater quickly congealed into ice. The southern cities submerged by floods were suddenly encased and sealed within layers of freezing crust. The bitter cold swept through inland regions at an alarming pace. Those who had barely survived the scorching heat and torrential downpours turned into ice sculptures in despair and bitter reluctance. Rongqing too could not escape its fate. The entire city was transformed into an icebound realm. The fleeing refugees finally found their wretched lives at an end. The world grew terrifyingly silent. The only sounds came from objects cracking as they froze. Inside Hong Yu's shelter on the ground floor, everything had turned into a white wasteland. Ice fragments lay scattered everywhere. Even the underground security door was coated with a thick layer of frost crystals. As the temperature plummeted, the shelter's heating system roared to life. Hong Yu held Xiao He snugly wrapped in a down comforter. The first wave of Arctic cold was simply too ruthless. Even within these subterranean walls, boasting extraordinary insulation and supplemented by the heating system, the indoor temperature had still dropped to 4 degrees Celsius above zero. One could only imagine the plight of those huddled inside ordinary buildings. Little one, who would have thought you'd one day serve as a living heater? Hong Yu praised while cradling the warm, cuddly Xiao He. Xiao He rolled its eyes, though its expression suggested it was rather enjoying itself. The human and his canine companion remained snuggled beneath the covers for 5 hours. Only then did the indoor temperature gradually begin to climb. Once it reached 15 degrees Celsius above zero, Hong Yu emerged from the blankets. There was work to be done. Due to the drastic temperature shift, condensation had formed across numerous surfaces indoors. Particularly near the security door, the accumulated ice crystals had melted into puddles. To prevent damage to the underground facilities, he needed to remove the water as soon as possible. After 2 hours of diligent cleaning, the task was finally complete. By then, the indoor temperature had risen to 18 degrees Celsius above zero. Hong Yu sat down with Xiao He for a steaming bowl of beef noodles. After finishing his meal, he made his way to the control room. Outside temperatures remained off the charts, with the underground detection system capped at a range between -50 and +80 degrees. Though the display now read -50, Hong Yu knew the external temperature was far more severe. Otherwise, after 7 hours of heating, the interior would not have lingered at a mere 18 degrees. Unable to reach his preset target of 25 degrees, the heating equipment operated at full capacity around the clock, consuming enormous amounts of electricity. But under the circumstances, there was no alternative but to endure by burning through reserves. Should the heating fail, the indoor temperature would swiftly plummet below freezing. After confirming the generator room and heating systems were functioning properly, Hong Yu selected a suspense thriller series and resumed lounging on the sofa, cocooned in his down comforter. According to the records on his phone, although each phase of the disaster had shifted earlier in time, the outcomes remained identical to his previous existence. In his past life, fewer than 400 million people survived the Great Freeze, less than 5% of the world's population. Most of those 5% were the privileged elite. Judging by the current situation, history seemed destined to repeat itself. Without political power or thermal protection, ordinary civilians stood no chance. Much like the people outside Hong Yu's courtyard, who were likely already frozen solid. After a calm day passed, snow began to fall outside. Heavy snowflakes, soft as goose down, blanketed the entire world in a thick white quilt. Upon rising, Hong Yu immediately noticed the temperature had grown considerably more tolerable than yesterday. Glancing at the thermometer on the coffee table, he saw the indoor temperature had reached 20 degrees Celsius above zero. Stretching lazily, he accidentally nudged Xiao He out of the blanket and onto the floor. After rolling across the carpet, Xiao He rose to its feet and protested with indignant barks. "Haha, sorry, so sorry. Absolutely unintentional. How about I reward you with a giant meat bun as compensation?" Only then did Xiao He cease its barking, casting an haughty glance at Hong Yu before licking its static-charged fur. Hong Yu rose and made his way to the bathroom to wash up. Fortunately, the plumbing remained unaffected by the external cold. The The costly antifreeze measures had proven highly effective. After attending to Xiao Hei's promised treat, Hong Yu conducted a thorough inspection of all underground facilities. Aside from generator fuel consumption, everything operated normally. The outdoor temperature remained locked at minus 50 degrees Celsius. Hong Yu began contemplating his next moves. Though no biological life could endure the present external temperatures, they would soon stabilize around minus 45 degrees Celsius. At that point, survivors of the Arctic storm would venture outside in search of provisions. If anyone possessed thermal imaging equipment, they might fail to detect the well-insulated underground structure, but heat escaping from ventilation outlets would be impossible to conceal. A deliberate person could easily locate him here. Though the likelihood remained slim, he needed to prepare for every contingency. More importantly, he had to find an opportunity to venture outside and clear the ventilation openings on the perimeter wall. Otherwise, once snow accumulation reached a critical thickness, the vents would become entirely buried. Should the ventilation system falter, exhaust fumes from the generator would seep back indoors, ushering in a living nightmare. Hong Yu tried on a set of cold weather gear to ensure a proper fit, then considered testing the first floor. However, when he reached the security door, he could not budge the handle despite exerting all his strength. It had frozen solid. Fortunately, he had anticipated this possibility, otherwise he would have been trapped underground awaiting death. He retrieved a heat gun, set it to maximum output, and aimed it directly at the security door. With that arranged, Hong Yu turned around and spotted Xiao Hei still asleep. He scooped the dog up in his arms. Want to experience the feeling of an ice and snow world? Xiao Hei stared at him with wide, bewildered eyes. Great. Since you're so interested, your father will craft you a custom cold weather suit. If Xiao Hei could speak, it surely would have cursed him out. When did I say I was interested? Hong Yu tossed the dog onto the sofa and darted to the dining table, retrieving an insulation mat to study. An hour later, his handiwork was roughly complete. That hour was pure torment for Xiao Hei, which was lifted and measured repeatedly every few minutes. Hong Yu picked up his masterpiece and glanced toward the sofa. Xiao Hei. The little one wasn't on its favorite sofa. Hong Yu rose and searched the entire living room, but couldn't find it. Suddenly sensing a gaze upon him, he followed the direction and saw Xiao Hei peeking out from the doorway of its private bathroom, only half its head visible. Its eyes were brimming with pure disdain. Hong Yu disregarded it entirely, strode forward, scooped up Xiao Hei, and began fitting the garment onto it. After some time, it was finally dressed. Xiao Hei now looked like a round ball. Hong Yu stepped back a few paces. Come on. Xiao Hei walked 2 steps. Xiao Hei remained motionless. It was then that Hong Yu realized the 4 stubby little legs could not bend at all. Oops, sorry about that. It's too thick, but your legs are genuinely too short. We'll need to figure something out. Another hour passed, and Xiao Hei's custom cold-proof suit was finally complete. Though still cumbersome, it could at least move on its own now. With this plus Xiao Hei's natural cold resistance, once the temperature rose slightly, it could venture outside alongside Hong Yu. After releasing Xiao Hei, Hong Yu went to inspect the security door. Trying the handle, he was surprised to find it actually opened. A piercing cold draft rushed into the room through the narrow gap, and he quickly shut the door again. This wouldn't do. Once the door opened, the outside cold air would flood into the hall, causing the carefully raised temperature to plummet. Looking at the door, Hong Yu pondered for a moment and decided to build a buffer zone at the entrance. He got to work immediately. Taking several outdoor canopy poles from his spatial storage, he assembled a 3-meter-long narrow passage at the doorway capable of accommodating one person directly facing the security door using thermal insulation pads. After the passage was built, he sealed every joint around it with aluminum foil tape. Finally, he added a small door. Donning a thick down jacket and hiking boots, he layered the cold-proof suit over everything and opened the protective door. Biting cold struck him instantly, and within seconds frost began forming inside the small passage. Hong Yu assessed the situation and found the cold-proof suit performed exceptionally well, not a single chill reaching him. As the mist cleared, a white expanse stretched before his eyes. Thick white frost coated every wall and even the staircase. Turning around, he aimed the heater at the doorway and carefully ascended the steps. The first floor presented the same frozen scene, with walls and ceiling blanketed in thick ice, and the security door leading outside completely frozen shut. Hong Yu waved his hand and pulled a thermometer from his spatial storage, placing it on the ground. The reading jumped rapidly before settling at minus 65 degrees Celsius. Returning the thermometer to his storage, Hong Yu felt a trace of coldness. Moving to the bulletproof glass, he took out an iron pickaxe and began chipping away. After quite a while, he managed to clear the thick frost from the glass. Then, pulling out a portable blowtorch, he melted the ice fragments, obscuring his view, and through the haze, he could dimly make out the outside world. The snow outside had reached the lower edge of the bulletproof glass. A vast whiteness stretched in every direction, though the sun remained hidden behind dense, heavy clouds. Hong Yu shivered. It had only been a short while, and he already felt the cold. Still too cold. We need to wait a bit longer. Muttering to himself, he returned underground. Outside, he might survive with the cold-proof suit, but accidents could always happen, and he refused to risk anything without full assurance. The snow was still at least 2 meters away from blocking the ventilation shaft, so there was still time. The buffer passage worked wonderfully, having zero impact on the indoor temperature despite all the commotion. Removing his freezing cold-proof suit and down jacket, Hong Yu scooped up Xiao and crawled into bed with it. Xiao whined protestingly, but it was utterly powerless to resist. Days of eating, drinking, and lounging passed, once more 7 days in total, during which the indoor temperature rose gradually. Hong Yu kept a close watch on the outside conditions. That day, he tested the temperature on the first floor and found it had risen to minus 52 degrees Celsius. He began using heaters to advance, incrementally preparing to thaw the frozen first-floor security door. Just as he was toiling back and forth, the radio finally crackled to life. Hong Yu immediately set down what he was doing and rushed back underground, where a female voice was calling through the static. Static. Is there any rescue team out there? We have over a dozen people trapped on the second basement level of Xinfeng Supermarket. Whoever can hear us, please come save us. Her voice trembled, likely due to the encroaching cold. Static. Please somebody come. The things around us are about to run out. If this continues, we'll all freeze to death. A few seconds later, a man's voice suddenly broke through the radio. Hello? Can you hear me? Loud and clear. Are you a rescue team? Please come save us. The man fell silent on the other end for a full minute. Female voice, are you still there? I can still hear you. Are you with a rescue team? Male voice, I'm not with any rescue team. Do you have any food over there? We have. Static, what are you doing? Those provisions belong to all of us. Static, we're freezing to death, and you still care about food. The woman's side seemed to erupt into an argument, their opinions divided. After a long wait, their voice came through once more. We have food here. What's your situation? Male voice, we're currently at the natural gas company in the south of the city. We have heating, but we've run out of food. Having reached an agreement, the two parties then began discussing how to transport the food. However, due to the thick snow and freezing temperatures outside, the discussion dragged on for a long time. Eventually, since the supermarket group had sufficient warm clothing, they decided that everyone from the supermarket would bring as much food as possible and head to the South City Natural Gas Company. Their move was reasonable enough, and Hong Yu chuckled softly, surprised to hear news of other survivors so soon. As the needs and exchanges between these groups deepened, that shadowy organization should be surfacing soon enough. After the radio went silent, he continued with his work. After several hours of effort, the temperature on the first floor had risen. Though still below zero, Hong Yu could no longer feel the cold. The ice crystals on the security door had mostly melted away. Hong Yu attempted to move the handle with his immense strength. With a series of crisp cracking sounds, the wrench began to turn slowly. Finally, the lock on the safety door clicked open. However, the snow outside was simply too thick. No matter how hard he pushed, the door refused to budge. This was problematic. Could he continue heating? Melting that much snow on the other side would be a monumental task, and success was far from guaranteed. Hong Yu placed his hands on his hips in exasperation and delivered a vicious kick. The safety door emitted a muffled thud, but remained immovable. However, that kick dislodged a small cover panel on the door. Crap. They claim this is top-tier security, and this is it. One kick, and it's weight. Hong Yu, who had been grumbling, suddenly fell silent. He noticed something that looked like a switch hidden beneath the fallen cover. Curiosity got the better of him, and he pried it open. A sharp click echoed from the door's hinge, and then the door swung inward. Holy! So sophisticated. It can switch between opening modes. Hong Yu had to admit he had been fooled by its appearance. Only now did he realize the true ingenuity of this security door. He stepped to the side and fully opened the door. To his surprise, the snow outside did not collapse inward as he had expected. Peering out, he found himself facing an enormous wall of pure white snow. No wonder he could not push it open no matter how hard he tried. Great. Another chore. Hong Yu retrieved a shovel from his spatial storage and got to work. The snow was surprisingly compact, and it took him a full 10 minutes of digging before he broke through to the ground. After shoveling out a few steps, he climbed up. But a fresh layer of soft, knee-deep snow made every step a struggle. Inside the yard, the snow had nearly reached the top of the wall. The ventilation duct was hidden exceptionally well. Under normal temperature conditions, it would be nearly impossible to spot without close inspection. But at present it was easy to identify since long icicles had formed on top. After shattering them with his hammer, Hong Yu cleared all the ice crystals from inside the duct. Then he began clearing the surrounding snow. It was simply too thick. Even for someone with his monstrous physique, the work was painstakingly slow. Sweating profusely, he finally cleared away one layer. Below, he had no desire to continue. Every inch underneath was filled with the corpses of those who had been electrocuted. Let those unfortunate souls rest in peace. After all that labor, Hong Yu's body still radiated heat. He took out several white surveillance cameras from his spatial storage, cameras that would blend seamlessly into the snowy environment, and replaced all the damaged ones around the area. The one mounted on the ceiling of the first floor was swapped for a model with a gimbal function. By the time he finished the outdoor work and returned underground, dusk was settling in. Xiao greeted him enthusiastically. Since being adopted by Hong Yu, this was the longest he had ever been away. The little dog rubbed against him affectionately, whining pitifully as though abandoned by a cruel master. Hong Yu removed his thick outer garments, scooped up Xiao and gave him a reassuring pat before settling the dog onto his shoulder. Then he brewed himself a cup of coffee. The physical exertion had taken a significant toll, and once again he felt the gnawing pangs of hunger. After browsing through his spatial storage for a while, he finally pulled out some spring rolls and fried chicken. The moment he sat down, Xiao He hopped onto the dining table from his shoulder. Big watery eyes fixed hungrily on the fried chicken in front of him. Dogs can't eat too greasy, Hong Yu warned. But Xiao He remained unmoved, crystal clear drool dripping from the corners of his mouth. Hong Yu simply could not withstand such an attack of puppy eyes. He peeled off the crispy coating from the chicken leg and tossed it to the little dog. Finally getting his way, Xiao He snatched the drumstick and deftly used the nearby empty chair to leap down, placing it into his food bowl before devouring it with evident satisfaction. Watching Xiao He enjoy his meal so heartily, Hong Yu couldn't help but think that if this kept up, the little guy might actually become clever enough to be practically human. Not only did he pick everything up quickly, but during those lonely moments when Hong Yu talked to him idly, he had a nagging feeling that Xiao He understood every word. Whether it was imagination or not, he could not say. Xiao He, bones are not allowed. Woof! What the? He actually responded. Ignoring the little fellow, Hong Yu continued eating. After finishing 2 spring rolls and 3 fried chicken drumsticks, he slowly sipped his warm coffee. Nothing compared to the deep satisfaction of a hearty meal after a day of hard labor. He stretched his body and turned around to find Xiao He lying on the sofa licking his paws. The food bowl was completely empty, not even a scrap of bone remaining. Hong Yu shook his head. Clearly he had overthought it. For all their smarts, dogs were still dogs. After cleaning up the trash on the table, he walked over to the garbage bin, only to be utterly stunned. Lying inside the bin was a chicken bone. Hong Yu froze, slowly raising his gaze to Xiao He, who was still busy licking his paws. No way. Is this thing actually becoming sentient? He had only told the little dog not to eat bones, and the dog not only obeyed, but also thoughtfully tossed the bone into the trash can on the way. But if it really did become sentient, that wouldn't be so bad. Maybe it could help him with chores in the future. As per routine, Hong Yu checked all the equipment. Everything was running smoothly, and the newly installed cameras provided exceptionally clear footage. He selected a martial arts movie and settled onto the sofa. Xiao He obediently buried his head under Hong Yu's palm. The next morning, shortly after Hong Yu finished breakfast, a rumbling sound suddenly crackled through the monitor speakers. He rushed to the control room and rotated the gimbal to scan the surroundings. The sound seemed to be drawing closer, but a full rotation revealed nothing. After carefully analyzing the sound, it sounded remarkably like a helicopter. He elevated the camera angle. Sure enough, a helicopter was passing directly overhead Hong Yu's position. Based on its appearance and color scheme, it appeared to be a private helicopter. After circling overhead once, it flew off. Hong Yu furrowed his brow and approached the radio, cycling through several public channels, but found nothing. If they had come for rescue, they would certainly have broadcast a message via the radio or used a loudspeaker. The fact that it merely circled once and left suggested a different motive entirely. Just as he was pondering various possibilities, the radio erupted into static. Fragmented shouts and chaotic noise crackled through intermittently, adjusting the signal strength slightly. Help us. Please, someone help us. They've gone mad. Killing endlessly. We can't hold on much longer. That voice sounded so familiar. It was the woman who had called for help at the supermarket earlier. Bang. ZZRT. The transmission cut off completely. As the temperature stabilized, all sorts of desperate and dangerous individuals finally began to surface. Calculating the timeline, the people at the supermarket should have already rendezvoused with the gas company's group armed with food supplies. Those who ambushed them to steal their belongings likely overheard the conversation on the radio earlier. Clearly this was a premeditated attack. A sense of crisis struck again, and Hong Yu knew he had to start considering the issue of upgrading the ring. In his past life, he had never been able to identify the materials required for the next level. He had tried countless rare metals, but the ring never showed the slightest reaction. Nevertheless, he was certain that the ring could definitely be upgraded further. This conclusion felt as though the ring had once told him directly, a sensation beyond words. What could it be? Couldn't you give me a hint? Hong Yu grumbled at the ring on his finger. Naturally, the ring gave no response. Lowering the volume of the radio, he proceeded to test everything in the room, and within the space, one by one, ultimately collapsing onto the sofa in defeat. Could he really have to search outside? That would be far too difficult. In this frozen, snowbound landscape, where would he even begin? Taking out pen and paper, he sat at the dining table and began organizing records of everything he had previously attempted. Outside, exactly as Hong Yu had anticipated, starvation and cold had driven many survivors to desperate thoughts. 28 survivors remained from the natural gas company and supermarket, combined with all the men slaughtered except for a handful of women. Their killers were ordinary civilians who had merely survived by chance. These people had once been law-abiding citizens in everyone's eyes, but in the struggle to survive, they had unleashed the darkness buried deep within. A week later, long icicles had formed again at the ventilation outlet on the surveillance feed, and the accumulated snow had reached the point where it needed clearing. After deactivating the electric fence, Hong Yu dressed once more and prepared to venture outside to clear the snow. Over the past week, aside from that murder incident, the radio had remained eerily silent. The temperature outside had stabilized at minus 48 degrees Celsius. Snow continued to fall steadily, though much lighter than before. Today he planned to let Xiao He experience winter. Cradling Xiao who was bundled up from head to toe, the dog wearing a thoroughly bewildered expression, man and beast stepped out into the white expanse. No sooner had they stepped outside than Hong Yu tossed Xiao into the deep snow. Swoosh. In an instant Xiao vanished from sight. Only after a long while did it painstakingly emerge from the snowdrift back to Hong Yu's side. A thick layer of snow clung to the mask that Hong Yu had personally designed and stitched. With a vigorous shake, the flimsy mask fell apart entirely. It seemed deeply displeased with the sudden ambush, barking furiously at Hong Yu. Bow wow wow. Seeing the scattered mask, Hong Yu was startled, but upon noticing the little one showed no signs of distress, his anxiety eased. Animals possessed far greater cold resistance than humans. He was only wearing a scarf himself. Alright, go play on your own. If you get cold, come inside by yourself, hear me. The door was left open anyway, and with this little one's cleverness it surely would not freeze itself to death. Upon hearing this, Xiao's eyes widened, then it began shaking its body violently to quickly shed the uncomfortable cold-proof suit, twisting around and burrowing into the snow pile. Watching Xiao dash away in a flash, Hong Yu sighed wryly. At least it was the fruit of several hours of his work, yet it rejected it so utterly. Lowering his head to continue working for this snow-clearing project, Hong Yu had previously crafted a snow-pushing tool that could shove away accumulated layers without having to shovel like last time, saving him considerable effort. Relying on his brute strength, this clearing task went exceptionally smoothly and swiftly. Within half an hour he had already achieved the same result as before. Fetching a folding ladder, he thoroughly cleaned the ventilation outlet, and had just hopped down when Xiao suddenly burst from the nearby snow, gripping his pant leg and tugging. Hong Yu looked down in confusion. After releasing the pant leg, Xiao bared its teeth and growled toward the rear mountain. What's wrong? Xiao remained in that defensive posture as though something threatened to harm it. A look it had displayed before when spotting that person wandering about the courtyard. Hong Yu climbed the ladder's top, once more using his hands to brush away the snow from the wall, and peering toward the rear mountain, where Xiao was on guard. The forest stood dense with trees revealing nothing at all. Just as he was preparing to descend, he caught a faint, indistinct call. Baring his ears from beneath his hat, he concentrated and listened intently. Sure enough, some very faint sounds drifted from the distance, growing progressively closer. Xiao maintained that bared teeth expression, but did not bark. It was certain that someone or something was moving over there. For precaution, Hong Yu jumped down from the ladder, stowed the folding ladder into the spatial dimension, and carried Xiao back underground. As soon as they returned underground, Xiao reverted to its usual self, rolling about on the carpet to shake off snow and water droplets before leaping onto the sofa to lick its paws. Hong Yu had long grown accustomed to such almost supernatural behavior. Stripping off his clothes, he made his way to the control room, aimed the surveillance camera toward the rear mountain, and activated the audio to determine whether what he had encountered was human or animal. Sipping coffee while waiting, there was finally movement from the rear mountain. Two figures appeared one after another. Both were bundled so thickly they resembled balls. You little bitch, stop right now. The person behind roared, wielding a wooden stick at the figure ahead. Hong Yu raised an eyebrow, zooming in on the woman in front, but she was wrapped so tightly that her features were completely obscured. Still, he could see the woman clutching several bags of bread against her chest. The snow was deep, so their pace was slow. The woman glanced up at the wall, then changed direction simultaneously, hurling a bag of bread in the opposite direction. Upon seeing this, the man dashed to retrieve the bread, then shouted at the woman, fading into the distance. You little bitch. You think bread will get rid of me? You're mine too. I'll go wait at your hiding place now. If you want to freeze to death, don't come back. Ha ha. Hong Yu kept the camera tracking the woman. She glanced back once before quickly vanishing into the woods. When the camera turned back, the man was lying where he stood, contentedly devouring the bread he had just obtained. Clearly the chase had drained much of his energy. He lay there catching his breath for a long while before getting up. Now he noticed the wall before him. As he approached, his gaze fixed on the surveillance camera facing him. Then the man walked toward a tree nearby. The snow was deep, but he could just reach the branches. After testing their stability, he climbed up along them. In the camera's view, the man's figure had already disappeared. Hong Yu sensed something was wrong. He dared not move the probe again. However, he had just cleared the snow in the yard, and if someone looked down from above, it would be easy to spot signs of habitation. The man's next move further solidified Hong Yu's suspicions. After leaping down from the tree, he began searching for branches broken by the snow nearby. Clearly, he intended to climb over the wall to investigate. Hong Yu activated the electric fence while pulling out his pistol and loading it. If the fence failed to electrocute the man, he would have to go out and deal with him personally. He absolutely could not let this man leave. Once the man entered the perimeter of the wall, he vanished from the surveillance again. A minute later, the electric fence emitted a blinding flash of light, and the alarm blared simultaneously. A dull thud followed, the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground. The man had likely been electrocuted. Hong Yu observed through the surveillance for a while, and after confirming there was no movement, he deactivated the fence. He dressed and went outside. From the opposite direction, he vaulted over the yard gate with a few steps, then quietly circled around to the back of the mountain. The man lay completely still, black smoke still rising from his body. Hong Yu flipped his hand and produced a dagger from the spatial ring, advancing cautiously. The man was face down on the ground, his right sleeve charred and black with faint embers still glowing. Hong Yu aimed a vicious kick at his ribs. The sound of cracking bones echoed, but the man remained motionless. Hong Yu tossed the branches aside, then grabbed the man by the back of his collar and dragged him away. He dug a large pit in the snow and threw the man inside. Still uneasy, he stabbed the man through the heart before burying the body. As for why he did this, he was worried that the man's companions might come looking. Just as Hong Yu was putting the shovel back into the spatial ring, he suddenly felt a strange sensation of being watched. He looked up toward the western mountain. All he could see were trees and a vast expanse of white. Was it just his imagination? Hong Yu shook his head and used his inhuman strength to vault back over the wall into the yard. To confirm whether that feeling of being watched was real, he quickly returned to the control room and checked the surveillance footage. After reviewing the footage, his face turned grim. The surveillance showed that while he was burying the body, the woman who had left earlier reappeared on the path where they had chased each other. By the time Hong Yu sensed something and looked up, she was already gone. She must have witnessed the entire burial process. This was yet another unknown trouble. Just then the sound of a helicopter echoed outside once more. Hong Yu turned the surveillance camera to look. The helicopter was the same model as the previous one, but eerily this time it circled his shelter several times before leaving. Hong Yu cursed under his breath. It seemed his peaceful life was over for good. The helicopter's flight pattern clearly indicated it was observing his yard. Perhaps the next visit would be a direct confrontation. He reactivated the electric fence and continued studying the materials needed to upgrade his ring. As for the surveillance, he kept it trained on the western mountain. If that woman appeared again, he would have to take the initiative. In an underground bunker, a young man took off his coat and handed it to someone behind him, then opened a door and entered a side room. The room was thick with the smell of alcohol. A burly, scar-faced man was enjoying himself with a woman on each arm. The young man seemed accustomed to such scenes. His expression remained neutral as he calmly said, "Brother, it's confirmed." The scar-faced man reluctantly squeezed the women's shoulders. "You two beauties go out for now. Your big brother has some business to discuss. I'll devour you later." After the two scantily clad women left, the lecherous look on the scar-faced man's face faded. "Lin Hao, have a seat." Lin Hao sat on the sofa beside him. "Brother, what Mr. Zhou said is true. There really is a prison-like building there, and the snow in the yard has been cleared. That person named Hong Yu might actually exist." The scar-faced man rested his chin on his hand and pondered for a moment. "No matter what, since someone is alive, there must be living supplies. Our top priority now is to gather all the materials we might need in the future. Leave no stone unturned." "Understood, brother. By the way, it seems Xing Xiaowei and his crew have been getting good results lately." "Haha, indeed. They've looted an entire supermarket and brought back quite a bit of natural gas. Oh, and there are women too. Come pick a couple later." "Brother, I won't be polite then." Lin Hao's eyes lit up. He licked his lips, stood up, and walked out. A peaceful night passed. When Hong Yu woke up, he immediately checked the surveillance footage. As expected, the woman from yesterday appeared at the same spot early this morning. She observed for a full 10 minutes before leaving. The feeling of being watched unsettled Hong Yu. After eating a few meat buns, he dressed and went out. His motto now was to nip all possibilities in the bud before trouble escalated. However, as soon as he stepped outside, a strong wind began to blow, at least force 6. Snowflakes flew everywhere, reducing visibility. He locked the door, vaulted over the wall, and used his snowshoes to head toward the western slope. After walking a dozen meters, he suddenly saw the corpse he had buried in the snow the day before dug up, and the man's clothes were gone. Could it be that the woman had only come to take the man's clothes, not to spy on the shelter? Whatever the reason, he needed to find her first. Looking at the frozen pale corpse, Hong Yu suddenly thought of a useful tool: thermal imaging. Finding a living person would be much easier with this. However, the thermal imagers he had purchased were all handheld models, not military grade, and their effective range was limited. Still, it was better than searching with the naked eye. He took out the thermal imager and aimed it at his shelter. Except for the ventilation pipes inside the wall, which showed a faint yellow, no temperature was detected elsewhere. Hong Yu nodded in satisfaction, tucked the imager into his coat, and continued up the slope. Reaching the spot where the woman had stood, he scanned the area with the thermal imager, but found nothing. He looked at the footprints on the ground, which were still faintly visible. He followed them deeper into the woods. But after half an hour, the tracks were completely covered by the wind and snow. The thermal imager showed nothing unusual, and visibility was extremely low. He was now completely lost, like a fly without a head. Ahead stood a large tree that would take 2 people to encircle. He sat down on the leeward side, took off his gloves, and pulled out a thermos he had prepared before leaving. He took a few sips of the slightly scalding coffee. He had been out for quite a long time, and with the biting cold wind today, despite wearing thick clothing, he still felt extremely cold. The weather was not on his side. It seemed he would have to return empty-handed today. After resting for a while, he placed his hand on a large tree to stand up, when suddenly an anomaly occurred. Hong Yu only felt his hand supporting the tree become empty, and in the instant he lost his balance, a massive amount of snow fell from above. Hurriedly throwing away the thermos in his hand, he forcefully twisted his body and kicked off his foot, leaping forward. After rolling once on the snow, he looked back and was completely dumbfounded. The large tree that had just been there had vanished, leaving a deep pit on the ground. The freshly fallen snow filled less than a quarter of it. At this moment, a sudden tingling sensation came from the ring on his finger. Hong Yu was startled and raised the hand from which he had just removed his glove. Had he accidentally absorbed the tree into his space? He entered the space with his consciousness and was given another big surprise by the scene before him. The towering tree was indeed inside the space, but at this moment countless emerald threads extended from the void around the space, connecting to the tree. He was very familiar with this scene. The material needed for the ring's next level of advancement had finally appeared. Hong Yu was overjoyed. The material he had studied for so long was actually a tree. What a pleasant surprise. He closed his eyes and felt it carefully. As the towering giant tree slowly disintegrated, he felt a strange power emerging within him. The sound of falling snow and wind that his ears could catch became increasingly clear under the enhancement of this power. His hearing had improved by at least double. How miraculous! Hong Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Then he quickly walked to another tree and pressed his palm against it. After waiting for a while, there was no response. He actively controlled the ring to absorb the tree in front of him into the space, but the emerald threads still did not appear. Strange. Could it not be the tree? But that doesn't make sense either. The tree just now was clearly absorbed completely. He tried several more trees in succession, but got the same result. After multiple consecutive failures, he was starting to lose confidence. Just as he wanted to try again, the wind and snow suddenly intensified. Shivering, he could only give up for now. Putting on his gloves and goggles, he quickly made his way back along the same route, while he could still see the path clearly. The wind and snow grew stronger, and it took Hong Yu nearly half an hour to return to the shelter. Xiao He was looking at him with a pitiful expression from the sofa. Taking off his clothes that had become stiff from the cold, he gave Xiao He a big hug. Rubbed, all messy, Xiao He struggled to jump down from the sofa and nudged his food bowl. Hong Yu laughed. Hungry? You little guy ate quite a bit this morning. How can you be so hungry so fast? Although complaining, he still took out 2 large meat buns and placed them in Xiao He's bowl. Then he lay on the sofa and began analyzing the various details from before. The ring had indeed actively absorbed that tree into the space, but when he tried to do it himself, there was no effect. He entered the space with his consciousness to check the trees he had previously absorbed. He seemed to understand. The several trees he had absorbed combined were not as big as that one tree before. Could it be related to this? Tree age? It must be. It only worked when the tree reached a certain age. That tree before was probably at least 1,000 years old. If it had to be a 1,000-year-old tree, then the task would be much more complicated. Although he didn't know how many ancient trees there were in the forest behind the mountain, he had only encountered that one tree which had been absorbed. Tricky. But nonetheless, he had found a way to advance. Hong Yu's mood finally improved. He decided to wait until the wind and snow outside stopped, then carefully search the back mountain, and also take the opportunity to find that woman. He hummed an unfamiliar tune once again. He took out a serving of kung pao chicken over rice and began eating. After finishing his meal and cleaning up, he took out a detailed map of Rongqing and spread it on the dining table. The forest area behind the mountain was quite large. By his pace, searching it all would take at least a week, assuming there was no snowstorm like today. There was also a forest park behind Rongqing, and it was an old nature reserve. He believed there would surely be many 1,000-year-old trees there. The only problem was that it was quite far with a straight line distance of 10 kilometers. Traveling on foot would likely require going around quite a bit. He had a snowmobile, but that thing made too much noise. With the current uncertain situation, he dared not be so conspicuous. More importantly, Beishan Forest Park had a war site with many intricate air raid shelters in the mountain. If there were survivors over there, the difficulty would increase again. But since West Mountain could not satisfy the ring's advancement, he could only take the risk. At worst, after reaching Beishan, he could set up a tent and stay for a few days. After all, he still had a battery and an electric heater in his space, so he certainly wouldn't freeze. The wind and snow outside continued relentlessly, and Hong Yu had no choice but to accept it. He continued playing his console game that he still hadn't beaten. Its name was something like God of War. After struggling for several hours, he got stuck on the boss of the final level again. At this moment, his phone alarm rang. This was the only use his phone had left. Hong Yu's alarm was specifically set to remind him of the time. He was very afraid of losing track of day and night after staying underground for too long. Oh, it's already 7 o'clock. Time flies so fast. Xiao He was sleeping soundly on the sofa. He hadn't been very active in the afternoon, so he wasn't very hungry either. He got up and went to the TV, turning off the game console. He put in a movie disc. Movies had now become Hong Yu's essential sleep aid. He had to watch one before bed. Since he had slept early yesterday, Hong Yu woke up at 6 o'clock. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao He stealing his leftover kung pao chicken rice from yesterday on the dining table. Hey, this is spicy. Are you sure you can eat it? Xiao He shot him a sideways glance and then continued eating. Hong Yu sighed. Forget it, there wasn't much left anyway, so let it eat. Xiao He's digestive system was remarkably strong. Ever since following him, it had eaten all sorts of strange things without so much as a stomachache. Yawning, he got up and went to the bathroom for a hot shower. He felt an indescribable refreshment all over his body. After stepping out of the bathroom, he took a box of milk and came to the control room. Checking the weather outside. The wind had stopped. Disgustingly, after a night of wind and snow in the yard, he had to start working again. Putting aside the matter of going out to search for thousand-year-old trees for now, in order for the underground to function properly, he had to clear the snow first. After having a breakfast of fried rice and some skewers, he put 2 boiled chicken legs in Xiaohei's food bowl. Before leaving, Hong Yu filled the generator's fuel tank. He prepared for a day-long absence. Xiaohei, guard the house well. Wait for my return. After instructing Xiaohei, he went out to start his work. The snow blown in by the strong wind was too much. It had to be moved outside the wall, otherwise the courtyard would soon be piled up with snow. Just as he was about to take out the shovel, a thought suddenly flashed through Hong Yu's mind. What if he could store all this snow into his space, and then bring it out of the courtyard? Bloody hell. Hong Yu smacked his own head. Why hadn't he thought of this earlier? Recalling his previous diligent snow shoveling self, he felt like a fool. He went to the corner of the wall where the snow was piled highest. With a mere thought, all the snow in one area was absorbed into his space. Although he couldn't collect it over a large area all at once, the efficiency was still incomparable to that of a shovel. After that, he began to absorb the snow into his space, one area after another. After making a full round, Hong Yu looked at the leveled courtyard and felt like laughing out loud. From now on, clearing snow would no longer be a laborious task. A simple stroll around would easily solve it. He leaped over the wall, put on his goggles, and strapped on snowshoes. Although the wind had stopped, the snow kept falling, blowing into his eyes while traveling. Extremely annoying. Arriving at the pit where the giant tree had disappeared on the mountain, he dumped all the snow stored in his space into it. Then he continued deeper into the forest. After walking for a while, he saw a tree ahead that was about as thick as one person's arm span, at least 100 years old. He stepped forward and tried. As expected, it didn't work. It seemed he had to find a tree similar in thickness to the previous one. Continuing deeper, after walking about a kilometer, he hadn't seen any tree that met the requirement. Recalling the map in his mind, based on the original direction, he should be in the southern part of the entire forest. To avoid missing any tree, he walked another kilometer along the current route. Now he could confirm that the outer perimeter of the forest consisted of trees planted artificially in recent decades, with hardly any over 100 years old. Head straight for the central area. Without further hesitation, he turned directly toward the center of the forest. After trudging through the snow for another hour, the surrounding trees finally began to satisfy Hong Yu. For now, most appeared to be ancient trees over a century old. Whenever he encountered a relatively thick one, he would step forward and try, but none succeeded. There were no traces of human activity in the surrounding snow, which put him at ease. Focusing his concentration, he used his remarkably acute hearing, which had enhanced yesterday, and listened for a while, but heard no other sounds. Hong Yu decided to use a drone to take a look, otherwise the efficiency of searching on foot was too low. Walking aimlessly like this for a day might not even yield one tree that met the requirements. He decided to act immediately. After all, he was already far from his shelter. If he really exposed his target and attracted people, he would just kill them. He took out several unopened drones of the same model and unpacked them all. He picked one with sufficient battery, connected the remote controller, and made it take off. The sound of the drone was extremely jarring in the silent forest. Hong Yu didn't dare to dawdle. He quickly controlled the drone to circle around once, and then hurriedly landed it. He didn't choose to return. Instead, he controlled the drone to land far away from himself. Such a loud noise would definitely be heard if there were anyone around. If it were Hong Yu, his first thought would be to track the drone's landing site. So he would rather discard the drone. Sitting in the snow, he reviewed the footage recorded by the drone. Although from above it was still a vast white expanse, he could barely distinguish the height differences of the trees. He took out the map, confirmed the orientation, and roughly marked several particularly prominent trees. 5 trees. Now the target was clear. He stood up and walked toward the nearest one. After walking for about half an hour, he finally saw the first towering giant tree of the day, which was no less impressive than the previous one. He observed the surroundings to confirm safety. He took off his glove and gently touched it. With a swoosh, the giant tree vanished instantly. Hong Yu instinctively jumped back to avoid the snow falling from above. The familiar tingling sensation struck again. Seconds later, a sharp pain shot through his eyes. Hong Yu felt as if countless fine needles were piercing his eyes simultaneously. The pain grew stronger, forcing him to sit on the ground, covering his eyes with his hands, gritting his teeth to keep from crying out. The excruciating pain lasted for over 10 minutes. Finally, Hong Yu's twisted face relaxed. He exhaled and opened his eyes, which were still a bit uncomfortable. As his eyelids parted, he experienced temporary blindness. A wisp of emerald light instantly vanished into his pupils. He blinked hard, and the world before him, initially distorted and blurry, gradually became clear. It wasn't just clarity, it was a qualitative change, just like his hearing. How to describe it? It was like the difference between 480p and 1080p. He could even see the intricate shapes of the snowflakes on his clothes with the naked eye. Looking around, he could clearly see the texture of tree bark over 10 meters away. His body was the same as last time without any abnormality, and the size of the space hadn't changed. This time was also the same as last time. The ring only enhanced one aspect for him. However, the ring on his hand had changed. A faint green line appeared circling around the center of the ring. The ordeal had left him parched, so he took out a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down. He also took out a dozen meat skewers to fill his stomach. Next time he wouldn't dare to do this again, The ring's absorption was completely beyond his control. Even now thinking about it sent a chill down his spine. If an enemy had appeared when his eyes were stinging, it would have been a fucking mess. He took out the map and glanced at it. The nearest other tree, based on his previous pace, would take at least 20 minutes to reach. The snowshoes on his feet were really limited in the soft snow. In fact, the best way to travel would be a snowmobile. But, sigh. Hong Yu sighed. It was still because he wasn't strong enough. If he were powerful to the point of invincibility, he wouldn't care about anyone. He could do whatever he wanted. He only hoped that in the future the ring could bring him to that level of invincibility. He finished the last skewer, stuck the stick into the snow, and got up to continue his journey. The next tree did not disappoint him either. It was still a towering, ancient tree of 1,000 years. This time he had learned his lesson. He first dug a snow pit nearby, then took out an inconspicuous white tent that blended into the snow and set it up in the pit. He arrived before the giant tree waved his hand, and then quickly ducked into the tent. More than 10 minutes later, Hong Yu climbed out of the tent with renewed vigor. The sense of smell. It was the sense of smell that had been enhanced this time. Now he could easily detect the cumin-scented gloves tucked inside his pocket. The first time he absorbed the gold, the ring had enhanced his overall physical constitution. This time it started with hearing, then vision, and now smell. Following this pattern, this level of enhancement must be the 5 senses. With taste and touch remaining, could he complete the upgrade with just 2 more trees? That would be way too easy. Compared to the gold, 5,000-year-old ancient trees truly pose no challenge whatsoever. Such smooth progress lifted his spirits. He packed up the tent and continued toward the next target. However, the very next tree disappointed him. Though it appeared quite tall, its age apparently failed to meet the requirements, and the ring showed no reaction whatsoever. Good things never come easy. Glancing at the time, it was already close to 2 in the afternoon. He had to speed up, rushing to the next location without rest. That was precisely where he had programmed his drone to land. As he approached his target, Hong Yu became increasingly cautious. He slowed his pace, carefully observing his surroundings with his newly enhanced vision. Among the snow stretching to the horizon, nothing else existed except the drone half submerged in the white expanse. He did not immediately walk toward it. Instead, he drew his pistol and made a large sweep of the surrounding area. Only after confirming no threats in the vicinity did he approach and retrieve the drone into his storage. Finding a spot with sufficiently deep snow, he dug a pit following the same method as before and set up his simple tent inside. He repeated the same process once more. This time the sensation left him numb. For several minutes his limbs and every corner of his body completely lost connection with his brain. His skin felt as if being scraped, burning with pain. The sense of touch. The sensation was unmistakably clear. His body felt reborn. When he touched his own cheek, the tiny hairs that normally had no presence whatsoever could now be felt individually, one strand after another. He touched the white snow before him once more, the delicate texture filling him with absolute delight. Though each enhancement brought some pain, it was always worth it. He continued searching for the next target, only to be disappointed once more. This was the last target locked in by his drone's earlier reconnaissance. Hong Yu decided not to continue searching, and today's harvest was already sufficient. Continuing to search would mean venturing into nighttime. The temperature at night could drop to 55 degrees below zero. He had no desire to wander about in such frigid conditions. However, thinking about descending the mountain filled him with joy. He took out a pair of skis from his storage. There was no wind or snow today, and finally, he could ski down the mountain. Securing the skis in place, Hong Yu pushed backward with his ski poles and glided down the gentle slope. As his speed increased, the enhancement of his vision and tactile sense began to manifest. He could now perform many high-difficulty maneuvers that were previously impossible. At full speed, everything before his eyes appeared as if slowed down, crystal clear and vivid. With such enhanced vision and control, he needed no deceleration, even for steep slopes. In less than an hour, he had returned to the shelter. Upon entering the underground space, his keen sense of smell instantly detected Xiao Hei's unique scent, the kind that could normally only be perceived at point-blank range. Wonderful. Now he possessed dog-like olfactory abilities too. Xiao Hei was still asleep, and despite his noisy entrance with door opening and undressing, the little creature hadn't been awakened at all. The 2 chicken legs from the food bowl had vanished, bones resting peacefully in the trash can. To test his sense of smell, Hong Yu leaned over toward Xiao Hei's designated toilet area. What's going on? Not a trace of odor. That shouldn't be right. He could always smell it before. He hurried into the room and saw the training pad on the floor was completely clean. No bowel movement. No urination. Impossible. It's been a whole day already. Xiao Hei's bathroom schedule is more punctual than an alarm clock, twice daily without fail. Could there be something wrong with its body? Thinking of this, Hong Yu worriedly rushed back to the main hall, picked up Xiao Hei, and examined it from every angle, even squeezing its belly. Xiao Hei opened its drowsy eyes and looked at him impatiently. After a complete examination, no issues were found. He took out a beef jerky from his storage and waved it before Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei caught the scent, eyes widening, tail beginning to wag rapidly. Hong Yu set it down and teased it with the beef jerky. Its energy was clearly fine. Only then did he relax. Hey, why didn't you use the bathroom today? Xiao Hei was intently gnawing on the beef jerky, completely ignoring him. Hong Yu shook his head helplessly. Judging by its appearance, there was definitely nothing wrong. Perhaps its schedule had changed. That was the only explanation he could accept. He brewed a cup of milk tea to warm himself. After checking the underground facilities, hunger struck. He placed a previously fried steak in a Xiaohei's food bowl. He himself ate a portion of cumin beef. He couldn't explain why today, but he had an intense craving for anything with cumin. The enhancement of his tactile sense manifested once again. The chopsticks in his hand felt like part of his own body, as effortless as using his arm. He could precisely and swiftly pick up even the tiniest cumin granules. He tossed the food container into the trash, tied up the nearly full garbage bag, and stored it in his space. This was his unique method of dealing with waste. The oil tanker deck was now his garbage dump. Items stored in space wouldn't spoil or deteriorate anyway. He could deal with them later when the time and place were appropriate. He selected a comedy film, took his tea, and settled onto the sofa. Just as the main feature began, Xiaohei finished eating and walked toward the bathroom. The bathroom? Hong Yu froze, then glanced at his watch. Indeed, it was time for its second bathroom break. He rose and tiptoed after it. At the bathroom door, he peeked inside. What the hell? This little creature was actually pushing a small stool beside it toward the toilet. Then it hopped up onto the stool and squatted there to relieve itself. What a life experience. He had never taught it this. How did it learn? Wait, it came to him. The movie he watched yesterday featured a military dog using the toilet. Had Xiaohei self-taught from the film. And it was an improved version. That dog had long legs and could directly step on both sides of the toilet. Knowing its own legs were short, Xiaohei had specifically used its nose to nudge over a small stool. At this moment, the little creature finished. It pulled the toilet lid down with its front legs, then stepped onto the lid and pressed the flush button. After using the toilet, Xiaohei even put the small stool back in place before strutting out boldly. Hong Yu stood there dazed. The next scene almost made him stumble. The little fellow actually ran to the doorway and rubbed its behind on the floor mat he had laid down the day before. That night felt endlessly long. While watching a movie, Hong Yu kept a close eye on Xiaohei's every move. But he noticed nothing unusual. When thirsty, it would hop down for water, and when warm, it would curl up on the opposite side of the sofa. Most of the time, it stayed nestled in his arms. Having drunk too much water, it was clearly holding its pee. Deciding to test Xiaohei, Hong Yu kicked his slipper farther away with his foot. Xiaohei, go fetch my slipper for me. Xiaohei looked up at Hong Yu, hopped off the sofa, and brought the slipper back in its mouth. Hong Yu scooped it up at once and heartily rubbed its chubby cheeks. It's become a spirit. Truly a spirit. Wonderful. The little fellow made him feel that what accompanied him was not merely a pet, but a real little spirit. Another new day had begun. There were signs of wind outside, though at present it was only a gentle breeze. Following the plan to stay out for a full day without returning home, he finished his preparations. No sooner had he put on his clothes than Xiaohei tangled around his legs, biting firmly onto his shoelaces and refusing to let go. You want to go out too? Woof, woof. Hong Yu thought about it. The idea wasn't so bad. It would serve as early training for it. Worst case, he could always come back if it got unbearable. After all, only one tree remained before his 5 senses were fully complete. He had more than enough time. Moreover, the area he had searched the day before accounted for only a quarter of the entire forest. With 3/4 still remaining, he simply refused to believe he couldn't find another suitable tree. Alright, I'll take you out, but you must behave yourself. Woof. To prevent Xiaohei's paw pads from frostbite, Hong Yu prepared to wrap its feet with self-adhesive bandages, crafting makeshift little shoes. Xiaohei, desperate to go out, was remarkably cooperative. After one foot was wrapped, it would actively lift the other one on its own. Hong Yu took out a backpack, wore it reversed against his chest, and placed Xiaohei inside. With obsessive thoroughness, he inspected the underground equipment one more time before heading out with Xiaohei. After leaping over the courtyard wall, he set Xiaohei down. The little fellow was overjoyed, running wildly through the snow, yet it kept Hong Yu's words in mind, always staying within 5 meters and never straying too far. Before long, with its low chassis, it grew tired of running and leaned against Hong Yu's legs, begging to be carried. Having no choice, Hong Yu placed it back into the bag. This was something he had anticipated from the start. Given how low it sat, moving through snow was like operating a bulldozer. It was a miracle it didn't grow tired. Fortunately, his stamina was solid, and this weight made hardly any difference to him. Hong Yu considered zipping it up so Xiaohei could stay warmer, but after several attempts, the little dog's stubborn head kept pushing the zipper open, so he eventually gave up. This time, Hong Yu chose a different direction. After walking some distance, he took out the drone again and recorded a video of the area ahead. This time, he sent the drone much farther. The video captured 3 trees that appeared to meet the requirements, with the nearest one over a kilometer away. Everything around was so novel to Xiaohei that it kept craning its neck to look both ways. Hong Yu glanced down at Xiaohei, who could fit entirely within a school bag. Sigh, if only your legs were a bit longer, you could pull a sleigh. Xiaohei rolled its eyes at Hong Yu. An hour of walking later, the great tree finally came into view. It was the same old routine. This time, the entire oral cavity and throat endured the torment. While he suffered in agony, Xiaohei stood guard beside him. The pain persisted for over 10 minutes before gradually easing. Recovering his composure, Hong Yu felt something was off. His 5 senses had all been enhanced, yet there was no sensation of crossing into a new tier. Focusing inward, he realized the ring had not transmitted any information about a rank elevation. Could it be that fully enhancing the five senses was not the endpoint of this stage? He scooped up Xiao He, whose face was etched with worry, and continued onward. Whether his guess was right or wrong, he would know once he found and tested the next tree. Unfortunately, the second target did not meet the requirements. He pressed on toward the final target. Finally one that qualified. He tested it, and found he could still absorb energy from it. There was no pain this time, he only felt a slight boost in his five senses. It seemed his earlier assumptions had been far too simplistic. Each level growing progressively more difficult made sense. From this minute improvement, he could not fathom how many more trees would be needed. The number would likely be considerable, meaning Beishan was a place he had no choice but to visit. Hong Yu decided to retrieve the drone first. After determining his next direction, he resumed walking. But before he had taken 2 steps, Xiao He in the bag suddenly grew restless and sniffed the air. It warned him with a low growl audible only to Hong Yu. There was something abnormal nearby. Hong Yu quickly moved behind a tree and crouched down, focusing his hearing on the surrounding sounds. A few minutes later the wind shifted. Facing the breeze, he caught a faint scent of firewood. Damn, a dog's nose was truly remarkable. He could not have smelled it against the wind just now. They were incomparable. If there was firewood smoke, someone must be upwind. Was it that woman? Hong Yu decided to investigate. He slowly approached the direction of the smoke. The forest was too dense to see anything, but many broken scars appeared on the surrounding trees. After walking a while, he could clearly see the white smoke. Rounding 2 large trees, a mound beneath a tree came into view. Less than 10 meters from the mound stood a 1-meter chimney, with white smoke rising from it. There were numerous messy footprints around the mound. Before he could continue observing, a muffled groan from a woman echoed from underground. Hong Yu's brows furrowed. He heard a man's voice inside. Damn you, how dare you bite me? Getting it on won't kill you, but you insist on seeking death. Such a waste of a fine body. After a few seconds, a door on the other side of the mound opened. A disheveled man in a military green coat stepped out. After emerging, the man glanced at the sky, then muttered something as if struck by an idea. Damn, can't have come for nothing. While she's still warm, might as well take her. One could guess without trying what this man intended to do next. Hong Yu was cold-blooded, but even he could not tolerate such filth. Stepping out from behind the tree, he found himself face to face with the turning man. The man paused for a moment, but upon seeing Hong Yu's cold-weather suit, a smile spread across his face. Haha, it's rare to run into a living soul out here, brother, what fate. Come in, it's warm inside. Would you like a cup of hot water? Hong Yu snorted disdainfully. Scum. The man's expression darkened. He bent down, drew a dagger from his boot, and flashed a cruel smile. Kid, looks like you overheard, huh? That's right, I just killed a woman, and I was about to defile her corpse. What do you think? Scared yet? He licked the bloodstained blade. Any ordinary person would have trembled at such a sight, facing someone so ruthless. But Hong Yu, who was he to be intimidated by something so trivial? He raised his hand into the stance of drawing a pistol. The man burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Ha ha ha. Kid, are you freeze-brained? Pretending your hand is a gun, why don't you just fly? His words cut off abruptly. In that fleeting glance, he saw Hong Yu's hand holding a pistol that had materialized out of thin air. His expression froze. He reversed the dagger, concealing it behind his arm, and forced what he hoped was a friendly grin. Big brother, don't shoot. I was just joking, haha. I'm a good man. What I said earlier was only because I worried you'd steal my rations. Hong Yu sneered. You shameless beast, truly able to bend and flex. Next you'll wait for me to lower my guard, and then throw that dagger at me, won't you? Exposed, the man's face twisted. He immediately hurled the dagger at Hong Yu. Without a flicker of emotion, Hong Yu raised his left hand and casually caught the blade between his fingertips. Seeing this, the man turned and bolted. Run. You truly believe you can escape? As he spoke, Hong Yu tossed the dagger straight toward the man's waist. Agony struck. The man lost his balance and collapsed. Looking back, he saw Hong Yu closing in step by step and gritted his teeth as he fell to his knees. Big brother, please spare me. I have bread and instant noodles at my place. All yours, just don't kill me. Days of boredom had given Hong Yu the urge to toy with him. Bread. Instant noodles. Do you really think I care? With a sweep of his hand and the pistol-drawing gesture, the handgun instantly transformed into a freshly roasted duck, steam rising from its golden skin. The man caught the aroma and couldn't help but swallow hard. Hong Yu tore off a drumstick, took a bite, and cracked the crispy skin. Oil sizzled forth and fragrance filled the air. Watching the man's dazed expression, he took another bite and asked, "Does it smell good?" The man nodded instinctively. He had no mind to ponder how a duck could appear from nowhere. He hadn't tasted grease in months. All he wanted was to sink his teeth into it. You're not worthy. Hong Yu delivered a kick straight to his face, and with a wave of his hand, the entire roasted duck vanished into his spatial storage. The man's rotten yellow teeth shattered from the blow. The dagger remained embedded in his back as he twisted and fell to the side. Hong Yu stuffed the drumstick into the mouth of Xiao He, nestled at his chest, grabbed one of the man's arms, and pressed his knee against it. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The man's arm was broken, held together only by flesh and sinew. Aya! A harrowing scream pierced the sky, shaking loose enough snow from the treetops. Rubbish like you deserves to die in the most agonizing way possible. With that, Hong Yu stamped twice, crushing the man's knees. Another stomp landed on his ribs, and slowly Hong Yu increased his pressure. Blood gushed from the man's mouth. He could no longer make a sound. Crack, crack, crack. The man's ribs snapped one by one, piercing inward into his internal organs. Within seconds his breath faded away. Hong Yu shifted his foot aside and spat at the corpse. Killing and plundering for survival. That was the law of the jungle. But this man intended something so vile, so defiling that Hong Yu simply could not overlook it. Hong Yu turned and pushed open the wooden door woven from wild grass, stepping into the cave within the earthen mound. Almost immediately a pungent scent of blood assailed his nostrils. The interior was not large. It had once been a den used by some beast for hibernation. He bent low to enter, and after rounding a corner the space opened up slightly. Dry branches were scattered across the ground. At the center stood a small stove built of sand and stone's embers still glowing within. Against the far wall on a wooden bed lay a woman with a knife wound on her chest. Recognizing her from her disheveled clothes, Hong Yu identified her as the woman who had appeared in the surveillance footage earlier. Beneath her, serving as a makeshift mattress, was a filthy cotton-padded jacket. Looking at that garment, Hong Yu could not help but let out a sigh. So it seemed the woman had not appeared a second time with designs on his shelter. She had only wanted to take that man's clothes for warmth. She too had simply been trying to survive. Sigh. Every person has their own fate. Perhaps this was hers. In such an environment, dragging out one's final breaths. Perhaps death was the only true release. Exiting the cave, Hong Yu circled the area. A trail of footprints led in the direction the man had attempted to flee, stretching deep into the forest. Judging by their size, they were undoubtedly his. At this point, Hong Yu could roughly piece together what had transpired. The man had likely been drawn by the cooking smoke, harbored wicked intentions, and when the woman resisted and bit him, he had killed her in a fit of rage. Could there be accomplices? Meanwhile, Xiaohei had finished the drumstick, dropped the bone from the backpack, and let out a satisfied burp. Hong Yu stroked its head and fell into thought. He would still be patrolling these woods, and since there were footprints to follow now, it would be best to eliminate any lingering threats. Having made his decision, he followed the tracks deeper into the forest. After about 20 minutes of walking, a small clearing came into view, and within it stood a structure resembling a watchtower. Below stood a square brick and tile house, its chimney still puffing smoke. Above it sat a wooden watchtower, the faded characters for forest guard on its wall barely legible. Was that man a forest ranger? Perhaps. Crouching behind a tree and observing for a while, Xiaohei seemed unable to stay still any longer. He leaped out of the backpack and dashed straight toward the building in the clearing. Since Xiaohei showed no wariness, it must be safe. Hong Yu chased after him, reached the door, and kicked it open. The interior was empty, but on the ground lay a frost-covered lid. He lifted the cover to reveal a cellar below, small in space, yet fully equipped with a few bags of instant noodles placed beside it. Judging by the traces of living, only one person had been there. Hong Yu felt relieved. Good, no accomplices, saves me the trouble. As for the items inside, he couldn't be bothered to take them. The instant noodles in his storage space could form a mountain. He didn't need these few bags. What bothered him most was the foul odor inside. The moment Hong Yu put the cover back on, he caught a familiar stench of feces. Turning around, he saw Xiaohei squatting in a corner of the house, answering nature's call. That little fellow sure knew how to pick a spot. No wonder he had been in such a hurry earlier. He couldn't hold it in any longer. The smell was quite strong. Hong Yu strode out of the house and climbed up the watchtower. He took out his binoculars and scanned the surroundings. To the west there were indeed two fairly tall trees. Leaping down from the watchtower, Xiaohei trotted out as well. Hong Yu bent down, and Xiaohei jumped into the backpack on its own. Hong Yu set off toward the two trees he had spotted to the west. They were another pair of millennium-old ancient trees, and his five senses were enhanced once more, though still not dramatically. Hong Yu's stomach protested with a loud growl. He took out the leftover roast duck with one missing leg, shared it with Xiaohei, and washed it down with some hot tea. Then he prepared to head back. He pulled out a map and a compass to determine the direction. Hong Yu decided to take a detour and return by a different route, so he could check for any other suitable trees along the way. But this journey disgusted him. The trees were all good, yet each fell just a little short. After 2 hours of walking, he finally reached a section suitable for skiing. Just as Hong Yu was fastening his skis, a faint sound suddenly came from afar. A helicopter. The faint hum sounded very much like the whir of helicopter blades. He paused his movements and waited for a while. The sound didn't seem to be approaching him. He stepped into the skis, zipped his backpack tight, and glided at full speed toward the shelter. Under his goggles, Hong Yu's brow was furrowed. He dreaded that the helicopter might be coming for him. And sure enough, bad luck never fails to arrive. The closer he got to the shelter, the louder the helicopter's noise became. Reaching a high point, he saw the same red private helicopter he had spotted earlier slowly descending less than 20 meters from his shelter. After the blade stopped spinning, the cabin door opened, and 5 men stepped out, each carrying a rifle slung across their back. They looked up, sizing up the courtyard wall before them. Hong Yu slammed his fist against a nearby tree in fury. Damn it, they're definitely after me. And 5 of them at once. He observed while moving closer to the shelter. After the 5 men surveyed the area, they took a folding ladder from the helicopter and propped it against the wall. Once the ladder was in place, one of them put on thick insulated gloves, grabbed a huge pair of bolt cutters, climbed up, and directly snipped the electric fence on the wall. After the man who cut the fence entered the yard, the other four carrying tools also climbed over one by one. Hong Yu quickened his pace, reached the vicinity, removed his skis, and stored them in his space. Now he could hear the conversation inside the yard clearly. Brother, how this place isn't simple. The electric fence was still live. Look at the top of this wall. It should be a ventilation shaft. There's a smell of diesel. Seems like the people below are living pretty comfortably. Yeah, we can make a good haul this time. But brother, how the door and windows are specially reinforced. We can't break through. Then chisel the wall. Didn't we bring pickaxes? Got it. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of pickaxes striking the wall echoed, and Hong Yu's heart ached at the damage. He crouched low and crept toward the helicopter. He noticed the aircraft was empty. Even the pilot had gone inside. An eyebrow raised. What a nice gift. Basically handed to me on a silver platter. Without any hesitation, he stored the helicopter into his space. He couldn't help but feel delighted. Trading a damaged electric fence and wall for a helicopter was well worth it. He quietly retreated a few steps, hid behind a tree, and tossed a bag of garbage toward the spot where the helicopter had been. The sound of plastic hitting the ground was abrupt and drew the attention of the men in the yard. Wait, there's a noise outside. The chiseling stopped. Hong Yu saw a head poke out through the gap in the electric fence. Holy shit. What's got you so worked up? Brother, how? The plane's gone. Are you out of your fucking mind? Get down. The man obediently climbed down, and another man in a mink cap replaced him. The sight before him also stunned him. Quick, get out now. As he shouted, he swiftly vaulted over the wall. He looked around frantically, searching for the helicopter. The other four also climbed out, and one of them ran to the trash bag, staring at it dumbly. Brother, how did the plane turn into a trash bag? How goo? The man in the mink cap ran to the bag and inspected the marks on the ground. This was indeed where the helicopter had been parked. The indentations of its two skids were still visible in the snow. The others gathered around. Could it have been stolen? Are you an idiot? If it were stolen, wouldn't we have heard the noise? Brother, what's going on? How could a big helicopter just vanish? How go kicked the man who had just spoken? How the hell would I know? You're asking me, and who am I supposed to ask? Watching from the side, Hong Yu pulled out his AK from his space and aimed at one of them. Bang! One man fell to the ground. The remaining four hastily grabbed their rifles and sprayed wildly into the woods where Hong Yu was hiding. Hong Yu sneered, fired a second shot, a third. Every shot hit its mark. In less than a minute, the only one still standing was Hao Go in his mink cap. Hao Go emptied his magazine, dropped his gun, and was about to snatch a fallen comrade's weapon. Bang! A bullet struck the snow right in front of him. Don't move. Move again, and the next bullet will hit your head. The lazy yet threatening voice froze Hao Go in place, too terrified to so much as twitch. Hong Yu shouldered his AK rifle and stepped out from behind the tree. Upon seeing him, brother Hao immediately crouched down with both hands clasped over his head, displaying remarkably practiced movements. Don't shoot. I surrender. Hong Yu stepped forward and pressed the barrel against his head. How did you find this place? Seeing him hesitate, Hong Yu fired a shot near his feet. Wait. I'll talk. Someone with the surname Zhou told us. Zhou. Hong Yu had no recollection of that name. Could it be another worker who had previously contributed to building the shelter? What does he do? Bro. Hao cast a sideways glance at the gun pointed at him before answering. He used to be a police officer, apparently even a captain. What else did he say? He said your place is an underground shelter and that you're a murderer. Hao held nothing back. So that clarified things. These must be the officers who had investigated him before. What are you? Why are you still associating with police? We're just a bunch of survivors who barely made it through. Our big brother gathered us together into a small gang. The requirement to join is bringing sufficient supplies or providing clues about where to find them. That officer joined by giving your information, but until his clues were confirmed, he was merely a peripheral member. Hong Yu narrowed his eyes. Quite organized, actually. What's your big brother's name? How many people are in the gang? His real name is Xia Hongyi. He was quite wealthy in the past. That helicopter belongs to him. There are over 40 men in the gang now, plus quite a few women. I don't know the exact number. Hao answered honestly. How many of these rifles do you have? A lot. But only those closest to the big brother are trusted to carry them. Hong Yu fell into deep thought. A helicopter and firearms. Xia Hongyi must have been someone important before. Did he give the order for you to come here? Yes. He ordered us to kill you and bring back all the supplies. Where is your base? Hong Yu continued. In the North Mountain Air Raid Shelter. How much supplies do you have? Seeing Hong Yu's interest, Hao's eyes darted around. Plenty. We've seized quite a bit recently. You must be Brother Hong, right? Why don't you join us? We have heating equipment and lots of women. Oh, you even know my name. Hearing Hong Yu's tone soften considerably, Hao flashed a sycophantic smile. Naturally. That officer's surname Zhou said you're a hero who killed a major corrupt official. I'm Lin Hao, and I've always admired you. Though I came on orders, honestly speaking, I had no choice. One must bow when beneath another's roof. Another performer. Spouting nonsense as if he'd forgotten he'd just called Hong Yu a murderer. You hold a high position in your gang then. I say join and I can just join. Hong Yu probed. Absolutely. I'm the only licensed pilot here. If you're willing to join, we can take out Xia Hongyi, and I'll recognize you as our new big brother. Women, food. All at your disposal. He dangled what he believed to be the most tempting offer, hoping to sway Hong Yu. Though the leadership would change, at least he could preserve his current status in life. Hong Yu shifted the gun barrel away and crouched down to meet Lin Hao's gaze. My, how tempting. I'm almost swayed. How many helicopters do you have? Lin Hao also relaxed somewhat, though his hands remained clasped over his head. None left, just that one from earlier. Brother, can you tell me where the plane went? How could it suddenly disappear? That's incredible. Hong Yu offered a mysterious smile. Want to know? There's someone who can answer your question. Who? Lin Hao tilted his head. The King of Hell. What a... Bang. The bullet entered through Lin Hao's mouth and exploded out the back of his skull. Brains and blood splattered everywhere as his body toppled backward. His so-called tempting offer held no appeal for Hong Yu whatsoever. If not for the need to extract detailed information, Hong Yu wouldn't have kept him alive. Now that all the questions had been answered, there was no further use for him. Helicopters. He'd never actually flown one, but he owned a flight simulation controller and had plenty of flight simulator games. With enough practice, he'd figure it out. At that moment, Little Black pushed open the zipper and popped his head out, curiously observing the scene. Hong Yu dragged the 5 bodies aside and buried them under snow. After dealing with the corpses, the wind gradually intensified. He stored their rifles and folding ladder in his spatial dimension, then jumped down into the courtyard. Feeling a chill, he decided the damaged electrical fence would have to wait. Tomorrow's better weather would be fine for repairs. As soon as they entered the underground shelter, Little Black eagerly hopped out of his bag and rushed to drink water. Hong Yu took off his outer clothes and sat heavily on the sofa, his expression grim. His consciousness entered the spatial dimension to inspect the helicopter. It was a turboshaft helicopter capable of carrying 6 people. The rifles the 5 men had used were surprisingly police-issued semi-automatic rifles. This gang was no ordinary outfit. They not only possessed aviation fuel for their turboshaft helicopter, but were also armed with police-grade weapons. Since the helicopter hadn't returned today, they would certainly come again. But without their transportation, traveling from North Mountain to this location wouldn't be easy for them. Xiahongyi, the North Mountain air raid shelter. Hong Yu felt he needed to take the initiative and eliminate this threat, otherwise he'd be on edge every day. If the shelter were destroyed while he happened to be away, the losses would be devastating. He rose and walked to the dining table, spreading a map flat across its surface. He began studying the route to North Mountain. Hong Yu planned that after repairing the exterior electrical fence the next day, he would set out for North Mountain. While they were still off balance, he would strike at their nest, directly eliminating future troubles. However, the generator here required modifications. If he were gone for several days, the fuel in the tank would simply not last. And if the underground pipes froze, restoring them would be exceedingly difficult. After pondering in the generator room for a while, he retrieved over a dozen lidded barrels from his spatial dimension. He then drilled holes in the bottom of each barrel, attached fuel lines, and connected them all together. He placed a spare fuel pump from the generator into one of the barrels, ran a main line from it, and fed it into the generator's fuel tank. Finally, he paired it with a float switch to control the pump's activation and deactivation. With this setup, the fuel shortage problem was perfectly solved. Roughly estimating, based on the capacity of these dozen-plus barrels, the generator could run for at least a week. Just to be safe, he also connected 2 additional battery packs in parallel with the existing battery bank. Hong Yu tested the entire equipment setup. Everything was functioning normally. After wiping the grease from his hands with a tissue, he went to take a shower. Xiao Hei, who had not bathed in days, also came over. After washing up, the man and his dog returned to the main hall. After having some food, Hong Yu began to examine the flight simulator joystick he had never touched before. He selected a flight simulation game to study alongside the helicopter stored in his spatial dimension. Although there were some differences, the control mechanisms were essentially the same. Perhaps due to his enhanced senses, Hong Yu mastered this game incredibly fast. In less than half an hour, he was already performing advanced maneuvers with the armed helicopter in the game. Flying proved considerably easier than he had imagined. After playing for several hours and feeling that he had grasped all the essentials, he pulled out the game he had previously been unable to complete. Wow, everything was truly different now. Several games that he had previously been stuck on at the final boss were cleared with ease. Was this what they called natural talent? After playing for a while, sleepiness overcame him. He selected a movie and unconsciously fell asleep. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Hong Yu lost his desire to sleep. He tossed and turned for a long time, but simply could not fall asleep. The previous night, he had dreamed all night long. In his dream, he piloted a helicopter and discovered a spring-filled utopia amidst the vast expanse of ice and snow. Perhaps this was an interest buried deep within a man's bones. He was already unable to contain his eagerness to take it for a spin. Gently placing the sleeping Xiao Hei aside, he put on his clothes and stepped outside. He retrieved the helicopter from his spatial storage and eagerly opened the cabin door, climbing inside. Looking at the instruments and control stick before him, Hong Yu's enthusiasm was thoroughly ignited. He recalled the simulated flight from the previous evening. He flipped the power switch, released the propeller brake, started the engine, advanced the throttle, slightly disengaged the clutch, and the blades began to rotate. After the engine completed its warm-up cycle, he continued to advance the throttle until the blades reached maximum RPM. Moving the collective control lever, the helicopter gradually lifted off the ground as lift increased. Hong Yu's heart surged with indescribable excitement. This feeling was absolutely incredible. He continued raising the collective lever, and the helicopter climbed to an altitude of 30 meters. He stepped on the tail rotor pedals to test their sensitivity, then rotated the helicopter 180 degrees. Slowly pushing the cyclic stick forward, he began to fly ahead. Except for the physical sensations, everything felt exactly the same as the simulation game. Excellent. Checking the instrument readings, he found that apart from an outside temperature warning, everything else was normal. However, since this was his first actual flight, Hong, you did not dare to fly too high. He only climbed to just above the tree line before beginning to circle. At this altitude, even if the helicopter suddenly experienced an abnormality with his current physical condition, jumping out would not result in severe injury. Circling the shelter a few times, he glanced at the fuel gauge, which was noticeably dropping. Hong Yu felt a pang of regret. Aviation kerosene was not something he had stocked in his spatial dimension. Every drop used was one he could not replace. Reaching the previous open area, he landed gently, everything proceeding with surprising ease. After allowing the engine to cool briefly, he returned the helicopter to his spatial storage. This experience would undoubtedly remain unforgettable for the rest of his life. Compared to driving a car, this was far more exciting. Aviation kerosene. I just hope there is enough over at Beishan. After the test drive, Hong Yu began working on repairing the electric fence. Fortunately, it was not very complicated. He simply needed to reconnect the severed sections with pliers. He also took the opportunity to clean out the ventilation ducts. Returning underground, he woke up Xiao He, who was still fast asleep, and fed him a breakfast with sufficient calories. Hong Yu then inspected all the underground wiring and equipment again. After checking everything thoroughly and refueling to full capacity, he went to the control room and lowered the preset indoor temperature to 15 degrees Celsius. This approach would both conserve electricity and ensure that the indoor pipes would not freeze. Since this was a long journey and he would face enemies, he also needed to change into appropriate gear. He took out a white thermal suit and white backpack designed for excellent concealment in snowy conditions and dressed in them. Xiao He was already prepared as well. Before Hong, you could even strap the bag onto his back. The dog proactively crawled inside. After locking the door, he stepped outside and retrieved a silver snowmobile from his spatial dimension, starting it immediately. Given the circumstances, there was nothing left to hold back. Otherwise, at this distance, relying on foot travel and taking too long could easily lead to further complications. Twisting the throttle, the snowmobile shot forward with a swift whoosh. This time, Xiao He refused to stick his head out no matter what, obediently lying inside the backpack lined with heat patches. Hong Yu chose the outermost ring road of Rongqing as his route. Going directly through the urban area would be shorter, but the tall buildings surrounding it harbored many unknown dangers. The open outer ring, although a longer detour, was much safer. In case of emergencies, he could also escape quickly. They traveled at high speed without any obstacles for over an hour. Beishan was already within sight, and the snowmobile could no longer be used. He dismounted and stored the motorcycle in his spatial dimension. Finding a low wall that provided wind shelter, he took out his map and confirmed the hiking route ahead. Beishan had previously been an ecological protection zone that required tickets for entry with only a single entrance and exit. But Hong Yu was certainly not foolish enough to enter through that only entrance. He planned to cross through the shanty town on the west side, and then climb directly over the safety fence to enter the Beishan forest. Several entrances to the air raid shelters were also concentrated in this area, making future movements more convenient. On the open road before entering the shanty town, the snow was not as soft as in the mountains. Hong Yu released Xiao He, who had been cooped up for half a day. Now the dog could finally run freely. He took out beef jerky, tossing a piece to Xiao He while stuffing another into his own mouth. Setting off toward the shanty town, Hong Yu occasionally pulled out his binoculars and thermal imager to scan the surroundings. In this weather, any place with living people would definitely generate detectable heat, making it easy to distinguish. They proceeded all the way into the shanty town. Well, not exactly into it. More accurately, they were stepping across the top of it. The snow had almost entirely buried the shantytown below. Now only the rooftops of the taller buildings still protruded from the surface. Around them, neither he nor Xiao He could hear any other sounds. There were no signs of human activity either. Not a single footprint could be seen on the snow. Xiao He kept leading the way ahead. This little guy seemed to understand the terrain well. Throughout the journey, Hong Yu did not stumble even once. Crossing the shantytown, the man and his dog arrived at the fence. Beyond it lay the dense forest. The once tall fence now revealed only a little over a meter above the ground. Picking up Xiao He, he stepped through. Every tree here was remarkably tall. The trees near the shelter were completely incomparable. After checking the surroundings, Hong Yu took out a thermal tent and set it up. They had been traveling for most of the day. Although he was not tired, his body temperature had dropped significantly. He needed to warm up and recover first, otherwise hypothermia could become a serious problem. Entering the tent, he laid down a thick thermal mat. Xiao He crouched nearby, panting heavily with his tongue out, his whiskers and mouth covered in white frost, clearly exhausted. Hong Yu quickly took out the outdoor power supply and connected it to the heater. After blowing for a short while the temperature inside the small tent rose, he took out a towel to wipe the water droplets off Xiao He, then removed his own clothes and hung them at the top of the tent, sitting cross-legged. Lunch could not be taken lightly. 2 steaming hot clay pot meatballs, He ate until he was sweating profusely. The chill inside his body also dissipated. Xiaohei ate a bit slower, but seemed to enjoy it. With the space and prepared supplies Hong, you could live comfortably outside, but he lacked the sense of security found in a shelter. His body was warm enough. Hong Yu took out the backpack he had previously retrieved from the space, and said to Xiaohei, "Come on, the road ahead is tough. Get into the backpack." Xiaohei seemed to understand, as soon as the zipper was opened it ran inside. Hong Yu stuck 2 more heat packs inside the backpack. He stepped out, stored the thermal tent along with everything inside into the space. He put on snowshoes and headed towards the nearest bomb shelter. Along the way he saw many trees that met his requirements, but he restrained himself. If a large tree disappeared along with its roots, it would leave a big pit on the ground, easily noticed by others. It would not be too late to come back after completely dealing with that group. Their heating equipment was probably coal burning. The surrounding area was filled with the smell of coal smoke. Leaving the tall forest, Hong Yu saw a small artificially planted grove of young trees. There were also scattered footprints on the snow. Ahead was a rather tall mountain. Through the gaps in the trees, he could see a semicircular concrete arch at the base of the mountain, now mostly buried in snow. With his 1080p vision, Hong Yu saw that the snow near the arch had the densest footprints. Lucky for him, he had found the correct entrance to the first bomb shelter. Using the thermal imager, he saw no heat sources near the arch. Hong Yu stood up and quickly approached the arch. However, upon seeing the situation inside the arch, he couldn't help but want to curse. The huge arch extended 10 meters into the mountain. At the innermost part was a concrete wall with a rusted double iron door in the center. What made Hong Yu want to curse was not the iron door, but the bodies piled up in this passage less than 10 meters deep. Roughly estimated, there were over 20 corpses, all of them naked female bodies. These beasts utterly devoid of conscience. Although the corpses had turned blue from cold, scratches on vital parts were still clearly visible. Approaching the iron door, he listened for a while. Inside, there was only a buzzing sound. This iron door had no handle on the outside. It should only be opened from the inside. Kick it open. No. Not to mention whether he could kick it open, the noise alone would surely attract a crowd. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Hong Yu did not want to take that risk. Woof! Just as he was looking around for anything that could be dismantled, Xiaohei in the backpack suddenly let out a soft bark and struggled to jump down. Hong Yu crouched down. Xiaohei jumped out and ran to a corner of the wall. Approaching the corner, it scratched at the stones with its short legs a few times. Hong Yu walked over to it in confusion and asked softly, "What's wrong? Is there something here?" Xiaohei turned around and looked at him with shining eyes. Hong Yu tried to kick the stone with his foot. The stone was actually loose. He crouched down to take a closer look. After forcefully removing a few loose stones, he finally understood. This corner must have been damaged earlier, and later, because of the draft, they had temporarily sealed the breach with snow and stones. Unable to resist, he picked up Xiaohei and gave it 2 big kisses. This little guy was incredibly smart. He put Xiaohei back into the backpack, then took out an entrenching tool and began to gently pry out the stones embedded in the snow. In no time, he had dug a hole in the corner large enough for one person to pass through. He poked his head in and looked. It was pitch black inside. At the far corner, a flickering incandescent bulb was barely working. By its dim light, he could see that the passage was very large, clearly a place used in wartime to hide aircraft from bombing. He crawled into the passage. The temperature inside was not very high. He listened carefully. The passage was filled with a buzzing echo. He took out his pistol, chambered around, and slowly walked inside. Arriving at the corner of the passage, Hong Yu could already hear human voices, but they were too far away and mixed with echoes, making it impossible to make out what was being said. On the wall of the passage on the other side of the corner, dim bulbs were installed every 30 meters or so. Below each bulb was an iron door. The iron door closest to him had thick frost on its edges, indicating a large temperature difference between inside and outside. He walked slowly to the door. The door's soundproofing was really good. Hong Yu had to get very close to barely hear the sounds inside. The sounds of a man and woman panting, accompanied by a creaking noise. Well, they were at it. Hong Yu lightly knocked on the iron door. "Damn, Dazhuang, you little bastard, want to play tricks again? Wait a minute, let me put on some clothes." An impatient voice came from inside. Soon the door clicked open. Hong Yu quickly slipped through the gap, grabbed the man's neck, and pressed the gun against his forehead. The man wanted to shout, but couldn't make a sound. "I suggest you stay quiet." The man stared in terror at the gun pressed against his forehead and nodded repeatedly. After the warning, Hong Yu closed the door while turning his head to look at the other woman in the room. The naked woman lay on her back on the innermost bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Apart from the rise and fall of her breathing, she made no movement, as if she were a vegetable. On the rusty bedside table nearby lay a semi-automatic rifle and a walkie-talkie. According to that Lin Hao, those who could get guns were probably trusted by Xia Hongyi. Hong Yu loosened his grip slightly and said in a low voice, "If you don't want to suffer, cooperate well. Understand?" "I understand." Hong Yu's other hand reached behind his back, stored the pistol into the space, and swapped it for a dagger, pressing it against the man's throat. "To have a private room, it seems you have a high status in your gang." The man's lips trembled as he said, Big brother, don't kill me." Hong Yu thrust the dagger forward, piercing the skin of the man's throat. "Answer what I ask, and if you dare say another useless word, I'll kill you." The man's face turned pale with terror, and fearing the dagger would go deeper, he hurriedly spoke. Sir, please, I'll talk. They all call me Nyoair. I have no status in the gang. I only got this room because it's my turn to stand guard these 2 days. Are all the small rooms along this passage occupied? No. Nearby only this room still has barely working heating. The others are all inside. What about the corpse outside? Nyoair's expression stiffened and he hesitated. But the pain at his throat reminded him, so he forced himself to tell the truth. They were all tortured to death by us. Sir, if you're interested in women, I can give you this one. He raised his hand and pointed at the woman on the bed. Spoken so casually, as if discussing a trivial object. Hong Yu suppressed the rage surging within him. How deep is this bomb shelter? How are the personnel distributed? Are there any other exits? A series of rapid questions left Nyoair stunned, and he answered instinctively. It's not very big inside. Going further in there's only about 100 meters. Many things in various places are already unusable, and there are leaks everywhere, so they've been blocked off. Most people are concentrated in the innermost area. Outside there are a few who haven't passed the trials yet. There's another exit at the other end of the tunnel. Where is that Xia Hongi? Xia Hongi. Sir, you mean our boss? This Nyoair seemed unaware of their boss's real name. Seeing Hong Yu nod, he continued. Deep inside there's a place like an equipment room. He lives there. How many formal members are in your gang? And how many have guns? Sir, I really don't know that well. I just joined not long ago, and I haven't met many people. Hong Yu dragged the dagger lightly across the wound on his throat. Nyoair's eyes bulged wide. Sir, I'm telling the truth. Seeing that his expression didn't seem feigned, Hong Yu grabbed him by the hair and dragged him over to the bedside table. He picked up the walkie-talkie, shook it in front of his eyes, and asked, Does this work? Enduring the pain of his scalp tearing, Nyoair answered truthfully, It works. We use these walkie-talkies to communicate with each other. A small plan formed in Hong Yu's mind. Come, contact the person you're closest to. Tell him the woman is dead, and ask him to come over and lend a hand. As he spoke, Hong Yu pressed the dagger against his crotch. Say anything wrong, and I'll make you a eunuch right now. Nyoair's sphincter tightened. Even through his cotton pants, he could feel the chill of the blade. Okay, I'll cooperate. Hong Yu pressed the walkie-talkie switch while giving another warning with the dagger. Nyoair swallowed hard. De Zhuang, come to my room. That bitch is dead. I can't move her alone. Come give me a hand. After a brief pause, a man's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Damn, all that fat on you wasted. You can't even move a woman. I'm having fun here. Wait a damn minute. Nyoair looked helplessly at Hong Yu as if to say that if the other guy wouldn't come, there was nothing he could do. Hong Yu nodded. From the tone of the other person's reply, he would eventually come. You've been very cooperative and obedient. So I'll grant you a quick death. With that, the dagger in his hand slashed across Nyoair's throat in an instant, and he stepped back 2 paces. Nyoair clutched his neck, blood gushing like a fountain, staring at Hong Yu in disbelief. You. He couldn't even finish a complete sentence before he breathed his last. Hong Yu wiped the bloodstains off the dagger with Nyoair's cotton coat and put the walkie-talkie into his jacket pocket. At that moment, the woman on the bed turned her head to look over. Her eyes seemed to regain a trace of clarity. Seeing Nyoair's gruesome in the corner of her mouth curled up slightly, Hong Yu walked over to the bed, pulled the nearby quilt over her, and covered her. The woman took a deep look at Hong Yu, then begged with a hoarse voice. Kill me. Thank you. Hong Yu let out a soft sigh. He had also seen the woman's condition. There wasn't a single intact spot on her body, especially below. He didn't know how long she had endured inhuman torture. Hearing her faint breathing, he knew that even if he didn't act, she wouldn't last much longer. He nodded at the woman. She slowly closed her eyes, and a single murky tear trickled from the corner of her eye. Hong Yu aimed the dagger at her temple and plunged it in swiftly. The woman died instantly without feeling a trace of pain. It was the best way Hong Yu could think of. He pulled the quilt up to cover her face. Turning around, he picked up the gun from the bedside table and inspected it. The magazine held only 3 bullets, a calculated move indeed. He stored the gun in his space, worried that it might injure Xiao He on his chest during the upcoming fight. So he took off the backpack and put it on his back with Xiao He obediently lying inside. He returned to the door, leaned against the wall, and waited for the man named De Zhuang to walk into the trap. His plan was to lure these people here one by one, taking out as many as he could. When this method was no longer viable, he had a backup plan. Why didn't Hong Yu just charge in? He wasn't that foolish. He valued his life. The situation inside was unknown, and the empty tunnel offered no hiding spots. The enemy outnumbered him and had guns. He wouldn't take such a risky gamble. After waiting for 10 minutes, footsteps finally sounded outside. Only one person. A smirk curled on Hong Yu's lips. Dong dong dong. The door was knocked. Nyoair, open up. It's damn cold out here. Hong Yu had been waiting for this moment. He yanked the iron door open quickly, and before the person outside could react, grabbed him by the collar and pulled him into the room. De Zhuang was not slow to react. As soon as he was pulled in, he grabbed Hong Yu's hand with both hands, trying to twist it aside. Hong Yu watched his movements with a smile. De Zhuang exerted all his strength, but couldn't budge that hand at all. Damn it. Let go of me. He raised his foot to kick Hong Yu. Just then a gleaming dagger appeared before his eyes. De Zhuang's foot froze in midair, not daring to move further. De Zhuang glanced at Hong Yu, the unfamiliar face, and nodded slightly. Then he suddenly caught a whiff of blood. Slowly turning his head, his peripheral vision caught the sight of Niu Er's body lying in a pool of blood on the floor. This big brother, let's talk things over. Hong Yu snorted coldly. These people were truly something else. Far past their prime, yet still calling everyone uncle or big brother. He lifted his dagger and slapped it against the man's face. Where's your walkie-talkie? Da Zhuang dared not make any sudden movements, pointing with his finger to his jacket pocket. Take it out. Da Zhuang slowly reached into his pocket, pulling out the walkie-talkie and extending it toward Hong Yu. Boss, whatever you need, just say the word. As long as you spare my life. Hong Yu did not take the device. Instead, he tightened his grip on Da Zhuang's collar, letting out a cold laugh. That can be arranged, as long as you cooperate. Da Zhuang felt a flicker of relief. Understood, boss. Whatever you need. Do you know anyone else nearby? Call them here. And don't you dare play any tricks on me. Da Zhuang hesitated for a moment. Hong Yu swung the dagger sideways, the blade aimed at his face, gradually increasing the pressure. Off. Da Zhuang strainingly craned his neck upward, but with his collar gripped tightly, there was no escape. The blade had already cut into his skin. A stream of warm blood trickled down his face. Boss, stop. I'll call them right now, okay? Hong Yu showed no intention of stopping, continuing to press harder until the blade had sunk nearly 2 centimeters into the flesh before he finally halted. That's your punishment for hesitating. The excruciating pain from his face made his legs tremble uncontrollably. Boss, I was wrong. I'll call right now. Should I call one person, boss? Hong Yu raised an eyebrow. How many people can you call? Besides Niu Er, I have 2 close friends. If I ask them for help, they'll definitely come. 2. That was fine. It posed no threat to him whatsoever. Do they have guns? No. Besides the guards on duty, people like us aren't qualified to carry guns. The weapons are all in the hands of the big shots. This time Da Zhuang answered without hesitation. Big shots. How many of them are there? Da Zhuang racked his brain for a moment, but feeling the dagger press against his face again, he quickly spoke up. I only know of a dozen or so. They're all ruthless killers who wouldn't flinch at taking a life. Hong Yu raised an eyebrow. Do you know Lin Haoyi? You mean Hao Ji? Of course I know him. His authority here is immense, and he can even fly a plane. Hong Yu had a rough picture in mind. Can your walkie-talkie directly contact those big shots? It can. Channel 1 is their exclusive line, but there's a password. I don't know what it is. They occasionally assign us tasks through our channel. Xia Hongyi's management system was quite sophisticated. People at different levels could only access information appropriate to their rank. Weapons were also strictly controlled. These lower-ranking individuals who couldn't be fully trusted could only get guns during their duty shifts, and even then the ammunition was severely limited. There was absolutely no way they could cause any trouble. Call those 2 over here, and give them a reason that won't raise suspicion. With that, Hong Yu pressed the dagger against the other side of Da Zhuang's unmarred cheek. Da Zhuang, forgetting about the blood still gushing from his face, pressed the button on his walkie-talkie. Gao Chong. Laoli, can you hear me? Yeah. Da Zhuang, if you've got something to say, just spit it out. Da Zhuang glanced at the dagger pressed against his face and continued speaking. Come to the gatehouse. There's something important I need your help with. There was silence on the other end. Da Zhuang looked at Hong Yu hopefully and said carefully, Boss, rest assured they'll definitely come. Before he could finish, Hong Yu drove the dagger into his chest. After Da Zhuang stopped breathing, Hong Yu tossed the body beside Niu Er and returned to the doorway to continue his ambush. He had barely pressed himself against the wall behind the door when the walkie-talkie crackled again. Da Zhuang got something good going on. Share it with the brothers too. This was clearly neither of the 2 men from before. Da Zhuang, Gao Chong. You guys haven't stumbled upon some good grub, have you? Don't be stingy. Share with the brothers. Another person had taken over. They couldn't keep this up. Hong Yu grabbed the walkie-talkie, covered his mouth with his hand, and muttered some incomprehensible gibberish. Damn, this piece of junk walkie-talkie can't understand a thing. The moment the radio went quiet, Hong Yu heard footsteps gradually approaching from outside. He reversed his grip on the dagger and turned off the light switch by the door. He had no intention of leaving these 2 men alive. The people on the radio were already getting suspicious. The same trick couldn't be used twice. The 2 men outside arrived at the door. Just as they were about to knock, they saw the door crack open. Da Zhuang, you're not really hiding something good from us, are you? Old Li, whose temples were touched with gray, pushed the door open and walked in. What's the situation? Don't tell me you called us over to fix a light bulb. The room was pitch black, and the incandescent light outside couldn't reach inside. He couldn't see the 2 corpses on the floor at all. Gao Chong, walking behind him, pushed Old Li into the room and pulled out a lighter from his pocket, striking a flame. What the hell's going on? Not even a sound. The faint firelight illuminated only a limited area. Gao Chong held up the lighter and walked further inside, but before he could get a clear view of the room, the door behind him suddenly slammed shut with a loud bang. Gao Chong startled and turned back to complain. Laoli, you fucking idiot. Are you trying to scare me to death? No response. Gao Chong, puzzled, turned around and shone the firelight behind him. Laoli, you can't scare people like that. Just as his nerves were on edge, a face illuminated by the firelight suddenly appeared before him. What the? The shock made his hand jerk and the lighter fell to the ground and went out. He instinctively tried to step back. But the moment he moved, he felt a chill at his throat, and the next second his body was drenched in warm liquid. A sharp pain bloomed at his neck. He wanted to scream, but no sound could escape. His hands clutched his throat desperately, trying to stop the blood that kept gushing out, but it was utterly futile. After just a few seconds, he toppled backward with a cough, then fell silent. Hong Yu turned on the light. Old Lee was leaning quietly against the wall behind the door, a pool of blood spreading beneath him. Hong Yu flicked the dagger clean and walked out of the room. After closing the door, he took a pistol from his storage space and drilled several screws around the iron door. He tested it and confirmed it couldn't be forced open before turning and running outside. It was time to execute the next phase of his plan. Arriving at the exit's iron gate, he turned the handle and swung both heavy iron doors open simultaneously. As the gate was opened, the cold air from outside instantly flooded into the tunnel. The hinges connecting the two gate panels to the wall had rusted through to their breaking point, preventing the gate from fully opening. Hong Yu pushed with both hands and directly tore the gate off the wall. He did the same on the other side. Once outside, he took out several large trees from his spatial ring, items the ring had been unable to absorb, and placed them at the entrance as cover. After positioning the trees, he found an excellent spot with good visibility and concealment, spread out an insulated mat, and then reached behind him to unzip his backpack and gently stroke Xiao He, who had already fallen asleep. Xiao He, it might get a bit noisy in a while. Be prepared. Xiao He lifted his head, licked his hand in response, then continued to sleep. Hong Yu placed the backpack to his right in a spot that wouldn't be affected. This was also his planned escape route. After settling Xiao He, he took out an AK rifle and several preloaded magazines to inspect them. Hong Yu's next plan was still to wait for prey. He had sensed the temperature in that room earlier. It was only around 16 or 17 degrees, not particularly warm. This was enough to prove their heating system was subpar. Opening the gate to let cold air into the tunnel would definitely prevent their barely functioning heating system from maintaining the current temperature. People nowadays were extremely sensitive to the cold. Once they noticed the temperature drop, they certainly wouldn't sit still. They would inevitably come to investigate, and then Hong Yu could. But weren't they worried about running away? Of course not. How could they possibly run? Finding an underground living space like this in the current situation was incredibly difficult. And with the planes gone, where could they even go? Abandoning this place and fleeing outside would only mean freezing to death. Based on Hong Yu's guess, the man called Xia Hongyi would first send some expendable cannon fodder to investigate the situation. The deaths of these people would never compel him to make a desperate escape. Hong Yu's goal this time wasn't to eliminate them all, but to weaken a portion of their strength. It would still take a while for the temperature to drop enough to seem abnormal. Hong Yu ate some beef jerky and drank hot tea to ensure his energy and body temperature for what lay ahead. Just as he took a couple bites, the backpack beside him stirred. It seemed the little one couldn't resist the meat aroma. He unzipped the backpack, and Xiao Hei's small head poked out first, followed by two large ears. The wet black nose sniffed vigorously around. Haha, what a dog's nose, Hong Yu laughed, placing several more strips of beef jerky into the backpack. After Xiao Hei crawled back in, he re-zipped the backpack, propped up the rifle, and switched on the safety. 20 minutes later, 5 disheveled figures walked together from the depths of the tunnel toward the exit where Hong Yu was. On these 5 people was an eclectic mix of clothing: flower-patterned padded jackets, down jackets, military coats. Whatever they could pile onto their bodies. One person tightened the 2 layers of padded coat on his body and complained. What the hell is Neo Air doing? How is there so much wind blowing in? Who knows? We called him on the walkie-talkie earlier and got no response. When I find him, I'm gonna beat the hell out of him. Hey, wait. That's not right. Why is it so bright over there? Don't tell me the gate's open. Your mother, it must be them who forgot to close the door. Damn. Knock knock. Neo Air. After waiting a moment, there was no response from inside. Seems like nobody's in here, but why can't we open this door? Let's go. Let's check outside. The group of 5 gave up trying to enter the guard room and headed toward the exit. Hong Yu listened to their conversation, curled his lips slightly, and aimed his rifle at the corner ahead. The 5 had barely rounded the corner when they saw the wide-open gate. Dazhuang, are you trying to get yourself killed? The temperature inside has already dropped several degrees. Close that damn door. Just as the words finished, another person with sharper eyes noticed something wrong and warned, hold on, brother. Something seems to be blocking the entrance. Huh, let's go take a look. As they approached, everyone could clearly see the situation at the entrance. Uncle, why would there be trees here? Did Dazhuang and the others ask someone to help cut down trees just now? All 5 had entered his firing range. Hong Yu licked the corner of his lips. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. 5 loud consecutive gunshots echoed through the empty tunnel. The 5 people who had come to investigate collapsed where they stood, not even a scream escaping their lips. At the same moment, the gunfire rang out in a room at the end of the tunnel. Xia Hongyi leapt up from the sofa and grabbed the walkie-talkie on the table, shouting, "Who's there? Who just fired that gun?" He waited a few seconds. Boss, we're all in the dining hall. Nobody went out. Could it be from the back door side? Xia Hongyi frowned. Quick, go check the back door. Whoever the hell is firing wildly and wasting bullets, shoot them on sight. Understood. Xia Hongyi had never imagined that such horrible weather would bring outside invaders. He assumed it was just the guards causing trouble. He settled back onto the sofa, lit a cigarette, and held it between his lips, then continued to grope the soft flesh of the young woman beside him. The person who had just spoken with Xia Hongyi put down his wine glass, picked up his gun, and addressed the two companions before him. Let's go. You two follow me to check the back door. After standing up, his gaze swept across the already tipsy people in the room. None of you keep drinking. Split up and check the main entrance and dormitory. A leopard brother, we finally got to drink this happily tonight. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? A young man who had already drunk himself silly protested, then tilted his head back and drained the beer in his cup. Lu San, this is brother's direct order. If something really happens, I'll repeat your exact words to him. You know brother's methods. Lu San shuddered. He remembered the person who had been stripped naked and thrown outside to become an ice sculpture before being smashed to pieces for poor job performance. The alcohol instantly evaporated from his system. Daring not to question further, he grabbed his gun, called the people behind him, and went to investigate as leopard brother had arranged. After watching them leave the dining hall, leopard brother instructed the man beside him. Ask those trash what happened at the back door. The man immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and switched to the frequency the guards used. Brother Bao didn't wait for him. He left the restaurant with another person. They headed toward the back door, which was in the direction where Han Yu currently was. Entering the tunnel, he hadn't taken 2 steps before he felt a chill and tightened his coat. At that moment, the man who had earlier contacted the trash caught up. Brother Bao, they said a cold wind suddenly blew in from the tunnel near the back door, but they've been unable to contact the guard Dezhuang. Indeed, the temperature in the tunnel has dropped significantly. Did they send someone to check? They did, but after the gunshots we lost contact. Brother Bao paused, frowning. He sensed that something was amiss. Losing contact with Dezhuang could be attributed to a walkie-talkie malfunction, but losing contact with everyone else afterward was no mere coincidence. And it happened after the gunshots. He tried to recall carefully, but since he had been clinking glasses at the time, he only heard the shots without counting how many. He turned to the other two. How many gunshots did you hear? 4 or 5, they were very rapid. The restaurant was noisy, so I'm not entirely sure. Brother Bao's face darkened. A chill ran down his spine. Then the other man, after a moment of recollection, said with certainty, Brother Bao, I have sharp ears. I can confirm that there were no fewer than 4 shots. Brother Bao stroked his chin and pulled out his walkie-talkie. Boss, something seems off. I'm worried there's an outsider. What an outsider? Can you be sure? Xia Hongyi's voice grew urgent. I can't be completely certain, but the guards' guns only have 3 bullets. The gunshots just now were at least 4. Also, the people we sent to check are all out of contact. I'm about to take some men to confirm. Good. Be careful. Since they have guns, they're no ordinary foes. Try to take them alive if possible. Don't risk yourself. Send some trash first to probe the situation. Brother Bao was Xia Hongyi's right-hand man and the most trusted member of the gang. He didn't want to lose his confidant to some mysterious death. Got it, boss. As soon as the call ended, Xia Hongyi spoke to the others via walkie-talkie. Everyone stay alert. Lock the front door. No one gets in or out. Anyone who causes trouble, I'll kill them. Understood? Yes, boss. I'll head to the front door now. Hongyi was growing impatient outside. The gunshots had been loud, yet 5 minutes had passed with no movement inside. He stretched slightly and had just taken out his hot tea when footsteps echoed from the tunnel. The footsteps carried reverberations, meaning a sizable group was approaching. He quickly returned to his position, adjusted his aim toward the tunnel. After a few minutes, a dozen men armed with clubs appeared at the tunnel's bend. They were cautious, splitting into 2 groups and hugging the walls as they approached the door. Hongyu observed that none of them carried firearms. The core members, as he had anticipated, were prudent, sending a wave of cannon fodder first. Hongyu pulled out another AK-1 in each hand. With his strength, recoil was no concern. He intended to give them a fiery welcome. The leader, noticing the 5 corpses ahead and the damaged door, spoke into his walkie-talkie. Brother Bao, we have a problem. The 5 men sent earlier are all dead. The door has been breached. Go, check the door and see what's happening. He hesitated, glancing back at the men behind him. Then Brother Bao's furious roar came through the walkie-talkie. Damn it. We've been feeding and housing you for nothing. What's scared? Fine. Then don't go. From now on you're expelled. The leader froze, then quickly said, Brother Bao, please. We'll go now. Good. If anyone captures the intruder alive, they'll join the core and enjoy wine and meat. These men survived on a single daily ration. If expelled, they'd be thrown out of the shelter, immediately forced to endure the bitter cold and hunger they dreaded more than death. The leader turned and shouted, Don't be afraid. If we don't go, we'll starve and freeze. If we go, there's still hope. You heard him. If we succeed, we'll feast. Tempted by the promise of meat and alcohol, the group grew bolder and began to move. As they approached the corpses, they saw the bullet holes. Bro, maybe we shouldn't go. The leader himself was wavering. Then suddenly, bang, bang, bang. A torrent of gunfire erupted. Hongyu opened fire with both weapons, spraying the crowd. Piercing screams echoed through the tunnel as bodies fell. The others turned to flee. But the empty tunnel offered no cover, and their escape couldn't outrun bullets. Without surprise, within 10 seconds, all dozen lay dead. Having dealt with them, Hongyu quickly swapped magazines and fired another barrage, creating the illusion of overwhelming firepower for those inside. He had ample ammunition and didn't mind the waste. After emptying the second magazine, he swiftly moved to the right blind spot, retrieved the items from the ground, stored them in his space, and shouldered his backpack. Then he took out several large trees from his space and sealed the door completely, even blocking the small passage. Confirming no one could pass, he strapped on his skis. This was part of his plan. Based on the map markings and the descriptions from the two men earlier, he had identified another exit of the shelter. The route to that exit happened to be downhill, allowing him to speed along with skis. The dense gunfire had heightened the tension inside the shelter. Xia Hongyi had emerged from his comfort zone. With a group of underlings, he crouched behind wooden crates, aiming at the tunnel's back door. From the gunfire, the enemy seems numerous. Baozi, tell the front gate to leave 2 men and send the rest here for backup. Brother Bao nodded slightly and picked up the walkie-talkie to contact the front gate. Hong Yu propelled himself forward with all his limbs sliding at breakneck speed, though it took him a full 20 minutes to reach the vicinity of his destination. After skirting around several large trees, the other exit of the air raid shelter finally came into view ahead. It was a concrete archway identical in specifications to the one on the other side. A single glance at the archway's surroundings confirmed he had arrived at the right place. The snow at this entrance had been swept exceptionally clean. Moreover, a clearing had been deliberately made in which sat a large trailer with wheels underneath. Judging from the marks on it, it had been used to maneuver the helicopter into the shelter. Perhaps due to its orientation, the iron door here was far more intact than the one on the other side, with very little rust. Both leaves of the door were tightly shut at this moment. Hong Yu removed his skis and strode quickly to the door. He took out a thermal imager and checked. Luckily, the insulation of this door was still insufficient to block the thermal imager's view. On the other side of the door, there were only 2 heat-emitting figures. Apart from these 2, he saw no other objects radiating heat. Perfect. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The senseless gunfire earlier had successfully captured their attention. He lifted his foot and kicked the iron door twice, shouting at the same time. Who's inside? Open the door now. Who's outside? Came the immediate reply from within. It's me, Lin Hao. Hong Yu pulled out Lin Hao's name. Given that young man's status, these people would surely not be overly wary. Moreover, with the iron door between them, they could not precisely discern the authenticity of the voice. Oh, so it's Brother Hao. Sure enough, the other party's attitude did a complete 180. Brother Hao, you're finally back. The big boss was about to send us out to look for you yesterday. Stop wasting words. Open the door already. Brother Hao, you might have to wait a bit. Something happened at the back entrance. Everyone's gone over there. The big boss just gave a strict order: no one is allowed in or out through the main entrance. Hong Yu kicked the iron door again arrogantly and roared. Fuck your mother. I'm back and you dare not open the door. Did the boss tell you to guard against me? The more insolent he acted, the more convinced the people inside would be of his identity. Brother Hao, you know the boss's temper. How dare we defy his orders? Just wait a moment. I'll contact Brother Bao right away. Bad sign. The other party was unexpectedly cautious. He absolutely could not allow them to contact someone inside. Hong Yu continued pounding on the door and bellowed. Contact my ass, you idiot. Open the damn door right now. I'm freezing to death. If you don't open up, I'll strip you both naked and throw you outside once I get in. Silence fell inside. After a short whispered discussion, Hong Yu heard the sound of a door bolt sliding. He raised an eyebrow, drew a dagger, and gripped it in reverse. The instant the iron door swung open, he slipped through the narrow gap and dispatched the man who had been pushing the door with both hands with a single stroke. The other man who had moved the bolt saw his comrade killed and opened his mouth to scream. Before he could finish, Hong Yu stepped forward, seized his chin, and twisted. With a crisp crack, the man's neck was broken, a look of shock still frozen on his face. After dealing with these two, Hong Yu began to survey the surroundings. The main entrance also led to a long tunnel, at the end of which was a turn in the opposite direction from the previous side. However, compared to the other tunnel, this one was far more lively and the temperature noticeably higher. Except for the area near the entrance, which remained empty, the space 20 meters in was mostly filled with coal lumps, leaving only a narrow passage just wide enough for one person. Hong Yu raised an eyebrow at the stockpile of coal. It was a substantial amount, likely over 100 tons. He certainly wasn't going to let such good stuff go to waste. As he walked deeper, he casually gathered all the coal around him into his space. Let them be smug. It would have been fine to leave each other alone, but they had to come and provoke. He continued deeper. He could already hear voices from the other side of the turn. It seemed their main force was not far from the corner. Hong Yu took out the thermal imager and checked as he walked, but the insulated walls rendered his inferior device completely useless. However, he noticed 2 rooms on the right were blocked from the outside with wooden poles, and from within came the occasional sound of a woman crying. They appeared to be holding cells. He lowered his footsteps, creeping toward the corner. Big brother. It's been so long. Why isn't there any movement on that side? Could they have left? Stop panicking. How long has it been? They're probably still at the entrance waiting for us to walk into the trap. Just wait a little longer. Once they lose patience, they'll come in on their own. But big brother, if we drag this out, the heat in our tunnel will dissipate completely. I'm already feeling cold. Can't you tell what's important? If you can't stand it, go check on the back entrance. A moment of silence. All of you hold your tempers. When the fight starts, anyone who dares to run knows the consequences. By now, Hong Yu had reached the turn. He slowly poked his head out to survey the scene on the other side. It was a vast space roughly the size of 3 or 4 basketball courts. Scattered in the middle of the open area were many wooden crates. On the right wall of the space, numerous iron doors of various sizes were distributed. At that moment, over 20 men were crouched sideways behind the crates, aiming their guns at another tunnel entrance. Hong Yu immediately locked onto the man standing farthest back. Dressed in a fur coat that made him look like a bear, he was clearly a cut above the others in their padded jackets and overcoats. A man of status, no doubt. Xia Hongyi. He was probably the only one who could dress like that. Hong Yu simulated the upcoming battle in his mind. If he suddenly opened fire while they were off guard with his accuracy at this range, he could probably take down a few people. They had crates for cover. Once the shots rang out, they would immediately shift positions, and the fight would become a close-quarters skirmish. That was not what he wanted. After pondering his next move, he turned and walked back toward the door. Glancing at the man with the broken neck, he stepped forward and stripped off his coat. Good thing he hadn't used the knife on that one, or the coat would have been unusable. He took off his backpack, slipped into the slightly sour-smelling coat, removed his own hat, and replaced it with the man's earmuff-style cotton cap. Feeling something was still missing, Hong Yu scooped up a handful of cold dust from the ground and smeared it on his face. The coat was excellent. Its hem reached all the way to his knees. The lighting in the tunnel was dim, and with the cold dust obscuring his features, they shouldn't recognize him easily. Hong Yu glanced at the backpack in his hand. It was far too conspicuous. Upon reaching the iron gate, he placed the backpack on the ground and unzipped it. Xiaohei poked its head out. Xiaohei, stay put here and behave yourself. Don't come out, okay? Wait for me to return. Hong Yu said softly. To Hong Yu's astonishment, Xiaohei nodded in a surprisingly human-like manner, then obediently lay back down. Hong Yu rubbed his nose and zipped the bag closed once more. He rose and retraced his steps. Just as he neared the corner, he cleared his throat and broke into a gradual run. Brother, my walkie-talkie died. Brother Hao came back from outside. Are we letting him in? Hong Yu pretended to be extremely anxious, shouting in a voice on the verge of cracking. The ambushers who had been concentrating their efforts were startled by the sudden shout. When Hong Yu emerged from around the corner, a group of men glared at him viciously. However, his gaze remained fixed on the man in fur. The moment the man spotted him, he began cursing loudly. What the fuck are you screaming for? Since he's here, let him in. Just open the door for him. A surge of excitement welled up in Hong Yu. During their earlier exchange, he hadn't caught a glimpse of this man, but from the voice alone, he was now certain this was the gang's leader, Xia Hongyi. Brother, didn't you just say that no one is allowed in or out? Hong Yu showed no intention of stopping his pace as he spoke. If anything, he quickened his steps. Xia Hongyi, who had been about to turn his head, was so enraged that he shot to his feet. Screaming again. Can't you understand human language? Lin Hao, why are you blocking him? Hurry up and let them in. Hong Yu pretended not to hear and continued to speed up. The others meanwhile lost interest and turned their attention back toward the tunnel. Xia Hongyi frowned, watching Hong Yu still running toward him. Are you deaf? I told you to go back. 15 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. Bao Gu, who had been closely monitoring the situation, suddenly noticed Hong Yu's brand new white hiking boots and hurriedly spoke up. Brother, be careful. Something's wrong with this kid. Unfortunately, it came too late. Before Xia Hongyi could react, Hong Yu pushed off the ground, and in the blink of an eye was right in front of him. Hong Yu extended his left arm, locking Xia Hongyi's neck in a chokehold, while a brand new dagger suddenly appeared in his left palm. The blade plunged into Xia Hongyi's right shoulder, and Hong Yu used the momentum to shield himself behind the man's massive frame. In the next instant, an AK materialized in his right hand, and he unleashed a barrage of gunfire forward. It all happened too fast. By the time those with their backs to Xia Hongyi realized what was happening, it was already too late. Of the entire group, only one survived. It was Bao Gu, who had been the first to sense something was off about Hong Yu. Seeing his own boss being used as a human shield, he immediately dove to the other side of a crate. Hong Yu discarded the empty AK and swiftly drew another, firing several rounds toward the crate where Bao Gu had taken cover. At this moment, Xia Hongyi was in such agony that tears streamed down his face. The dagger lodged in his shoulder appeared to have pierced through his scapula, and with every movement Hong Yu made, the pain felt as though his bones were being scraped, an agony beyond bearing. Even ignoring the torment, his throat was compressed so tightly that breathing had become a luxury. He had attempted to resist, but the bulky fur clothing rendered him incapable of any effective defense, and the gun had slipped from his grasp when the pain became too much to bear. Xia Hongyi, is it? I've heard so much about you. Try not to struggle, or the blade will sink in even deeper. Before Xia Hongyi could respond, Hong Yu twisted the dagger 90 degrees within the wound. Ugh! Xia Hongyi broke out in a cold sweat from the excruciating pain, veins bulging across his face. Hong Yu pressed his knee against Xia Hongyi's lower back and peeked around him toward a wooden crate not far ahead. Bro, there, you're the only one left. Come out now, or your dear brother won't survive this. Hong Yu sought to gauge the man's reaction. Brother, my name is Baozi, and I'm the second in command here. If you're after supplies, we can hand them over willingly. Just don't harm my boss, and we can work something out. Oh, didn't expect this guy to be so loyal. Hong Yu raised an eyebrow and said, You're trying to negotiate with me. Fine. Throw your gun out, then slowly stand up. Brother, don't joke around. If I toss my gun now, will I even survive? How about this instead? Release my boss first, then we both discard our weapons and sit down to talk properly. Given the state of the world now, we're likely the only ones left alive in the entire city. We must stick together to survive this disaster. Don't you agree? Not bad. Baozi's quick-witted coming up with such grand reasoning. Hongyu decided to play along. You make a convincing argument. How about we cooperate from now on? Huh, you're a straightforward man, brother. I Baozi only appreciate people like you. From this point on we're friends, Baozi said cheerfully. Hongyu suddenly shifted the subject. But I just killed quite a few of your people. You wouldn't hold a grudge, would you? Brother, you're overthinking it. Those useless men had no skills. All they did was eat, drink, and whore around. They were a waste of resources. But you're different, brother. One man could take on 100 of them. Removing such dead weight is something I should be thanking you for. Hongyu felt a wave of contempt. This Baozi was even more reckless with his words than he was. Good. Straightforward. It's settled then. I'll free your boss now, and we'll both toss our weapons at the same time. Agreed. Hongyu gradually loosened his grip. Xia Hongyi, on the verge of suffocation, gasped desperately for air. His legs gave way, and without Hongyu's support holding him up, he collapsed toward the ground. This human shield couldn't fall, just yet, so Hongyu forced him to stay upright in front of him. Baozi bro, I've released your boss. Come out and meet me. I'm throwing my gun now. Hearing the sound of the weapon hitting the ground, Baozi cautiously peeked around and caught sight of the AK not far from him, feeling a wave of relief. He desperately wanted to shoot Hongyu on the spot, but with Xia Hongyi positioned between them, he couldn't take the risk. Frankly, he didn't respect Xia Hongyi, yet he had no choice but to remain under his command. The reason was that Xia Hongyi controlled a large-scale supply chain operating across other cities. The first time Xia Hongyi encountered Leopard, he disclosed the storage information to him. The storage had always been managed by Xia Hongyi's younger brother. Although merchants had dumped a lot during the crazy price surge, the remaining quantity was still astonishing. With various photos and videos as evidence, Leopard believed him and willingly became his underling. However, the storage was located in the northernmost grassland region of the Long Kingdom. It would take 3 hours, even by civil aviation, from Rongqing to reach there. Therefore, they dared not make a move easily. Fortunately, the supplies here could still hold out. But with consumption, the supplies would eventually run out one day. So after discussion, they decided to set out only when they found enough aviation fuel. Only Xia Hongyi knew the exact address, which was why Leopard had to keep Xia Hongyi alive. Leopard slowly stood up from behind the wooden crate, but he did not throw away the gun in his hand. The muzzle hidden behind the crate remained aimed at the direction where Hongyu was. Seeing this move, Hongyu snorted coldly, raised his right hand, and placed it on Xia Hongyi's shoulder, mimicking the action of firing a gun. Brother Leopard, it seems you are going back on your word. Leopard saw Hongyu's empty hand and confirmed that the other party had no weapon. He laughed loudly. Ha ha, brother, you are still too young. Come on, let go of my boss and cooperate obediently, and I might spare your life. As he spoke, he raised the hidden gun into the open, but he dared not fire, because he could only aim at one of Hongyu's eyes. All right, then I can only say goodbye forever, Hongyu said in a light tone. Hearing his inexplicable words, Leopard felt an inexplicable tightness in his heart. The next second, he saw an AK suddenly appear in Hongyu's previously empty hand. Magic! That was the only thought that flashed through his mind before a bullet met his brow. After a spray of blood missed from the back of his head, Leopard collapsed to the ground. Xia Hongyi, clutching his right shoulder, watched his last hope fall, and his face turned ashen. Turn around. A voice like a death knell sounded behind him. Not daring to resist, he slowly turned around. Hongyu used the AK to lift his chin, forcing him to look into his eyes. Do you know me? Xia Hongyi's eyes dodged as he shook his head. Didn't you send Lin how to kill me? Forgot so soon. Hongyu looked at him with amusement. Xia Hongyi recalled, and then realized. You are the Hongyu that the man's surname Zhou mentioned. Haha, remembered. How does it feel to fail in murder and become the killed instead? Xia Hongyi's mouth twitched. He didn't know how to answer, afraid of saying the wrong thing and losing his life instantly. Hongyu poked Xia Hongyi's chest with the muzzle. You beast, how many people have you ruined? Without the restraints of law, have you lost all humanity? As he spoke, he suddenly heard the sound of an iron door opening not far away. If you don't want to die, get back inside, Hongyu roared. The room attempting to open the door was Xia Hongyi's private room. After the gunfire outside stopped, the two women who had been abused by Xia Hongyi inside wanted to see what was happening outside. But the door had just opened, and before they could poke their heads out, they heard a furious shout. The crack of the door quickly closed shut. Although Hongyu had his back to them from the two screams, he roughly guessed what was going on. He shoved Xia Hongyi hard. You sure know how to have fun two at a time. It's really heaven's blind eye that scum like you still walk this earth. Enduring the stabbing pain in his chest, Xia Hongyi said in a trembling voice. Brother, you misunderstand. They were willing. Please spare my life. Everything here, the supplies, and the women are all yours. I'll leave immediately. What was the relationship between that Leopard and you? Fearing that Hongyu would vent his anger on him for being deceived earlier, Xia Hongyi quickly explained. No, he was just a subordinate I took in, a rather treacherous man. Hongyu chuckled lightly, feeling somewhat surprised. Based on the confrontation just now, Leopard seemed to be a very shrewd man. If it weren't for his space cheat, Hong, you wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Since they were not relatives, why was he still so concerned about Xia Hongyi's life at a moment when survival was at stake? If the situation had been reversed, he would have first dealt with Xia Hongyi, the human shield, and then killed him. For Leopard, that should have been the best choice. If Xia Hongyi died, he would become the boss here, and all the supplies and women would be his. To be able to resist such temptation and never dare to pull the trigger from start to finish. Could it be that Xia Hongyi had a reason that he must not die? Hongyu thought of a possibility. His left hand grabbed the dagger embedded in Xia Hongyi's shoulder again. Now I'll give you a chance to live. I hope you can seize it. Xia Hongyi looked at the hand on the dagger in terror, nodding incessantly. Brother, just say it. I'll do it. Besides this place, do you have other locations with stored living supplies? Hearing this, Xia Hongyi's expression stiffened and his trembling body stopped. Seeing his reaction, Hongyu knew he had guessed correctly. In such a precarious disaster, only the guarantee of survival supplies could wield such great temptation, making Leopard willingly compromise. I'll only give you one chance. If you tell me the truth, I promise not to kill you. You can rest assured I always keep my word. Really? Hongyu twisted the dagger slightly. Stop. I'll tell you now. Stop. Hongyu stopped his hand. Xia Hongyi exhaled and looked at Hongyu, speaking slowly. You guessed right. I do know a place with a large stock of living supplies. That's why Leopard was so devoted to me. But it's far away, and I'm not 100% sure the stuff is still there. The person managing that storage area is my brother. I lost contact with him when the heavy rain started outside. Where is it? What's there? In the suburbs of Huluan City, a border city in the northern Long Kingdom. It's a warehouse I invested in a few years ago, used as a transit point for large supermarkets or shopping malls. There are many kinds of goods, very comprehensive. I just don't know if they've been moved. That's the main reason I've been hesitant to leave. Hongyu had no impression of this Huluan City, but as the northernmost border city, it was indeed very far. Aside from those who perished in the air raid shelter, how many remained? Xia Hongyi struggled to point with his finger toward the two rooms Hongyu had previously noticed barred with wooden poles. The two large rooms hold several men and over 30 women. There are 2 more in my room, and I believe that is all. So many women. When we found other survivors, we killed the useless men on the spot and only brought back the women. Only after speaking so smoothly did Xia Hongyi realize his mistake, and he looked at Hongyu with fear as he explained. That was not my order. It was all the scheme of those 3 Bao Zixing, Xiaowei, and Lin Hao. Where is that man surnamed Zhou? He is locked up with the others in the room to the left. Good. You are being cooperative, and your answers satisfy me, so I will not kill you. But before Xia Hongyi could rejoice, Hongyu suddenly thrust his dagger upward, then quickly stabbed into his uninjured left shoulder. Those 2 strikes had completely destroyed the nerves in Xia Hongyi's arms, and now both of his arms had entirely lost their ability to move. He kicked the screaming Xia Hongyi away like a rotten shoe. Hongyu removed his coat and pulled up the scarf around his neck, covering his face. Xia Hongyi desperately struggled to rise and flee, but without the support of his arms, he could only writhe on the ground like a maggot. Seeing Hongyu approach, he shouted with all his might. You said you wouldn't kill me. Hongyu spread his hands. I never said I would kill you. As he spoke, he kicked the fur hat from his head, grabbed his hair, and dragged him toward the room, whose door had just been opened. Throughout the journey, Xia Hongyi wailed and begged for mercy endlessly, and in the end he fainted. Whether from oxygen deprivation or the agony, no one could say. Hongyu arrived at the room door, which was locked from the inside. He kicked the door with force, and the already unstable door flew open. Stepping inside, he saw 2 disheveled women huddled together in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. Hongyu glanced around the room. Everything one could possibly need was there. Along the farthest wall stood a row of aged control panels, all relics from decades past. Some were still functioning, presumably controlling the heating and power systems for the entire air raid shelter. The room was spacious, and the temperature was almost comparable to his own shelter. Not bad. Xia Hongyi was living quite comfortably. A leather sofa set occupied the center, and in the corner sat an expensive large double bed. The coffee table was laden with various premium liquors. On the wall-mounted television, a foreign adult film played. Hongyu threw Xia Hongyi onto the ground. Looking at the 2 women huddled together who dared not lift their heads, he said, You 2 come here. Both bodies trembled visibly. Nevertheless, they still lifted their heads to look toward Hongyu. When they saw Xia Hongyi lying on the ground covered in blood, the terror on their faces eased considerably. Hongyu had been watching them all along. The 2 exchanged a glance, wiped the tears from their faces, and crawled to a spot not far from him, beginning to kowtow. They kept thanking him repeatedly. Thank me for what? One of the girls, who appeared to be no more than 20, mustered the courage to look up and speak. Thank you for killing this scum. Thank you for avenging our sisters, who perished. Do you hate him? Hongyu asked. Of course we hate him. We wish to tear him limb from limb, but we didn't dare. I don't want to die. At that moment, the unconscious Xia Hongyi suddenly regained consciousness. Brother, you promised me you wouldn't kill me. You can't break your word. The 2 women, frightened, once more hugged each other tightly. Hongyu walked up to Xia Hongyi and looked down at him, then pressed his foot hard onto his mouth. This guy talks too much, damn annoying. I agreed not to kill you, but I never said others couldn't kill you. Almost all of Xia Hongyi's teeth were crushed, and he could not form a single coherent sentence, only producing muffled groans. It was evident that his eyes held nothing but unwillingness and regret. Hong Yu tossed the dagger in his hand toward the two women. Here, take revenge yourselves. The girl picked up the dagger with trembling hands, but gazing at Xia Hongyi writhing on the ground, she hesitated and dared not strike. At that moment the other woman, who had remained silent all along, looked up at Hong Yu. Benefactor, please, I beg you to save my sister. Sister. Only then did Hong Yu clearly see the woman's face. She bore a striking resemblance, 7 or 8 parts similar to the woman he had killed earlier. He sighed. Your sister is already dead. You may go to the guard room at the entrance and confirm it yourself. Hearing this devastating news, the woman collapsed onto the ground in utter despair, her face painted with hopelessness, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. As if possessed, she muttered repeatedly. Dead. Dead. My sister is dead. My sister is dead. Then what meaning is there for me to live anymore? Hong Yu adjusted the scarf hanging on his nose. In a moment I will kill every man here. Whether you can continue to survive depends entirely on yourselves. As he spoke, Hong Yu turned and walked out of the room. For women who had suffered such torment, yet posed no threat to him, he simply could not bring himself to be ruthless. Hardly had he taken a few steps when screams like those of slaughtered pigs erupted from the room behind him. Hong Yu entered the adjacent room to inspect the situation. This was likely the boiler room for heating and power generation, with quite a pile of coal blocks stacked nearby. No interest. He then came to another large room, which appeared to be a dining area. The tables were in disarray, with many half-finished beers still remaining. At the far end of the room were some packaged foods and alcoholic beverages. Too little, and even less interesting. Next door was a locked room, which Hong Yu kicked open with a single stomp. It was a warehouse, and even Hong Yu was somewhat surprised. Various packaged foods nearly filled the entire, nearly 100-square-meter room. Among them were also quite a number of firearms and ammunition. Hong Yu collected all the weapons into his spatial storage, then put half of the food supplies inside as well. Although the space contained enough food for one person to never finish in a lifetime, the days ahead held many uncertainties, and events would not unfold entirely according to his plans. He was no philanthropist, and leaving half to those women was already the utmost kindness he could offer. In the room behind, he finally found the target of this expedition: aviation kerosene. However, the stock was not large, only 7 big iron drums. No wonder Xia Hongyi had not headed to Huluan City. With this meager amount of fuel, the helicopter could scarcely fly a short distance. Once they failed to find a place to warm themselves along the way, they would all be dead. Hong Yu stored all 7 large iron barrels into his spatial space before stepping out of the room. Xia Hongyi's agonized screams continued, though the frailty in his voice suggested he wouldn't long survive. After exploring several more rooms, Hong Yu discovered a radio and an intriguing map in one of them. The map depicted the entirety of Rongqing, comprehensive and detailed, capturing nearly every alleyway and street. What made this map particularly interesting was the abundance of graffiti scattered across its surface. Circles and triangle symbols were marked everywhere. Hong Yu immediately checked the area where his shelter was located. A large circle had been drawn over it. What did this all mean? Hong Yu didn't dwell on it for now. He set aside the radio and map, planning to examine them more carefully when he returned. The remaining rooms were all 2-person or 4-person dormitories. After touring through them, Hong Yu found nothing else of value that covered the main living quarters. Hong Yu then approached the doorway where prisoners were being held. 2 women stood there with bloodied hands, having just finished torturing Xia Hongyi to death, their eyes fixed on Hong Yu's direction. Hong Yu kicked away the wooden bar, bracing the iron door. The moment it swung open, a vile stench of excrement and urine wafted out from the darkened room. Even with his scarf providing some barrier, the odor nearly made him retch. He turned and retreated to an open area where the air cleared slightly. Drawing a few breaths of fresh air, Hong Yu bellowed into the room. Everyone inside, come out. Soon 6 men with dirty faces and squinting eyes emerged from the room one by one. They took a moment to adjust before opening their eyes fully, their first sight being the pile of corpses sprawled across one side of the room. When they noticed Hong Yu holding an AK, terror spread across their faces. Hong Yu pointed his gun at a spot 5 meters in front of him. Come, line up here. The 6 men, seemingly accustomed to obeying orders, quickly moved to the designated position and formed a line. One of them caught sight of Leopard's body behind the crate and mustered the courage to speak pitifully. Sir, thank you for helping us kill those scum. Hong Yu frowned. Was this not what he expected? In his mind, anyone left behind by Xia Hongyi would certainly be despicable villains. Setting that aside for now, one of these 6 men was someone he had to kill. Which of you 6 is surnamed Zhou? The 6 men paused, then 5 of them turned their gaze toward the middle-aged man in a military coat with a scruffy beard. Hong Yu's cold eyes swept over the man. Officer Zhou, quite clever of you. Trading my information for your own survival. From your perspective, perhaps it was justified, but who knew you'd cross paths with me? Officer Zhou suddenly lifted his head, brushing aside hair that obscured his eyes, though Hong Yu's face remained hidden beneath his covering. But he already understood that this was Hong Yu, the man he had investigated before. He finally grasped why conflict had erupted in the air raid shelter and why those arrogant, lawless individuals had all perished. He was speechless. His former profession had taught him exactly what disaster his information would bring upon Hong Yu. He had betrayed his oath. Bang! Hong Yu didn't waste another word and put him down with a single shot. During his investigation of the previous case, this man had undoubtedly uncovered all of Hong Yu's records. Someone with such detailed knowledge couldn't be allowed to live. The other 5 men who had still hoped to survive dropped to the ground in terror at the sudden gunshot. Sir, please spare me. I was forcibly taken here against my will. I haven't done anything wrong. Exactly, sir, the same with me. Since being brought here, I've been locked up and haven't done a thing. Me too, me too. They killed my whole family. If I had the ability, I would have killed them long ago. With one person speaking up, the other 4 rushed to plead their innocence. Just as the 5 men wept and pleaded their tragic stories, the woman, whose sister had died, suddenly dashed to the open area, picked up a gun from the ground, and without expression opened fire on the 5 pitiful and innocent men. The moment she picked up the gun, Hong Yu trained his weapon on her, ready to shoot immediately if she showed any sign of aiming at him. Fortunately, after killing all 5 men, the woman discarded her weapon and turned to face Hong Yu. He studied her with a frown. How strange. When she'd just learned of her sister's death, she looked utterly despairing, as though she had no will to continue living. How could she change so completely in such a short time? Her gaze was sharp and cold, sending a chill down his spine. The woman glared viciously at the 5 corpses she had just killed on the ground. They're all beasts who survive by offering their wives and daughters to these men for amusement. No, they're worse than beasts. Death by 1,000 cuts would be too merciful for them. Just as she spoke, Hong Yu's keen senses detected something. The girl standing at the doorway suddenly flinched involuntarily. He didn't dwell on it, and continued observing the woman. That explained everything. Xia Hongyi would never keep useless people around. Noticing Hong Yu's glance toward the doorway, the woman turned and addressed the girl. Come here. The girl stood trembling at the threshold as though she hadn't heard, showing no intention of approaching. The woman turned and walked slowly toward her. Hong Yu watched the woman with confusion, uncertain of her intentions. No, don't come over. Please don't kill me. The girl collapsed to the ground, begging the approaching woman repeatedly, while struggling to crawl back into the room. The woman drew the dagger Hong Yu had previously thrown to them, and grabbing the girl's hair, stabbed her repeatedly in the back until she stopped breathing. Releasing her grip, the woman turned and returned to her original position, speaking with unsettling calm. Benefactor, this girl will do anything to survive. Under threat, she'll reveal everything and betray anyone. Her mother was beaten to death protecting her, yet she showed not a shred of grief. She saw you, even if not your true face, and she absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Calm. Terrifyingly calm. That was Hong Yu's impression. What's your name? Xia Ryu. I did it to protect my sister. Hong Yu understood. So that was it. If Xia Ryu had always been this way, she would never have sold her body to survive, allowing those filthy people to defile her. It was a pity. Her submission and sacrifice ultimately failed to save her sister's life. And you, if your life were threatened, would you betray me? Xia Ryu raised her head and looked straight into Hong Yu's eyes. Benefactor, I won't say those high-sounding words. Even if I did, I wouldn't believe them myself. All I can say is that everyone here today was killed by me. You never even appeared. Hong Yu let out a soft chuckle. This woman had a sharp mind. Ruthlessness and decisiveness, coupled with that intellect, were the prerequisites for survival in the apocalypse. Seeing that, Hong Yu remained silent for a long while Xia Ryu continued. Benefactor, there are still survivors from their gang. This morning a man named Xing Xiaowei left with 3 others and hasn't returned. You must be careful. After warning him, she tidied her disheveled hair and the bloodstains on her face, then said lightly, my existence will indeed bring you trouble. My great revenge is fulfilled, so I will return this life to you, my benefactor. Before she finished speaking, Xia Ryu suddenly reversed the dagger in her hand, and without a moment's hesitation plunged it toward her own heart. Hong Yu was startled. Every muscle in his body tensed, and he burst into motion, closing the distance at his utmost speed. A gentle smile lingered on Xia Ryu's face as she slowly closed her eyes. The tip of the dagger had already pierced her chest. At that critical moment, a large hand suddenly swept in and knocked the dagger from her grasp. Xia Ryu slowly opened her eyes and met Hong Yu's deep, penetrating gaze. She quickly turned her head away. Truth be told, Xia Ryu was far more striking than her sister. If not for the current circumstances, she would have perfectly matched Hong Yu's aesthetic. No wonder Xia Hongyi had kept her by his side. Speaking of Xia Hongyi, that man was indeed cunning. In such a situation, he had still managed to conceal Xing Xiaowei's existence, likely hoping to delay until those men returned to turn the tables on me. But his wishful thinking had been shattered. Hong Yu turned and walked a few steps. No need for that. You've never seen my face, nor do you know my name. The threat you pose is negligible. Do you know when Xing Xiaowei and the others will return? Tears welled in Xia Ryu's eyes as she nodded vigorously, then ran back to where the dagger had fallen. After picking up the dagger, she wiped the bloodstains clean with her clothes and held it to her chest, as if it were a treasure. Benefactor, you should go. I'll handle Xing Xiaowei and his men for you. Hong Yu glanced at her from the corner of his eye, saw her gesture, and gave a helpless shake of his head. Just live on well. With that, he turned and walked toward the main entrance. Benefactor, I will never forget this debt of gratitude. This dagger shall be my token. Should you ever need me, Xia Ryu will go through fire and water without hesitation. Hong Yu heard her words from behind and paused for a moment. A A slight smile curled beneath his scarf. In the future, who knew if they would even meet again alive? Turning the corner and confirming that Xiao Ryu was not following, he took out half of the coal he had stored in his spatial ring and piled it back in its original place. He then quickly walked to the entrance, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and stepped out of the shelter. However, Hong Yu had no intention of leaving just yet. He couldn't be sure whether Xing Xiaowei like Lin Hao knew the location of the refuge. He had to eliminate that variable with his own hands. He found a secluded spot on the side of the shelter, took out the tent, crawled inside, and turned on the heater. Just then Xiaohei squirmed inside the backpack. As soon as Hong Yu unzipped it, the dog leaped out and darted through the half-open tent flap. Curious, Hong Yu opened the tent and saw Xiaohei squatting a short distance away. Well, it seemed the little guy had been holding it in for quite a while. After Xiaohei returned, the man and his dog replenished their energy and warmth while straining their ears for any sounds outside. After eating, Hong Yu pulled out the map that was marked up haphazardly and studied it. After a while, he figured out the meaning of the circles. They were likely locations where supplies were suspected. The circles crossed with an X probably indicated places that had already been searched or looted. As for the triangles and squares, he still couldn't decipher their meaning. There was no reference to go by. None of the locations marked with triangles or squares corresponded to any visible structures. An hour later, Hong Yu and Xiaohei finally heard faint voices in the distance. Xiaohei, stay here. The eager dog obediently sat down. Hong Yu put on his coat and stepped out of the tent. After waiting for a while, the group drew near, but they were on a downhill slope. He could only hear the crunch of footsteps on the snow. Judging by the sound, there were 4 people. Hong Yu lay prone in the snow, aiming toward the direction of the voices. A dozen minutes later, 4 men bundled up like balls appeared in his field of vision. From their conversation, he confirmed they were Xing Xiaowei's squad. It seemed their trip had been fruitless. They were all complaining and cursing. When they were fully exposed, Hong Yu pulled the trigger. For gunshots rang out, and the 4 men fell almost simultaneously. After confirming they were dead, he returned to the tent. Just as he finished packing and shouldered his backpack, the sound of several women's voices came from the shelter. Probably the imprisoned women who had heard the gunshots and come out to check. Their fate from now on would have to be decided by themselves. Hong Yu paid them no heed and turned to walk into the woods. The trouble was resolved. The women would have to clean up the mess, and they shouldn't be coming out anytime soon. It was time for him to focus on upgrading his ring. The Beishan ancient forest was truly a treasure trove. Compared to the woods near the shelter, it was like heaven and earth. As Hong Yu ventured deeper, nearly every tree was a millennium-old specimen that met his requirements. He absorbed as he walked, relishing the process. As dusk fell, he had absorbed nearly 30 ancient trees. His 5 senses had improved markedly. By rough estimate, he felt at least a 30 enhancement since their initial awakening. But with nightfall, the temperature plummeted. Even Hong Yu found it hard to endure prolonged exposure. He found a spot where the snow was 4 to 5 meters deep, used the ring to create a hollow, and pitched the thermal tent inside. Xiaohei, who had been running outside with him all along, shook off the snow and followed Hong Yu into the tent. After the temperature inside the tent stabilized, he used a wet wipe to clean the dirt off his face and changed into a new set of cold weather gear. Xiaohei's resistance to the cold in the afternoon truly amazed him. After emerging from the air raid shelter, it had been freely moving about outside, yet under such extreme cold, the little creature showed no signs of distress. Hong Yu couldn't help wondering, could a dog's ability to withstand cold really be this formidable? He could understand that dogs living year-round in frigid regions possessed such cold resistance. Xiaohei was only a few months old, yet the outside temperature was at least minus 55 degrees Celsius. Was it something a puppy like this could endure? He picked up Xiaohei, who was grooming its fur, and examined it carefully. There was indeed no sign of frostbite, and its body showed no trembling at all. It was truly incredible. He took out a large bowl of beef noodles, shared it with Xiaohei, then retrieved a relatively large down sleeping bag and climbed in with Xiaohei in his arms. On the cold night, the minimum temperature could reach minus 60 degrees Celsius, but with heating equipment and a premium down sleeping bag, Hong Yu was completely unaffected. He slept deeply and soundly. After Hong Yu fell asleep, Xiaohei quietly slipped out of the sleeping bag. It crawled to a spot near Hong Yu's feet and voluntarily took on the role of guard. Without any instruction, it was that self-disciplined. If Hong Yu knew, he would certainly wonder whether this little creature still belonged to the category of canines. All of Xiaohei's human-like changes seemed to have begun when it was touched by the hand wearing the ring. It seemed that all the extraordinary phenomena stemmed from that unremarkable ring. As dawn broke, the alarm that Hong Yu had set went off. He reached out and turned off the alarm, stretched comfortably, having slept well without feeling the slightest chill. He unzipped the sleeping bag, sat up, and glanced around. The heater in the corner of the tent was still running, but the outdoor portable power bank, which could store 10 kilowatt-hours of electricity, was already flashing a red low battery indicator. At that moment, Xiaohei suddenly snuggled into his arms, as if acting spoiled, blinked its big watery eyes, and then fell asleep, just like that. Hong Yu was a bit puzzled. Xiaohei, still sleepy. Then you stay in the tent and get some good sleep. I'll be moving around nearby. If anything happens, just call out loudly, and I'll hear you. Xiaohei opened one eye, glanced at Hong Yu, then fell into a deep sleep. Hong Yu got up, bundled the sleeping bag, and gently placed Xiaohei in the middle of it. Today he planned to move around near the tent. After all, there were plenty of trees meeting his requirements nearby, so there was no need to go far. This snow-covered hollow was both windproof and very concealed. Placing the tent here was safe, saving him the trouble of moving back and forth each time. After quickly wiping his face and hands with a wet wipe, Han Yu took out a serving of hot porridge and sausages for breakfast. The small tent was soon filled with the aroma of pure meat sausages. Xiaohei, usually very sensitive to this smell, surprisingly showed no reaction at all and remained fast asleep. Han Yu had to take out a food bowl and leave some porridge and sausages for it. Before going out, he swapped the depleted portable power bank for a fully charged one. Stepping out of the tent, he glanced at the thermometer he had left outside the night before. Even in the early morning, the temperature outside was still extremely harsh, -56 degrees Celsius. Han Yu couldn't help shivering, but he had to endure the cold for now. He must seize this opportunity to absorb as many ancient trees as possible to avoid unforeseen complications later. He could only hope that the resources of North Mountain would be enough to upgrade the ring's rank again, otherwise he would have to search other places. Another busy day had begun. After he had absorbed 10 giant trees, he noticed that the ring's absorption speed had slowed significantly. Previously, it took about 5 minutes to fully absorb a giant tree. Now it took at least 10 minutes. As a result, in an entire morning working non-stop, he had only absorbed 18 trees. The ring still showed no sign of advancing in rank. When he returned to the tent, Xiaohei had already woken up and was eating the breakfast left for it. Han Yu quickly had lunch, warmed up his body, changed into another set of cold weather gear, and continued working. Xiaohei stayed behind to guard the tent. And so he spent 3 full days. Adding the trees absorbed earlier, the total count had reached an astonishing 97. Yesterday, a strong wind had blown through the mountains, affecting his progress. As soon as the wind stopped in the morning, he went out to work again. During this time, he finally understood why Xiaohei was drowsy during the day. The little creature had been standing guard all night. It would be strange if it weren't tired. The 98th tree took the ring a full half-hour to absorb, but Han Yu had a feeling that the moment he was waiting for was about to arrive. The 99th tree. This time the commotion was great. The ring on his finger burst forth with a dazzling emerald green light. Han Yu rushed back to the tent as fast as he could. He could already sense the ring's advancement, and he had no idea what effects it would have on his body next. He didn't want to suffer in the cold outside. Just as he expected, the emerald green light on the ring gradually solidified and turned into countless threads. He watched helplessly as these threads pierced into various parts of his body. Excruciating pain followed. It was even more intense than the first time. Every bone in his body felt as if it were being shattered, every muscle was racked with tearing pain, and his eyes, mouth, and nose seemed to be crushed to pulp. His vision and hearing gradually faded, but the pain did not diminish in the slightest. What Han Yu didn't know was that several threads from the ring had also connected to Xiaohei. The ring's transformation of him lasted a full 4 hours. The emerald green threads gradually faded and disappeared. Han Yu opened his eyes. At that moment, his eyes were filled with a green radiance. After a few seconds, it gradually faded away. Han Yu's 5 senses gradually intensified as the light in his eyes dimmed, eventually reaching their peak. The sound of snow sliding from tree branches. The sound of snowflakes settling on the ground. The wind brushing past the tent. Xiaohei's footsteps and his own heartbeat. Every sound around him was now crystal clear. However, the sensation was quite different from before. No, the gap was enormous. It was as if his 5 senses had evolved into something entirely new. A radar. Not precise enough. Han Yu recalled novels he had read in his past life. His current senses closely resembled the spiritual sense described in those stories. Within a certain range, even objects obscured by barriers could be perceived, forming a vague mental image in his mind. Truly profound. He moved his body slightly and realized that this breakthrough had enhanced far more than just his 5 senses. His physical strength had also received a massive boost. Before Han Yu could fully savor this power, he suddenly felt a new connection forming between his consciousness and the ring. It was as if the previous spatial link had been channel 1, and now a second channel had appeared in his consciousness. He attempted to touch that newly formed connection with his mind. The moment he did, his vision blurred, and the scene inside the tent was suddenly replaced by a vast green grassland. Staring at the empty grassland, he was stunned. Reincarnation was already crazy enough. Could this time be a trip through space and time as well? But the thought was quickly dismissed when he turned and saw the scene from his storage space in the distance. The massive oil tanker and towering piles of supplies were clearly visible. As he thought about walking closer to investigate, the mere intention sent him teleporting instantly to the exact location he had envisioned. Before him lay a sharply defined boundary line. On the other side was his familiar storage space, while this side was a vibrant, life-filled green world. Han Yu tried stepping toward the storage space side, but an invisible barrier stood before him. A gentle, yet irresistible force that prevented his advance. He couldn't cross over, yet he could see the other side with perfect clarity, and with a mere thought he could retrieve whatever he needed from it. He was starting to understand. This new area must have been created after the ring's second upgrade. Closing his eyes, he carefully concentrated, and the entire spatial landscape materialized in his mind. Indeed, a new area had appeared in the space, the green world where he now stood. Its area was roughly the same as the previous storage space with one key difference: the original only allowed non-living objects inside. This new area, however, could accommodate living beings. Hanyu could barely contain his excitement and laughed aloud. The space could finally allow him free entry, something he had always dreamed of. From now on, no matter how harsh the conditions outside, he could simply enter the space. Simply perfect. He lazily sat down on the ground and touched the grass beneath him, all freshly sprouted and tender. Does this mean he could cultivate crops here in the future? At that thought, he suddenly understood the true nature of both spaces. On the barren side, time flow was completely frozen, which is precisely why living organisms cannot enter. And the reason this area was accessible was because time flowed normally here. Otherwise, the grass could never have grown. Now that he understood the principle, everything made sense. Hanyu lay on the grass, taking deep breaths of the fresh, fragrant air. A completely different experience. Too bad he hadn't bought any plant seeds, but it didn't matter. There were still plenty of fresh fruits in his storage space. He could try planting fruit pits to grow trees. If it worked, it would be absolutely monstrous. Even if all the supplies in the space were depleted, he would never have to worry about starving. Another remarkable thing was that despite wearing thick, cold-weather clothing, he felt incredibly comfortable here. He took off his clothes and went shirtless without feeling a single chill. In the apocalypse, this place was truly a paradise on Earth. Hanyu never would have imagined that the ring's second upgrade would bring such a surprise. How much more extraordinary would the third and fourth upgrades be? He could hardly contain his anticipation. Plucking a blade of tender grass, he put it in his mouth and hummed a cheerful tune. But before he could hum more than a couple of notes, his vision blurred again, and the ring forcibly sent him straight back into the tent. What the hell is going on? Did it just kick me out? He had clearly felt an irresistible force eject him from the space. Spitting out the grass, he wondered if it was because he picked it. Impossible. Before he could ponder further, a worried Xiaohei ran into his arms, frantically pawing at his chest and trying to lick his face. Hanyu stroked its head, knowing the little one had been worried about his sudden disappearance. Sorry I didn't warn you earlier. Don't worry, I'm fine. Xiaohei remained in that same overjoyed state as when they had reunited. Hanyu simply let it be. His mind was still struggling to process everything. Why did the space suddenly teleport him out? Had he triggered some mechanism? This was too brain-burning. Every time he had to guess blindly, and the ring never provided so much as an instruction manual. Let's try again. This time he planned to test whether he could bring Xiaohei along. The moment he focused his thought, he felt a sudden lightness in his hand. Looking down in shock, Xiaohei was gone. Yet he himself was still in the tent with no changes around him. Damn it, no way. He quickly used his consciousness to enter the space, and seeing Xiaohei's figure, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The little dog was standing there confusedly surveying its unfamiliar surroundings. Having searched everywhere and found no sign of Hanyu, it had begun barking frantically at the empty air. With a thought, Hanyu retrieved Xiaohei from the space. It seemed this area, like the storage space, responded to his mental commands, allowing him to manipulate anything within it. He reached out to stroke and comfort the nervous Xiaohei. Recalling the recent events, he realized he had only stayed in the space for about 5 minutes. Was there a time limit? A time limit was understandable, but why had entering again triggered an immediate ejection? Was there a cooldown period? Damn it. If that were the case, it would be incredibly cruel. All his grand plans would instantly crumble to nothing. No, he had to test it again. He looked down at Xiaohei and said, Xiaohei, the place I went to earlier is my ring space. I'm going to send you back in for another test. Don't be nervous, just play around there. Do you understand? Xiaohei obediently nodded and sat waiting for Hangyu's next move. He rubbed the dog's large ears and sent it into the space. There was no resistance at all. It went through smoothly. This time Xiaohei showed none of its earlier tension. After sniffing the fragrant grass, it began moving about freely in the surroundings. Hanyu pressed the timer on his watch. 5 minutes passed quickly. Xiaohei rolled around and ran across the grass wildly. 8 minutes. There was no reaction at all. 10 minutes passed. Still an eerie calm prevailed. After 30 minutes, the little black dog inside had grown tired from running and lay down, falling asleep. Hanyu, refusing to believe it, attempted to enter once more. Failure. At this moment, he was on the verge of cursing. Little Black had been frolicking inside for a full half hour, yet the space showed no sign of expelling him. Was this restriction specifically tailored for him alone? It was utterly unreasonable. The master was barred from entry, yet a dog could lounge about with such ease. What kind of twisted logic was this? Hanyu closed his eyes and tried several more times, each attempt thwarted by an inexplicable force. He sighed in defeat, unsure how long this cooldown period would last. He decided not to waste more time on futile attempts here. Back at the shelter, there would be plenty of time to figure it out. For now, at least, Little Black no longer had to endure the cramped confines of the backpack. He attempted to communicate with Little Black through his consciousness. Little Black, stay inside for now. I'm heading home, or I'll let you out when we get there. Oh, and if you need to relieve yourself, bark twice. Woof, woof, Little Black responded. The sound echoed directly in his mind. Perfect. Communication was established. It seemed communication was fine. Hanyu stood up, exited the tent, and packed it back into the space. Approaching a massive tree, he wondered if he could still absorb from it. As he raised his hand, he noticed the faint green line on his ring had deepened to a dark green. He pressed his palm against the tree, but after a long while nothing happened. Like the first level, it was saturated, unable to absorb further. Thus the trip to North Mountain could come to an end. Time to return home. Donning his gloves and goggles, Hong Yu faced the towering tree, eager to test his newfound strength. He braced himself and threw a punch with all his might. The sound of air splitting rang out as his fist slammed into the trunk. Frozen bark splintered, and a dent over 10 centimeters deep appeared in the sturdy wood. Holy crap! Hong Yu was stunned by the sheer power. This was no mere increase. It was monstrous. A punch like that could easily fell an ordinary man. A secret joy welled up within him. He now possessed a mysterious perception that could effectively guard against danger. With this brute force, he could dominate any unarmed combat. Dusting the wood chips off his gloves, Hong Yu strode toward the edge of the forest. Climbing over the previous barricade, he once again arrived at the shantytown. Foregoing any stealth or ambush, Hong Yu simply summoned the snowmobile from the space. He started the engine and sped off toward the shelter. Along the way, he kept practicing his new perception, constantly observing his surroundings. This led him to two conclusions. The perception range was roughly 50 meters in radius. Beyond that, he could see nothing. Also, this perception drained his concentration heavily. After an hour of continuous use, fatigue set in. He returned to the shelter without incident, storing the snowmobile. With a light leap, he cleared the wall. The snow in the yard was manageable, no need to clear it immediately. Hong Yu went straight underground. Kicking off his shoes, he first went to the control room and set the indoor temperature to 25 degrees Celsius. All equipment was running smoothly. In the bathroom, the pipes were unobstructed and unfrozen. In the generator room, the oil consumption was minimal. After a full inspection, he returned to the main hall, stripped off his clothes, and tossed them aside. Home is the best, he exclaimed, then remembered Little Black was still in the space. He released the little fellow. Seeing the familiar surroundings, the dog's tail wagged furiously. Overjoyed, he raced around the hall. After a dozen laps, he jumped onto the sofa, sprawling with his tongue out, luxuriating in its softness. While the dog romped, Hong Yu tried once more to enter the space, but the result was the same. He walked to the TV stand, turned on the radio, and cycled through several channels. Only static hissed. With his enhanced hearing, he could barely hear the faint crackle even at near-silent volume. The temperature gradually rose, but after the long journey, even in his professional cold weather gear, Hong Yu still felt a chill deep within. So to celebrate his safe return, he decided to prepare a hot pot. Sliced lamb, beef, prawns, all readily available in the space. Only some side dishes were missing. He selected a few of his favorite greens and mushrooms, then went to the kitchen to wash them. He didn't need much, just a small plate. Carrying the washed vegetables and mushrooms, he set them on the dining table. He brought out an electric dual-flavor hot pot and turned on the heat. One side was his favorite spicy broth, the other a clear broth specially for Little Black. Once it boiled, he first added nearly half a kilo of beef and lamb to Little Black's clear broth. As for himself, he cooked and ate at his leisure. Hot pot was truly a dish one never tired of. Tender lamb dipped in a sauce of sesame paste, minced garlic, cilantro, and chopped chili. Every bite was a taste of heaven. Hong Yu was in pure bliss. He hadn't even touched the vegetables yet, but the meat alone had left him stuffed. A burp escaped him, and he was drenched in sweat. The cold accumulated over the past few days was completely driven away by this hot pot. He stood up, patted his full belly, scooped up Little Black, who was still eating, and headed to the bathroom. After the shower, the hall's temperature had reached 25 degrees Celsius. Little Black resumed eating. Hong Yu wrapped himself in a towel and collapsed onto the sofa. He closed his eyes and tried again, still no success. It had been over 6 hours since his last entry. This cool down was frustrating. Not drowsy after the meal, he decided to study the earlier graffiti map. He cleared the coffee table and spread the map flat. Then he took out his phone, opened the navigation app with pre-downloaded offline maps, and cast it to the TV. Only 3 areas were marked with triangles. He decided to start with those. Switching to satellite view, he found the first triangle-marked area located in the northeast of Rongqing. The close-up images gradually shifted according to the locations marked on the map. Gone. Absolutely gone. Once the close-up shot reached this area, it completely disappeared. Switching to route navigation, he discovered this area was nothing but an empty lot, exactly as shown on the map. Something was wrong. Absolutely something wrong. He continued to inspect the second location marked with a triangle. Just like before, nothing showed up on the navigation, and the close-up images vanished once they neared the area. When examining the third location, he finally made a discovery. Although there was still no close-up photo of the area, Hong Yu was able to see the landscape from a distant angle. A tall wire fence surrounded the entire area, and a red sign displayed 2 rows of characters. He could barely make out 2 of them: military and area. Hong Yu rested his chin on his hand and pondered. Military and area. A military restricted zone. That was the only explanation for why neither the navigation nor the map had marked it. It must have been a highly classified location, such as a military base or training ground. Impressive, those people from Xia Hongyi's group. They had actually been to places like this. Wait, that didn't make sense either. Even though the map and navigation had no markers, this should hardly be a secret to locals. And if they had been there, they would have drawn an X inside the triangle, just like they did with the circles. The military base thought sparked an idea in Hong Yu's mind. He pulled out a satellite phone he had purchased earlier from his spatial ring. He had nearly forgotten about satellite communication entirely. He wanted to test whether the climate changes on Earth were also affecting the satellites orbiting above. He powered it on, and the screen displayed, searching for communication satellites. Regrettably, after searching for a long time, no signal was found. There were only two possibilities: either the satellites had also been affected and could no longer function normally, or someone had manually shut down the communication satellites. Military base. A bold idea suddenly blossomed in Hong Yu's heart. Civilian communication satellites were unusable, but that didn't mean the military ones were beyond reach. If he could visit these 3 military bases, perhaps he could find equipment capable of connecting to military satellites. That way he would be able to monitor official activities across nations through satellite links. Of course, this was contingent on the governments still existing. But Hong Yu quickly dismissed the thought. It was far too risky. If survivors still existed within these bases, another violent conflict was likely to erupt. The arrival of the second wave of extreme cold storms was not far off. Venturing out now was too dangerous. It would be better to stay comfortably in the shelter for now, oblivious to what lay beyond. He could always go out after the second wave of extreme cold swept through. After all, the supplies wouldn't run away. A fiercer storm could help clear away certain obstacles for him. He continued inspecting the areas marked with squares. These were much easier to locate. The close-up images revealed they were grain depots, and each depot should have contained dedicated warehouses for emergency reserves. It appeared, however, that Xia Hongyi and his group had never been here. The Rongqing area placed great emphasis on agricultural development, with 5 grain depots in its vicinity alone. Hong Yu memorized these locations in his mind. With that, he had finally deciphered all the annotations on the map. Oh right, there was also a radio. He took out the captured radio and placed it on the coffee table. The previous room had been too dimly lit for him to notice, but now he could see that this was a police-grade radio. Police weapons, and now a police radio. Had they ransacked an entire police station? Several labels were stuck to the side of the radio, bearing a jumble of handwritten numbers. They were likely frequency bands. Hong Yu fetched a power strip and connected the radio to it, then began trying each frequency listed on the labels one by one. To his surprise, he actually found one broadcasting a repeating voice message. Survivors, this is an underground shelter open to all. There is no cold here, only the warmth of our collective will to survive. Food is scarce, but we promise that anyone who arrives at the shelter will receive rations from us. If you face difficulties, you may also reach out through this frequency, and we will provide aid free of charge. The shelter is located in Tiehu town north of Rongqing. Hong Yu glanced at the frequency number. Public information broadcasts like this typically utilized universally recognized emergency frequencies. This broadcast was clearly problematic. Moreover, this kind of tempting approach reminded him of that wretched shelter from his past life. Could these be the same people? But the shelter from his previous life hadn't been in Tiehu town. The timing of the catastrophe in this life had shifted. Had the events changed as well? Hong Yu placed this radio beside his own. He wanted to see what other surprises awaited him, if they truly were the shelter from his past life. None of those who had participated in his murder, nor the mastermind behind the orders, would escape. He lay back down on the sofa. His consciousness connected with the ring. He still didn't know what materials were needed to advance to the next level. Level 1 gold. Level 2 trees. Level 3. After muttering to himself for a moment, Hong Yu suddenly sat upright and let out a startled cry. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 elements. Now I understand. Hong Yu didn't even bother putting on his slippers and hurried to the kitchen, turning on the faucet to run water over the ring. No response. He sighed. He had known it wouldn't be this simple. The requirement for wood had been a millennium-old ancient tree. Water certainly wouldn't be ordinary groundwater. Hong Yu cursed the ring under his breath. Damn thing, making him figure everything out on his own. He returned to the sofa and lay down. Xiao Hei obediently curled up in his embrace. What kind of water would it be? Spring water? Or perhaps a higher form of water? Crystal? Lost in thought, Hong Yu drifted off to sleep. When he awoke the next day, the radio was still repeating the same broadcast. Hong Yu rolled out of bed, freshened up, and went outside to clear snow. Just as he stored the last patch of accumulated snow into his spatial ring, the sound of a helicopter echoed from the distance. The sound was remarkably heavy this time, suggesting it was no small aircraft. He quickly returned underground and adjusted the surveillance cameras to face the northeast direction. A tiny black dot could be seen in the distant sky heading toward his location. Hong Yu's heart tightened. No way. Is this one coming for him too? The helicopter was flying at high speed. Within 5 minutes, he could clearly see its full profile through the monitor. A military attack helicopter. Hong Yu focused intently on the screen, trying to determine whether the helicopter was armed with missiles. Before he could get a clear view, the aircraft suddenly changed direction and headed back the way it came. Phew. Hong Yu exhaled. Fortunately, it wasn't looking for him. However, the appearance of a military aircraft served as a reminder. The authorities had begun to move again. The authorities? How could that be? Hong Yu hurried back to the hall and switched between several channels on the radio. We will conduct helicopter patrols around noon every day. If there are any survivors within Rongqing, please place conspicuous markers or set off fireworks in advance. The helicopter will evacuate you at the first opportunity. To the affected populace. This is the official broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom. Hong Yu's expression darkened. In his previous life, he had no memory of any official rescue operation like this. After the apocalypse, the Dragon Kingdom's government did indeed reorganize and the location was indeed near Rongqing, but that was after half a year of freezing. Moreover, their external activities were extremely secretive, and they had never so openly announced the evacuation of survivors. It seemed that everything in this life deviated from his experiences in the previous one, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Hong Yu rubbed his temples and murmured, "Could it be that my rebirth caused the butterfly effect?" For now, that was the only explanation. Perhaps the changes were indeed intricately linked to him. Setting that aside, the most urgent matter was that the shelter could no longer remain exposed like this. Who knew when an armed helicopter might come this way, causing further trouble? Hong Yu's first thought was the trees in the Shishan forest. The snow on the ground was now thick and firm enough. He could easily gather a number of trees inside and outside the courtyard to block the view. But there was a problem. If a large number of trees suddenly appeared, the people on the helicopter would notice the anomaly if they paid even a little attention. So he had to go slowly. With a plan in place, it was time to execute it. Taking advantage of the afternoon gap, Hong Yu went out to collect some trees with dense branches. Using his immense strength and the spatial properties, he planted 2 trees in the courtyard. However, they were still somewhat unstable, likely to be blown askew by a gust of wind. Water. Yes, use water to freeze the snow into solid ice. That would solve the stability issue. Although the snow on the branches had been shaken off during the process, after a night a new layer had accumulated. From above, there was no significant difference. Over the following week, that military helicopter circled over Rongqing punctually every day. Watching closely, Hong Yu determined from the helicopter's appearance and disappearance points that it most likely took off and landed at the military base in the northeast. During these 7 days, the helicopter descended 5 times within the city. However, from his current angle, Hong Yu could not tell whether it was conducting rescues or something else. He also made full use of these days, planting a few trees around the courtyard each day. The number of trees gradually increased. In his free time, he finally understood the limitations the space imposed on him. The cooldown was 24 hours, during which he could only enter once, staying for a maximum of 5 minutes. If the time was not used up but the number of entries was exhausted, he still had to wait for the cooldown to finish before entering again. The duration could not be accumulated. This restriction was entirely aimed at him, while Xiaohei could come and go freely. Hong Yu cursed endlessly at this absurdly stupid setting, ranting for an entire day. To his surprise, the day's outburst was somewhat worthwhile. That night, he had a very vague dream, most of which he forgot upon waking, but one thing left a deep impression. As the ring advanced to the next level, the restrictions on entering the space would gradually loosen. In simple terms, he had to keep working at it. Another week passed. The helicopter no longer flew every day. Sometimes it came every other day, sometimes every 2 days. This week, because the trees had blocked the surveillance camera, Hong Yu had to climb up to check the helicopter's movements, which was quite troublesome. However, the good news was that they had apparently not noticed the anomaly of the trees in his area. Not only had the patrol range shrunk, but the last 2 times the helicopter had not even approached Shishan. The shelter's concealment project was complete. The courtyard was filled with giant trees, and the perimeter seamlessly blended into the rear mountain forest. Only someone with his kind of cheat-like abilities could accomplish such a massive task. Over the past few days, the broadcasts on 2 frequencies had been continuous. The emergence of these 2 forces made him feel pressured. Although the trees reduced the probability of the shelter being spotted from above, probability was still probability. Who knew if they might suddenly decide to send someone down to inspect? Living in constant worry about the shelter being exposed made Hong Yu extremely anxious. If only the ring had no such restrictions. So the only way to completely solve the problem was to continue upgrading the ring until he could enter the space without limits, making him truly invincible. The thought of that life was exhilarating. The spring. Hong Yu decided to start with this. His first choice was naturally Tiehu Town. 20 kilometers north of Rongqing, there was an extinct volcano named Tiehu Mountain, and Tiehu Town got its name from it. Tiehu Town was not really a town in the proper sense. It came into being only after the hot spring resort on Tiehu Mountain took shape. Hong Yu took out a map to plan his route. He could not take the normal route as it would pass right by the northeastern military base. He had to detour from Shishan. According to the markings on the map, the route he chose this time was about 50 kilometers long. Another major project. Fortunately, this trip served 2 purposes: to test the necessities for the ring's next level and to scout the forces in Tiehu Town. If it was indeed the precursor of that evil organization, Hong Yu would definitely nip it in the bud. Just thinking about that group made him sick. Human flesh. He had never imagined that the survivors he had risked his life to save would eventually become dried meat for sustenance. By the time he discovered it, he deeply understood how wicked those outwardly amiable people truly were inside. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, he reconfirmed the route on the map. Early the next morning, following his usual routine, he checked all the equipment and fuel in the shelter and placed Xiaohei into the space. The weather outside was also working against him as a light snowstorm began to blow. Assessing the wind, Hong Yu hesitated for a moment before deciding to proceed with the original plan. Stepping out of the courtyard, the same silver-white snowmobile awaited him. He vaulted onto it, and with a thunderous roar the motorcycle shot into the depths of the western mountain forest. After an hour of rapid travel, the biting cold wind had penetrated through his thick thermal suit. This was only possible because his physique had been greatly enhanced last time. If an ordinary person had attempted this, they would have long since frozen stiff. Spotting a protruding rock, Hong Yu parked the motorcycle in its lee, quickly retrieved his tent, and crawled inside. His body temperature had dropped dangerously low, so this time, he brought out 2 portable heaters, positioning one in front and one behind him. His clothes had frozen completely rigid. He stripped them off, returned them to his spatial dimension, and donned a fresh set, finally finding some relief. At this moment, he genuinely envied Xiao He playing on the grass within his space. If not for those damn restrictions, he could have. Just like the old saying goes, people are inferior to dogs. After warming for half an hour, Hong Yu continued his journey. Perhaps he had chosen the wrong route. As he reached the area north of Rongqing, the mountainside became increasingly treacherous. His superhuman eyesight proved invaluable at this moment. Hong Yu controlled the snowmobile at top speed, weaving left and right through the dense clusters of boulders. Pushing at full speed, he arrived at his destination an hour ahead of schedule. In the distance, the snow-buried extinct volcano came into view. Storing the snowmobile within his spatial dimension, Hong Yu stretched his body. His frozen clothes had become as stiff as cardboard, severely restricting his movements. He pitched his tent on the spot. He planned to rest before entering the town. The wind outside had grown even fiercer than when he had departed, causing the tent to rattle violently. After recovering, he changed into another set of fresh gear. The town at the mountain base was less than 2 kilometers away. To avoid any sudden complications, he chose to proceed on foot. Entering the town, the situation mirrored the earlier shanty town. Almost all buildings were nearly buried under snow. On the outskirts, Hong Yu detected no signs of human activity. In such fierce snowstorm conditions, surely no one would be foolish enough to venture out like him. It was not until he reached a cave entrance at the mountain's base that he finally discovered traces of human presence. The cave entrance was only as large as a normal residential door, blocked by a door wrapped in thick cotton quilts. The surrounding snow had been cleared away, suggesting the survivors had taken shelter inside the cave. Hong Yu approached the notice board beside the entrance and brushed away the accumulated snow. Underground hot spring viewing entrance. Darn it. After reading the notice board, Hong Yu felt his head splitting. There was only this single entrance here. Sneaking in quietly was impossible. What should he do? Charge in? Absolutely not. He had no idea what lay inside, and breaking in recklessly would be far too dangerous. Give up. Even more so. After coming all this way, how could he possibly give up so easily? After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to disguise himself as a survivor and infiltrate. After all, they had already broadcasted through the radio. A survivor seeking them out seemed perfectly reasonable. If anything unexpected occurred, he could rely on the 5 minutes within his spatial dimension to make a desperate counterattack. Extending his perception, he sensed that beyond the door lay a cave extending deep underground. Within his perception range, he detected no other presence. Approaching the door, he tried pushing and pulling a few times, only to find it secured firmly, likely barricaded from within. With such ferocious blizzard conditions outside, the people inside surely could not venture out either. He could only wait until tomorrow. Hong Yu retreated from the cave entrance, circled around to a depression on the opposite side, and crawled into his tent. From this distance, he could just barely perceive the situation inside the cave. Should anyone appear, he could immediately retract his tent. To appear more convincing, he took a piece of coal and smudged it across his clothes and face. The wind raged throughout the night, and Hong Yu waited inside his tent until noon the next day. Only then did movement stir within the cave. Quickly packing up his tent, he rolled across the snow to dirty himself, retrieved the cloth bag prepared the day before, and approached the entrance. Hello? Is anyone in there? Open up quickly. Footsteps gradually drew nearer, and the door opened. Inside, 2 young men wielding iron rods eyed him with intense vigilance. What do you want? Brothers, I heard the broadcast and came to join you. Didn't the broadcast say this is a shelter? Hong Yu feigned a weak appearance, speaking in a breathless, frail tone. The young man lowered his iron rod, scanning him from head to toe before asking, "Where are you from? Do you have any weapons on you?" Hong Yu raised his hands and spun around in place. "I'm from Rongqing. I've been hiding in my house's cellar this whole time. Don't worry, I don't even have a small knife on me. What's inside this?" One of the young men stepped forward, snatching the cloth bag from Hong Yu's hands and glancing inside. Only a few bags of instant noodles. Hong Yu caught the underlying meaning in his words and quickly replied, "There's more. My house still has plenty of rice flour, cooking oil, and other provisions. These were just what I could carry in case I got hungry on the way. The rest is too heavy for one person to move." The 2 young men exchanged a glance. While conversing with them, Hong Yu had been continuously using his perception to observe their expressions. When Hong Yu mentioned rice flour and cooking oil, a clear gleam of greed flashed in both their eyes. As he had anticipated, this shelter was not at all what the broadcast had advertised. If you have food, why leave the safety of your home? We ran out of firewood. If we stayed any longer, we would have frozen to death. By now, the 2 had already been convinced by Hong Yu's convincing acting. One of them stepped forward once more to inspect him thoroughly, then spoke in a surprisingly warm tone. "Very well, since we've cleared everything up, coming quickly. Rongqing is quite far from here. You must be exhausted, right?" Before Hong Yu could respond, the other one chimed in. That's right, since you're here, your family now. However, I need to inform you of the rules here beforehand. Unless our leader approves, no one is allowed to carry weapons, not even wooden sticks. Understood. Han Yu removed his wind goggles, revealing a face partially stained black, and nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. I will definitely not break the rules. Alright, come in quickly. We'll take you to meet our leader. The two flanked Han Yu and led him slowly deeper into the dark, downward-sloping cave. After winding and twisting for over 100 meters, light finally appeared ahead. At this point, Han Yu could distinctly feel a humid steam, though it was very warm. After navigating the winding passage, a large oval space came into view, apparently naturally formed, surrounded by dark rocks. Han Yu's senses detected no other exits or hiding places. They seemed to have no electricity. The cave was lit only by a few candles. At the center of the cave was a hot spring pool, nearly 5 meters in diameter, steaming with heat. A dozen simple wooden beds were scattered around the perimeter. In the innermost corner, a modest amount of food and water was piled up, not very plentiful. Including the two young men who led the way, there were 11 people in total, 4 women and 7 men. A shelter? What kind of lousy shelter was this? With the heat from the hot spring, they wouldn't freeze to death, but staying in such a damp environment for long would inevitably lead to illness, even if they didn't die. And the food was scarce. At this rate, it would last at most half a month for these 11 people. Brother Su, someone's come to join us. The people who had been busy with their heads down all looked up at once. Han Yu glanced at them and noticed their eyes were filled with wariness and disdain. Just then, a middle-aged man who had been repairing a generator stood up and walked over. One of the young guides quickly ran to the middle-aged man and whispered a few words. Under the dim candlelight, Han Yu could clearly see each person's face. Unfortunately, he found no recognition in his memories from his past life. Killing intent. Han Yu, who was observing his surroundings, suddenly sensed a surge of killing intent. Its source was the middle-aged man slowly approaching him. Young brother, what's your name? The middle-aged man's voice was very low. Han Yu met his gaze. The cold gleam in the man's eyes was all too familiar to him. It was not something one could possess after killing just 1 or 2 people. You Hong. I'm the leader here, Han Su. You look young, so I'll call you Xiao Hong from now on. Welcome to the group. As he spoke, Han Su extended his hand and shook Han Yu's. His tone was completely at odds with his murderous eyes. Thank you. Please take care of me from now on. Han Yu turned to face the others. Hello everyone. My name is Yu Hong. The others only nodded slightly at him before returning to their own tasks, showing no signs of welcoming a newcomer. Han Su took Han Yu's cloth bag from the young man and glanced at it. Xiao Hong, since you've joined our big family, from now on all supplies will be shared. You understand, right? I understand. I know the rules. I have a lot of things at home, rice, flour, oil, and grains. I piled a whole garage full before. I'll go back and get them, and I'll contribute everything to this big family. Hearing Han Yu's words, the previously indifferent group suddenly froze in their movements. The 4 women who had been folding quilts together huddled and whispered very softly. Perhaps others couldn't hear what they were saying, but it didn't escape Han Yu's ears. A whole garage of rice and flour. Did I hear that right? He's a big fish. Looks like Han Su wasn't lying to us. Good. Han Su said before he'd take half, and the rest would be enough to sustain us for a while. He didn't say where the garage is. Should we try to coax it out of him later? Let's see how Han Su handles it first. If he can't get it out of him, we'll go and try to keep more for ourselves. Han Yu narrowed his eyes almost imperceptibly. Their conversation revealed a lot. It seemed Han Su wasn't allied with them, and he was going to take half. To where? Feeling Han Su's scrutinizing gaze, Han Yu walked over to the steaming hot spring. It's so warm here. The hot spring water is really nice. As he spoke, he took off his glove and reached out to touch the water. Han Su grabbed his wrist. Xiao Hong, the water is very hot. Don't burn yourself. Seeing Han Yu withdraw his hand, Han Su continued. Our source of heat is this hot spring. The water temperature is around 70 degrees all year round. If you put your hand in directly, you'll definitely get scalded. Oh, good thing you stopped me in time, Brother Su. Thanks. Han Yu feigned a look of fear. Damn it, I was going to try if the ring could absorb it. I was so close. Haha, don't mention it. I see you came empty-handed with no luggage. Here, I'll share mine with you, otherwise you'd have to sleep on the rocks. Han Su warmly pulled Han Yu over to a bed against the wall. He pulled out a wooden plank from under the bed and placed it on the ground, then spread a cotton mattress on top. Brother Su will go patrol outside now. The 2 young guides turned toward the passage. Wait, you two. Go bring a few stools over. They turned back, fetched a stack of plastic stools from the corner, helped Han Yu set up his makeshift bed, and then left. For now, you can sleep next to me. You'll learn the rules here gradually. See that curtain over there? That's where we relieve ourselves. There's a new bucket next to it. You can pick one later. Remember to empty it outside every day. Han Su pointed to a black cloth curtain in an open area. Han Yu nodded, took off his winter coat, and sat on the bed. It was too damp here. The thicker the clothes, the more uncomfortable. Brother Su, what were those 2 brothers going to do? Well, we put out a broadcast, so we have 2 people patrol the cave entrance every day to spot anyone coming to join us. Don't you have electricity here? How did you send out the radio broadcast? A flicker of killing intent flashed in Han Su's eyes before he explained. The generator is broken. Once it's fixed, we'll have power again. By the way, it must have been a tough journey coming all the way from Rome City, right? Have you eaten anything? Our rule is 1 meal a day at noon. Since you just arrived, I'll let it slide for today. If you're hungry, I'll get you some bread. Humph. Though the candlelight in the cave was very dim, Han Su's expression hadn't escaped Hong Yu's eyes. In the cave about 30 meters in diameter, his senses hadn't detected anything related to a radio. This Han Su had plenty of issues, and the others weren't simple either. No need. I'm a newcomer, so I should follow the rules. I can make it till noon. Ridiculous. I just ate 5 big hot meat buns. Even if he gave me bread now, I couldn't eat it. Han Su's expression suddenly turned serious. Lying on his side facing Hong Yu, he lowered his voice. Xiao Hong, judging by your clothes, you must have been well off before, right? Hong Yu nodded, not understanding where this was going. Han Su glanced sideways at the 4 men who were busy making sleds on the other side of the hot spring and said softly, "Those 4 have deep prejudices against rich people. When you interact with them, try to keep a low profile." A provocation. How blatant. This Han Su truly regards Hong Yu as a fool, attempting to make him pick sides just moments into their conversation. All Hong Yu could do was continue feigning ignorance. I understand. I won't provoke any conflicts with them. Isn't Brother Su the leader here? I'll be counting on you from now on. As he spoke, he pretended to reach into his pocket, retrieving a bag of chocolate from his spatial storage and surreptitiously passing it to Han Su. Han Su's eyes lit up at the sight of the chocolate, hastily taking it and concealing it beneath his pillow. As Han Su turned to the side, Hong Yu caught sight of the olive green field combat knife at his waist. Based on his earlier observations, no firearms or thermal weapons had been present in the cave. Even this Han Su possessed only a single military knife. Should conflict arise, even without guns, he could effortlessly take on everyone here single-handedly. Little Hong, rest assured. As long as I'm here, no one will dare wrong you. Chocolate, a high-calorie commodity, had gone uneaten even until now, yet he could give it away so readily. Han Su had already become about 80% convinced of Hong Yu's claim about a garage full of provisions. Then I thank Brother Su for that. Han Su glanced around at their surroundings before speaking with an expression of apparent kindness. Little brother, as your elder, I'd like to ask you something honestly. I hope you'll answer truthfully so I can better protect you. Go ahead, Brother Su. I'll hold nothing back. You just mentioned having an entire garage of supplies. Is that true? Don't overthink it. I'm merely asking. After all, everyone here heard you say it. If you lied, then I'll need to carefully consider how to keep you here. Here it comes. All the earlier groundwork had been for this question. Clever calculation, though rather clumsy. I'm not lying. I really do have supplies at home. At this point, Hong Yu deliberately lowered his voice to a whisper, speaking with an air of mystery. Brother Su, such an upright and honorable big brother. I recognize you as my own. Let me tell you a secret. What I've stockpiled is far more than one garage. I've filled an entire 3-story villa with supplies. The chocolate I just gave you. There are plenty more where that came from in the villa. Han Su unconsciously licked his lips, barely suppressing the excitement burning in his chest. Good, very good. But keep this secret to yourself. Unlike me, others won't be so trustworthy. By the way, where exactly is your villa? If the weather's fine these next few days, I'll go with you to fetch the supplies. Hong Yu smiled, continuing to feign ignorance. All right. Though the location isn't easy to find, it'd be better if I personally guide Brother Su there. A cold glint flashed through Han Su's eyes once more. Everything about his elder brother act had been solely for this answer, yet this young man simply couldn't understand, could he? Quickly composing his expression, he resumed his facade of devoted concern. Very well. Little Hong, rest for now. I need to get back to fixing the generator. He couldn't continue this conversation. Han Su was terrified he might lose control and put his knife to Hong Yu's throat. Should the other resist, those supplies would slip through his fingers forever. He rose and returned to his original spot, focusing intently on the generator. Hong Yu lay flat on the bed, gazing at the cavern's blackened ceiling, replaying every anomaly he'd observed about this group. Before he could dwell further, 2 of the 4 women who had been discussing him earlier approached, carrying quilts. Hello there. Ah, that voice, so sweet, absolutely intoxicating. Hong Yu hastily sat up, turning to look at the speaker. A strikingly beautiful woman with a high nose bridge and large eyes, her jet black hair cascading down her back. Her figure was impeccable. Those curves were nearly the size of his own head. She appeared to be around 25, roughly his age. Noticing Hong Yu's gaze, the woman deliberately pushed her chest forward and said sweetly, "You must be Yu Hong, right, little brother? I'm Lily, and this is Xuan Xuan. What names?" Hong Yu felt as if he were hearing introductions at a KTV from hostesses. "Nice to meet you." He acknowledged them, straightening up and turning his attention to the short-haired woman named Xuan Xuan. She was equally stunning. The group had truly chosen their representatives carefully. From now on, we're all one team. We girls will be counting on you to look after us, little brother. That's right, little brother. You're young and strong. You definitely seem like a genuinely good person. Don't forget about us sisters when good opportunities come along, okay? Xuan Xuan chimed in with a cooing voice. Hong Yu couldn't help but shudder. It was simply too saccharine. It was his first time hearing someone link youth and strength with being a good person. Here, this is a quilt the 4 of us just organized. Without something like this, you won't survive the night. Lily personally placed the blanket behind Hong Yu, casually pressing her body close to his cheek. Exactly. You'll definitely catch a cold without a quilt. As they spoke, the 2 women seated themselves on the beds of Han Su and Hong Yu respectively. Lily glanced sideways toward where Han Su sat. Brother, you judging by your gear earlier, it all looks like premium equipment. It can't have been cheap, right? As she spoke, she shielded the view with her body while her hands swiftly dove beneath the pillow where Han Su had hidden the chocolate. Peeking at a corner of the packaging, Lily exchanged a glance with Shuang Shuang before sliding the chocolate back into place. Han Yu watched her movements with an awkward smile. Ah, these thermal suits and such. I gathered them from various places. I don't know what brands they are. I just wear whatever keeps me warm. Through his perception, he noticed Han Su had been splitting his attention toward them ever since the two women approached. This game of intrigue had thoroughly proven that these people were far from unified. Their mutual wariness ran deep. Shuang Shuang swallowed, adjusting her expression before deliberately raising her voice to ask Han Yu some inconsequential questions. Brother Yu, what's the situation like in Rongqing these days? At this moment, Lily suddenly grew serious and lowered her voice to warn him. Brother Yu, you absolutely must be careful around Han Su. We don't know him well either. Don't tell him everything. Han Yu paused, only able to nod in response. Several keywords surfaced in his mind. Radio station, broadcast, military base, field combat knife, splitting the supplies in half. All these elements seemed interconnected. The hot spring cave had no power supply. That decrepit generator had been broken for who knows how long. The broadcast couldn't possibly have originated from here. So where was its source? Moreover, the timing of the shelter and the official broadcast seemed a bit too convenient. Brother Yu, you must remember what I said. All right, get some rest. There will be plenty of time to talk later. Lily stopped at that, then led Shuang Shuang away. Han Yu kept his perception locked on Han Su. The aura around him was distinctly off. As soon as the two women returned to their places, Han Su rose with a grim face and walked toward the black cloth. He then picked up a bucket and headed toward the only passage leading outside. Once Han Su had completely vanished from his perception, Han Yu went to the hot spring, pretending to warm his hands. But just as he was about to reach into the spring, someone came to cause trouble. The four men who had been silently making sleds over there suddenly stood up. Hey there, young fellow, don't scald those delicate hands of yours. Han Yu's gaze hardened, and he looked up at the speaker. It was a middle-aged man with a dark face and a handlebar mustache. The smug, grating grin on his face made Han Yu's skin crawl. Han Yu stopped what he was doing and stood up. Thanks for the concern, brothers. I just wanted to warm my hands. The mustache man rounded the hot spring and came to stand opposite Han Yu. Hey, old Wu, did you see that? Those fair, clean hands of his. Clearly he's the pampered son of a rich family. Old Wu stepped forward, quickly looked at Han Yu's pale neck and delicate white hands, and clicked his tongue twice. TSK. What soft, delicate skin. Rich folks really are different. Kid, back when you took a shit, did you have a special person just to wipe your ass? Han Yu listened, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. At that moment, another balding man chimed in, ha ha ha. Old Wu is truly well-traveled. So this is how rich people are. They even have someone dedicated to their asses. Truly an eye-opener. Hey kid, do you need to take a shit? We'll wipe it for you in a bit, how about that? 1 bag of rice per wipe, how about that? Huh. Since Brother Chow brought that up, I'm curious about something. Who wipes your mother's ass? It's not some male maid, is it? Ha ha ha. The four of them spouting nonsense was bad enough, but they even went so far as to mock Han Yu's mother. Han Yu, who had originally only been toying with them, felt his anger surge straight up. Oh dear, brothers, it seems our little joke made the young man angry. The mustached man, still unaware of any danger, stepped forward, smugly slung an arm around Han Yu's shoulder, and gave him a hard pat. Old Wu's gaze swept over the hot spring beside them, and he said slyly, how could the young man possibly be angry at us old farts? His hands must be too cold. Come on, brothers, let's warm his hands together. The mustached man tightened his grip on Han Yu's shoulder to keep him from struggling, while the other three grabbed Han Yu's wrists. Don't be scared, kid. We'll give those hands a good scalding. They laughed and strained with all their might, but Han Yu stood as motionless as a block of wood. The mustached man was already pushing down on Han Yu's upper body with every ounce of strength he had. Yet apart from his face turning red and his mustache trembling, there was no visible effect at all. Lily and the other women heard the commotion and looked over curiously. What they saw was the mustached man and his lackeys swaggering up to surround Han Yu, and then no further movement. What are they doing? Why did they suddenly stop? Shuang Shuang asked curiously. I don't get it either. Should we go check? The words had barely left her mouth when before the women could move, the four figures surrounding Han Yu were sent flying. Whoa! Lily and the others gasped in unison. None of them would have imagined that Han Yu, who looked so ordinary, could have such tremendous strength. He had hurled four grown men through the air with nothing but his arms. Of the four, Old Wu was the most pitiful. He crashed straight into the hot spring. Aya! Scalding me to death. Old Wu howled, thrashed desperately out of the water, and tore off his steaming clothes with hissing gasps. It was clear that the skin all over his body was flushed red from the heat. It might not have been serious enough to burn, but it definitely hurt. The other three who had been thrown clear ran back to check on Old Wu. Kid, are you trying to provoke us? A newbie like you. Are you asking to die? The mustached man said, hatefully rubbing his sore backside from the fall. Old Wu shook his scalded red hand, glared at Han Yu, and bellowed, damn it. You think having a little strength makes you tough? Come on, brothers, let's jump him. Kill him. The four flung themselves at Han Yu, arms flailing wildly. The result, of course, was predictable. The moment they got near Han Yu, they let out muffled grunts and were sent flying again. This time they had not simply been thrown clear. Each of them had taken a kick from Hongyu. They clutched their stomachs, rolling on the ground and wailing endlessly. The four women watching widened their eyes in disbelief at Hongyu, who stood exactly where he had been, without moving an inch. In their eyes, Hongyu's kicking motion had been like an illusion. They could not track its trajectory at all. The four women exchanged glances and shook their heads. Only then did they realize that the newly arrived young man seemed even more terrifying than Hansu. Hongyu moved. He walked slowly toward the mustached man, still lying on the ground. Lily called out urgently, "Little, you stop. Don't fight anymore." Hongyu stopped and turned his head. "What? Do you ladies want to join in too?" No. I just wanted to apologize to you on their behalf. They're foul-mouthed, but they don't have any real bad intentions. Besides, haven't you already punished them? If you keep hitting them and their injuries get worse, there's no way to treat them properly in this place," Lily said with a fawning look. Interesting. Judging by their anxious expressions, it seemed those foul-mouthed men were on the same side as the women. Hongyu spread his hands. "Fine. Since Sister Lily has spoken, I'll let them off this once. But if they open their stinking mouths again, I'll definitely take their dog lives. Thank you, little you, for your magnanimity." With that, the four women split up, helped the men on the ground to their feet, and moved them toward the area near the cave entrance. Hongyu returned to the hot spring as if nothing had happened and lightly touched the water with the hand wearing the ring. Whoosh. The ring really did start absorbing the spring water on its own. Hongyu quickly withdrew his hand. He did not dare let the ring run wild at a time like this. Those 8 people with ulterior motives were still watching nearby. If absorbing the water caused that uncontrollable agony again, he would surely die. "Don't move. Who told you to provoke him?" Lily quietly scolded the mustached man. The mustached man clutched his still aching stomach. "Damn it, Sister Lee, we just wanted to teach this kid a lesson. Who knew he was a trained fighter? With an attitude like that, you think you can intimidate anyone. Clearly you're not using your brains." The man with the curled mustache dared not retort. "That kid really might have hidden supplies," Lily murmured softly. The curled mustache man's eyes lit up. "Really? I thought he was just making that up to join us. He just gave Hansu a bag of chocolate." "What? He gave away chocolate?" The curled mustache man's voice rose involuntarily. Lily quickly shot him a warning look. "Exactly. Why do you think I bothered talking to him for so long? I had already established initial trust with him, and now you've ruined it all." "Oh, Sister Lee, we had no idea. So what do we do now? If only you had told us beforehand." Lily glared at the curled mustache man. Didn't Hansu just step out? Who knew you'd all be this dense? What else can we do? He definitely won't trust us anymore. We'll have to resort to force. Then we'll rely on you, Sister Lee. The 4 of us can't handle him at all. That kid is freakishly strong." The curled mustache man said weakly. "I never expected much from you useless lot. We still have Hansu, don't we? Back then he took down the 4 of you without breaking a sweat. We'll find a way to make him fight that kid. Then we'll reap the benefits of their struggle." The curled mustache man covertly gave a thumbs up. "Sister Lee, you're brilliant." Hongyu overheard their entire conversation. It seemed that this woman Lily was their true leader, and quite formidable at that. Hongyu calmly got up, returned to his bed, and waited for the 3 who had gone out to come back. He had already decided not a single one of these people deserved to live. He would wait for the 3 to return, and then wipe them all out. The cave fell silent, and no one made another sound. After a while, Hansu returned with the 2 young men. The moment they emerged from the tunnel, Lily burst into loud sobs, and threw herself into his arms. Hansu pushed her away with a look of disgust, then glanced at the curled mustache men lying on the ground. "What happened to you lot? Brother Sue, everything that kid said about supplies was a lie. He doesn't have anything at all. The moment you left, he showed his true colors. He tried to kill us all, and take everything we had. The 4 of them were injured by him." Tears streamed down Lily's face, her pitiful expression as if she were the one who had been beaten. Lao Wu and the curled mustache men cooperated with a few agonized groans. "Yes, Brother Sue. That kid only pretended to seek refuge so he could rob us. And he's highly skilled in combat. You must be careful." Shuang continued to fan the flames. Hansu looked at Hongyu, who sat on the bed with a faint smile. "Brother Hong, is that so?" Hongyu got up, walked to the corner, and picked up his cloth bag. "Believe whatever you want." His arrogant tone irritated Hansu. "So it's also true that you lied about the supplies. Can't a grown man make up his own mind? You said you'd have my back earlier, and now this. I've already told you, believe it or not. Tisk, this crappy place is way too dark." As he spoke, Hongyu reached into his cloth bag, pulled out an outdoor camping lamp, switched it on, and set it aside. While the light couldn't illuminate the entire cave, it was far stronger than the faint flicker of candlelight. The 2 young men found this incredible. They had personally searched that bag, and apart from a few packs of instant noodles, there was no such lamp inside. "Brother Hong, what exactly are you trying to do? Do you want to break with me too?" Hongyu chuckled softly and reached into the bag again. Under their stunned gaze, he pulled out a skewer of still steaming meat. He stripped off a piece of meat and tossed the skewer aside. "Break with you? You overestimate yourself. And honestly, your paltry possessions aren't worth my interest." Hansu sniffed. The aroma of roasted meat and cumin made his mouth water. Just then the young man who had searched the bag let out a shocked exclamation. "Impossible. How can there be meat skewers in that bag of his?" Lily stopped crying, her eyes darting around as she slowly approached Hongyu. Brother, everything earlier was a misunderstanding. It was Han Su, he made us do it. His goal was to isolate you, so he could cozy up to you and find out where you hid your supplies. Hearing Lily's divisive words, Han Su's expression shifted. He drew the military knife from his waist, lunged forward, and stabbed at her lower back. Simultaneously, the two young men pulled out iron rods and eyed everyone warily. Just as Han Su was about to succeed, Lily twisted her body and executed a swift side somersault, dodging the strike. Impressive moves. Even Hong Yu, while munching on his skewer, couldn't help but praise her. After his lethal strike, missed, Han Su stared in shock at the composed Lily. You've been hiding your strength all along. When he had first arrived at the hot spring cave and taken down the curled mustache men, this woman had shown no signs of being able to fight back. Lily blinked at Han Su, then continued walking toward Hong Yu. Brother, did you see that? He just tried to silence me. Hong Yu finished the last 4 skewers. Enough. Stop the act. I'm tired of watching. Lily halted in her tracks, her gaze drawn to the skewers with remnants of meat, and she couldn't help but swallow. I figured it out long ago. You're 2 different groups, and this place is hardly a sanctuary. Hong Yu pulled a cup of hot tea from his bag and took a loud sip. I don't know about the others, but Han Su and the 2 young men are definitely outsiders. Lily stared intently at the fragrant hot tea in Hong Yu's hands. Brother, you're amazing. That's exactly right. Han Su used violence to coerce us, and he has a more powerful organization behind him. Shut up. Did I ask you? Say one more word, and you'll be the first to die. Lily's heart tightened. Intimidated by Hong Yu's intimidating aura, she dared not speak again. Han Su, tell me, what organization is behind you? How, what a joke. You don't seriously think you can take on all 11 of us alone, do you? A fearless newborn calf. I was already killing people while you were still in your mother's womb. Han Su twirled the military knife in his hand, then turned his gaze to Lily. Don't bother trying to stir up trouble. This kid clearly knows our intentions already. Once we take him down, I have plenty of ways to get him to reveal where the goods are hidden. Lily nodded slightly. Brother, I'd advise you not to struggle. Han Su isn't someone to be trifled with. Hong Yu almost laughed. These people were far too confident. Hong Yu smiled as he reached into his cloth pouch once more and drew out a fully black semi-automatic rifle. He racked the bolt, then after a moment's thought retrieved the soul suppressor he had captured from the air raid shelter and attached it to the muzzle. Firing inside the mountain would create a tremendous noise that could trigger an avalanche, potentially blocking the entrance and forcing him to clear the debris before he could escape. The others gaped at the gun in Hong Yu's hand. That cloth pouch now seemed like some magical bag of wonders. The shock of producing meat skewers had barely faded when he produced a firearm. Han Su's previously arrogant expression froze instantly upon seeing the weapon. His trained eye recognized it immediately as a genuine rifle. He was confident in his combat prowess, but facing someone with a gun was a completely different matter. Lily, closest to Hong Yu, felt her heart race with tension, yet she maintained a composed exterior. Han Su signaled behind his back to the 2 young men. Upon receiving the signal, they took cover behind his broad frame and slowly advanced toward the passage. A smirk crossed Hong Yu's lips. How could such subtle movements escape his awareness? He disengaged the safety and fired 2 shots in quick succession. The bullets grazed past Han Su's ears before striking the 2 young men as they entered the passage. Both collapsed to the ground lifeless. Hong Yu chuckled derisively. Leaving already? Did I give you permission to depart? Such rude youngsters, no manners whatsoever. Han Su dared not challenge Hong Yu's brazen words. He raised his left hand to touch his bleeding ear. In surrender, he slowly lowered the combat knife held across his chest. Just who are you, and what do you want? Lily had quietly retreated to Han Su's side. Hong Yu rose and moved toward the hot spring, positioning himself where he could observe all of them. Would you believe me if I said I was a magician sent by heaven to help you? Unfortunately, you are too wicked to deserve my assistance. With that, he actually produced a folding chair from his pouch, set it up, and sat down. An eerie silence fell over the cave. Though they naturally dismissed Hong Yu's nonsense, everything they witnessed continued to shatter their convictions. Haha, don't look so terrified. Relax, Sister Lily. Tell me about your situation and everything you know. Seeing the dark muzzle pointed directly at her, Lily's heart skipped a beat. I am the owner of this hot spring resort. Those men are my employees. I trained in Taekwondo under my father since childhood, which is how I developed those skills. Hong Yu tilted the barrel upward, aiming at Lily's head. That's it. You're being rather perfunctory. Fearing the worst, Lily hurried to elaborate. We have been surviving on what was left behind. Han Su arrived a week ago. When we first encountered them, we thought the 3 of them were here to seize our supplies, which led to a confrontation. Later, he suggested we cooperate and mentioned. A sudden volley of gunfire startled Lily. Glancing over, she saw the 4 men with mustaches lying on the ground, all dead. Pay no mind. Continue. I simply didn't care for them. Hong Yu blew away the smoke from the muzzle with a dismissive tone. His ruthless action sent a chill down Lily's spine, leaving her with no choice but to stop withholding information. He claimed he could lure more survivors here, then team up with him to eliminate anyone who arrived, splitting any plundered goods 50-50. Oh right, he also has a walkie-talkie to contact his accomplices. Hong Yu raised an eyebrow. A walkie-talkie. He redirected the gun barrel. Han Su, at this point there's no need to shield those people any longer. Tell me, What kind of organization lies behind you? If I talk, will you let me live? The humiliation came swiftly. Hong Yu's formidable aura struck genuine fear into this veteran mercenary who had survived years on the battlefield. All he could pray for was to preserve his life. Hong Yu sneered and fired, piercing Han Su's wrist as it gripped the combat knife. Cringing in pain, Han Su clutched his wound while the blade fell to the ground. What gives you the audacity to negotiate with me, eh? This is your final chance. If you refuse to speak, you'll never breathe another word. My organization is based in Rongqing, Han Su replied, his voice trembling. Hong Yu crossed his legs. Don't make me drag answers from you one question at a time. Tell me everything you know. I served as a soldier in a freelance mercenary unit. During the summer heat, a boss hired me at a premium rate from abroad to come to Rongqing. I remained hidden until the ice and snow arrived. Half a month ago, following the boss's orders, we seized a military base and eliminated all 20-odd soldiers stationed there, then scattered to gather whatever usable supplies we could find in the surrounding area. Later, the boss mentioned this resort should have valuable supplies left behind, so he sent my team and me to investigate. Han Su caught his breath and tore off his belt to bind the wound through his wrist. However unfamiliar with the terrain, we encountered trouble along the way. Our weapons, supplies, and one companion all fell into a deep snow pit. The snow pit was too deep with jagged rocks below, so we three abandoned those items and made our way to this hot spring cave. Afterward, I contacted the boss via my walkie-talkie, and we devised a plan to use a broadcast to lure survivors here. Our final transmission before the battery died was the day before you arrived. The boss said he would send someone within days to extract us. If you hadn't shown up, we would have eliminated them all today. Lily's face darkened upon hearing this. She had naively believed she had anticipated Han Su's every move, but now she understood. Their fate had been sealed all along. So that was it. All talk of official rescue efforts were nothing but lies to deceive them. What kind of person is your boss? I'm not entirely certain of his identity. We all refer to him as Director Sure. He appears to control substantial resources. Following him, we have never lacked for food or drink. Sure. Could it be that coincidence? Did he specify when he would send someone? The military base had armed helicopters, so it shouldn't take too long for them to arrive. No, he just said in the next few days without specifying the exact date. Han Su replied honestly. How many of you are there in total? What are the specifications of your weapons and equipment? Chief Sure has 2 sons with him, and he has over 20 bodyguards. Our mercenary team has 15 more people at the base. We have plenty of weapons, but after the previous engagement with the military, we're nearly out of ammunition. So this time I only brought 1 gun and a dozen bullets. No ammunition at the military base. Hong Yu found it hard to believe. If they had armed helicopters, how could they lack ammunition? There is an ammunition depot, but we've never been able to open its door. Is your Chief Sure an old man with white hair, about 1.7 meters tall, with a kindly smile? Han Su was taken aback. You know him? So it was Sure Hao Yin indeed. Fate truly worked in mysterious ways. Hong Yu knew him all too well, and he still had a score to settle with him. Give me your walkie-talkie. Han Su, enduring the pain in his wrist, unzipped his jacket with his left hand and took out a dead walkie-talkie from the innermost pocket of his clothing, tossing it to Hong Yu. The moment he threw it, a bullet pierced his forehead without warning. His sturdy body crashed to the ground. Hong Yu caught the walkie-talkie and examined it. Judging by its design and pattern, it was military grade, with an extendable antenna that could reach 50 centimeters. No wonder it could communicate over such a distance. He casually pocketed it. Lily stared blankly at Han Su's face, his eyes still wide open in death. She never expected Hong Yu to kill him so ruthlessly. As if foreseeing her own fate, despair crept into her eyes. The other 3 women fell to their knees with a thud. Hong Yu sat up straight, his expression impassive as he looked at them. What? Just a moment ago you were plotting how to kill me, and now you're already chickening out. Lily snapped back to reality and looked at Hong Yu. Please spare us. We can still do a lot for you. Big brother Yu, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I can do anything, and I've never had a boyfriend. Shuang begged with tears in her eyes. Upon hearing their pleas, Hong Yu suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, viper-hearted people like you. I wouldn't dare keep you around. Warming my bed. You're not worthy. With that, he pulled the trigger again, finishing off the 3 women except Lily. If you hadn't harbored such malicious intentions toward me earlier, I might have spared you. Too bad. You missed your only chance to live. Lily understood then. No matter what, death was inevitable. She quickly snatched the military knife from the ground and hurled it at Hong Yu. Hong Yu leaned back against the chair, raised his foot, and deflected the knife's momentum. As the blade fell back, he kicked it with precision. The long military knife embedded itself hilt deep into Lily's chest. The cave now held no other living soul. Hong Yu let out a breath. Next, he needed to absorb the spring water. He picked up the flashlight and followed the tunnel to the iron gate at the entrance. From the space, he pulled out several wooden crates filled with weapons and stacked them against the door. With such weight blocking the entrance, even if someone came, it would be impossible to push open by sheer human strength. Returning to the cave, Hong Yu cast his consciousness into the space. He glanced at Xiao He, who was sleeping soundly, and decided not to disturb him. Gently, he touched the spring water with the ring. A small column of water swirled and entered the ring. At that moment, his connection to the space suddenly severed. In that instant, Xiao He was ejected from the space. He looked up at Hong Yu as if understanding what was happening and obediently padded over to the folding chair, hopping onto it. Watching Xiao He prepare to go back to sleep, Hong Yu let out a wry smile. The little fellow was even more composed than he was. Just as he was about to say something, the water column beneath his palm suddenly thickened. At the same time, he felt a tightness in his chest and struggled to breathe, as if someone had seized his heart. His blood flow gradually stopped, and his consciousness began to fade. Seconds later, his stiff body pitched forward and fell into the spring. Xiao He, startled awake by the sound of Hong Yu hitting the water, saw a wisp of blue light shoot into his own brow. Then, like Hong Yu, he lost consciousness. Hong Yu's breathing and heartbeat ceased. His entire body sank to the bottom of the hot spring. A rapidly spinning vortex formed in the water, and a torrent of spring water surged into the ring on his finger. A blue light blazed, and the clothes on Hong Yu's body shattered into nothingness. The next moment, cracks like a spider's web appeared on the skin of his chest. The cracks spread gradually across his entire body, faint blue light flickering within them. An endless stream of spring water welled up from beneath the ground, replenishing what the ring consumed. After an unknown stretch of time, no more new spring water emerged from the depths. Yet Hong Yu still lay at the bottom of the spring, his body covered in cracks. Thump! A heavy heartbeat resounded. The ring burst forth with a dazzling blue light enveloping Hong Yu. Under the gentle, yet surging blue radiance, the cracks on his body healed at a visible rate. Thump, thump, thump. The powerful rhythmic heartbeat echoed through the cave. When all the cracks had fully healed, the blue light instantly retracted into his chest. At that moment, Hong Yu opened his eyes. A brilliant light burst from his pupils, woven with gold, green, and blue. He squeezed his eyes shut tightly before they returned to normal. Sensing his body, he felt as if he had been reborn. Every cell pulsed with vigorous vitality. He took out a dagger and made a shallow cut on his palm. Before the blood could even flow, a faint blue-green glow appeared within the wound. The wound slowly healed, leaving no trace. Self-healing. This was the new power that water had bestowed upon him. Astounding, and this was only the initial activation. Hong Yu wondered if, after fully accumulating all the water-level resources, he would become an immortal monster. The space inside the ring had also transformed. A waterfall cascaded down from the endless void, forming a river that stretched without end across the grass. Hong Yu leaped out of the hot spring pool and immediately noticed Xiao He still faintly glowing with residual blue light. So that's how it was. Now he finally understood why Xiao He was so intelligent and unafraid of the cold. The ring was influencing him as well. That explained why he loved being stroked by the hand wearing the ring. He put Xiao He, still unconscious, back into the space. This time the ring still didn't send him any information. Whether the space restrictions had been lifted could only be verified through his own attempt. But not now. If this time only extended the duration without increasing the number of uses, attempting now would be wasting a trump card. Who knew when Sure Hao Yin and his men would arrive? And it was uncertain whether they had already broken into the ammunition depot. That was a military base after all. There must be heavy firepower weapons. If they ran into that. A sudden chill crept over him. Hong Yu glanced down at his now heavily adorned accessories that had grown cumbersome. That damned ring truly understood a man's needs. It had reconstructed his body and fixed this particular issue as well. He quickly changed into fresh clothes. At this point, the hot spring's water flow had diminished to near nothing. Without this heat source, the cave's temperature was plummeting rapidly. Hong Yu approached Han Su's bedside, took out the bag of chocolate, and stuffed everything into his mouth. The packaged food and water in the corner couldn't be wasted either. He gathered it all into his spatial storage. There was nothing else worth taking. He went to Lily's corpse and pulled out the military knife with its exceptional blade quality. He'd had his eye on this knife earlier. The ones he'd bought at the military surplus store were absolute garbage compared to this. After one final glance at Lily's shapely frozen form, Hong Yu sighed. If it weren't for their vicious cruelty, perhaps something could have developed between them. What a pity. He returned to the entrance and retrieved the wooden crate. The moment he opened the door, a gust of biting wind rushed into his mouth. He hastily pulled his scarf higher. Was the wind picking up? The weather had become far worse than that morning. Glancing at the ground, he saw a thick layer of snow had already accumulated at the cave entrance. He removed his glove to feel the temperature. It was as cold as nighttime, yet it was only 3 in the afternoon. Something wasn't right. Since the onset of the ice age, the climate had remained relatively stable. Such abnormal phenomena were impossible. Unless... Damn, so soon. Hong Yu guessed that the next extreme cold storm was definitely coming. That was the only explanation for these anomalies. He sprinted to level ground, pulled out the snowmobile, and bundled himself in a thermal suit covered with hand warmers, then tore back at full speed. Hong Yu was getting anxious. The second extreme cold storm had arrived a full week earlier than he predicted. From his memory, the second extreme cold storm's temperatures would be staggering. Nothing his electric heaters could withstand. He absolutely needed a place with exceptional thermal insulation, and the only location he knew that could meet such requirements was the shelter. He rushed forward without stopping for even a moment. The wind grew fiercer. When Hong Yu passed through the jagged stone forest, he could barely see the road ahead with his own eyes. He could only continue by relying on his perception. The outside temperature was about to reach minus 60 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, this body modification had greatly enhanced his cold resistance. If he'd been in his original condition from when he came here, he would have needed to set up a tent to restore his body temperature long ago. A thick layer of frost had formed on his clothes, and his fully wrapped head now looked like a snowball. Passing through the stone forest and circling around North Mountain, Hongyu arrived at Rongqing's outer ring road. At that moment, the wind and snow suddenly stopped. Without any warning, as if everything before had merely been a dream. The cessation of the storm brought Hongyu no joy. Beneath his scarf, his expression grew increasingly grim. He floored the accelerator without the slightest hesitation. On the flat, snowy ground, the motorcycle nearly lifted off. After approaching the western mountain forest, Hongyu dared not waste time taking detours. He drove straight toward the shelter. Because just now, as far as he could see to the south, he had spotted a vast expanse of white mist rolling toward him with overwhelming force. He recognized it. The true form of the extreme cold storm, the frozen hell that could engulf everything in ice. Approaching the compound wall, he stored the snowmobile and vaulted over into the courtyard. At that moment, the silver-white frozen hell was merely meters away from him. The crisp, crackling sounds of trees freezing and shattering resembled the summoning bells of hell echoing in his ears. He yanked open the protective door and rushed into the building. The instant he closed the underground safety door, gem-like ice crystals instantly covered its entire surface and began slowly spreading toward the interior. Hongyu didn't dare delay. He ran to the control room and adjusted the indoor temperature to 30 degrees Celsius above zero, then quickly returned to the entrance, grabbed 2 heaters, and turned them to maximum power, directing the warm air at the safety door. He removed the cold weather gear that hindered his movement and distributed 8 oil-filled heaters throughout the main hall. Then he went to the bathroom and turned on the hot water tap to prevent the underground and pump pipes from freezing. At this point, the soundproof door could no longer contain the roar of the generator working at full capacity. Hongyu entered the generator room and filled it with fuel. This extreme cold storm was no laughing matter. Based on his experience from his previous life, the temperature within this storm's white mist could reach minus 150 degrees Celsius. Though it wouldn't last long, it would be a tremendous trial for the underground shelter's facilities. Fortunately, he'd returned in time, otherwise those pipes would surely have been destroyed. Throughout this journey, he had continuously used his perception abilities, leaving him mentally exhausted. Drowsiness was already making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. He vigorously shook his head, forcing himself to stay alert. All the monitoring systems had failed once again, and the repeatedly broadcast radio had turned to static. Hongyu made himself a strong cup of coffee and sat in the control room, closely monitoring the equipment's operation. After he'd taken refuge in the shelter, the white frozen hell had covered all of Rongqing, continuing to spread northward. In an underground third-level parking garage in Rongqing, several survivors watched with terrified eyes as the bonfire that had barely been burning was slowly frozen solid. The hot spring cave where Hongyu had previously stayed had transformed into a white world of ice and snow, with 11 ice sculptures on the ground in vivid detail. Throughout the Longguo region, numerous shelters that had been painstakingly established fell silent once more. The surviving population of the entire world plummeted by half. Humanity drew another step closer to extinction. The duration of the extreme cold storm slightly exceeded Hongyu's expectations. He watched the temperature gauge still dropping and brought out several more oil-filled heaters, placing them in other rooms. Finally, the indoor temperature settled at 10 degrees Celsius above zero. Hongyu breathed a massive sigh of relief. He roused himself and began clearing the water droplets that had condensed on the walls and floor due to the extreme temperature difference. By the next morning, the most bitter and difficult phase had passed. The outside temperature had risen to around minus 70 degrees. His efforts through the night had not been in vain. All the equipment in the shelter was functioning normally, without a single malfunction. After letting out a long breath, he collapsed onto the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Hongyu did not awaken until nightfall once more. He performed a quick check around him, washed his face, and had just settled at the dining table when the space within echoed with Xiaohei's bark. The little fellow had finally roused, but before Hongyu could retrieve him from the space, the creature bounded out on his own. This nearly made Hongyu's jaw drop in astonishment. Once out, the little one leaped into his arms and began to nuzzle affectionately. Hongyu came to his senses, lifted Xiaohei before him, and asked, "You little rascal, how did you get out on your own?" Woof woof. After 2 soft barks, Xiaohei actually raised an eyebrow at him. "You." Hongyu's voice trailed off as he stared at his empty hands. "No way. Is this real? Xiaohei can actually do this." Hongyu sensed that the vanished Xiaohei was now back inside the space. "Try coming out again." The moment he spoke, Xiaohei reappeared on the dining table, wagging his big tail with an utterly smug expression. Hongyu pressed his forehead in helpless exasperation. He raised his hand to glance at the ring, which now bore an extra blue line. He was beginning to suspect that the true owner of this ring might actually be Xiaohei. Xiaohei had already been able to ignore the space's restrictions before, and now he could enter and exit at will without Hongyu's consent, completely turning the tables. Abandoning the idea of eating for now, Hongyu pressed the timer on his watch, picked up Xiaohei, and flashed into the space. He wanted to see just how much the space's limitations had been lifted. Holding Xiaohei, he waited in place for 10 minutes and felt no sense of expulsion. A flicker of anticipation arose in Hong Yu's heart. If he could stay here permanently, what did he have to fear from the extreme cold storm? He walked to the newly appeared river inside the space and took a sip. Wow, it's even a little sweet. Ah, damn. Sure enough, he was forcibly ejected again. 12 minutes. Only an extension of 7 minutes. Hong Yu slammed his fist on the dining table in anger. Just then Xiaohei appeared and barked at him twice. With a thought, Hong Yu re-entered the space. This was a tremendous surprise. The number of entries had increased, which was far more overpowered than extending the duration. He tried to exit and re-enter once more, failed. The final conclusion was drawn within the cooldown period. He could enter twice, with a maximum stay of 12 minutes per entry. This meant Hong Yu now possessed another life-saving trump card. His mood lifted considerably. Earlier he had only intended to grab a quick burger to stave off hunger. Now his plan had completely changed. He got up, went to the kitchen, sliced some onions, took out a few pounds of meat, poured them into a bowl, and marinated them. He decided to indulge in a grand barbecue feast. When the aroma of meat filled the air, Xiaohei, eyes gleaming green, carried his food bowl to Hong Yu's feet. After eating and drinking their fill, the indoor temperature had reached 26 degrees Celsius. Basked by the various heaters, Hong Yu was drenched in sweat. He wiped his face, turned off the power, and stored the excess heaters back into the space. He took out Hansu's walkie-talkie and examined it. He intended to charge it, but discovered that none of the chargers he had were compatible. He had no choice but to modify one himself. After half an hour of tinkering, the charging indicator on the walkie-talkie finally lit up successfully. Hong Yu turned on the power. The green display on the walkie-talkie showed only one default frequency. He tried it. No sound, presumably due to signal blockage from the underground building's walls. He went to the control room, made some adjustments to the outdoor extended antenna, and connected it to the walkie-talkie's transmitter port. He pressed the call button. Chief, sure. Hansu calling. He waited for a while, but received no response, so he had to give up. He adjusted the volume, placed the walkie-talkie back on the charger, left the control room, and lay down on the sofa. Since he had ruled out the official military, he definitely intended to go to the military base. Not only for sure Haoyan, but also because he had his eye on the armed helicopter and the ammunition depot. But he could only act after the outdoor temperature recovered. It would be even better if those people all froze to death in this extreme cold storm. As Hong Yu pondered his next steps, the elusive Xiaohei materialized out of thin air in his lap. The military base in the northeastern part of Rome City. More than 20 people wrapped in layers of green military quilts huddled around a large gasoline stove, shivering. Dad, what are we going to do? We didn't bring much food when we hid in the basement. A pale-faced young man clung tightly to the white-haired elder beside him. It's okay, the temperature is clearly rising. Just hold on for 2 more days, and we can go out. The speaker was none other than the white-haired Haoyan. What the hell is going on? Why did it suddenly get so cold? I don't know. Maybe it's another extreme cold storm. Fortunately, there's a basement here, or we would all have frozen to death. After comforting his son, he looked up at a foreign man across from him. Jack. Still no movement from the people outside. Boss, no news at all. The outdoor antenna is probably iced over, affecting the signal. Jack replied in halting dragon country tongue. Over a dozen of them. I hope they can survive. Boss. The 8 who went to the Beishan air raid shelter are probably done for. Before the signal was lost, they hadn't made it there yet. Then there's no helping it. But we did spot signs of activity over there earlier, and quite a few people. Once the outdoor temperature recovers, lead a team there yourself. Understood. To Hong Yu's disappointment, Haoyan and his group were still alive and well. 3 days later, the outdoor daytime temperature had returned to previous levels. Hong Yu had just finished clearing the ice from the ventilation shafts and returned underground. As he removed his clothes, he heard Hansu's walkie-talkie crackle to life. Joshi, come in if you hear me. He picked up the walkie-talkie and sat down quietly to listen. Received. How is the aerial survey? Haven't spotted any of our people yet. They should all be frozen to death. Otherwise they would have come out to call for help upon hearing the plane. Understood. Go check the Beishan area, then return. Copy that, Captain. The transmission paused for over 10 minutes, then the man called She started calling again. Captain, go ahead. We just spotted 2 women at the eastern entrance of the Beishan air raid shelter. Alright, return first. Understood. Hong Yu placed the walkie-talkie, which had fallen silent for half a day, back onto the charger. From the conversation, it was clear that the poor women in the Beishan shelter had been targeted. Moreover, they seemed to have lost some people in the extreme cold storm. Xia Ryu still had quite a few of the guns he had deliberately left behind. If Haoyan's group had no resupply from the ammunition depot, they probably wouldn't gain much advantage. Another casualty, and they were after the air raid shelter. Haoyan, as the boss, would certainly not come out with them. This was actually a good opportunity for Hong Yu. However, after some thought, he decided to observe a bit more. He needed to figure out whether they had secured the ammunition depot's supplies first. If their firepower was formidable, he would need to plan carefully. He rose and returned to the hall, spreading out the previously defaced map on the dining table. He wanted to confirm the safe route to the military base first. The walkie-talkie had been silent all day, with no further transmissions. It wasn't until the next morning. Boss, we've engaged the enemy. They have firearms and hold a terrain advantage. Our ammunition is running low. We can't break through. What should we do next? Listening to the voice from the walkie-talkie, Hong Yu, who was having breakfast, frowned. Were they already clashing with Xiao Ruyu and her group? So sudden. How many on their side? This was Shi Haoyan's voice. About a dozen are engaging us right now. There's something strange. They appear to all be women. What? Women? You didn't see any men? No, but these women are no pushovers. Their leader's marksmanship is excellent. They took out one of our brothers in the first exchange. Is Tianming okay? Don't worry, boss. The young master is fine. Good. Tell Jack and Tianming to come back. Boss, what about us? You keep pinning them down. We just found a gas welding and cutting set. We should be able to breach the ammunition depot in at most an hour. Awesome. If I had an RPG, I'd blow those fucking whores to hell. Haha, so just hold out a little longer. Since there are so many of them, they must have plenty of supplies. Understood, boss. I'll tell Jack right away. Hong Yu finished his last bite of pancake and narrowed his eyes. The apocalypse had only just begun, and already the modest city of Rongqing was rife with conflict. Who knew how chaotic other places must be? The ammunition depot had not yet been breached, and this news had been confirmed. It was time for him to act. He rose, pulled on his clothes, and glanced at Xiao He, who was ready to go. Let's move. Let's take them down. Xiao He instantly vanished into his spatial dimension. Time was of the essence. This time Hong Yu planned to use the helicopter. An hour. He would make every second count. This was the moment their forces were most scattered, a rare opportunity. Otherwise, once they obtained the weapons from the ammunition depot, dealing with Shi Haoyan would be far more difficult. Arriving at the open space outside the courtyard, he retrieved the helicopter and skillfully took off, heading straight for the military base. After reaching the destination, Hong Yu circled the vast military base at low altitude, using his perception to locate where personnel were concentrated. Inside a two-story military building on the base, a man in a heavy army coat heard the sudden sound of a helicopter and came outside to investigate. When he saw that the helicopter circling overhead was not their armed helicopter, he quickly ran back inside the building. Boss! There's a helicopter outside. Shi Haoyan in the command room heard the commotion and stepped out of his room, looking toward his subordinate coming down the corridor in a panicked rush. Cui Sheng, what the hell are you yelling about? Did Jack and the others return? Already. Boss, it's not them. It's the same helicopter we saw in the basement of the villa before. Cui Sheng continued shouting. What a... Shi Haoyan was startled and immediately turned back toward the command room. Inside the command room, Shi Tianqing, Shi Haoyan's youngest son, saw his father return with an anxious expression and asked, Dad, what's wrong? Shi Haoyan did not answer. He walked to a command console covered in wall-mounted screens and picked up the intercom. Luo Xing, answer me immediately. Boss, I'm here. What's your progress? Give me 20 more minutes. I'll definitely get it open. Good. Hurry up if you can. You stay behind and keep cutting. Have the other 5 come up. Something's happening outside. Copy that. After stowing the walkie-talkie in his pocket, Shi Haoyan put on his coat, grabbed 2 rifles from nearby, and tossed one to Shi Tianqing. Take this. Strangers have appeared outside. Don't hesitate. Open fire on sight. Shi Tianqing caught the rifle. Having been spoiled all his life, he had never killed anyone before. A flicker of tension passed through his eyes. Soon the reinforcements arrived. After Shi Haoyan explained the situation outside, the group made their way together toward the main gate. Once outside, all 8 men were bewildered. There was no sound of a helicopter, and nowhere in the vicinity could they see so much as a shadow of one. Cui Sheng, what's going on? Where's the aircraft you mentioned? Cui Sheng, equally confused, adjusted the cap on his head. Boss, I swear I wasn't mistaken. Could it have flown away? Impossible. It's only been 5 minutes. A civilian helicopter couldn't possibly fly that fast. You all go search the surrounding area. Since Cui Sheng was so certain, Shi Haoyan suspected the helicopter must have landed nearby within their blind spot. Concerned for his own safety, he finished speaking and began retreating toward the interior with Shi Tianqing. The person they were searching for was at that very moment directly above them. After Hong Yu locked onto the building, he immediately stowed the helicopter and descended to the rooftop. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted suddenly. The 6 men clustered below, slowly pacing, fell into pools of blood in an instant. Shi Haoyan, who had been about to close the door, witnessed the 6 men die with his own eyes and urgently dragged his son toward the command room. Hong Yu leapt down from the rooftop and landed at the entrance. Sensing the direction the 2 men fled, a smirk played on his lips as he kicked open the door before them. He strode in confidently. Shi Haoyan and his son had taken refuge in the equipment maintenance room at the very back of the command center. Just as he was pulling out the walkie-talkie to call for Jack and the others, a familiar voice rang out. People inside, stop hiding. That anti-static partition won't stop my AK spray. Come out with your hands up and I won't shoot. Shi Haoyan gave his son a look instructing him to stay put, then raised his hands and slowly walked out of the maintenance room. The moment he emerged, he tossed the rifle aside. Brother, I've got no weapons left. Whatever you need, just name it. I'll give it all to you. Hong Yu approached to within less than 5 meters of him and removed his wind goggles and scarf. Shi Haoyan froze for a moment upon seeing Hong Yu's face, then a smile spread across his features. However, seeing the AK still trained on him, he dared not make any sudden moves and spoke in a friendly tone. It's you, Xiao Yu. You've given old Uncle Sure quite a fright. Hong Yu chuckled softly. Oh, who are you? Don't move around recklessly, or I'll start shooting. Sure Hao Yan's expression stiffened. He was very familiar with Hong Yu's face, and was certain the person before him was indeed Hong Yu. He emphasized again. Xiao Yu, it's me Sure Hao Yan, your Uncle Sure. Yes, I remember. Seeing Sure Hao Yan lowering his hands, Hong Yu fired a shot at his feet. Sure Hao Yan was startled, quickly raising his hands again, and exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Yu, you remember now? Put down the gun. Uncle Sure will never hurt you. Really? Do you think I would believe the murderer of my parents? Sure Hao Yan then realized that Hong Yu must have seen Hong Minghu's confession video. His eyes flickered with panic as he hurriedly explained. Xiao Yu, you must have misunderstood. Your uncle Hong Minghu's recording was forged by my rivals. How could I possibly have killed your parents? Hong Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, you old fool are truly exasperating. Let me put it this way, I killed Hong Minghu with my own hands. Do you understand now? Sure Hao Yan's eyes widened in shock. No wonder Hong Minghu had suddenly disappeared. It was all Hong Yu's doing. Scared? Huh. I didn't have time to kill you earlier. Luckily heaven has granted me the chance to meet you here. How should I punish you so that my parents can rest in peace beneath the spring? Sure Hao Yan dropped to his knees with a thud. Xiao Yu, I can apologize, and that's all in the past. The world has changed now. I have weapons and food here. I'll give them all to you. Your parents would surely want you to live on. Huh. You old bastard really have the nerve to say that. Apologize. Fine. Then I'll apologize to you first. Saying that, Hong Yu suddenly turned the gun and fired at the electrostatic partition. Dad. Help. Hearing his son's screams, Sure Hao Yan panicked. Sorry I missed the shot. It seems I hit the foot. He fired another shot. Stop. Kill me but spare my son. Sure Hao Yan was on the verge of tears. Though he was cold-blooded, he doted on his two sons and always kept them by his side. Hong Yu kicked over Sure Hao Yan, who was kowtowing incessantly, and then fired several shots toward the source of the screams. The screams ceased, and crimson blood seeped through the perforated electrostatic partition. No, Tianqing. Hong. You beast. You will die a miserable death. Sure Hao Yan pointed at Hong Yu and cursed. Didn't I just apologize? Why are you still so agitated? Hong Yu taunted. You are a demon. You will face retribution. Sure Hao Yan glared at Hong Yu with bloodshot eyes, slowly reaching his hand behind his back. Sure Hao Yan was a typical case. He could find countless excuses to shirk his own mistakes, never self-aware, yet if anyone touched his interests, it was an unforgivable offense against heaven. When others reasoned, he used violence. When others used violence, he invoked humanity. He would never truly believe he had done wrong. He only changed his posture according to the situation, seeking opportunities that benefited him. Just as he was about to draw the revolver from his waist to attack Hong Yu, a sharp pain shot through his wrist, and then his entire body was hurled with tremendous force against the nearby electrostatic partition. The partition shattered and he crashed into his son's grimacing corpse, staring in disbelief at the corgi that had caused all this. He couldn't fathom how a short-legged corgi, still seemingly a puppy, could have flung his nearly 180-pound body away. Xiao He picked up the fallen revolver, brought it to Hong Yu, set it down, raised his head proudly with a snort, and then vanished. Hong Yu had just snapped out of his astonishment as well. He had noticed Sure Hao Yan's move. But just as he was about to fire, Xiao He had already flung Sure Hao Yan away. Everything happened too fast, and was too bizarre. His shock was no less than Sure Hao Yan's. Xiao He possessed a monstrous strength, and as his master Hong Yu was completely unaware. How utterly ridiculous. Yet deep down he was pleased. He bent down to collect the valuable revolver into his space, and looked at the despairing Sure Hao Yan. You won't live to see my retribution, but I am your retribution. Rest assured your other son will soon join you below. Bang! Sure Hao Yan's brain splattered from the powerful AK bullet, and he slumped down with a face full of unwillingness. Hong Yu did not linger. He headed toward the last person in the base. In front of the underground ammunition depot, Luo Xing, hearing the intermittent gunfire, sensed something wrong. He turned off the welding torch in his hand and looked warily toward the stairs. Footsteps echoed from above. Who's there? The footsteps stopped. Luo Xing drew a pistol chambered around and walked cautiously toward the stairs. He quickly leaned around the corner to aim when a hand suddenly emerged from the darkness and grabbed his gun. Before he could pull the trigger, another large hand seized his face, lifted him, and slammed him into the ground. A dull thud, and Luo Xing was dead. Hong Yu pocketed his pistol and approached the door of the ammunition depot. No wonder they couldn't open it. His perception told him the iron door was a full 40 centimeters thick. There were indeed many things inside, and the opening method was extremely strict, requiring both an ID card and a fingerprint. He glanced at the cut marks on one side. A circle large enough for a person to pass through nearly completely cut through. Hong Yu mustered all his strength and delivered a powerful kick. With a thunderous crash, the circular iron piece gave way and flew inside. Hong Yu entered through the breach and was utterly stunned by the sight before him. As expected of a military ammunition depot, over 1,000 square meters filled with all kinds of weapons and equipment. In plain sight, rows of mortars and various heavy machine guns were neatly arranged on the floor. On the front racks, countless rifles, pistols, and sniper rifles of various models were displayed. Hong Yu couldn't help but rub his hands together as he walked deeper, collecting everything into his space. What a jackpot! This equipment could fully arm a regiment. Hundreds of cases of ammunition and fragmentation grenades, dozens of crates of helicopter-mounted missiles, and several helicopter-specialized Gatling guns. What surprised Hong Yu even more was discovering 12 FN, 6-man portable surface-to-air missiles. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. If Shi Haoyan and his men had gotten their hands on the FN-6, a single shot could have taken down his helicopter. After stashing the entire arsenal into his space, Hong Yu's grin stretched from ear to ear. This was no mere fortune. It was as if Lady Luck herself had descended upon him. Besides the earlier items, Hong Yu later discovered landmines, RPG rockets, various communication devices, bulletproof vests, night vision goggles, binoculars, thermal imagers, firearm accessories, and everything else imaginable, each in staggering quantities. This haul alone could sustain him for decades, perhaps even a lifetime. Just as he was delighting in his hoard, the distant hum of a helicopter reached his ears. Hong Yu's expression darkened. It must be Jack and Shi Haoyan's son, as mentioned over the walkie-talkie. He sprinted back to the ground floor and slipped outside to assess the situation. He saw the armed helicopter that had been patrolling Rongqing slowly descend above a massive square warehouse. The two metal panels on the roof slid open, the helicopter landed, and the panels closed again. Hong Yu had been puzzled earlier when circling above. Why was a patch of the warehouse roof free of snow? Now he realized it was a retractable metal cover. Truly professional design, he had to admit. The warmth inside the building and this specialized facility proved the military base had ample electricity and thus surely abundant fuel reserves. Otherwise they wouldn't be so wasteful. Hong Yu quickened his pace toward the warehouse. By the time the helicopter rotors fell silent, he had reached the small side door outside. Two sets of footsteps approached. Hong Yu drew the confiscated combat knife and waited for the right moment. The small door opened, and Shi Tianming stepped out first. With a swift, clean slash to the throat, Hong Yu followed up with a side kick aimed at Jack, who was behind Shi Tianming. Jack, a blonde in sunglasses, possessed exceptional reflexes. Sensing danger, he crossed his arms in front of his chest just in time to block the kick. Yet the force of the blow sent him stumbling backwards several steps before he regained his balance. Hong Yu flicked the blood off his knife and strode into the warehouse. Impressive, you actually blocked that kick. You must be Jack, right? Jack shook his numb arms and asked in broken dragon country tongue, who are you? Why kill Shi's son? Hong Yu toyed with the well-balanced knife. Tell me, how many people do you have left at the air raid shelter? Jack's eyes locked onto the knife. That's Han Su's blade. How did you get it? Oh, so recognizable. Just answer my question and save yourself the pain. As the mercenary squad leader, Jack instantly recognized the knife that his teammate Han Su always kept on him. What did you do to Han Su? Where is he now? Hong Yu's gaze hardened as he gripped the knife's hilt. Are you some kind of idiot? I ask, you answer. Don't throw questions back at me. Hong Yu's words came too fast. Jack only caught the idiot part. His eyes narrowed and his right hand swiftly drew his pistol. But the moment he flipped off the safety, the knife, still in Hong Yu's hand a second ago, whistled through the air toward him. With no time to fire, he twisted his body and swung his arm to evade. Crack. His reaction was near perfect, yet his thumb was severed at the knuckle. The pistol clattered to the ground. By then Hong Yu had already closed in following the thrown knife and drove a kick into Jack's ribs. Jack spat blood, crashed to the floor, and slid several meters before stopping. His ribs were broken. Gasping, he rolled onto his side and coughed up another mouthful of blood. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at the collapsed section of his ribcage, a punctured lung. He knew that without immediate surgery, he was as good as dead. Hong Yu retrieved his knife and stood over him, planting a foot on the crushed ribs. Ugh, how many are left at the air raid shelter? Don't make me torture you. T10 15. Hong Yu silently admired Jack's resilience. Only one cried despite such agony. He lifted his foot and pressed on. Besides the base and the shelter, are there any other members? Should be. No more. The rest went missing after the storm a few days ago. Jack spat another stream of blood and fell unconscious. Hong Yu ended his suffering with a clean cut. Then he retrieved the walkie-talkie and keys from Jack's body and headed toward the armed helicopter at the center of the warehouse. Gazing at the behemoth before him, he swept his eyes around and could only think one word: majestic. He couldn't identify the model, but the materials and assembly screamed cutting-edge technology. The massive coaxial counter-rotating rotors paired with the aggressive lines of the fuselage exuded a fierce predatory aura. Each side stub wing carried two hardpoints, each fitted with a launcher capable of firing 19 rockets, though all were empty now. Beneath the fuselage hung a Gatling gun he had earlier stowed from the ammunition depot. Spotting the hydraulic rods and turret connecting the gun to the helicopter, Hong Yu excitedly climbed into the cockpit. The dizzying array of instruments and switches left him momentarily stunned, far more complex than his civilian aircraft. After scanning, he located all the controls for the helicopter's fire control system. He inserted the key, started the helicopter, and activated the fire control system. Grasping the independent red joystick, he gave it a tentative move. As he expected, the Gatling gun beneath the helicopter followed the joystick's direction without any lag. This is insane. Hong Yu couldn't help but exclaim. A 360-degree rotatable weapon. The configuration was absolutely godlike. He jumped down, opened the empty ammo box, and loaded it with roughly 20,000 large-caliber rounds. Back in the cockpit, he pressed the remote control switch hanging from the ceiling. The metal panels above slowly opened, revealing the gray sky. Increasing rotor speed, he guided the helicopter out and ascended into the sky. Looking down at the white world below, Hong Yu burst into laughter. Huh. Let's see who dares mess with me now. I'll mow them all down. Huh. Anyone piloting such a craft for the first time would be ecstatic. Hong Yu couldn't wait to try it, to feel what it was like to shoot people from the sky. The helicopter sped at full throttle toward the northern mountains. The entrance to the Beishan air raid shelter soon came into view. Hong Yu bent his head to study the button in front of him and switched on a thermal imaging device. As the switch was flipped, the screen on the right, which displayed a real-time view of the ground below, suddenly dimmed and turned a pale gray. Within a second, the screen revealed the thermal signatures of figures at the air raid shelter entrance and 50 meters away. Incredible. Hong Yu's affection for this helicopter was growing by the moment. As long as it didn't face surface-to-air missiles, it was simply invincible. Below the gentle slope, 15 of Shi Haoyan's men lay motionless in the snow under orders to hold their position, their spirits lifting when they spotted the helicopter approaching. It's coming. Jack is bringing ammunition. Haha, this is perfect. I will wreck them with the RPG, and none of you are getting a turn. You are out of your mind wishing for an RPG. How about a nuclear bomb? As they eagerly discussed how to deal with the women trapped in the shelter, Hong Yu was grinning wickedly as he guided the Gatling gun toward their position. He lifted the trigger guard with his thumb and gently pressed the firing button. The 10 barrels of the Gatling gun mounted beneath the helicopter spun, furiously unleashing a barrage of bullets like tongues of fire. 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. The 15 men who had been so lively moments before were reduced to chunks of meat. Hong Yu quickly released the trigger, his expression tightening as he saw the ammunition count drop by 300 rounds. Only 2 seconds, yet that was a substantial expenditure. If he kept firing like this, the hundreds of thousands of rounds stored in his spatial dimension would not last long. Meanwhile, Xia Ryu and the others guarding the air raid shelter entrance watched in confusion as a sudden spray of blood erupted on the gentle slope. Sister Xia, what is going on? Weren't we just shot at? How could they be attacking their own people? Xia Ryu observed the helicopter descending slowly, showing no signs of aggression, and shook her head. I'm not sure what is happening either. Stay alert, perhaps it was just an accident. After waiting for a while, there was no further movement from the other side, and the previous taunts and insults did not resurface. Xia Ryu turned to look at the 2 women beside her. We cannot simply wait here. You 2 come with me to check the situation. The rest of you keep watch. Yes. She led the 2 women toward where the group had been hiding, but after just a few steps, she suddenly stopped, focusing her gaze ahead. The 2 women who had followed her also spotted the figure in white cold-weather gear at the bottom of the slope. Just as they raised their rifles to aim, Xia Ryu suddenly pressed down on their barrels. Don't fire. Both of you go back first. Sister Xia. Why? You are our leader. We will never let you take this risk alone. Go back. That is an order. Xia Ryu spoke without room for argument. The 2 women exchanged glances and slowly began to retreat. Sister Xia, be careful. Hong Yu, who was preparing to fire from downhill, heard Xia Ryu's voice and chuckled softly. This young woman was impressive. She had already established herself as a leader. After seeing the white cold-weather gear and recognizing the figure, Xia Ryu immediately identified the person in front of her as the benefactor she would never forget. She hurried to stop a short distance from Hong Yu, slung her rifle behind her back, and bowed deeply. Benefactor, you have come. Ha, you are wrapped up so completely that not a bit of skin is showing, yet you still recognized me. Xia Ryu wrung her hands together nervously. I have committed your figure to memory. I will never forget it. Hong Yu shook his head as he looked at the severed limbs and twisted, mangled weapons before him. Alas, I was hoping to find some guns that might have survived, but looking at this, that is impossible. Benefactor, if you need firearms, I have some. As Xia Ryu spoke, she reached to remove the gun strap from her shoulder. I do not need them. Keep them for yourself. Xia Ryu's gaze fell on the helicopter nearby. Benefactor, were you piloting that aircraft just now? Yes, I just wiped out their stronghold, and on my way back, I thought I would take their helicopter to handle these remaining troublemakers. Benefactor, you have saved us again. Thank you. Haha, you misunderstand. There is no need to thank me. I did not come specifically to help you. I simply did not want to leave these threats behind. Xia Ryu shook her head. Whether you meant to help or not, the result is the same. We have survived once more under your protection. Hong Yu fell silent. While he could not say it was deliberate, he truly did not want a woman like Xia Ryu to die at the hands of these people. He waved his hand dismissively and walked toward the helicopter. Xia Ryu watched Hong Yu's departing figure with a complex expression, bowing deeply once more. An indescribable emotion seemed to stir within her toward this benefactor whose face she had never seen. After leaving Beishan, Hong Yu returned to the military base and prepared to search everything there. The attack helicopter was naturally stored directly in his spatial dimension. Such a precious asset would never be left in a warehouse. He landed at the parking lot at the front of the base, where numerous vehicles lay buried under snow. While others might find it impossible to start cars frozen nearly solid, it posed no challenge for him. Happily, he stored each vehicle one by one into his spatial dimension, specifically into the same space where Xiao He currently resided. This space that served both as storage and maintained a warm, comfortable temperature was practically a cheat code. These frozen blocks would surely thaw soon enough. Xiao He ran outside and frolicked in the snow alongside Hongyu. After finishing collecting the vehicles from the parking lot, Hongyu arrived before a row of enormous storage facilities. These storage units were all identical in specification, arranged in 2 rows of 8. A spacious open area lay before them, suggesting the contents inside must be quite large. The doors of the storage units were sealed shut beneath thick layers of frost, which Hongyu kicked open with force. Xiao He approached the adjacent unit and began digging at its door with its short legs mimicking Hongyu's actions. Hongyu watched the little dog's efforts and could not help but laugh aloud. Xiao He, if you manage to open it, I will give you a whole steak. Xiao He huffed indignantly, but continued digging. Hongyu stopped paying attention to it and lifted the dust curtain before stepping inside. Damn, what was inside the storage unit was even more shocking than the attack helicopter. 2 Type 99, a main battle tanks, stood majestically in the warehouse with numerous crates of various ammunition types at the far end. Hongyu stood at the doorway staring blankly at the 2 behemoths before him. The joy of obtaining the armed helicopter had barely subsided, and now 2 main battle tanks were thrown his way. This happiness came far too suddenly. This left him momentarily dazed. After composing himself for a long while, Hongyu couldn't resist stepping forward to touch the steel fortress covered in frost. Ha ha ha, awesome. Absolutely awesome. Hongyu couldn't help but shout out in excitement. Why was he so thrilled? That goes without saying. Would you not be excited if someone gave you a tank? Despite the bitter cold and thick snow cover making it difficult for the tanks to maneuver as they normally would. But still, even as a fixed gun emplacement, this thing would be incredibly powerful. Rubbing his hands together, Hongyu eagerly climbed onto the tank, longing to sit inside and experience it firsthand. However, he was disappointed to find the hatches frozen shut and impossible to open. With a resigned sigh, Hongyu carefully stored both treasures in his spatial pocket. At that moment, Xiao He's bark came from next door. After storing the ammunition crates, Hongyu quickly walked out of the warehouse. Seeing the scene before him, Hongyu was stunned. What the hell? Xiao He had actually broken open the door. Though not entirely surprising given how many times he had already witnessed the dog's extraordinary abilities. Entering the warehouse, he was surprised to find 8 infantry fighting vehicles parked inside. Xiao He stood proudly atop, one of them waiting for Hongyu's praise. Great job, Xiao He. You're truly Dad's good boy. Xiao He tilted his head, momentarily unsure of what good boy meant, but sensing it was praise, he happily barked twice. The entire afternoon passed without either of them having lunch, but they finally finished exploring the entire military base. As for the spoils, they were extraordinarily abundant. Besides the infantry fighting vehicles and tanks, there were over a dozen armored vehicles. In an unopened hangar, he also discovered 2 large transport helicopters. The reserves of gasoline, diesel, and aviation fuel also met his expectations, approximately 200 tons in total. As he had imagined, the entire base relied on electricity for heating. 5 massive generators in the underground generator room supplied all the power here. Hongyu naturally claimed those 5 generators and their spare parts as well. The only regret was that many electronic facilities in the base had been damaged by the freezing temperatures, shattering his hope of connecting to military satellites. But Hongyu would not give up so easily. He dismantled every electronic facility in the base and stored them in his spatial pocket, sparing no signal transmitters, satellite dishes, or cables outside. He had to try before he could give up. During the tour, he also encountered a puzzling question. Throughout the base, he counted nearly 1,000 frozen corpses. Their varied postures and expressions of terror and disbelief could only have been caused by the extreme cold of the glacial storm. This proved they never anticipated the devastating impact of the glacial storm. Had the authorities truly not known the disaster was coming? Otherwise, why wouldn't the government have ordered this well-armed force to evacuate or warned them in advance? During the transitions between extreme heat, torrential rain, and bitter cold, the government certainly could not have been unaware of the impending natural disasters. Those advanced meteorological instruments were not mere decorations. Even Qinianyang could sense danger and rush to secure his shelter. How could the top officials have no preparation at all? It wasn't entirely without preparation. The warehouse did have some sunshade measures, albeit only for extreme heat. Hongyu had always assumed the government had detected the danger and led some people to safety. Now, however, that didn't seem right either. Everything was too strange, utterly defying logic. When Hongyu left, the entire military base had been picked clean as if raided by bandits. Before returning to his shelter, he piloted the armed helicopter in a circle above Rong City, scanning the entire urban area with thermal imaging, though he detected no signs of life. Yet he could not conclude that no other survivors remained in the city. Thermal imaging was not an infallible tool. By the time he returned to his shelter, night had fallen. After celebrating with Xiao He over steak and red wine, he retired to an empty room to examine his collected supplies. The next day, sunlight streamed in, and only when Xiao He barked hungrily at his door did Hongyu realize he had worked through the entire night. He stretched his body, gave Xiao He a meat-filled bun, and then went to freshen up himself. This body modification was truly remarkable. Having gone a full day and night without sleep, he felt no exhaustion. After washing up, he was refreshed and energized once more. His efforts the previous night had not been in vain. A dedicated satellite-connected computer had been nearly repaired. Sitting at the dining table eating a meat bun while searching on his phone navigation for nearby hot springs, he was somewhat disappointed. Only one hot spring existed near Rome City. The nearest springs or mountain forests were over 100 kilometers away. This was quite troublesome. To continue upgrading his ring, he would need to visit those locations, but doing so introduced many uncertainties. Rome City had calmed down, but he had no idea what conditions were like elsewhere. Moreover, even if he went, there was no guarantee of finding anything. The hot springs he once knew might have already been frozen and buried under snow. After weighing the options, Hong Yu decided to first attempt using the military satellites to gather more information about the outside world before making other plans. After finishing his meal, he put on his clothes and stepped outside. Yes, he was going to test drive the tank. As the 50-plus-ton behemoth appeared, the snow beneath it immediately collapsed under its weight. Hong Yu climbed aboard and opened the hatch to enter the driver's compartment. As the most advanced main battle tank, the interior was filled with electronic equipment. After a quick scan, he finally located the main power switch. He flicked it on. A low hum vibrated through the cabin as the entire system powered up. The screens before Hong Yu illuminated, though they displayed only static, a likely damaged electronic component from the freezing cold. Ignoring that, he found the ignition switch and pressed it. The tank sputtered twice before falling silent. Hong Yu sighed in frustration. This was the same symptom as a car battery losing its charge. After enduring such prolonged sub-zero temperatures, the electronics, even turning on, was already a miracle. What a pity, he could not enjoy a proper test drive. He would have to try again when he had more time. After climbing out of the cockpit, Hong Yu stored the tank back in his spatial pocket and climbed to the top of the tallest tree in the yard. There he concealed the satellite receiver cable at the highest point of the trunk. But a new problem arose: how to get that copper-shielded cable underground. After another 2 hours of struggling, he managed to remove the waterproofing and insulation from the monitoring lines and successfully routed the cable underground. With the wiring and receiver sorted, the only remaining task was to repair that computer. I won't go into the details here, but the engineering-minded Hong Yu had fully unleashed his innate male repair talent. For hours later, he nervously pressed the power switch. After a few seconds, a ding sounded and a dialog box appeared in the center of the monitor requesting an authorization password. Genius. I'm a fucking genius. Ha. The sleeping Xiaohei, startled by Hong Yu's outburst, jumped with a start and then disdainfully slipped into the space. Authorization password. That was no challenge for Hong Yu. He chuckled and pulled out a red-covered notebook from the space. Tucked inside the notebook was an identity card. This was something Hong Yu had retrieved from the corpse of the highest-ranking officer in a military base. He had briefly flipped through it earlier. It seemed to be the commander's personal notebook recording meeting notes and such. But there was a folded page with a 25-character string of symbols and letters annotated with satellite authorization. That was when he resolved to fix this computer. Perseverance paid off, and he actually succeeded. Following the authorization code, the screen changed, displaying the commander's photo with a prompt below, "Please confirm identity." He took out the identity card and swiped it on the side of the computer. With a beep, the computer entered the main interface and began searching for satellites. Hong Yu clenched his fists nervously. After a minute, a message appeared on the screen: "Combat satellite no. 5 connected successfully. Identity verification passed." Yes, now he could finally access information from the outside world. The interface was a bit complex. After studying it for a while, he found the status of other war zones. All were silent except for the device he was using. This was not good. Could they have been completely wiped out? Continuing to explore, he accidentally clicked something, and the screen displayed, "Acquiring ground intelligence for designated war zone." Thus Hong Yu waited inexplicably for 5 minutes until the status finally changed to "Acquisition complete." The ground intelligence turned out to be satellite images. Zooming in on one image, it covered a vast area, hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Carefully examining the expanse of white, Hong Yu located Rongqing at the center. He zoomed in further. The clarity was astounding. He first checked the location of the shelter. The surrounding trees were clearly visible, but the shelter itself was not discernible. He nodded in satisfaction. Sliding the image to the air raid shelter, he could clearly see smoke from cooking fires and even a person dumping trash. A smile crept across Hong Yu's face. He was overjoyed. Although his permissions only allowed him to access images of a limited area, that was sufficient for now. With the information provided by these crystal-clear images, his next operation, spring water, could finally be carried out. He closed the images and continued exploring other functions. Communications. He entered the interface and toggled the acquisition switch. The screen displayed various audio wave signals, but no sound came through. Hong Yu took out a speaker and plugged it into the audio jack. A chaotic and indistinct murmur of conversation emerged from the speaker. "Third Squadron. Completely. No. Reinforcements. Ammunition. Almost. Monsters. Strong." It was a jumble. Hong Yu could barely make out the content, only roughly guessing that they were calling for ammunition and reinforcements. Was there a war? How could that be? Just surviving was hard enough. They wouldn't start a large-scale war, would they? But if it wasn't war, why would they need satellite communications? What was certain was that the government still existed and was in conflict with someone. Other countries coming to plunder resources. What the fuck? Why was he getting more confused? Hong Yu rushed outside, not caring about exposure, and moved the satellite antenna to the highest point he could reach. Returning underground, he checked again. The communications remained the same, unchanged. The signal was full, so that wasn't the issue. Maybe there was some interference. Another afternoon passed, and Hong Yu stayed in the room listening to the chaotic chatter and studying the satellite's other functions. Currently, his authorization only allowed him to use ground intelligence acquisition and communication functions. All other advanced features were locked for him. Throughout the afternoon, he pieced together several crucial bits of information from the fragmented conversations. The people initiating the communication were in the coastal region. They were indeed engaged in combat with someone. The enemy was powerful, forcing them back step by step. They referred to the enemy as monsters. However, the fighting stopped after nightfall, and the voices faded away. Hong Yu, his face grim, walked to the hall and downed the cold coffee in his cup in one gulp. The word monster reminded him of a legend that circulated among the lower classes in his previous life. The origin of the legend was unclear. It claimed that after the global ice age descended, a man-eating monster emerged from beneath the polar ice caps. Those of them who had struggled for 4 years in the apocalypse had never seen such a creature, so they dismissed the legend as a joke. But this intercepted communication made Hong Yu realize that the legend might not be baseless. Still, if no one had seen them in 4 years, could it be that the government had killed them all? Fuck, Hong Yu's head ached. Many things had changed in this life due to his rebirth, and from the earlier conversations, it seemed the government's military strength was on the verge of collapse. Would they fail? If they did, he would inevitably face those monsters in the near future. Monsters that could withstand firearms. That was a tough problem. Even if he didn't want to take risks, the spring water plan had to proceed. Improving his strength was the only way to ensure his survival. Over the following 3 days, Hong Yu closely monitored the satellite communications while also preparing for his journey. The satellite transmissions remained intermittent and indistinct, with the fragmented conversations still revolving around skirmishes. However, through these days of observation, he noticed a pattern that baffled him. Their firefights seemed to cease as soon as night fell, as if they were clocking out at the end of a workday, repeating this daily. Unable to glean any other significant information from the content, Hong Yu paid little attention to it today. Instead, he focused on drafting his travel plan. He projected the satellite images he had obtained over the past few days onto the large television. Then he cross-referenced the locations of springs he found on the navigation system, assessing the conditions of those areas. Hong Yu singled out 2 places. The satellite images revealed no clear details about the spring's exact state, so he would have to personally go and confirm. The first was Yunlin Town, 110 kilometers west of Rongqing. According to the navigation, on the outskirts of this town lay a century-old wellness spring renowned in the local area. The second was Huashui City, 260 kilometers from Rongqing. Though both were cities, Huashui City was far larger in scale than Rongqing. A river split the city into eastern and western districts. His target was a 1,000-year-old ancient temple on the eastern district's mountain home to a famous wish-granting spring. These 2 destinations formed a triangle, with Rongqing allowing him to make a loop and return. Between Huashui City and Rongqing lay a stretch of mountains and forests. He could fly back low altitude using the helicopter without attracting attention. He set a 5-day limit for this trip. Regardless of success or failure, he must return by the 5th day. The underground shelter was his only lifeline now, and he could not afford any mishap. Based on satellite images collected over the 3 days, he observed no signs of human activity in Yunlin Town. However, Huashui City was bustling. He spotted 4 locations with smoke rising from cooking fires. Since the second extreme cold wave, the average outdoor temperature had dropped significantly, with the highest temperature barely reaching around minus 50 degrees Celsius. In such temperatures, ordinary people could not survive outdoors for long without specialized equipment. This also presented an opportunity. If he could avoid alerting other survivors, that would be ideal. After a final inspection of the underground equipment and topping up the fuel, Hong Yu set out. Once outside, he directly summoned the armed helicopter and flew toward Yunlin Town. Following his usual routine, after 20 minutes of flight, Hong Yu landed the helicopter on an open slope 10 kilometers from Yunlin Town. He stowed the aircraft, took out binoculars, and observed the town. Apart from some buildings, all other structures were buried under snow. For the remaining distance, Hong Yu would use skis, wary of other people in the town. The downhill glide was swift. In less than half an hour, he reached a 6-story building on the outskirts. He removed the skis, pried open a window with a combat knife, and jumped inside. No sooner had he entered than he saw a frozen corpse sitting at a desk. This appeared to be an office building. He broke through the ice-sealed door, found the stairwell, and ran upward. Along the way, he saw over a dozen similar bodies, their death expressions mirroring those at the military base, faces etched with disbelief. Reaching the top floor, he forced open the door to the roof, blocked by snow. Treading through the soft snow to the edge of the building, he raised his binoculars again to survey the surroundings. The town was deathly silent, broken only by the wind and his own heartbeat. The snow lay smooth and undisturbed. It seemed the entire town's population had not survived the first wave. Confirming the direction, Hong Yu looked toward the western side of the town, where the navigation marked the spring. After seeing the situation there, he couldn't help but sigh. The area where the spring was located had no visible buildings, everything seemed buried under snow. The outlook was grim. This trip might be a waste. He quickly descended and walked toward the spring. Beneath the snow in the town buildings lay hidden, prone to collapse. Seeing Hong Yu cautiously probing for safe paths with his spiritual sense, the guide dog Xiaohei appeared again, barked twice, and darted ahead to lead the way. He reached the spring's location without incident. He extended his perception to detect any flowing water, but the result was disappointing. No sound at all below. To be absolutely certain, he cleared the snow from a patch of ground beneath his feet. Below was indeed the wellness spring, but it had long frozen solid. Refusing to give up, he traced the path to the spring's source and tried the ring against the ice block there. No response. He chipped off a piece, placed it in a bowl, and melted it with a blowtorch. Still nothing. Frustrated, Hong Yu hurled the bowl away and cursed at the ring in his hand. You goddamn picky piece of crap. You just have to have it fresh, don't you? Isn't this frozen spring water still spring water? No response. Defeated, Hong Yu pulled his gloves back on and headed out of town. This experience left him deeply frustrated. The difficulty seemed too high. If an ancient spring like this had frozen solid, wouldn't the others be the same? Was he supposed to search for hot springs? How long would that take? He could only hope Huashui City wouldn't disappoint him. He reached the open area and continued piloting the helicopter toward Huashui City. 50 kilometers from the eastern district of Huashui City, Hong Yu descended slightly. Suddenly, two snowmobiles towing sleds burst out from the forest below. They spotted the helicopter, glanced up, and sped toward the city. Hong Yu frowned. This trip was cursed with bad luck. He regretted using the helicopter now that he had been spotted. He quickly turned the aircraft toward the forest, hoping to make the people think he had left. Using thermal imaging, he scanned the woods, confirmed no heat sources, and ensured he was out of sight from the city. Then he found a clearing to land. He set up a tent in a sheltered spot. As soon as he crawled inside, he yanked off his goggles and scarf in frustration. Damn it, I should have checked the calendar before leaving. Everything's going wrong. At that moment, Xiaohei suddenly appeared, carrying a fragmentation grenade in its mouth. A grenade. Hong Yu jolted in fright, but relaxed when he saw the safety pin was still in place. He snatched the grenade and stared at Xiaohei in astonishment. He had stored all the fragmentation grenades in his storage space. Xiaohei shouldn't have been able to retrieve them. Where did you get this? Xiaohei barked once and vanished on the spot. When it reappeared, it was carrying another grenade in its mouth. Hong Yu quickly used his consciousness to enter the space and finally understood the source of the grenades. In the green space, the door of an infantry fighting vehicle was opened, and inside there happened to be a crate of fragmentation grenades. It really startled Hong Yu. At first he thought that Xiaohei could also freely take things from the storage space, just like himself. This kind of thing was quite dangerous to leave here. After checking around and confirming there was only this one crate, Hong Yu moved it to his storage space. At that moment, Xiaohei suddenly faced the direction of Huashui City, assuming a fierce posture, ready to pounce and bite, accompanied by low growls. When Hong Yu came to his senses, it turned its gaze back and raised its chin slightly. Hong Yu seemed to understand what it was trying to convey. What are you complaining about here? If someone blocks, you just blow them up. Hong Yu couldn't help but pick up Xiaohei and rub it vigorously. You little guy, why so suddenly violent? But I like it, haha. Not to mention Xiaohei's actions immediately lifted Hong Yu's spirits. After all, with a space and weapons, why not take a stand? Who's afraid of whom? That said, it would be best to avoid conflict with the people inside. After warming up a bit and sharing a bowl of beef noodles with Xiaohei, Hong Yu changed into a set of white gear and crawled out of the tent. Xiaohei, being sensible, returned to the space on its own. Putting on snowshoes, Hong Yu walked out of the forest. After walking a short while, he saw many tree stumps left behind from logging. Judging by the fresh marks, they had been cut recently. Combined with the length of the sleds from earlier, it must have been those people. To burn as firewood. It seems that's the only use for now. Exiting the forest, Hong Yu put on his skis and took a slight detour, deliberately avoiding the paths where those people had passed, and quickly glided toward the eastern district. As he approached, the appearance of the eastern district gradually came into view. Its scale was truly different. This area before him seemed to be as large as Rongqing. Though it was all the same snowy white from the high-rise buildings, it was evident that this place had once been more prosperous than Rongqing. Before entering the city, Hong Yu found a slightly elevated spot and observed with binoculars. The snowmobile tracks from the mountain led all the way to the center of the eastern district. Blocked by many tall buildings, he couldn't pinpoint their exact stopping point, but it didn't conflict with his destination at all. Hong Yu put away his binoculars and continued toward Shinshan. 2 hours later, he finally arrived at the foot of Shinshan. Looking up at the somewhat steep mountain, aside from the exposed trees, the original steps were already buried under snow. Hong Yu put on a pair of climbing boots with iron spikes on the soles and began to ascend. It was only a few dozen meters high, but with the snow hindering him, even someone with Hong Yu's strong physique took a while to reach the top. As soon as he reached the top, Hong Yu was captivated by the magnificent temple gate before him. On the huge gate were 3 gilded characters, Yuanin Temple. The temple buildings behind were partially buried under thick snow, but they still looked very imposing. The various gilded patterns on the solid wood structures dazzled Hong Yu's eyes. This was far more striking than the pictures on the navigation map. How to describe it? In the pictures it looked solemn and grand. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, Hong Yu had only one thought: it was dripping with wealth. Releasing all his senses, he walked into the temple. Inside was very quiet. Following the remembered path, Hong Yu arrived at the courtyard at the back of the temple. Seeing the expensive, huge rockeries around, he confirmed that the famous wish-fulfilling spring was here. But it seemed like another wasted trip. Just like the health spring, there was no sound of flowing water, and the entire spring area was buried under snow. Hong Yu cleared away the surrounding snow, revealing the pool below. Looking at the huge block of ice under his feet, he was completely speechless. If that was the case, then from now on his targets would have to be hot springs. Not only did the difficulty spike, but the danger level also shot up. A hot spring that still flows nowadays is a natural warming spot, and definitely guarded by others. There was no other choice. Both target points this time ended in failure, so Hong Yu could only go back and plan new targets. Just as he was about to turn around, there was a sudden crack under his feet. Looking down, he saw the marble slab under his feet had suddenly cracked, and there seemed to be something white underneath. Curious, Hong Yu crouched down and moved the broken marble slab aside. A white pipe with a valve appeared before him. Following the pipe's path, he broke 2 more marble slabs. After studying it, he suddenly realized this famous and supposedly efficacious wish-fulfilling spring was actually just tap water. Damn, he finally understood why this place was dripping with wealth. Wasn't this just a scam? Temple. Bullshit. This was just a high-consumption amusement park under the guise of a temple. What a damn shame. After all that hard planning, he had gained nothing except learning that Yuanin Temple was a fraud. Go down the mountain and head home. Hong Yu slowly followed his previous footprints down. Just as he reached the foot of the mountain, Xiao He in the space suddenly barked several times. At the same time, a pure steel crossbow bolt suddenly appeared in his perception range. Without time to think, he quickly dodged into the space. Just as Hong Yu's figure vanished, a crossbow bolt passed through his afterimage and struck the snow behind. The next second, 2 people walked out from behind a tree 60 meters away from where he had disappeared. One of them, holding a crossbow, looked at his fired weapon and exclaimed, "Holy crap! Where's the man? How did he suddenly disappear? Xiaobai, did you see that? Did he hide somewhere?" The one called Xiaobai was stunned for a moment, then took off his sunglasses and said tremblingly, "Brother Chen, I saw him disappear just like that. Could we have encountered a ghost?" The man called Brother Chen cocked the crossbow. By stepping on it, took a new bolt from his waist and loaded it, then looked at Xiaobai with contempt. "You coward ghosts. Even ghosts would freeze to death in this weather. He must have dodged it. Let's go check it out." So saying, he dragged the reluctant Xiaobai toward the foot of the mountain.